And welcome into Hoops. Whoa. Whoa. Let's turn our volume down. Welcome into Hoopsville, everybody. Holy cow. Forgive us. We have a new computer, and we are now just getting used to a lot of it. Hold on. We're got to change the setting here. But welcome into Hoopsville, everybody. Hope you are having a wonderful evening. It is morning. We are on the air and doing well. It is going to be the start of 12 hours here on Hoopsville. Certainly hope you'll appreciate joining us or enjoy the show. As we mentioned, 12 hours of nothing but fun, because that's what we do. We're crazy. We're absolutely crazy. So we hope you'll enjoy this. It is part of the Hoopsville Fundraising campaign, and it's important to us, so we hope you'll consider being part of the donations and all that. We'll talk about that in just a minute, but lots to talk about. Audio's still all over the place, still trying to play with it a little bit, folks, so we don't blow you out. We have a brand new computer, and as a result, we've got to get used to a few things like better audio. Apparently, this thing takes in the audio far better than we are used to. So we will continue to play with the settings a little bit to try and give you the best quality as we can as well. So that's the long and the short of it there. New computer, and it's all because of the Hoopsville Fundraising campaign. It is certainly something we appreciate your support with, and we'll talk more about that as we go along. Computer's still picking up a lot of audio. We will continue to play with that throughout the show. But first and foremost, if you'd like to interact with us during this entire show, we're on Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Don't forget on email, hoopsville at d3hoops.com. And, of course, on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. That's how you can interact with us. We have, I want to say we're close to 35 guests for today, unofficially, even adding a couple last-minute ones late last night and this morning. We will cover almost every region, or we will cover every region in some capacity. We will cover some regions a little bit more than others. We apologize. Just happened to work out with certain guests. Certain people chose certain perks as well, and as a result, certain guests are coming on the show as a result. So we won't hit every conference. It's practically impossible. There's, 40 some odd conferences? And we don't have room for 40 guests. So on a 12-hour show, believe it or not. But we will certainly be doing our best, nonetheless, to get you what you need around men's and women's basketball here in Division III. If you aren't familiar with Hoopsville, we cover everything in Division III basketball, from the men's and women's side to other events that are going on even outside of basketball, but have a Division III element to them. And we will certainly cover a lot of those things here today. For example, we will be talking to the NCAA Division III Vice President, Dan Dutcher. He's a friend of the show. We certainly appreciate him coming on to join us here tonight, or today. I'm so used to saying tonight. It's a little rare that we don't talk in the evening. We will certainly get to that point at some point today, but so forgive me if that happens more than a few times. We will also be on the air with both committee chairs. Steve Ulrich from the men's side. He's also the commissioner of the Centennial Conference. Also talked to Dave Martin, who is the athletics director at Misericordia. He is the women's chair for the championships committee. So we will talk to both of those about the upcoming regional rankings. Of course, nowadays, usually in our own heads, everybody's heads, yours, mine, etc., we're thinking about the fact that regional rankings will be coming out probably next week. Guess what? We're going to have to wait another week after that. 2 weeks from yesterday will be our first regional ranking, just because of the quirkiness of the calendar this year. February 12th will be the first regional rankings, and February 12th, February 19th, February 26th. And then remember, there's a fourth one we just don't get to see. And that will come out March 2nd. Of course, that has nothing to do with us. We don't get to see it. We can only speculate as to what it is. So those are the details with those. Don't forget, I just even in my head, I've been thinking, okay, next week's regional rankings. No, they're not. They're coming out a whole nother week after that. So keep that all in mind. We're going to cover a lot of things today, not only women's basketball and men's basketball. We'll talk to some who have connections to Division III you may not anticipate. For example, Del Curry. Do you know the name? Former NBA player. He played at Virginia Tech. He does a lot with Division III, especially in camps, and of course with his sons. You might know one of his sons, certainly, Stephen Curry. We'll talk to him about the changes of basketball and how the NBA has influenced the college game. A lot of rule changes have come through the NBA, remember. So we'll talk to him. We'll also talk to Kenny Rice. You might know him from his MMA experience if you watch Access TV. He's also an NBC broadcaster. Well, he's got some connections to Division III and certainly loves Division III basketball. We'll talk to him at some point during the day as well. So we'll cover a lot of bases, as it were. We'll talk to the guys who are basically driving around the ODAC this time of year. Talk to them about their experiences. Some of them learning about Division III for the very first time. We'll talk to those two guys coming up as well. You'll hear from Pat Coleman. We'll hopefully hear from Gordon Mann. We also have some regional reporters like James Wagner from Ursinus. We'll talk to him. We'll also talk to who am I thinking of here? Lenny Reich from the Great Lakes. Hopefully we'll hear from Rusty Egan from the Northeast as well. Pat Coleman we mentioned, and Gordon Mann. So those are many of those who are going to be on the show. We'll also talk to a few people who are passionate about Division III. They made a donation to the Hoopsville campaign, and as a result, they are donating. They made a certain perk level so they could be on the show. There are others who have made that same donation. They will be on the shows in the future. Just couldn't get them on in today's show. So those are a lot of things we'll talk about. Again, men's and women's basketball, but really this fundraising campaign. We are hoping to raise $10,000 to improve Hoopsville. It's weird for me to say to you, I need your help, but honestly, we do. We want to do a lot of things with the show. We have a brand new computer that we're using today. Just breaking it in, to be completely honest, and that's why we're having some of the audio issues of it being a little more sensitive. Well, we got to, those are the kinds of things we can't just flat out afford. We don't make money on this show, to be flat out honest. You don't see sponsors. You don't see advertising. We aren't a juicy number for those to do that kind of thing. So we're for the first time ever, this is our show's 11th season, and we get support from the National Association of Basketball Coaches, and we certainly get support from D3Hoops.com in many ways, and not all of it's financial, everybody. But we need to improve this show. We want to improve this show. You want us to improve this show. Maybe we can have video chats with coaches instead of having a beautiful still frame with them all sitting on the phone line. We want to do things. We want to travel more with the show. We want to upgrade the capabilities of the show. Maybe do more than just basketball with our capabilities. As a result, we're asking you for help. We started the campaign about 2.5 weeks ago. We are 70% of the way to the goal. The goal means two things to us. One, if we hit our goal, the website that we're running our campaign through will cut our fees in half, so we get to keep more of our money. If we don't get to our goal, we still keep money, but we have more fees incurred as a result. On the flip side, if we hit our goal, it tells us a lot about you guys and what you feel about our show and our contributions to you. And so if we hit 10,000 and then go past it, we will use that money wisely, even if it means banking it for future use. If it banks it for a trip next year. I'd love to go to the Midwest and tour a bunch of schools in the middle of the season. I'd love to go up to New England during the middle of the season, something I don't get to do often in New England when the season's not there. Go up there and tour games. Go down to Texas. I know that'd be a great trip. There's even an idea of going down south. And I've been invited out to California. Wonderful ideas. Can't afford to do them. Want to afford to do them. And the reason is we want to take Hoopsville on the road and do them for you. So those are the ideas behind the campaign, and we certainly hope you'll consider doing it. If you are watching us on our main page, d3hoopsville.com, or even on our secondary page for this show specifically, there is a link along the side you can find there for the campaign. You're welcome to click on that. If you make a small donation, that means just as much as a large donation from anybody. Of course, the bigger one is share the campaign. If you're able to share the campaign with others and let them know what we are doing, that means just as much to us as anything else. So consider all those if you don't mind. We'll continue to work on the little audio gremlins. I'm at least hearing a little bit of a breakup in the audio. I'll try and fix some of the things as we go along with the show. Lots to cover today. Again, women's and men's basketball. Of course, we'll talk to the vice president. I'll do you a favor right now, and we will try and just roll down some of the guests. I have my whiteboard set up here. I'm just going to read off the guests. Not going to do this often because there's a lot, but here's an idea of who we got in order. We'll talk to Hartwick's women's basketball coach, Missy West, Rutgers Newark's men's basketball coach, Joe Logren, Hood's basketball coach, Tom Dickman. Plattsburgh State's men's basketball coach, Tom Curley. Vassar women's coach, Candace Brown. NYU's women's coach, Lauren Hall Gregory. Birmingham Southern's senior forward, Griffin Champ. Terrific story. We'll talk to him. We hope to maybe get Wesley's men's basketball coach, Jerry Kolbasa. Elizabethtown's women's coach, Sherry Gorman. We'll talk to Dave Martin from the Women's Basketball Committee. Olivet men's basketball coach, Chris Coles. Lynchburg's men's basketball coach, Hillary Scott. Juniata's men's coach, Greg Curley. And his brother McDaniel's coach, Kevin Curley. Interesting brothers there. And by the way, they don't play each other. We'll find out why. Cabrini's coach, of course, number 2 team in the country, Marcus Kahn. Dan Dutcher from the vice president of Division III at the NCAA. We'll talk to Texas Dallas's head coach, Jerry Butterfield. We'll talk to Del Curry, as we mentioned. St. Vincent's men's coach, D.P. Harris. We'll talk to Steve Ulrich, who's the men's basketball committee chair and conference commissioner for the Centennial. James Wagner out of the Midwest or Mid-Atlantic region. Elmer's John Baines in the men's basketball side. Women's basketball coach, UW Oshkosh's Brad Fisher. George Fox women's coach, Mike Meek. We'll talk to the ODAC guys, Pat Coleman. Hope's men's coach, Matt Neal. DePaul men's coach, Bill Fenlon. Talk about a team that's doing well. The NCAC, a 4-way tie right now for first place. Worcester, Wittenberg, DePaul, and Ohio Wesleyan. 4-way tie. That is unbelievable. Terrific race out there in the NCAC. Speaking of that, we'll talk to Lenny Reich out there in the Great Lakes. And sticking with the Great Lakes, if anybody watched Thomas More women's basketball recently, we'll talk to Jeff Hans about his team, his absolutely blitzkrieging teams right now. We'll talk about his big transfer, who we talked to earlier this season from Florida, Sydney Moss. We'll talk to about how big a difference that made, but how's the team improved as well. FDU Florham women's coach Mark Mitchell, Immaculate's women's coach Kenny Rice. We're working on lining up Charlie Brock from Springfield, also maybe Staten Island's coach as well in the show. We may have to sneak him in. If we don't get him, we'll get him onto a future show as well. So this is what we are doing. We are on the air from 10 a.m., which we are now on, until 10 p.m. Yes, we are on the air for 12 hours today. Got my coffee, got my backup coffee, got plenty of water. You'll probably see us nibbling on some food down the road. Apparently, I saw somebody made $9,000 a month just eating food in front of a webcam. I'll eat food in front of a webcam if it means raising money for the show. Let's go. We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll get pizza at lunch. We'll eat it. You probably don't want to watch me eat while I'm interviewing people, but we will do our best. So lots of ways to interact with us. We certainly hope you'll take the time to do so. You'll notice if you've been an old subscriber of the show and you haven't tuned in recently, we have a new web provider. We certainly appreciate that. That's at a very little cost to us. May need to still upgrade that, thus the fundraiser. So lots of ways. Let's check out the latest total. I know we got a couple contributions this morning. Certainly was appreciative as we have 11 days left. We are 70% of the way to our goal, and we certainly hope we can raise. And honestly, I'd love to exceed the goal. And it's not a greedy thing from me. I want to exceed it so we have in bank that we know we can spend X amount of money, or we can have some resources to fix broken equipment, or in a couple, let's say next year, all of a sudden something pops up, we're like, oh, we'd love to go to that. Well, we can afford to go to that. So having that bank of funds is something that's important. And I'll tell you now, nobody at D3 Hoops is making money on this adventure, and so we really are seeing what the future holds for us. I shouldn't say that. The show holds for us, because we know we have a lot of dedicated fans, and we certainly appreciate that. And we hope this will kind of be an impetus for us to understand it. By the way, some people have asked, will we do this fundraiser in the future? You know what? I think we will, but not in as grand a scale. This is a 1-month campaign. We certainly appreciate anybody who's considered doing it. We may just do a broad during the season campaign, not make as big a deal about it, and just raise money throughout the year. But we'll see. By the way, I know we've sold out of the $50 and $100 perks. Those were big perks that people offered. We're debating about adding more perks, but the big key there was people who got T-shirts. We will probably be selling T-shirts as well as we get further down and they finally come into our system and we have them up and running. So lots of ways to interact with us. We're going to take a break. You're going to see a lot of breaks throughout the show. It's mainly so we can line up guests and get people set to go. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll start off with our guests. Our first guest will be Missy West from Hartwick Women's Basketball, and of course we'll have plenty of guests throughout the day as well. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches. We'll be back with plenty more Hoopsville, and I do mean plenty more Hoopsville, right after this.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Every season starts with a hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. And you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Women's Basketball Championship, March 21st through 22nd in Stevens Point, Wisconsin, hosted by the University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Yeah, you saw the ad there. Stevens Point, the host of the Women's Basketball Championships this year. It's a one-year bid. Really kind of get the women's schedule on the same schedule as the men. If you'll notice, they did a lot of different things in the championships this year. And the big key there is that they kind of went to and released 4 years of championships, where they're going in the next 4 years. So they wanted to get the women's championships kind of onto the same system. So Stevens Point is on for this year, and then it will travel, don't forget, in the next 4 years. It looks like the women will be going to the Final Four for Division I as well, but that is down the road. We'll certainly talk more about that. But Stevens Point, your host, the women's Final Four, that's where they will be headed. For women, of course, the men will be heading back to Salem and will be going to Salem through 2018 as always. I mean, you got Omaha for Division I basketball. You got Appleton now for Division III baseball. I should say Omaha for Division I baseball. The road to something, and now we got the road to Salem pretty much through 2018. Got any questions for us? Want to interact with us on Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Email us at hoopsville@d3hoops.com. Facebook.com/Hoopsville is also how you can interact with us. Let's go to our very first guest of the entire show today, and that is jumping out east. And joining us is women's basketball coach Missy West from Hartwick. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville.
Well, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Glad you could join us. Team is 14-4 this season. You're having a pretty solid year.
Yeah, we are. We're doing all right, and we still have a mission to accomplish and goals to reach. So far so good. We're looking forward to the next few games and hopefully a return trip to the Empire 8 Championships. Yeah,
I was going to say that the Empire 8 kind of bit you. I mean, a good team in Ithaca kind of nipped you guys last game. They're now got a half game lead on you. Nipped you back on the 25th. So a bit of a layoff here, obviously, as you guys play mainly weekend events. And, of course, you'll be home against Nazareth and St. John Fisher. Probably not all that surprising that Ithaca got you guys. You two have been at top of this conference for a while now. Of course, you beat them earlier in the season as well. So a season split's got to be pretty thrilling for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a battle with Ithaca and us, and we're very similar in that we have a veteran group. We both have a lot of seniors this year, and we've been through a lot. We've both been playing in the Empire 8 Championships the last 2 years, and it's always a battle, and it's always a great game. Normally, it's always back and forth, right down to the final stretch, and Unfortunately for us, we didn't have a great defensive game that second half, and they beat us by 19 points in that second half. But it's always a battle, and we've learned things that we need to work on for the next time. And I love the rivalry between us. I think it's great, and it's always exciting to play each other. And it's always a great game.
I was going to say, they outscore you by 19 points. I mean, as a coach, it's got to be something that frustrates you just a little bit, that you guys just couldn't get it done in the second half. Is that one of those where you go right in at post-game and say, okay, come on, we got to work on things? Or is that one you let the team simmer on a little bit and then come in at practice?
Well, I thought about it a lot after that game, and, it was a little disappointing to see. I think our players worked really hard. I just don't think we stepped up in the second half and let them score a lot of easy buckets. I know we're better than that, and I'm not going to sit there and dwell on that game. We have several more games that we have to take care of, and for us, we take one day at a time, one game at a time, and that next practice after Ithaca, we needed to refocus, regroup. We knew we were better than what we presented in that second half, and that's what we need to focus on. And this weekend is, tough games. We don't take any team lightly, and you never know what type of team is going to walk in against us. So we just need to prepare for the future games and get better every single day and not dwell on, the past. Of course, we need to learn from it, and we know that defensively we need to step up. We need to make some adjustments. And I, as a coach, learned from that game. So we just got to keep moving forward and taking care of what we can take care of.
You've got 5 seniors on this squad, but it's 2 sophomores who are leading the way. 2 of your 3 leading scorers, and your top leading scorer, Brittany Dumas, a sophomore, 16.2 points a game, shooting 45% from the floor, hauling in 10-plus rebounds a game, even has an assist and a half a game. Maria, is it Foglia? Mm-hmm. The senior's got 15-plus points a game as well. And then it's another sophomore in Taylor Vanasek. That's actually kind of a cooler way of saying it. 7.2 points for her. So it's interesting you got 5 seniors, but 2 of your 3 leading scorers are sophomores.
We do have a strong group, and we have players that want to play, that work really, really hard. They want to step up. And Brittany she's been an amazing athlete since her freshman year. She is a pure athlete, and she still has a ways to go. She hasn't fully reached her full potential as a player, and we continue to work on that. But she is a very talented player. I mean, she can hit from anywhere, inside and out. She's a very tough player to stop simply because of her quickness. Her first step is so aggressive, so quick. And then if you don't defend her and you play her for the drive, well, she's going to step out and hit a 3. So she's very dangerous. Maria Foglia, she's the smartest player on our team. In tight situations, we want the ball in her hands. She's just a very smart player and kind of keeps us all together. And then Taylor, she's a post player that she's another one that hasn't fully reached potential yet and is still growing and could be one of the best post players that we have in our conference. And if she works hard and puts in the effort every single day, she can become that. And that's kind of what we're striving for with our younger group. And we're losing, 5 seniors. Yeah. We need a younger group to step up. And you can't be a freshman. You can't be a sophomore. You got to be better than that. And we've built this culture to be something where Hartwick wants to win. It's not just about coming and playing anymore. It's we want to win. And so that has to be valued for the players on our team. And I think it is. And I think we work hard every day. And we've been fortunate to get some really solid players into our program, and it's our job to get them reaching their full potential and doing good things. And we've been fortunate that we've had that.
Quick look back at the season. You have a loss to Oneonta State. You have a loss to a very good Tufts team. A close loss to a very good Vassar team. What do you take from those losses? You also challenge yourself certainly outside of those games. What do you take from those losses? And now what do you couple that with the Ithaca loss as you look forward to the next 7?
Mm-hmm. Well, we've learned something every game, actually, and it's been something different. one thing is poise down the stretch. We need to make sure that we have poise down the stretch. And we are a veteran group. We've been through tight situations many, many, many times. And when we're ahead, we need to close out games, and that's been something that we've struggled with in the past. And we need to make sure that from here on out, from those losses that we've had, that we close out games. We've been ahead, except for Tufts. We've been ahead in all of those games, and we just did not finish. So that's something I think we've definitely gotten better at over the last 3 weeks. Tufts, one of the biggest lessons that I learned from Tufts is fundamentals of basketball. Tufts is excellent at fundamentals, and when I walked away from that game and rewatched that film, I knew in order for us to make it to that level, to get to, being one of the top 10 teams in the country, fundamentals are huge, and so vital into becoming that successful. And they've done a great job. I'm excited that we played Tufts. I'm excited that we're keeping them on our schedule for next year just because of the toughness that they presented to us, and it shows us exactly where we're striving to get to, where we want to be, and what we need to work on. But the fundamentals is really what what came out of the Tufts game is all those little things that we need to get a lot better at to win those big games.
Talking to Coach Missy West here of Hartwick, wrapping things up with here. Coach, you do have 7 games left. Of course, they're all in conference. Nazareth and St. John Fisher at home. Then you're Elmira and Alfred on the road. Stevens at home. Houghton on the road. Of course, Houghton is a new member.
Houghton.
I'm sorry?
Houghton.
Houghton is. See, I've never had to say him before. So
yes.
Houghton, thank you.
Correct.
And then Elmira to finish off the season. Obviously, you're in a very good position at 14-4 in the conference and 7-1. Of course, that comes with a target on your back. What's the message to the team as you look at the next 7 with teams like Elmira and St. John Fisher certainly loving to get back into the race?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, we respect every single team. Every team we know, if they beat us, it's a big win. And we've put ourselves in this position, and this is the exact position that we want to be in. So we need to make sure that we take care of us. And I think that's the most important thing that we try to work on every single day, is that we need to get better with us and play our game. And if we do that, I think the end will take care of itself. But every team in our conference is a tough battle. We know that we're going to get the best from every team. Simply because teams want to beat us, they're fighting to get into the postseason tournament, and it's a big deal to beat us. And so we need to take care of what we can take care of, and make sure that we don't look past any team, and we can't. We really can't in this conference because we've went through years where teams have beat us, and where we didn't play up to par because maybe we took them a little bit lightly. This year we don't have time for that. We need to take every team seriously. We need to respect every opponent and really take care of Hartwick basketball and do what we do well. And hopefully that will be enough.
I should mention Casey Dresser, listening to the show, says, greatest coach I've ever had with a passion for defense. Sincerely, the 2010 alumni. So no pressure, but your defense apparently is what you need to focus on.
We miss Cassie.
Yeah, well, good player. I know. I recognize the name. Hey, Coach, I appreciate you tuning in for us, or get us off the start here, this 12-hour marathon. As always, we give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be tuning in?
No, I just, I want to say thank you to you for all the work that you do for us and for D3 Hoops, and it's great to have a website like yours and to keep people posted with what we're doing, and it's just been really exciting, and I'm very appreciative that you have me on your show today. Well,
absolutely. Thank you for being the first guest as well. I'm impressed that most coaches are in this early sometimes. I always wish sometimes I wonder if noon should be your call time. Well, thanks so much. Take care of yourselves. Stay safe in the weather up there. It's been crazy in New York.
Oh.
And good luck the rest of the way this season, Coach.
All right, great. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Take care.
All right, bye.
Coach Missy West joining us here on Hoopsville. Again, the Hartwick Hawks, they are off to not off. They're 14-4 in the season, 7-1 in conference play. They've got 7 games left. Again, at home, Nazareth, St. John Fisher. On the road, Elmira, Alfred. Back home against Stevens, on the road against Houghton, and then at home, wrapping up the season against currently third place Elmira. They are a game behind. Hartwick is half a game behind of Ithaca. Should be a dandy of a race in the Empire 8, and certainly looking forward to watching them the rest of the way. Got plenty more to come, plenty more to talk about, and plenty more to do here on this Hoopsville Marathon. We are on the air until 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Excuse me. We really hope you'll tune in at least for parts of it. If you tune in for the whole 12 hours, A, I want proof, and B, I want to know about it. And we certainly hope you'll enjoy the rest of the show. Coming up, we're going to jump down to New Jersey, talk to Rutgers Newark's men's basketball coach. Rutgers Newark, believe it or not, with all the talk of Richard Stockton, New Jersey City at the beginning of the season, and William Patterson, it's Rutgers Newark who's leading the way in the NJAC as we speak. We'll take a break. When we return, more Hoopsville, and you're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches. We'll be back with more right after this.
Division III allows you to be able to give yourself to other things, not even just participate in them, but really get involved with them if you want to.
There's a lot of interaction. It's not just sitting back, taking notes. You're actually doing hands-on things and better preparing yourself for your major.
Choosing a Division III school, I've had the opportunity to develop my leadership skills and to be more involved on campus.
Division III in athletics, affords students the opportunity not only to participate in intercollegiate athletics at a competitive level, but also gives them the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport and outside of the academics on the campus.
And to have opportunity to have time to join clubs and being able to play basketball, it allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.D3Hoops.com.
Every season starts with hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. And you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Men's Basketball Championship, March 21st and 22nd in Salem, Virginia, hosted by the Old Dominion Athletic Conference and the City of Salem. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Road to Salem through 2018 on the men's side. We certainly hope you will join us for that. It's going to be fun as always. It is always fun to the road to Salem. It is fun to get to the women's road. It was such an honor last year to get up to Holland, Michigan, and get to see the women's Final Four. It's something I don't get to do all that often because we're on the road to Salem. We split our resources, as it were. But thanks to the men's basketball tournament being just a little bit different last year, we were able to get there as a result. So wonderful opportunity. We certainly enjoyed it, and we certainly are looking forward to maybe making a trip there again. Of course, right now our plans with Hoopsville are probably to be on the road in Salem once again for the championship, but anything can change. You just never know. If you have any questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Why don't we make this a trending topic? I don't know how to really do it besides all of you just banding on board, but use the hashtag Hoopsville. Hashtag Hoopsville. Let's make this a trending topic just for the fun of it. See people go, what is this Hoopsville? And all of a sudden, here we are. Been on the air for 12 hours. So please, at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Email us at hoopsville@d3hoops.com. Facebook.com/Hoopsville as well. Those are the ways you can interact with us. We're going to get right to our next guest. And joining us on the Hoopsville hotline is a team that is sitting on top of the NJAC. It is Rutgers Newark, and their head coach, Joe Loughran, joins us, 14-5 overall. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville.
Thanks, Dave, for having me. I appreciate it. You're doing a great job for obviously the cause of Division III basketball, and we appreciate that.
Well, thank you, Coach. I appreciate it. It's a lot easier when the coaches are willing to come on the show, so I thank you as well. Team is 14-5, 10-2. Let's start all the way back at the beginning. You guys kind of got a little bit of Rutgers Newark. because you beat Southern Vermont, who had beaten Williams. Of course, they had come off of a tough loss against Salem State just the night before. You then lose New Jersey City. And I will be honest, when I looked at that result and I looked at the NJAC and I was listening to those who are in the know in the NJAC, I went, yeah, okay, New Jersey City's supposed to be on top. Not a surprising outcome whatsoever. You then hit a slide in the middle. Arcadia Newman and Richard Stockton hit you guys there in December and January, and I'm like, okay, yeah, not unexpected. You guys have gone on a tear since then, and now you're on top of the conference. New Jersey City isn't even a factor as much as they had been. Granted, they can still win. I don't mean it in any other way. William Patterson, not gone, but not there. Richard Stockton's had its moments, then fallen off. It's you guys on top. Are you as surprised as I am? And I know the answer is probably no.
Yeah, I'm a little bit. We have a young team, Dave. We don't have any seniors. We have 3 starters back from an NCAA tournament team last year, and Doza Quabu and John Snow and Chris Garcia. So early on, it was just tough. We lost some seniors last year that were kind of the backbone of our team in terms of leadership, and I thought early on we were just trying to find ourselves a little bit with an identity to our team and some leadership, and we really struggled early on in the year defensively. But ever since we've gone on this winning streak defensively, we've just really committed and really gotten a lot better. Early on in the year, opponents were shooting 45%, and now we're holding opponents to 39%. So with guys growing up a little bit and a little bit more leadership and really a little bit more commitment to defense, we've been able to kind of find our stride a little bit here as we're moving along here into the season.
You're at a point where certainly everything is going to be focused on. You're on top of the conference by a whopping 2 games on Richard Stockton.
No, just a half game.
I should say,
9-2, right.
Yeah, in the win column.
Yep.
Right, half game. Sorry, there's a game in there from Richard Stockton I don't have. And then William Patterson, those back at 8-4. It's amazing because those are the 2 teams everyone thought would be up there along with New Jersey City, who's 6-6. You guys are kind of in control of your own destiny because you have Richard Stockton ahead after you beat New Jersey City the other day or last night. You have William Patterson ahead. You're in this tough 3-game stretch that if you put these 3 teams away, you're sitting pretty.
Yeah, it's a big if just because, we got to come and play home at Stockton and then at Patterson next Wednesday night. And our focus has been with our team is just, when we had our struggles early, it was also just to keep getting better. And I don't really think we've really hit our stride. I know we've won some games in a row, but with a young team, we've been kind of inconsistent with our energy and our up and down swings of offense and defense. And I think if we can just keep getting better, and have a good day of practice tomorrow and be really prepared for Saturday, we'll just put our best game plan together and try to put our best foot forward and beat Stockton, and then we'll worry about Patterson. But our league is a little different this year. I think it's a little more open. I thought last year, by the end of the year, I thought us and Ramapo and Stockton were clearly ahead of everybody, and I kind of feel like with some upsets, Montclair has beaten Stockton and then Patterson, and Ramapo beat Patterson. I think it's a little more open this year. Kane is a lot better than they've been. College of New Jersey is much improved. So the teams that have, maybe struggled a little bit are much improved. So there's a little more balance, and I think it's a little more open this year. And I'm just hoping by, the last week of the season, we're playing really well and have some more momentum going into the playoffs.
Well, you guys made the NCAA tournament last year. You won the conference championship against Ramapo. Ramapo got the at-large bid. 2 teams in the NJAC.
No, flip-flop. We lost to Ramapo.
I'm sorry. Okay. Well, it was you 2.
Yeah, it was us 2. They beat us by 2 at the end. I wish we had won that. I wish we got the automatic.
Yeah, it would have made life a little easier for you. The question I've got, though, is the NJAC's kind of been in a funk since Richard Stockton in 2009 got all the way to the championship game. No wins, 10 chances in the first round. And so everyone kind of looks at the NJAC and go, man, I remember when that was a power conference. I remember when William Patterson got to the championship game in an epic game with Catholic. I remember when teams would make deep runs, the Ramapos, the Richard Stocktons, the William Pattersons again, other teams. But since 2009, it's been You talk about it being a little bit more open this year, and that's certainly good for internal competition. But is that preparing a team, you think, to kind of get off this really weird funk that the conference has been in postseason?
Well, I think that's a great question. Yeah, I think because I think it will prepare any team that goes on to that NCAA tournament from our league because, with being so open, the league kind of being open, you better be on your toes every night to play. It's not like it's a top-heavy league where the top two or three teams are so much better than everybody else, and you're going to streamroll through everybody else. That's not the case. So, if you're us, Stockton, Patterson, and you better be on your toes and be able to play every night because, again, these teams in the middle of the pack will knock you off. Where, as in years past, when you're two first or second or third in our league, you're going to probably take care of business most nights against the middle of the pack. But again, to answer your question too, our league has changed a little bit. You talk about the landscape of college basketball at Division I with the league changes. Our league has have gone down a little bit because the Bloomfields of the world, the Felicians, the Caldwells, when I first got into the league, were all NAIA. Yep. They have now gone Division II. Yeah. So they're offering scholarships to kids in New Jersey that have, in the past, would have normally end up in the NJAC. So it's made our job as coaches of the NJAC a little bit harder because these schools now have committed themselves for the last 10, 11 years to Division II and scholarship money. You talk across the border like Nyack, St. Thomas Aquinas, they went NAIA to Division II, and they come into New Jersey and take a lot of kids that I think would have normally, if they stayed NAIA, would have ended up in the NJAC. So it's really changed the structure and recruited, and it's made our jobs a little more difficult from our perspective, I think, from NJAC coaches. So it's a little bit of reason why our league has dipped a little bit, but also in defense to our league, and you've kind of mentioned it, we're one of 6 conferences, though, since 2000 that have sent 2 teams to the national championship game, which is pretty good company. The NESCAC and the Wisconsin League, the Minnesota League, the UAA, and the North Coast Conference. So we're still in pretty good company, and it's still a pretty good accomplishment for our conference. But you're right, we've had our struggles. I think it's just a cycle. I think the NJAC will be back in the mix. I don't have a crystal ball to tell you when, but I wish I did. But I think just the fact that our league's competitive night in and night out with league games, I think whoever represents our conference will be ready for that next challenge this year in the NCAA tournament.
We should also, by the way, everything you just said, I have heard almost verbatim from Ramapo's men's basketball coach, Chuck McBreen, though a much heavier New Jersey accent.
And so New Jersey.
And it's clearly made a difference here. You're dead, not that you wouldn't be dead accurate, but to anybody out there listening, that's dead on what's going on. By the way, quickly about your team, I don't want to forget about these guys, because the biggest key, I think, that might scare a lot of people, this team made the NCAA tournament last year. You're playing really good basketball this year. There isn't a senior on this squad. You have 6 juniors. You have, I can't even count how many sophomores and an occasional freshman. That, and then you got guys like John Snow, 17.4 points a game to lead all scorers as a junior. Christian Garcia, 12.5 points a game. 9 points coming off the bench, though he may have been injured, and I say this now not knowing David Azoro.
Yeah, he was. Yep.
Is he back playing?
He is.
Okay.
Yep.
And then there's one guy, I'm not even going to try and...
Doze Akwebu.
Thank you. Glad you read my mind. 8.6 points a game, 8.5 from Chris Foreman. A lot of these guys coming off the bench and had some misses during the year. That is, if I'm another coach in the NJAC, if I'm another coach in the region, I'm sitting going, geez, Rutgers Newark's not going away anytime soon.
Well, yeah, it could be a good thing and a bad thing not having any seniors. Now that we're playing well, I think it's a good thing, and these guys have kind of starting to grow up a little bit, and if we can just, with a young team, we're just trying to get them in the mentality of one game at a time. Let's get better. Because sometimes as a young team, you can kind of think down the line when you kind of need to think about the moment right now. But we're hoping that we just finish strong, and then we'll worry about next year. But again, recruiting is always the key, and we've been really fortunate to get some really good kids that really wanted to come to Rutgers Newark. And you're right, we're sitting in a really good position with a young team, and we just hope that, we are young, that it doesn't really catch up to us, that we just keep growing up, and some of our juniors have to kind of play like seniors. They have to act like seniors. They have to talk like seniors. And if we can keep making that progress the next 6 games, I think we could be in a really good position at the end of the year.
Wrapping up here with Coach Loughran here of Rutgers Newark. Appreciate him taking the time to join us. It's certainly going to be fun to watch the Scarlet Red Raiders, I should say, the rest of the season. You guys are playing pretty good basketball. When you look at ahead, though, you got 6 games left of the regular season. Again, you got Richard Stockton and William Patterson. But just as you get past that, TCNJ, Ramapo, Rowan, Kane. Maybe not the world beaters, but how do you keep yourself, win or lose the next 2 games? Win or lose, how do you keep yourself from having a letdown after this, what is certainly a hyper-focused period of time?
Yeah, that's going to be important for us. Again, that's going to be kind of dependent on hopefully the maturity of our team and our upperclassmen, which is our juniors, will kind of hopefully take a stronghold. And my message will be, win or lose, William Patterson, Stockton, we want to get a first or second seed. Obviously, to get the first seed is most important. But if you get a first or second seed for our playoffs, we automatically go in the semifinals and get a semifinal home game. And we went through that last year. We finished second, and we didn't have to play a first round game. So Stockton had to come all the way up to us, and we had that first round.
Make that sound like it's a really long trip.
Yeah, it is.
For you guys, it is.
But for us, it's so unique with our league. You go 15 minutes, you play Jersey City, Montclair, and Kane, and you're there in 15 minutes. It's kind of the uniqueness of our league. But it does help that they had to travel up here last year, and I think that's going to be our motivation is no matter what, we can't put everything into these 2 games, yes, but win or lose or draw, you just got to, at the next 4, they're just as important, really. At the end of the day, they're just as important as playing Patterson and Stockton because if we can get a first or second seed, that increases your chances enormously in the playoffs to get that first round bye and get a home playoff game in the semis.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time to join us, Coach. I know you've got plenty of work to do, so I don't want to take too much more of your time. But always a thrill to chat with you. As always, we give our guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Well, I hope people keep following the NJAC, and hopefully we can take care of those first-round losses for you. But more importantly, like I said earlier, to start with you, you're doing a great job. And again, thanks for doing this marathon and kind of recognizing Division III basketball. It's really good for our sport and for our student-athletes. And, again, I think I can speak for all the coaches and players. Thanks for all your time and energy in helping this.
Well, thank you, Coach. I appreciate the kind words. Good luck the rest of the way. Certainly, I got my eye on you guys, though I'm more curious of just how the conference is going to shape up as this goes on. Thanks so far. I'm reading a tweet from one of the SIDs in the NJAC. Thanks so much. We'll talk to you soon, Coach.
Great. Thanks, Dave. Have a good day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Coach Joe Loughran joining us from Rutgers Newark. Team is 14-5, worth watching. They are certainly playing good basketball. Jokingly from that SID in the NJAC. Winter short traffic is a pain. Yeah, winter short traffic. Yeah. Tell that to the teams out in the West and Midwest who have to travel 5 hours per day. But thanks to the NJAC. We'll probably talk more NJAC as we go along here as well. We're going to take another break. When we come back, we're going to get to our next coach in the Mid-Atlantic region. Got a big win last night at Stevenson. Hood College now in second place with a tie with Stevenson, a game out of the MAC Commonwealth. It has changed the dynamic of the conference completely. We'll talk to their head coach, Tom Dickman, who is basketball. If you don't know, in Maryland, he is one of the best high school basketball coaches, and he has made it work at Hood in his tenure there. We'll talk to him coming up on Hoopsville. You listen to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. We'll be back right after this.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result, in my mind, is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From eastern to occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.D3Hoops.com.
Every season starts with hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. And you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Men's Basketball Championship, March 21st and 22nd in Salem, Virginia, hosted by the Old Dominion Athletic Conference and the City of Salem. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday. We are on the air for 12 hours, which means we've got 11 hours and a little under 10 minutes left to go. If you want to interact with us, use Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Heck, let's make this a trending topic. Use that hashtag, Hoopsville. Email us at hoopsville@d3hoops.com. You can also Facebook us at facebook.com/Hoopsville, trying to keep track of everything that is going on with those social media outlets, and we'll do our best. If we miss something, we apologize now. But we certainly hope you will take the time to join us in some capacity or another. We certainly appreciate it. We're going to a little bit behind schedule. We got to stay on schedule quite a bit today, so we're going to have to get along here. We're going to jump into the Mid-Atlantic region, talk to a team that had a big win last night, has had two big wins in a row, and has had a lot of tight games in a row. And joining us on the Hoopsville hotline is Coach Tom Dickman from Hood. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Appreciate you taking the time to join us. This is, I watched you guys in person last night. It was coming off of a buzzer beater win, the true definition of a buzzer beater win against Messiah. You had to hold off a buzzer beater attempt against Stevenson. Of course, you beat Lebanon Valley by 1. You beat Widener by 3. You beat Albright by 1. We're going backwards. If we count all those games combined, you probably are losing a little bit of your hair, because let's see, 4, 5, 6, 7 points in the last 6 games is a total differential.
Well, I think it's in the last 7 games. I think it's 9, and the 3-point win at Widener was a buzzer-beating 3.
Yeah, well, you're right. It is 9 in the last 7.
So we have. My shamrock has been shined up pretty well here recently, and but we, when you win games like that, a lot of it has to do with your players, and you need a break for sure. And we've had quite a few breaks, maybe a team turning the ball over at an inopportune time late in the game, but we make free throws and we defend pretty well. We have our share of blemishes, but. We do some good things, and consequently, we're where we are right now.
Interesting thing is these 7 wins by 9 total points have all come from since you lost to Alvernia, and it wasn't close, 77-53. Granted, you've been on a tear before that. So it's interesting. You guys have been fighting out these wins after taking a bad loss. What was the trigger after Alvernia?
It's kind of ironic you asked that question, because when we went into the locker room after the Alvernia game, I wasn't upset. Alvernia played great. We were less than good, and and I told our guys, I said, look, every team, when you're playing 25 games, every team's going to have a game like this.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that we're not a good team. We just need to put it behind us. It's our game that we're going to have, and we might have another one like this. We can't let this game carry over to the next. And we didn't want to lose by 25 points to them, but by the same token, we weren't going to let it linger on. And we came back the next day and the next game, and we were, right where we wanted to be.
Interesting enough, last night I saw you go and hug one of the players after one of your guys. I think it was Reggie Daniels blocked the floater attempt. I'm not even going to go into what kind of shot that was. It wasn't pretty. To try and win the game, you went and hugged one of your players. I had 2 thoughts. One, that shows a genuine emotion of the team and certainly the head coach. But you've been through 7 of these in a row. I mean, how many hugs are you giving out?
Well, you know what? We don't have that many hugs, but I am amazed. I'm learning new chants and dances, and our guys are just, unequivocally, when they get in the locker room after a game like that, they can't settle down. And to see 20-year-olds just celebrate, with each other, it's really something, and something that just, in many years that I've been coaching, I don't know that I've never been involved in a streak like this where each game comes down to a one-possession game, and certainly not winning that many of when you have like 7 in a row. If you can go 4-3 in those kind of games, you'd be happy. But our guys, they just, we're tight. We only have 10 players dressed because of injuries and a couple academic situations. So, all 10 guys play in the games and have some integral part on what we do. So they all take ownership, and when they win, they feel responsible for it.
You talk about injuries. You guys took another tough one last night. Not to put you on the spot or anything, I think it was Tanner Ruths. Is if it was him, if it's not him,
No, it's Justin Bowen.
Okay, okay. Okay. I mean, you don't have to give everything away, but it looked pretty tough.
Hopefully, he's coming to see our trainer this morning. So I just talked to our trainer 15 minutes ago, and he's not here yet. But the trainer at Stevenson thought it was a pretty serious sprain of his ankle. So, once he went down, we couldn't play him anymore last night. And he's a crucial guy in our team. He played well last night.
He did.
Till he was hurt. But he does a lot of things for us. He's a senior. And, he's one of the guys. He was the guy I was chest bumping with because I knew he was felt bad.
Is that what it was? Okay.
Bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's interesting was he was having a really good game. He had the presence of mind. Injured, falls to the ground, ball's in front of him. He waited till he had the ball in his hand and then called timeout. Very smart.
Yeah, crucial. In
a crucial
kind of
moment.
Every possession.
Oh yeah.
Every possession. When you look back at something like that, and we couldn't afford to give up that possession.
No, it was back and forth. I think I said to somebody, Stevenson wasn't taking advantage of the turnovers that you guys were allowing them, and as a result. By the way, have you been a part of a game where you've had wackier moments? I don't know. We must have had about a half a dozen times where the ball got deflected into somebody else's hands, and we were going up and down the court in a matter of seconds with no baskets or attempts at it. It just was whack. Have you ever been?
No, it looked like a pinball machine at times.
It did.
With nobody getting any points. And, you could blame it on just poor ball handling by both teams, or you could say, well, it was great defense, but I think it was basically poor ball handling by both teams. We'd throw the ball, they'd get it. I know the one possession you're talking about, there must have been a total of 8 change of possessions within 30 seconds. So, it was sloppy at times.
Yeah.
And Stevenson, really in the second half, their offensive rebounding was just, I didn't know whether we could survive that or not because they're big and athletic and strong, and we're playing small. We need to rebound and we need everybody, but we couldn't get a crucial rebound till the very end when Devon Hill, pulled that last rebound, and it was off the floor. It wasn't like we out-jumped anybody for it. And then he drew a foul on the sideline, and that was basically the game.
We'll talk more about the conference in just a minute. I want to quickly get your take on the team. Again, 2 seniors. Bowens is one of them. We talked about him. Cameron Cook, the other. Cook's leading the team, 15 points a game, 5 rebounds a game. You also have 12.5 from Chris Cook. I pretty much am going to go out on a limb and say they're brothers. They're not, actually. Disregard.
No,
Chris is from Mechanicsburg. Darn.
Right.
And Cameron is from Baltimore. 10 points a game from your senior, Justin Bowens. You're getting contributions, though, from a lot of guys. This is a young squad, a short bench, as it were, as you pointed out, with just 2 seniors. You have been highly regarded as a coach and recruiter. You seem to be kind of getting that role going here with Hood as you're in this MAC Commonwealth now, too.
Well, to be honest with you, last year I thought we had a really good team. But as we are winning these games this year, we would lose these games last year. We had good players, but our Achilles heel last year was free throw shooting. This year, we've won games, with a number of different ways, but there's no substitute for being able to make free throws, especially coming down the stretch. So we have won quite a few games where, Cameron Cook made 2 free throws up at Lebanon Valley with like 4 seconds to go to win a game. We've been in a couple situations like that where a year ago we couldn't make a free throw. So I don't know that our team is better than last year, but we close out games better. And Dave, I'll be honest with you. We played Messiah the other night. They're the 17th ranked team in the country, and it's a back and forth game. And we end up winning the game. We took a shot with like 4 seconds to go, and Cameron Cook gets an offensive rebound and puts it back in. Well, for 39 minutes and 52 seconds, we had one other offensive rebound that game.
I noticed.
So we had 2 offensive rebounds, and one of them won the game.
Hey, sometimes the stats don't need to be completely on your side. They just need to work out in the time you need them.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And he's had a couple. We played in Miami, and we were playing Geneva. We didn't play very well, but we were behind like 10 points with probably 5 minutes to go, and we finally make a little run, and we have the last shot of the game, and he has a little floater about 5 feet at a tie game. He misses it, but he gets his own rebound and puts it back in. We've had the bounces bounce our way, and I tell you what, we do some things that we have never done before. We play a lot of zone defense.
Yeah, you played a ton last night.
Yeah, we've gotten. We're trying to make up for our lack of size, and the longer the season has gone, the better we've become at it. And at times it didn't look like it last night, but we caused Stevenson some problems with our zone, and some of their better shooters didn't have great games. Now, that might have been just they didn't have great games, but it could also be a testament to how well we played defensively. Rebounding is our issue. We think we can defend the first shot, but man, if we can't rebound, it really, really hurts us.
Your zone worked well, and of course their patented play in that, I'm not going to give it away because it's not fair, but their patented play in that did not work. They were off sync. I think they tried it 3 times, and it just did not work.
Yeah, and we know what that patented play
everybody
was.
knows.
And if they'd executed it properly, there was nothing we were going to be able to do.
Well, actually, honestly, the execution was there. It was just the toss never hit.
Right.
The toss was way out of whack every single time. I guess I can say it's everyone's seen it on tape. It's a backdoor alley-oop.
And we don't have that play.
Yeah, not many people do. I remember I watched it in a practice in a shoot-around, and I was walking to the baseline going to get ready for a game. I think it was at the Hoopsville Classic. And I thought to myself, yeah, right. Like, you're going to get a backdoor cut on a 2-3 zone that's going to allow you to do an alley-oop without anybody knowing you're up to something. Lo and behold, later that day, they executed it and got it. I went, okay, never mind.
In our first game, they did that.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like out of textbook.
Yeah,
so,
it's unbelievable. Hey, before I let you go, conference race. I mean, Messiah sits there at top. I think they're maybe a little surprised to be leading the conference because everybody thought Alvernia would be. Alvernia's a game and a half back at 7-3. You're now in a two-way tie for second with Stevenson at 8-3. Alvernia's lurking at 7-3. Albright.
Alvernia is now 8-3.
Okay, I don't have the updated score, so it's a three-way tie for second.
Three-way tie for second. Yeah.
Albright sitting right behind, just lurking. And they haven't had the best of seasons, but man, they'll trip people up if you're not careful. Elizabethtown has played well, though late in the game, Messiah got past them. This conference, I think, earned some respect last year as being deep and competitive. I think this year it's still deep and competitive, maybe just not the world beaters they had last year. But how tough is this last stretch going to be for you guys as you've got Arcadia on the road, who's always tough, Lebanon Valley at home, Widener at home, Albright on the road, E-Town on the road, Alvernia at home, and then finish up with Lycoming?
Well, we can't look that far ahead because
I knew you were going to say that.
We're not that much better than anybody else. A lot of people think, well, E-Town or Lebanon Valley, or E-Town and Lebanon Valley could be anybody. Could beat Messiah. I mean, this one thing about this league, and people have asked me that comparing to the Capital Athletic Conference. I said over the years that we were in the capital, there was probably like a St. Mary's who was like head and shoulders above everybody else, but there was always a two, three teams at the bottom that maybe you didn't have to play your best night and you could still get a W. That doesn't happen in this league. If you don't play your best against the 10th place team, you're going to get beat. So the balance of those 10 schools, there are no bad teams, and so consequently, we got to get ready to play. And our next game is against Arcadia. Arcadia was picked to be, I think, third or fourth in the league.
Yeah.
They struggled out of the box, but they just Stevenson had to hit a buzzer shot to beat them on Saturday, and then they went to Albright and beat Albright last night. So, you're playing the 10th place team, and you're like, you better be ready to play because you're going to lose if you're not.
Coach, I appreciate you taking the time to join us. Certainly great talking to you. I love watching your teams play. I love watching how you guys coach. Probably one of the more stoic and animated coaches I've seen. And I mean that in a very nice way. Good luck the rest of the way. This conference is going to be fun to watch in the Mid-Atlantic if nobody else is paying attention. As always, we give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
No, I think that Division III basketball. I keep telling people all, if you like basketball, that you'd much rather watch a Division III game than an ACC game or a Big East game because it's basketball. A lot of times I think the Division I, especially the upper level Division I schools, they're getting guys ready to play in the NBA. So every possession is like a ball screen and roll. And when you watch Division III basketball, you're liable to see anything. And in our league and most of the leagues that I've seen, great coaching and really, really good players. So a little shout-out for Division III basketball.
Absolutely. Good way to end there, Coach. I appreciate it very much. Good luck. And
All right, Dave.
I'm sure we'll talk down the road.
I hope so.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
All right, Coach. Take care.
All righty. Bye-bye.
Bye. Coach Tom Dickman joining us. 14-4 is Hood. They're playing very good basketball right now. Since their loss, they have rolled off 7 straight wins by a total of 9 points. Yep, 7 wins by 9 points. And I think they've got at least 2 buzzer beaters in that mix, if not 3. Avoided a buzzer beater last night against Stevenson. So very good job for them. We'll certainly look forward to seeing how they do down the road. Going to take another break. When we come back, we'll jump out to the East and New York. Plattsburgh State's men's basketball coach Tom Curley will join us on the show. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches. We'll be back with plenty more Hoopsville. Don't forget to interact with us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Let's make it a trending topic if we don't mind. On Twitter, of course, email hoopsville at d3hoops.com or on Facebook, facebook.com/hoopsville. We'll be back with more Hoopsville right after this.
Division III schools offer academic scholarships instead of athletic scholarships. This really puts the focus that the student athlete needs to maintain that GPA.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III. A lot of people pick schools just based on the sport and don't get that experience.
Being a Division III athlete and developing my leadership skills has definitely put my name out there and helped me get more recognition on campus, but more recognition nationwide. I did win the Jostens Trophy, which is based on leadership, academics, and then how well you do on the court.
I'm also the Schwartz Scholar of my class. Schwartz Scholarship is basically a scholarship that is given to a student who's identified as a likely leader.
And the end of the day, it won't matter how they play on the field, it will matter how they do in the classroom.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Every season starts with hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. and you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Men's Basketball Championship, March 21st and 22nd in Salem, Virginia, hosted by the Old Dominion Athletic Conference and the City of Salem. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. We are an hour in to our 12-hour marathon. It's not going to sink in until later what craziness we have done here. It's all because of the Hoopsville fundraiser. We certainly hope you will consider donating to the cause, as it were. We started the morning 70% of the way to our $10,000 goal. We are now over 72% of the way there. Certainly, we hope you will consider being part of that fundraising campaign. You can find more on whatever page you're watching, whether it's a D3 Hoopsville page, if it's on the d3hoops.com homepage, if you happen to go through there, or if you find us on the specific show page for today. No matter how you get it, you will find a way to be able to donate if you so choose, or at the very least, share it with us. We certainly appreciate any help you can give us in at least sharing what we're doing to try and raise funds. There's plenty more information there as well. So that's how you can interact with us. We certainly hope you'll take the time to do so. We're going to get out, and speaking of the campaign, one of the perks you could choose from is the championship level. And one of our friends was able to do that, and as a result, he can appear on the show. But the advantage to the whole thing is basically a $250 perk. If there's any left. I got to check how many of those are left. We'll publicly thank you. We will get you a Hoopsville t-shirt. We will wear a t-shirt of yours on the air of your favorite school, and we'll talk to your head coach. And speaking of which, I almost forgot. Got to grab the shirt for today. Here we go. Our first guest of the day that gets a t-shirt. We'll put that on over our other shirt here so you don't have to see the ugliness there. There we go. Plattsburgh is our first t-shirt of the day. We're going to wear a few of these today. Plattsburgh State. We'll get the microphone out of the way there. See, we're in a prideful with a base basketball. Plattsburgh is our first coach, and joining us on the Hoopsville hotline is their head coach, Tom Curl. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me, Dave. Can you hear me? I have you on speakerphone, so.
Yeah, it's fine. You sound good. We have 3 left of the championship level, by the way. Not everybody wants to be on the show when they take that level, but certainly. By the way, there's been a joke about putting in a Hoopsville Jinx perk, but we'll get back to that. Coach, thanks for coming on. Thanks to Jerry Abrams, who we will talk to shortly, Magic Man, about you being on the show. So first and foremost, thanks for appearing, and well, how you think the season's gone? You guys are having a decent battle there in the SUNYAC. You're 13-3 overall, 7-2 in the conference.
Well, first of all, you look real good in cardinal red there, Dave.
Yeah, well, no problem. Thank you.
Well, we're happy with the season. You know, and anytime you're having a season, you have 13 wins, and the first question anybody asks you, who beat you? So you know, but it's you know, we've had some real close losses to 3 very good teams, Oswego, Brockport, and Richard Stockton.
Yeah.
So, I mean, right now, if you told me you could be 13-3 and 7-2, I think I would have taken it at the beginning of the year. But by the same token, we did have a lot of returners from an NCAA team last year. So I think the expectation and the hopes were that we could pick up from where we left off last season. And for the most part, I believe we've done that.
You have. I mean, last year, 20-9, got to the NCAA tournament, as you mentioned. This year, start off, you got your second game was a loss to Richard Stockton by a scant 4 at their place. Of course, you lost to Oswego State, as you mentioned, by 3. That was at their place. And then lost to Brockport a few weeks ago at home. Brockport, of course, leading the conference right now, 9-0. Geneseo State, 8-1. Then yourselves at 7-2. And then a dog pile of 4 teams: Oswego State, Cortland State, Buffalo, and Oneonta State, all at 5-5. So the conference seems to be separating itself just a little bit from the top and the middle.
Right. Well, we run a double round robin, and at this point, almost every team has played each opponent once. Brockport and Geneseo have yet to. They got their first game snowed out, but Brockport clearly has been the class of the league, not only by record but just by performance and score. And they're really playing well. They're playing extremely good defense, and so right now they're they're the team on everybody's watch list in terms of who you have to beat to get to make the playoffs. But each year with our conference, you never know which team is going to step up and take that role, and it's just top to bottom. It's with the travel and everything else concerned. It's a tough league in terms of nightly performance. You have to be ready to play every night because any team can knock you off on any given night.
By the way, our esteemed colleague Pat Coleman loves the fact I'm wearing cardinal red as well. It's just not his Catholic cardinal red, but he's quite thrilled that you guys have got me in red.
Plattsburgh looks good.
Yeah, I thought you would say that. This team's got 4 seniors on it, certainly looking good. But let me, before I get into that, you kind of raised a point there. I mean, you're playing a double round robin. Not that all uncommon for a lot of conferences. I mean, double round robin is almost a staple, as it were. But you got 10 teams in this conference. That's 18 games. That's a bit of a haul.
Well, not only that, New York State's a big state. We this past weekend we played Buffalo and Fredonia. Played Fredonia Saturday at 4:00 in the afternoon, and didn't get home until 4:00 in the morning, Sunday morning. So I mean, the travel wears on you. It's a difficult conference, especially when you're on the ends of the state like Fredonia and Plattsburgh. Just to be ready every night. So, the other part of that is that it doesn't give you a chance to play out of conference games very often. Then,
yeah.
And sometimes I believe that hurts us just with national recognition in terms of the quality of our teams. We played teams from the Illinois Conference and from the Wisconsin Conference. We've played teams from the NJAC, and we played a team from the NESCAC. And clearly, to me, Rockport's the very, very best team we've faced yet. Not just by result, but by personnel and by talent. And for this season, at least, Rockport is clearly the best team we faced.
And now, and of course, nationally ranked as well in the top 25. Let's go back to your team just a little bit. This is a squad that's got 4 seniors on it and playing really good basketball. If you look at the stats, but of course you're led by a junior in Shamoy McIntosh, 14.3 points a game, 13.5 points from Shaver Fields. John Perez, 12.5 points, 11.8. 10.8 out of Edward. Is it Correa?
Correa.
I'm sorry. Correa. Okay. And so those are kind of your 4 big guys. Another one in there hasn't played as many. I'm going to suspect out for the season. In Jordan Moody. But you got 4 guys that are certainly contributing a lot of points, hauling in rebounds. Perez has got nearly 9 a game. You got to be thrilled with the depth you have with this squad.
Well, our depth is we've had 8 different guys lead us in scoring in our 16 games. 8 different guys have led us in scoring, and so it's kind of we've got guys that. I think we have a good combination of skill and athleticism. We can score at the rim. We're shooting the ball well from the three-point line. So, I mean, just that stat alone, if you really think about it, to have 8 different guys lead you in scoring, I don't know how many other teams in the country can make that claim, if any. And so on any given night, you just don't know who's going to step up. And one thing that I've really been impressed by the players on our team is their ability and willingness to share the ball, and probably as good or better as any team I've ever had. Just if there's a guy that's making shots that night, the teammates are working hard to set screens for him and get him the ball, and I think that's led to a lot of our success as much as anything else.
Talking to Coach Tom Curl here, the Plattsburgh State Cardinals team is playing pretty good basketball in a pretty interesting league this season, to say the least. When you look at this squad, you talk about the unselfishness, you talk about the willingness to pass and work as a unit. Again, 4 seniors has certainly got to be helping you, but you also have a number of underclassmen, as we mentioned, who are stepping up. What kind of legacy is this senior class leaving behind there at Plattsburgh?
Well, just in terms of all of them have 3 of them have been here for 4 years, and Chris Manning came in as a transfer. But the fact that they've just been in the program and they've gone from a team their freshman year that won 8 games. But we knew we had talent. We knew that they were quality kids and quality players, and they've gotten better every year. And, in Division III basketball, I think that that's really something that we all want to aspire to, is that we get players that maybe aren't 100% college ready, but they're going to work hard. They're going to buy into the program. They're going to become really well-balanced student athletes, and they get better. And I think that that's the legacy that this team has brought forth and has continued, really, because it's been put forth by guys that were before them. If you come into the program, you stay for 4 years, you're here to graduate. Over time, you're going to have success. And one thing we're very proud of is every freshman that we've ever recruited here has been to an NCAA tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's something that, and a couple of those freshmen that came in, one in particular, won 8 or 9 games their freshman year, and then they get better each year. So we're real proud of that, and this senior class in particular has really embodied that as much as any we've had.
You've been there, I think this is your 11th season?
This is my 11th season.
184 wins unofficially. I mean, you have made a big difference at Plattsburgh. This team routinely is winning 17, 18, 20-plus games. Back in 2008 was 27. Had a couple rough spots there in those 8 and whatever seasons in the last few years. But you've certainly changed the culture, and really it's been about putting a good quality squad on the floor. How much do you see that coming back in ways?
Well, it certainly helps in recruiting when you can say that we've gone to 5 NCAA tournaments in the past 8 years, and I believe that's as many as any team in the East region. And so you're able to say that if you want a good education and you want to have a successful, rewarding basketball experience during your college years, then this is a great place to be. So it really, as we all know, the success starts with recruiting quality players that are good people, and we've been able to do that, and it just hopefully continues to build upon itself.
Wrapping up here with Coach Curl, the team is playing really good basketball. Coach, this conference is, as we've talked about, really a challenge. I meant to go back and ask you something about it. We talk about the fact that you play this double round robin. You point out the fact that you got back at 4 a.m. Has there been any thought to try and adjust the schedule a little bit? Kind of go to an ODAC model where you're not always playing teams in a double round robin set. And really what I'm trying to say is that every once in a while you get one of those long trips for a double round robin, but you don't necessarily get it every year. Maybe every other year or 2 years in a row where it's not as taxing on the student athletes.
Well, I think the coaches would like that, but we don't make those decisions. We make recommendations toward that, but we're not really in the decision-making process as much as you might think sometimes. But the SUNYAC has been in flux since I've been in it, just in terms of teams in, teams out. We've had as many as 12, and at that point we went to 2 divisions. We've had 11, and we went through to I don't know what you would call it, 16. We played 16 games.
Right.
When it went to 10, it kind of puts you in the difficulty. If you do divisions, now you've got 8, and you've got 13 games, and now you have to play 12 non-conference games in a region that's not huge, like the Northeast, where it's harder to get some of those games sometimes. But I think it's something that the coaches will continue to discuss, just in terms of what gives us the best opportunity to have multiple teams make the NCAA tournament, if that's at all possible. But it's worthy of consideration, at least. But 10 teams makes it a little bit more difficult than it was when we had 12.
Good question came in. Obviously, Plattsburgh is a really big hockey school up there. Your winning ways that you've kind of put in place over the last few years and during your tenure, really, how much has the focus kind of shifted towards you guys? Not that it would go away from hockey, but how much has it kind of flowed in your direction, and have your crowds increased as a result?
Our crowds have increased, but I don't think that's been I don't think hockey's been impacted by that whatsoever.
No, I didn't expect that.
Hockey is, there's enough room for as many successful programs as we can have in our athletic department, and I think the community has rallied behind both programs. And we certainly don't want our success to be any hindrance to the hockey program. I mean, hockey. I graduated from Plattsburgh, and I understand the importance of hockey to Plattsburgh. We certainly don't want to feel as though our success should take away from their glory whatsoever. We think that it can each program being successful, one can enhance the other, and that's the relationship we try to have with the hockey program, and it's worked out real well. And I believe that I've learned a great deal from Coach Emery and what it takes to have a successful program, and I think that when you develop that type of relationship between the coaching staff, I think it emanates throughout the entire the entire department, and it creates a real positive environment for all the student athletes.
Of course, you guys have 9 games left of the regular season before you even talk about conference tournament action. It is going to be jam-packed for you guys with a lot of weekend trips with midweek games as well. So we certainly wish you luck down the road. As always, I give my guests the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be tuning in?
Well, you said about 3 or 4 times we're playing very good basketball, and we're playing very good offensive basketball. From a coaching standpoint, I really believe that we shore up our defense a little bit. We're just beginning to scratch the surface of what we can be. And so while we are playing good offensive basketball, there's a lot more we can do to improve, as everybody is trying to do at this point. When, like you say, your path is set, but certainly there's a lot of offshoots of that. And if you want to stay on a path of winning, you have to continue to improve at this point. So as with all coaches, this is a big time to go from playing January basketball to February basketball.
Yeah.
And you know that there's a big difference between those 2 months in terms of when you want to be having a successful run at the playoffs. So we're looking to improve right now. We're looking to make sure that we continue to work hard every day. And as I told the team the other day, we have 9 games and 18 practices left. So we have 2 practices for every game that we have. There are no throwaway drills. There's no time for any lack of concentration. And we hope that maybe we get a chance to talk to you again at the end of the year, in March even. So I appreciate the time today, Dave.
Absolutely. Of course, that 13-3 mark, again, losses all to good teams in Richard, Stockton, Oswego State, and Brockport. You've got some solid wins, including dominating wins over UW, Stout, and Middlebury this season. It's fun to watch the Cardinals play, and I got the chance to wear your shirt and have you on the show because of the man who's sitting next to you, Jerry Abrams. If you don't mind handing the phone over to him, he made a wonderfully generous donation to the Hoopsville Fundraising Project and chose the perk that not only gets him a Hoopsville t-shirt by the end of the basketball season, but gets me to wear a Plattsburgh basketball t-shirt and has you on the show. And Jerry, I hope you can hear us all right. Thanks first and foremost for the wonderful donation. We certainly appreciate it.
Well, it was my pleasure, Dave. You do a lot for the D3 basketball world, and as you state, it's the best place to follow D3 hoops is Hoopsville, and I've tried to watch your show as much as I can. If I'm not able to actually watch it live on Thursday or Sunday nights, I always replay it, which brings me to the point, can we replay this marathon show that you're having right now?
It is recording and archiving as we speak. You can actually tune into the entire 12 hours if you so choose at a later date.
Well, I can do it in segments. You know, that's the nice part about the replay. If you're tied up for time, you can put it on when you've got the time, and I can play a couple hours while I'm sitting at my desk at work, and if it's not busy, I'm not waiting on customers, I listen to Dave McHugh on Hoopsville.
Well, thank you. You're going to have plenty of material after we're done with this one.
Well, I'm looking forward to it.
Hey, you're known as Magic Man on the post-up boards. You certainly are always full of insight from the East region, but you even dabble in other regions. What drives your passion for Division III?
Well, I guess it goes back to I played basketball as a freshman in college. I was on the JV team. Being a 5'7" white guy that couldn't jump very high, I knew my limitations. I played a couple other sports when I was in college. Tennis was a sport that I dabbled in as well, and I played on the soccer team. So I love athletics. I was a gym rat growing up. When I went to Potsdam my freshman year, we made the NCAA tournament. In fact, we beat my current favorite team, Plattsburgh, in a heck of a game back in '66 when Potsdam was down 8 points with 52 seconds to go and had to come back and win that game to get to the NCAAs. Tom Chapin was the big man for Plattsburgh. Harry Chapin's brother. Tom was also the star of the Make-A-Wish program, children's show. He was the center for Plattsburgh that year, and it was a nice run for us. We got to go to Syracuse, Lemoyne College, and play Central Connecticut in the NCAAs. And
wow.
I attended that game. That was the first NCAA game I ever went to. Were you even alive back then, Dave?
What year was it?
1966.
Yes, I was not.
And then, of course...
Sorry, Jerry, I was not.
Potsdam has an amazing tradition. I mean, they're going through a little down period right now, but, it's nice to say that your alma mater has the longest winning streak in Division III history. The 60-game streak that they put together in, I believe it was 86, right around that time frame, where they won a national championship and then finally got beat in the national championship game the next year to, I believe it was Clark University by 2 points. So that 60-game streak, I think, is the benchmark, and I'm proud to say I went to Potsdam State, and I'm proud to say that I support the SUNYAC Conference. I think it's a nice conference. Pat and I have had our arguments this year over that, but I see you're on the bandwagon with Brockport. I read your latest blog and see where you bumped Brockport up there pretty good. I think you had them, at 15 or 16?
I have them at 15. Yeah, I can't ignore the SOS numbers, not the official NCAA SOS numbers, don't get me wrong, but our good friend Knight Slappy, who puts those SOS and his version of an RPI together, can't ignore those numbers. I mean, the numbers look really good. And nothing to knock SUNYAC. Jerry, it's hard to gauge sometimes, especially when teams don't leave the East region. I mean, not Plattsburgh. They've left the East region. They've played other opponents, but there's some who just haven't played anybody, and so it's hard to really gauge the SUNYAC years. Don't get me wrong. I love Oswego. Plattsburgh's always been a team I love watching. Cortland State is a well-coached team. Brockport's another one. But as you know, any given year, it's somebody else who's leading the way, which always gives you a hard idea of really to gauge how tough that conference is.
No, I can't argue with that fact. You're right. It is tough sometimes, and I've tried to, in my posting on the SUNYAC board, I've tried to encourage some of the teams in our conference who don't have that good out-of-conference schedule to kind of upgrade it a little bit so it doesn't drag our conference down. Of course, I follow the Massey ratings where sometimes you can get a nice picture of where you stand nationally as a conference and as a ranking. And it's not the be-all, end-all, but it is a nice tool to use. And I see some of our schools playing, a lot of cupcakes, and I'd like to see less of that as a conference. I'd like them to see playing schools like Middlebury and Stout and Carthage and North Central. We saw a lot of that this year with Buffalo State getting in on the picture, and Geneseo traveled out west and took on the Loggers out there, and we even had New Paltz travel to California and take on a couple of the schools out there in the Southern California circuit. So it was nice to see that.
Talking to Jerry Abrams, a contributor to the Hoopsville Fundraising Project, getting a chance to get his team on the air, Plattsburgh State, and Coach Tom Curl. Of course, I'm wearing a Plattsburgh State T-shirt right here on the show. We got some more T-shirts over our shoulder. We may dabble in whether they've been contributors or not. Jerry, Pat does send his regards. He says he actually loves getting your emails, even if it may not. He says even if it doesn't always seem like it, he really does appreciate all your emails. Of course, you are a magic man on the boards, and you certainly know the East region well. You even dabbled in the Northeast region. Give me your take of the East region this year. I'll preface it by saying, besides the SUNYAC, there's nobody else who's really kind of drawing my attention.
Well, that's exactly right, Dave. Rochester, of course, in the UAA, and NYU, neither one of them are really setting the world on fire. Rochester's having a down year. NYU started off good, but again, they didn't play a really tough schedule out of conference, and now that they're in their conference, they're discovering that I don't think they're as good as they thought they were. The Empire 8 Conference is struggling as well. The Liberty League, Hobart's doing okay. Skidmore, I thought they were going to be better than they were. They've kind of stumbled the last few weeks with some losses there that I didn't really anticipate they'd have. I thought they'd be challenging Hobart for the conference title this year, and instead it's Vassar, which has been a little bit of a surprise. In the E8, St. John Fisher, Nazareth, Stevens, Hartwick, those four are, usually the staples of the conference, but Alfred's making a little push this year, a couple of nice wins. But again, they're beating each other up over there. It's going to be hard, I think, for anybody out of that conference or the Liberty League to get an at-large bid. I think the SUNYAC will be a two-bid league. I think we'll get at least the conference champion and maybe one of the other teams, Geneseo or Brockport or Plattsburgh, whichever one doesn't win the conference. I think one of those teams will get an at-large bid. And it's possible, I don't know if it'll happen, but it's possible the SUNYAC could get three bids. I mean, we've had that happen before, but that's always a long shot for a conference like the SUNYAC.
Got to see how the next couple of weeks pan out for the SUNYAC. There's a lot of teams that are really good this year, so I think it's going to be a tough Pool C bid. We'll see what happens. Wrapping things up here with Jerry Abrams, Hoopsville Fundraising Project contributor. And Jerry, you've said some wonderful, kind words about the show and D3 Hoops on the boards. I certainly appreciate that, to say the least. I would say I'm going to patrol the boards today, but I think that's a joke. I don't think there's any chance I'm going to be able to be that good at keeping up on what's going on the boards today. But you've said some kind words. I want to publicly thank you for that. I want to publicly thank you for your contribution to the show. It certainly means a lot to us that you think we are so integral a part of the D3 fabric that you're willing to give us something in return. We have to get you a Hoopsville T-shirt, sir. We'll talk to you about that when they get in here. We'll get them off to you, and maybe we'll see you down the road as well.
I hope so, Dave. I'd really like to have you come to Plattsburgh sometime and enjoy the North Country hospitality.
I will try and do that. I got up to Oswego last year thanks to another business trip, so I got to go up to Oswego and see a game, the men's and women's games up there. Certainly, and I have relatives up in upstate New York as well, so I do have to get a trip to upstate New York to catch a bunch of games sometime in the near future.
Well, that'd be good. We'd like to have you.
Well, I appreciate it. I'll certainly take you up on the hospitality. As always, I give my guests the final words. And Jerry, you are a guest of the show, so any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be tuning in?
Well, I'd just like to say my experience with D3 Hoops has been a great, a nice ride. I've met a lot of people by posting on the boards. It's fun to go to another school and then meet several people from that school that you actually first encountered as a poster on a basketball board. And every experience has been a positive one. Just recently I went to Middlebury and I met Mid Hoops and Vandy 74 and Bucket, all Middlebury supporters, and that was a pleasant experience. I met gentlemen on the board, AMH 63, a nice fellow down in the D.C. area who is a supporter of Amherst. I met a gentleman, the very first poster I ever met on the board was a guy whose kid went to Clarkson, and he showed up in the Plattsburgh gym to watch his son play. Plattsburgh and Clarkson were playing, and I been in conversation with the guy on the board a number of times, and I finally met him in person. And the strangest thing was the guy grew up 10 miles from where I live.
Oh,
so
cool.
I thought that was just an ironic situation. You just never know what a small world it is.
You're right. Well, hey, Jerry, thank you so much for being on the show. And thanks, Coach Curl, for being on the show as well. Appreciate you taking the time to do so. Good luck to both your teams, both your alma mater and your current. And I'm sure we'll chat with you down the road, and I'll certainly have conversations with you on the D3 boards as well.
All right, Dave. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Take care, everybody.
Good luck with the fundraiser. I hope you reach the goal and more.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll see what happens today, as they say.
All righty.
Take care. Jerry Abrams joining us here on Hoopsville. Appreciate him taking the time to join us. Certainly fun to chat with him. Passionate man about Division III, should be saluted as well. We appreciate him and all those who are on the D3 boards as well. Thanks to Coach Tom Curl as well at Plattsburgh. Again, wearing the Plattsburgh State T-shirt. Certainly appreciate them sending that to us so we could wear it on the show for the segment. We have some other shirts we will probably get on the air as well for segments and et cetera, et cetera. So, including one coming up in 2 segments. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to jump into some women's basketball action and stay up in the East. It's kind of an East block here. We talked to Plattsburgh. We'll talk to Vassar's Candace Brown coming up. Also, NYU's Lauren Hall Gregory. That's all coming up here on Hoopsville. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches. When we return, we'll talk women's basketball with some very good teams in the East region. We'll be back with more Hoopsville after this.
Division III allows you to be able to give yourself to other things, not even just participate in them, but really get involved with them if you want to.
There's a lot of interaction. It's not just sitting back, taking notes. You're actually doing hands-on things and better preparing yourself for your major.
Choosing a Division III school, I've had the opportunity to develop my leadership skills and to be more involved on campus.
Division III in athletics, affords students the opportunity not only to participate in intercollegiate athletics at a competitive level, but also gives them the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport and outside of the academics on the campus.
And to have opportunity to have time to join clubs and being able to play basketball, it allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Every season starts with a hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. And you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Women's Basketball Championship, March 21st through 22nd in Stevens Point, Wisconsin, hosted by the University of Wisconsin Stevens Point. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Oh, I'm still in my Plattsburgh. Hold on. We're no longer talking Plattsburgh. I want to thank him for getting us a shirt, though. Certainly appreciate it. But we are done with Plattsburgh, so that's one shirt down. We'll be wearing another one coming up here shortly. But I want to thank them for that great segment, as always. If you have any questions for us, want to interact with us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. I'm not sure if we can do it, but let's make the hashtag a trending topic. Let's try. I mean, we're on the air for 12 hours after all, and we're not even finished with our second hour yet. By the way, if you are curious, I got the main coffee, and I've got the backup coffee, and then I've got plenty of agua to go along with it. So we're working our way through the show here, and we're certainly going to have some fun. I heard someone made $9,000 a month with just people watching her eat in front of a webcam. You may have to, unfortunately, watch me eat during the show, too. The breaks aren't long enough to scarf something out. I'll try and be gentle with it. Just warning you now. I do have to eat during this marathon. So anyway, on Twitter, at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. You can also email us at hoopsville@d3hoops.com. Also, don't forget, you can also Facebook us at facebook.com/Hoopsville. Let's jump to our next segment, and we're going to stay up in the East region and talk to another team that is certainly playing good basketball. And joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline is Vassar women's basketball coach Candace Brown. Team is 14-3 overall, and Coach joins us. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville. Congratulations on what has certainly been a successful season.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Again, 14-3 overall, 7-1 in conference. You have some big wins this season, including the opener against Wellesley, which is looking better and better as they're playing very good basketball. You have the win over Montclair State, certainly, and that's nothing to shake a head at. I mean, a 5-point win over them is terrific. You do have a tough loss against Amherst and a tough loss against Gwen and Mercy, but got back on the horse and beat Hartwick, which is not that bad at all. Now you've rolled off 5 straight after a tough loss to William Smith. How has the season gone in your mind, though?
I think that we definitely are playing great basketball. I'm truly surprised. We started the season early with, or I should say this summer, with 14 players, and then we just, got hit with injury after injury. And, just to have kids come in and, step up, it definitely, as a coach, has helped me, really put a little more faith into some of those kids that we may not have been a big part of, the scoring this year, but they definitely have stepped up, and that really has helped us too, taking some pressure off of our seniors, where they, can just come in and play their game, because any given day, anyone can step up.
This is a team who last year was 21-5 and certainly jumped onto everybody's radar with that season. A season that certainly got you to the NCAA tournament, but missed out on the NCAA tournament. But that pesky William Smith got in your way again.
Yeah, they just seem to always get in our way.
I'm saying you two are both 14-3 overall, both 7-1 in conference. You got a sizable 3-game lead in the win column over St. Lawrence and Rochester Tech. Of course, Union's lurking back there at 11-4, 3-3 as well. But really, this looks like a two-headed beast in the Liberty League. And you've already got that trip up. They already got you earlier in the season. And I'm looking here. You, of course, will. Hold on, I was looking at the wrong schedule. That's not going to help.
No worries.
I was thinking you got to finish them up, but you don't. You got them coming up here in 3 games. What's this battle going to come down to, honestly?
It's really going to come down to, I think that we are very evenly matched with William Smith. We both have really great players on our roster. And like I said, the first time around, it's going to come down to who wants it more. Mm-hmm. We're going to have to really have fight, and we're going to have fight for 40 minutes. It's really hard. Bristol Gymnasium, it's really hard to play there, but, we're going to have to come out. Despite their 6-man, we're going to have to really tune them out and play a solid game of basketball. The great thing is we looked at the game film and we made some, major mistakes. And so if we can correct those mistakes, make some more layups, be in help side defense, we'll give ourselves a chance to win that game. But that's going to be a must-win for us going up to William Smith.
You've quickly become one of the winningest coaches in program history. Certainly made your impact quickly. And let's talk about this team before we sidetrack ourselves with your career. This is a team that features 3 seniors on it, a whole number of juniors, but not any. 1 sophomore and 1 freshman. 2 sophomores and 1 freshman. So this is certainly a talented squad that is full of upperclassmen. And that has certainly been a key for you guys, but it feels like this is a prime year for you. With those seniors and those juniors, you got a lot of leadership and a lot of experience. Do you feel like this is a prime year for you?
I definitely think that this is a prime year for us with Sydney Matsuoka, Hannison Fleber, and Dre Farrell. They were my first recruiting class. And, you always want something really special for them. They've experienced, 2 NCAA tournaments, but, you want them to go out with a bang, not just getting to the NCAA tournament, but, winning some games in the NCAA tournament. They know what is expected of them. They've been under me. This is their 4th year. So I definitely think that, this is a prime year for us. And it really is we're in a situation where, I put Montclair, ranked team. I put Amherst on our schedule because we're at a point where we're competing and we're playing well, but we want to compete and play well against national level teams, and it's really that jump of whether we can compete and be a national level team as well. And I think that, we're definitely on the brink of getting there. And so hopefully, this year definitely proves to everyone that we definitely can be a nationally ranked team. I mean, we were ranked early, but we can compete with those and, compete in the NCAAs.
Certainly you're competing. I mean, that's key, but I find it really interesting. You've only played 9 players. You play basically the same 8 every game. You're not extremely deep on the bench. You've got a certain rotation you like. How is that working?
Well, like I said, we experienced a lot of injuries earlier. Those are the only 8 players dressing. So that's why they're the only 8 players playing. And, from a coaching standpoint, everyone kind of shortens their bench to the end of the season.
Yeah.
I think what helps us is that we have 8 players that can compete and can play at any given moment. Because sometimes you have, a roster of 15 and you're only really going to play 8 to 7 anyways.
Yeah.
And the fact that we only have 8 and all 8 of them can play, they can contribute. Hats off to, the players that, are able to dress. We had our freshmen, at Christmas go out with a, blood clot. And so, she's on blood thinners, can't compete. Our, top post player from last year, 2 weeks before the season, got an ACL tear. So we've definitely been hit over and over with injuries. And so, I'm really proud of the 8 kids that do compete day in and day out, come to practice. They're intense, ready to go. And the rotation works well for me in the sense that everybody's going to get playing time. And, they just have to make the best of the minutes that they're given.
Talking to Candace Brown, 2-time D3Hoops.com All-American in her playing days at Marymount. We'll talk about that in just a moment. But you've got 3 players on this team averaging double figures. You got one who's almost averaging a double-double. You're getting, you may be, quote-unquote, short on the bench, but as you point out, they're playing very good basketball, playing very much within themselves. I suspect in coach speak, they're not doing too much.
No, they're not. And I think that that's the best thing, to see them all evolve and play their particular role. Everyone knows that when you have a team that everybody fulfills their role, then you can do great things. And that's exactly what's happening for our team this year, is everyone's fulfilling their role. They're not playing without themselves. They're distributing the ball very well. They're talking on the defensive end, and we really need that. And I think we're playing very good basketball right now.
You learned quite a bit in your playing and coaching days before Vassar. You played at Marymount under legendary coach Bill Finney, who most likely is listening in, knowing him. And you helped lead that team to its only Final Four appearance. You were a 2-time All-American, as we pointed out. You went into coaching right after that and returned at one point to be his assistant head coach. Certainly had success there. I can say with both pride and a little bit of scared in my mind that I got to see you play in action. How much did you learn from Bill Finney? How much did not only your playing but your coaching experience is kind of cultivating what you're doing now?
I can't speak high enough about Coach Finney. I mean, he was definitely and still is a great mentor. It's so funny when I tell my players how he calls me. He watches my games online, and he's like, hey, put this in, put that in. I mean, so he's still coaching me, in what I do now, and I think that that's awesome because there are sometimes, when you can look at things from a different perspective, and, he has so much knowledge of the game, but I definitely think that a lot of what I've learned as far as a coach came from him. When I came back to work for him, one of the things, I really wanted to know is he does some extraordinary things at Marymount. We went to a Final Four. He's, Elite Eights, Sweet 16s. So I really wanted to figure out what it was that he does and how he gets, ordinary people to do extraordinary things. And one of the things that, as a player and working for him, that I noticed, it wasn't necessarily in the X's and O's that separated him from other coaches. What it was is that he truly cared for his players as people. He'd tell, recruits when they came to campus, I'm going to make you a better basketball player, but more importantly, I'm going to make you a better person. And I think that when you can pour into your players and they really know that you care for them as people, it's not about wins and losses, X's and O's, you can really maximize their potential. And, on a daily basis, I try to spend time, with my players outside of basketball, getting to know who they are as people so that when they walk away from my program, not only have they become better basketball players, but they become better people. And they know, at the drop of a hat, with anything that I would do to help them out, make a phone call on their behalf. And I think that definitely helps my players, helps me maximize their potential. And, I feel like they would run through a wall for me. And I think that that's important, definitely coming down the stretch of a season of having that trust and, knowing your players will, give it 110%.
Talking to Coach Candace Brown here of Vassar. Again, we were talking about being a player and then an assistant coach under Marymount's former head coach Bill Finney. Of course, Marymount's coming back with a former player from Marymount. They're now a player. The coaching tree from those who have played and coached with Bill Finney has become deep and very successful. Do you guys stay in touch? Do you guys compare notes?
Well, I don't know if we compare notes. I think we're ultra competitive. I think that, but we always seem to always get together at the Final Four, and I think that that's where we convene and kind of share our thoughts, how our seasons went, things that we struggled with, that we can help each other. We definitely, touch base with each other, throughout the season. And, I mean, it's nice to not only, have a sisterhood of, graduating from Marymount, but also people in the coaching ranks that you can always depend on.
Certainly impressive with how all of those teams are doing well under the coaches who are with Coach Bill Finney. Candace, I appreciate you joining us on the show. I wanted to point out that looking through the website, you have some outstanding style for the sideline. I think my favorite may be the one they're using to promote the show today. The suspenders with blue shirt and a blue bow tie. I got to know the inspiration behind that look.
Well, one, I've never seen a female head coach wear a bow tie.
Either have I.
And so I thought, I could be creating a trend here, but it really started out as a bet of my friends, thinking like, I'm like, I don't know if I could rock a bow tie, and sometimes you kind of find some really nice bow ties, and they're classy, but, definitely outrageous in some respects. And so then was always trying to look for a different look when it comes to picture time. And so I was like, I don't know if I can pull it off, but people seem to love it. It was definitely a hit. And so, my Secret Santa on the team this year bought me a new bow tie. So I'm trying to figure out how I can work that into the rotation. But, maybe Liberty League playoffs, I can make that work.
Oh, very nice. I like it. I say you go for it more often, especially if you're winning under it.
Yes, that's what my parents say. They're like, maybe this might be the new thing. But, yeah, so I definitely will have to give that some thought.
Well, before we let you go, 3 more games on the road. Just played RPI on the road. You got Bard, Rochester Tech, and then the looming Williams-Smith game. I know you're not looking past Bard, but still. Then Skidmore and Union RPI at home before back on the road to finish the season against St. Lawrence and Clarkson. What's the message to the team? What's the message to them in terms of getting the job done and such?
The message is for the team is don't take any moment that you have on the basketball court for granted. Give it your all, work 110% because, before you know it, you blink and it's over. And if you don't do it for anyone else, do it for the seniors that have, given this program a huge boost. They have put us on the map and, day in and day out for the 4 years that they've been here, they have really worked to make sure sure that Vassar women's basketball is a top program.
Well, very good. Congratulations on a terrific season. Of course, I know you were at Las Vegas at another tournament while we were in town. I'm sorry we couldn't go over and catch you guys. I know that was a tough stretch, but you've certainly played good basketball since then. As always, we give our guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
No, just other than, I know you guys are doing this as a fundraising project. D3 Hoops have definitely always, been a place that I've gone for Division III basketball. So we definitely want to, support them and make sure that if you can make a contribution today that you do in hopes that they can get to their $10,000 goal.
Yep, that is our goal. We'd love to hit it today and maybe even exceed it. Thank you very much for coming on, Candace. Certainly appreciate you taking the time. It was fun to chat with you. I'm loving watching you and the rest of your brethren from Marymount coaching in the ranks, and we certainly would love to be chatting with you in March. I'm sure you would as well.
Definitely. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Take care of yourself. We'll talk soon.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. Candace Brown joining us from Vassar, 14-3 the season, 7-1 in conference play. Again, a half game, or tied, I should say, with William Smith, who's got the win on them so far. The return matchup coming up on February 8th. Of course, they got 2 games before that, Bard and Rochester Tech. Again, 3 on the road, Bard, Rochester Tech, William Smith to go, plus 2-3 at home, Skidmore, Union RPI, before finishing the season with St. Lawrence and Clarkson on the road. That is the final, what is that? I couldn't even do my own math. That is the final 8 games for the season for Vassar women, who have come a long way, thanks mostly to the leadership of Candace Brown. We're going to take a break. We're going to stay in the East region and continue to talk women's basketball action. Talk to NYU women's basketball coach Lauren Hall-Gregory about their team and how well they are doing. Of course, 20th ranked team in the country, just beat Emory and gave them their first loss of the season last weekend. They are back on the road for UAA conference action this week. We'll talk to her about what is in store for the rest of the season, and also a team that a lot of people have been rumbling about, and maybe now showing just how good they really are. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. We'll be back with more Hoopsville right after this.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result, in my mind, is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Every season starts with a hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. And you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Women's Basketball Championship, March 21st through 22nd in Stevens Point, Wisconsin, hosted by the University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. We're 2 hours into our marathon show. 2 hours in, we have 10 hours to go. It's going to hit me at some point that I got 10 hours left in this show. Hope you're enjoying it. You are watching Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches, and you, because this marathon show is part of our fundraising campaign, and lots of you have donated to the cause. We certainly appreciate that support. I know a lot of contributors have been pouring in the last 24 hours, certainly as we've geared up for this show. We are 73% of the way towards our goal. Our goal is $10,000. We're hoping to exceed that. The goal has two purposes. One, it tells us a lot about how you guys feel about the show and allows us to know how much we can do to improve it. We've already bought a new computer. We're using it today. It's still getting broken in, so we can't use all the bells and whistles that come with it. But it's certainly a marked improvement nonetheless. Also, if we exceed the goal, our fees for the website that the fundraiser is being run on are cut in half, so we get to keep more of the money that you guys send us, and so that is certainly important. If you'd like to know how to donate, there's plenty of information on Twitter, also on the show page that you're watching. There's two pages that actually have the show streaming on. Either one of those has a little widget, as it were, on the right-hand side that can explain more about how you can contribute to Hoopsville. We certainly appreciate everybody who has contributed, and we appreciate all your support as well. Let's jump into the next guest. And, of course, this is another one of those people who are on the show not only because we wanted to talk to him, but because we have a contributor. And as a result, you may notice I am wearing an NYU basketball T-shirt. It's because we had a contributor give us enough and select the perk to get the NYU T-shirt on me and then get a coach or guest of their choosing. And they chose Coach Lauren Hall-Gregory from the number 20 NYU Violets, who are 15-1 on the season. And Coach joins me on the Hoopsville hotline. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville.
Thanks so much, Dave, for having me.
Absolutely. I'm glad I'm wearing a T-shirt as well. The team is 15-1 overall. Your one loss was to Wash U on your road trip through Chicago and Wash U. You returned the favor by then defeating Emory at home last Friday and then getting a nice win against Rochester. Now you'll be back on the road in a matter of hours as you'll travel to Carnegie Mellon and Case Western Reserve. This is certainly a good season. I know a lot of people are like, watch out for NYU this year. Do you feel like you've come out of maybe in a hidden spot and surprised people, or is this exactly what you think people were expecting?
You know, I'm not sure most people were expecting it. I'm not sure I was expecting it. We really went into the season with I was lucky enough last year, our staff was lucky enough last year to walk in to some really talented freshmen, and because of the makeup of our roster, those talented freshmen got a lot of playing time. And although they didn't result in a lot of wins, they got a lot of great experience and some confidence. We returned most of those players, and then we put together, a great freshman class that have been able to really kind of get on the coattails of the upperclassmen and, play on that confidence. And, I think what this team has done very well for a young team is they've just taken one game, one practice at a time, and the more wins we kind of put together, the more confidence they got. And I think what's a nice thing about this team is they've learned to win. And I think that's a very important thing with the team. Not just to play, obviously to play great basketball, to play hard, but you have to know how to close out those games. And I have players that have learned how to do that. I'm, very lucky.
Closing out games, certainly. I mean, you've beaten some good squads along the way, even squads that maybe are underrated. A Cabrini squad you beat, and obviously you got wins over Chicago. You lost to a tough Wash U team who's number 2 in the country, but then came back against the ranked Emory and got that win. That stretch certainly key. The rest of the stretch is key. Of course, you have that opportunity where you're going to play the same two teams twice in 2 weeks. Carnegie Mellon, Case Western Reserve, followed by Carnegie Mellon and Case Western Reserve before you get back into the real challenge of the conference. You're used to this. What do you guys? What's the mentality at this time of the season?
I think that the mentality for us, it's been the same at the beginning, kind of the same here in the middle, and I'll try to keep the kids focused on it at the end, is really just focus on your next opponent, preparing for them. I mean, within the UAA, I've learned last year that, no matter the record, we were a great case of it last year, no matter the record, you have to take and prepare for every team very seriously, These players are great players at Case Western, at Carnegie Mellon. Two tremendous coaches there. Brandeis, first game in the UAA. I mean, we won by 10. It was a dogfight. They were up at halftime. I mean, and every game in the UAA is like that. So it's really just taking it one at a time. I tell you what, if I don't take it one at a time, it seems a bit overwhelming to me. So I found that works for me. So hopefully it works for my players.
I think one game at a time is certainly the best mentality. But I think what jumps out at a lot of people, this is a team that was 10-15 last year, 3-11 in the conference, 10-15 the year before, 2-12, 12-13, 6-8. It's been a long time since that 23-5 season back in 2008, 2009. Is that maybe why you guys have kind of surprised a lot of people? Is that maybe the reason that a lot of people are quietly saying, you got to watch out for NYU? Because even they're a little surprised by it?
Yeah, I mean, I hope they still say it quietly. I don't mind being under the radar, at all. I guess so. I'm not sure. I think you look, as a coaching staff, you always look at the previous season's record, and I think that's part of the preparation. But I'm not sure. I don't know how people are viewing us. I don't know if they're viewing us as a contender in the UAA or just that it's happenstance. But I know that my kids come every day. They work really, really hard. My assistant coaches work really, really hard. And I think we deserve, as much as anybody else, we've earned the right to be a contender in the UAA.
Absolutely. You're playing very good basketball, as we have mentioned so far, one loss, and it's just to wash you. This is a team that has a short-term memory, as it were. You only have 2 seniors on the squad, a handful of juniors, really a lot of sophomore and freshmen. This is the type of year that's going to build those sophomore and freshmen down the road, so you got to be happy about the fact that you're laying down a pretty good groundwork maybe for the future.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Like I said, last year's squad, we had 11 players on the roster, and 9 were newcomers, Dave. So, and I returned most of those kids. So the Megan Dawes, the Riley Wirtzes, the Melissa Pangs, who were sophomores and freshmen last year, they got so much time and so much valuable time. I feel like I'm coaching seniors and juniors, and then, obviously our 2 seniors, Sam Hickey and Alexis Dargery, are just such an addition in terms of their leadership, their life experience. And I think having a kid like Alexis on the team, she was part of those teams that did have losing records. So the sense of urgency is she doesn't have 1 or 2 or 3 more years like some of these other kids do. She has 1 more. And there's such value in that for this young team. She's a great reminder of, every game is so valuable.
Certainly every game is valuable. It's good to have that kind of experience. You got 4 players essentially averaging double figures for this squad. Megan Daw at 14.5 points a game and 7+ rebounds, nearly 8. 12 points from Caitlin Reed and 5 rebounds. You're getting 6.5 rebounds and 10 points from Riley Wirtz, and nearly 10 points a game and nearly 6 rebounds a game from Lindsay Oldshoe. And that's not even talking about other players who are adding contributions. But when you got 4 players averaging essentially double figures in points and averaging more than 5 rebounds a game, you're getting a lot of contributions everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, these players really bought in, last year and this year into, it's really about a team effort for us. And everybody's got to contribute. We don't have any one-dimensional players on our team. You're just a defender or you're just a rebounder. Everybody's got to rebound. Everybody's got to defend. On our team, as long as you put in the work, you have the green light. We share the ball well. Our staff really tries to, instill confidence in our kids, that they are capable. And, that, like I said, they've earned the right to take those shots. And as long as they put in the work, which our kids do. So I think that's just a reflection of their confidence and their chemistry,
You're in your 2nd season at NYU. Certainly the impact has already been seen. Of course, you come from a D1 background in coaching. You were at Sacred Heart before that up in Connecticut. You also had some experience at the College of St. Mary's in Omaha, Nebraska. Of course, you're a graduate of Hofstra. So what drew you to Division III? What drew you to this program?
Yeah, great question. I think what drew me to NYU is, when the job came open in, I guess it was April of, the 2 years ago. The name, just like students are drawn to NYU, that kind of national prestige, that credibility, and I knew with that the sort of student athlete that I could recruit. I mean, our staff gets the opportunity to recruit the best and the brightest. I mean, these women are so driven; they go on to do incredible things, and so I was really intrigued by that. And then I think that the other parts of it were the UAA. The more I looked into D3 and really did the research behind it, it was a perennial powerhouse in terms of the conference, and every game, like I said earlier, is a dogfight. And I loved that sort of competition and that opportunity to compete against the best coaches and the best players. And then when I interviewed here, what really struck out to me was how supportive the athletic administration was. And women's basketball is important here. There are expectations, and I really wanted to be a coach where that women's basketball was important, and I could recruit student athletes to a university that I felt wonderful about, great about, and that they could play for an athletic administration that was going to support them and give them the resources to be successful. And I think also, obviously, New York City is just an incredible place, not only for me but for my students. And
Sure.
The sort of opportunities and experiences, the life experiences that they get on a daily basis. But it has, the more, obviously, I was a fresh face in terms of being a first-year head coach and to Division III hoops. And my staff was incredible in terms of that transition. I have an assistant, Cassandra Loftus, who spent a year at Brandeis and then was at Williams in Springfield. And, her experience in Division III in recruiting, in just knowing people was so helpful. And she really has helped push this program along. And then the addition of Ashley Reed, who was a terrific player down at Mary Washington and helped take a team to the Final Four. That sort of experience has been invaluable for me being here at Division III, and now I kind of feel like an old shoe. It's a great fit for me. This is a dream job. I want to be here for a very long time. So,
a couple of things you brought up. Did you say preparing for this interview, you understood how much you're supported there?
No. Preparing for the interview.
Oh, for that.
NYU.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was like, wow, that's an interesting.
When I met with the administration. No, when I met with the administration on my interview.
That's an interesting way to find out there's support.
Yeah. Just now, 15 minutes before Dave.
Like, holy cow, we got to talk about it. I'd love to know why. But bigger point, you enter a conference where Chicago has been certainly a good team over the years, but you also enter a conference. It's got one of the deans in women's basketball coaching, and Nancy Fay at Wash U. And you talk about Gino Orient. Yeah, I never get his name right. At Connecticut, which you certainly were familiar with, you get their win streak was, they broke Wash U's win streak, and I think it's things people don't really appreciate. When you entered this conference, when you did the research on this conference, what was your initial reaction?
Wow. I think it was, the fact that Nancy Fay, he's a Hall of Fame coach, is just incredible. I mean, the consistency that she's had in that program, and what a great opportunity, not just to compete against her, but to get to learn against her. Get to learn from her, and, I'm lucky enough.
Well, you're learning against her, too.
Yes, I am. On a minute-by-minute possession. Sometimes it takes some video to learn, but and I'm lucky enough. Carol Simon, who's been a longtime head coach of Brandeis, another dean of the conference, and James Quinn, who was the previous head coach, 2 coaches ago at NYU, is my direct boss.
Yeah.
So I get an opportunity to work with some very successful, strong women who, whether they know they're teaching me or not, I don't know if Carol, Nancy want that, but I certainly am trying to learn everything I can from these incredible coaches around the league, and Jim Scheibel, what he's done up at Rochester, and the consistency. And I don't think I really recognize, it's like a freshman in college. You don't really get it till you get it.
Yeah.
And I don't think, my first year in the UAA, being a head coach, I was just trying to learn on the move as much as I could. And, sometimes I learned with successes. It took a lot of failures. But I do feel lucky every day I get to compete in the UAA, and I think it makes me a better coach. It makes our staff a better staff, and these players better players.
Wrapping things up here with Coach Lauren Hall-Gregory from NYU. Want to thank, by the way, publicly Stuart Rochlin I hope you said your name, Stuart Wright, who gave the contribution to make sure not only that you came on the show, but trust me, you were due to be on the show. But to get us to wear the NYU basketball T-shirt, we appreciate his efforts and certainly enjoy having you on the show as a result. Of course, you've got the big weird test of the NYU where you'll play Case Western Reserve and Carnegie Mellon this weekend, and then return the favor at home against the same two before you get back into the rest of the conference foes in the mirrored action of how you played them already. What are you telling the team? What's the message to this team as you turn the corner? And now certainly a lot of eyes are on you.
Yeah, again, I think I just try to, as much as I can. I think us coaches are pretty good at being tunnel vision, and probably too much so that we don't know what's going on in the outside world. But, I'm just trying to stay our kids focused on Carnegie Mellon, what they do well, what we're trying to do in that game, and really, again, just kind of try to take it one game at a time. And, every day or every game before we head off to tip-off, I say play hard, have fun. I think, and if you do that, you end up having a lot of success. And our kids are really bought into that concept.
Well, I appreciate you coming on the show. Certainly fun to talk NYU women's basketball with you. I'm certainly glad you're in Division III as well. You've certainly made an impact on this team and certainly on the conference. Looking forward to seeing the race ahead as it's you and Wash U right now is battling it out on top. You're a game behind them thanks to really only their win. Of course, Emory, Chicago looming right behind you. Big conference action as we go along. And hopefully we'll be talking about the Violets as we get closer to the end of the season as well. But as always, we give our guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Yeah, Dave, I just really appreciate what you guys do at Hoopsville for Division III basketball. What tremendous resource for fans, for coaches, for players. Just terrific. Thanks for everything you do.
Well, thank you for tuning in. I've certainly appreciate it as well. Good luck the rest of the way, and go NYU.
Thanks so much, Dave.
All right, take care. Coach Lauren Hall Gregory of the number 20 ranked NYU Violets. Again, they are 15-1, 4-1 in conference play. Their only loss in the season in conference was at WashU back on the 19th. They take on Carnegie Mellon and Case Western Reserve on the road this weekend. They are then back home against those same two teams before the return engagement with Chicago and WashU at home. Then they are on the road to finish the season at Emory and Rochester and then at Brandeis. Of course, no conference action, tournament action in the UAA. Regular season gets the automatic bid. The second-place team automatically goes into Pool C. But thanks, Coach, for being on the air. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk to one of the players of Division III. Birmingham Southern's Griffin Champ will talk to us about playing Division III basketball. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches. We'll have plenty more Hoopsville when we return after this.
Division III schools offer academic scholarships instead of athletic scholarships. This really puts the focus that the student athlete needs to maintain that GPA.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III. A lot of people pick schools just based on the sport and don't get that experience.
Being a Division III athlete and developing my leadership skills has definitely put my name out there and helped me get more recognition on campus, but more recognition nationwide. I did win the Jostens Trophy, which is based on leadership, academics, and then how well you do on the court.
I'm also the Schwartz Scholar of my class. Schwartz Scholarship is basically a scholarship that is given to a student who's identified as a likely leader.
And the end of the day, it won't matter how they play on the field, it will matter how they do in the classroom.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Every season starts with hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. and you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Men's Basketball Championship, March 21st and 22nd in Salem, Virginia, hosted by the Old Dominion Athletic Conference and the City of Salem. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. I want to thank everybody who's contributed to the Hoopsville fundraising campaign. We are 73% of the way to our goal, and we certainly appreciate that. Lots of people have contributed throughout the year, throughout the campaign, and it's 2.5 weeks, and that's why you've seen us wearing shirts. Certain people have contributed to get a guest of their choosing on, or so on and so forth, and we certainly appreciate their support in that nature. Our next guest is of the same, that we don't have a shirt to wear. When we get it in-house, we will wear it, but we will go to the Hoopsville hotline nonetheless and talk to one of the student athletes playing Division III basketball, and that is Birmingham Southern's Griffin Champ of the 10-6 team. They're senior forward for the team. Griffin, welcome to Hoopsville.
Thanks for having me on. How are you doing?
I am doing well, sir. How about yourself?
I'm good. Just hanging out in snowy Birmingham right now.
I was going to say
that too often.
I was going to say you're playing at Birmingham. I believe you're from Georgia. Yep. Everything about that's got to be just a little bit strange.
Yeah, it is a little bit. I mean, I've gotten the pleasure of being up in Boston the past couple of summers. That's where my parents just moved. So, you see a blizzard up there and the snows are cleared, the following day. Down here, roads are closed for 3 days after 1 or 2 inches of snow. A little crazy.
I love how you mentioned you were been in Boston for this summer. I was going to ask you if it snowed up there. That's a whole other story we got to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be a little wacky. Of course, should mention that you're on the show thanks in part to, I believe it's your mother, made a fine and very nice contribution to the show, and we certainly appreciated that. And she said, "Hey, can you have my son on the show? It's a great story." I said, "Absolutely, we can." And so you are on the show. We certainly appreciate you taking the time out of your schedule as well to join us. My first question to you is, why Division III?
I mean, it's a fair question. Obviously, I just wanted to keep playing the sport. You can always walk on somewhere. Division I somewhere. Maybe not get the minutes you like, but Division III, you can keep playing the sport you love that you played in high school, and get a great education at the same time. There's great people here at the Division III level. Great coaches, great teammates. They all love the sport just like you do and want to keep playing, and they're in for it for a bigger cause. Not only just making you better as a player, but as a person too. So that's why I chose to go the D3 route.
You're again from Georgia. You played obviously in high school. What drew you then to Birmingham Southern?
Well, it's kind of a funny story. Through our point guard last year, Blaze White, we played for the same AAU program, and so I got to know Birmingham Southern through their recruitment of him, and I got to come on to a visit, and they recruited another buddy of mine, so we came over here on a visit, stayed with Blaze and everything, and just wound up falling in love with the school, the coaches here, all the other players here, and it's a great tradition here. Lots of winning. That's what we wanted to be a part of, and turned out to be a great decision.
Oh, absolutely turned out to be a great decision. We should mention that I think you did. You got a chance to play with one of your friends who ended up transferring back to Georgia. What was the impact of that decision?
It was tough to hear. I mean, I think that happens, at the D3 level. Some people just kind of figure out it's not for them. And growing up, he was on my AAU team as well, so
Right.
I got to become best buds with him and going to the same college as him. That was a really cool deal to do. But I mean, it was tough, but you learn to move on. New opportunities arise with other great people you get to know, new friends and everything. New teammates come in as freshmen come along campus. So it was tough at the time, but you end up moving on.
You're second on the team in points at 12.4 points a game. Your junior teammate Larry Thomas leading the way at 12.8. Ross Welch right behind you at 11.2. Of course, the team is 10-6 overall, 4-2 in conference play. I know you guys came out for the Hoopsville National Invitational Classic, got an unfortunate loss to Salisbury, but then tripped up Stevenson. Had some other significant wins, including a win over Guilford. Hit a tough stretch with Emory, Sewanee, and Center tripping you guys up, and even Huntington. So you lost 4 of 5 at one point. Now you're kind of back on the winning ways. What's the season been like? I think expectations seem like they would be bigger than 10-6.
Yeah, but then again, also losing 3 starters like that last year with Blaze, Kevin, and Zach being huge parts of this program since their freshman years. So basically, we came into the year with 4 new starters: Jason Holland, senior, myself, Skylar Freeman, also a senior, and then Ross Welch, who's a sophomore. We're all 4 new starters, so we had to get acclimated to some new things, but we felt we kind of let that Salisbury game get away from us there in the end. But we rebounded with a nice win over Stevenson, and then went up to Virginia, played a tough Randolph-Macon team. But then once again rebounded with a nice win over Guilford, and then just that long road stretch. I think it was 7 road games in a row, 8 of 9. It was a tough stretch, but you learned some things through those stretches, how to rebound, and like you said, we're back on our winning ways, and no better way to do that back at home, where I think I've lost maybe a single-digit amount of games here at home over my career. We had like a 50-something game win streak here my sophomore year. So, yeah, it's nice to get back home, and we've got a great opportunity upcoming this weekend. We play at Oglethorpe. We can get back to second in the conference with a win there, and then we finish up with I think it might be 5 in a row at home, which would be a nice way to end the season.
You're a senior, a business administration major. I know you don't want to look too far ahead as you got the season here, but what are your aspirations once the college degree is in hand?
That's a good question.
That's why I asked.
No, not a problem. Obviously, anything in sales and marketing, that's where a couple of my experiences have been in. I've had a lot of fun in those. Mostly staying in the Birmingham area, though, is probably really important to me. I've really enjoyed being in this city, getting to know the people in here, and my time here at Birmingham Southern. So I really want to stay close to here, and just anything that I can find, just entry level. It's all about just getting started. So not closing off any opportunities. I'm open to anything, and definitely anything in the sports industry would definitely pique my interest.
Well, good luck. Certainly, good luck. Not only the rest of the season, but good luck as the career unfolds in front of you. Certainly, appreciate you coming on the air. Certainly, I want to thank your mother or father, probably too, whether he knew it or not, for making such a fine contribution to the show. We certainly appreciate it. Loved having you up at the Hoopsville Classic. You guys are a good team despite the record, and looking forward to seeing how you battle out the rest of the SAA. As always, we give the guest the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be tuning in?
I just want to thank you for raising awareness about D3 hoops. Great sport. A great choice for any student athlete at the high school level that may be wavering on whether they want to pursue athletics in their collegiate experience. Also, just everyone in the Birmingham area, anyone tuning in, just want to thank you guys. All you guys have supported me through my career. And just hope we can finish off this season with some more wins, get to the NCAA tournament, and see what happens. Go Panthers.
Very good. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for the kind words. It means a lot when coaches say it, but it means even more when a student-athlete says about our efforts. I certainly appreciate it. Thanks for coming on, taking time out of your busy day, I'm sure. Good luck the rest of the way, and we'll keep an eye on the Panthers.
Thank you very much.
Oh, and by the way, enjoy the snow.
I'll try.
Take care, Griffin. Griffin Champ joining us from Birmingham Southern. Appreciate him taking the time to join us. We're a little bit behind schedule and trying to squeeze in another guest as we speak. So we're going to take a quick break. We hope we're going to hear from Wesley's men's basketball coach Kilbasa here shortly. So we're going to try and rush to break and get that taken care of. You are listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. We'll be back with plenty more Hoopsville right after this.
Division III allows you to be able to give yourself to other things. Not even just participate in them, but really get involved with them if you want to.
There's a lot of interaction. It's not just sitting back, taking notes. You're actually doing hands-on things and better preparing yourself for your major.
Choosing a Division III school, I've had the opportunity to develop my leadership skills and to be more involved on campus.
Division III in athletics, affords students the opportunity not only to participate in intercollegiate athletics at a competitive level, but also gives them the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport and outside of the academics on the campus.
And to have opportunity to have time to join clubs and being able to play basketball, it allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. I'm your host, Dave McHugh. Certainly trolling along here on our 12-hour show. Normally, we're 2.5 hours in. I'd be thinking about the last guests on the line, and we're getting ready to wrap up the show. But no, we have got a large whiteboard of guests to come. I think we're going to have somewhere close to 35 guests today, and we're squeezing them in where we can, too. A couple of last-minute ones, and including the one that's coming up here shortly. But quickly, if you want to follow us on Twitter, at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Don't forget on email, hoopsville at D3Hoops.com. Also on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. And speaking of last-minute guests, we wanted to get this one in if we could. Team is having a terrific season, and we kind of surprised him, but he's willing to come on the show anyway. Wesley's men's basketball coach, Jerry Kilbasa, joins us here on Hoopsville. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I appreciate you coming on. I know we kind of threw it at you at the last minute, but got to have you on. I mean, 16-1 on the season so far, 8-1 in conference action. We'll talk about the conference here in a minute, but first and foremost, you lost arguably probably one of the best players that played at Wesley last year due to graduating, and you guys are even better now.
Well, we've, we don't have that superstar that we have, but we got some very good players that really seem to care about each other a lot. When we lost that heartbreaker up at Williams last year, we kind of talked as a team because everybody was, saying that without Paul, we probably wouldn't do anything this year. And if you looked at the Williams team, they were so impressive that, I didn't think there was anyone that was just the superstar, but they were 5 and 6 players that just really contributed and did everything for the good of the team. It didn't matter. You couldn't say we got to shut down Paul Reynolds or this or that. You had to shut down 5, 6 guys. And this group of kids seems to believe in that. And they're extremely unselfish. Coach came up last night from Delaware coach, and just said, in the 9 years, we've seen you have some really good teams, but not a true team like this one. And now we got to find a way to keep it going because we still have St. Mary's and Mary Washington and Christopher Newport, plus Cabrini. it's not going to get any easier. And so we'll just take on the challenge like we've been doing, and see what we can do.
Yeah, I mean, that's the interesting thing. I think it jumped out at me when I saw you guys smoke Albright at home, 101-51 back on November 20th. I certainly raised my eyes. Then you beat Hampden-Sydney on the road. Lost to Marymount, though. That we'll talk about that in a minute. Not necessarily the game, but just the impact of the CAC this year. You beat Ramapo. You beat Christopher Newport at their place. You beat Mary Washington at home. You beat St. Mary's at their place. Your last game against Penn State Harrisburg was certainly a battle. Of course, you got revenge over Marymount last night in a game that really got wacky near the end. You guys are battle-tested this year, and you have taken on all comers, and you have come away from victories all but once. Are you impressed with how you guys are playing?
Oh, absolutely. If you say you weren't, something's wrong with you.
Kind of a loaded question, huh?
But yes, the challenges that we've had, and we just learned a long time ago. You only get better by playing better teams. Last year we had Virginia Wesleyan, and we're hoping next year we can do a home and away with them again because Dave's such a great coach and a great program, and we want to play those kind of games and play those kind of people. Ramapo we're doing a home and away with. So anytime we can add schools like that, Cabrini, Marcus's team, just playing them last year and this year, and hopefully we can keep that one going. It's fun. You never know what's going to happen, and it's part of life. You knock down and get back up, and if something happens, you got to find a way to rebuild it and just start playing again.
You mentioned the Cabrini game. That is the game that all of us, and I do mean all of us, have circled on our calendar. Do not appreciate Mother Nature moving the game, but you will.
Neither did we.
Yeah, I don't think you did. You didn't want to put it in the middle of conference action. You will play that game on Monday, weather permitting, and it's not like there's anything destined to come on that day. I'm just putting it out there, weather permitting. Right in the middle of this stretch here. This is. I said to somebody last night, this may be the biggest basketball game in this region in a very long time. Number 2 Cabrini at this ranking versus number 9 Wesley. I know when you planned it, you didn't think it was going to be this big, but has it felt like this game's going to be that big, especially after a delay?
No, not really. We just thought we were playing on another great team, a nationally ranked team, and then when it got moved, it was in a nice time for both Marcus and I. When kids are there on the holidays and you want something exciting to do. But now when you throw it in here, I mean, we got Frostburg first on Saturday night, and so for us, and that's we've talked about as a staff. I mean, Cabrini doesn't mean anything until after Frostburg. We got to play a Frostburg team. Webb Hatch is a great coach. They've got a couple really good players, and if, as you find in the Capital Athletic Conference, you take any night off, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
And and I'm a little, kind of messed up right now because I'm probably not going to be at the game because my father's passing away. So, I'm worried about Frostburg, and but Coach Burrows is going to have to take over, and he'll do a great job for us on Saturday.
Yeah, you bring that up. I do want to share my condolences on the death of your father, and appreciate you coming on the air, though I know coaching can sometimes be a good distraction, but obviously you probably handed over there for the Frostburg game. So, again, my condolences to you and your family.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate that.
Quick comment about Cabrini, though, I do find interesting. Your old grad assistant, Marcus Kahn, is your opponent. And you have pillaged his former point guard, A.J. Williams, to be one of your assistants. I guess turnabout is fair play.
Absolutely. We tried to get A.J. when he was at St. Elizabeth. He's just, you're not going to find a better person. And, I stayed in touch with him, and I was happy for him at Cabrini. And, God bless him. He had a wonderful career there. Guys, you can't get any more excited than playing in a national championship game. And, AJ's looking to get into coaching, and they didn't have a master's program there, so he remembered that we did love him and wanted to get him, and wished him luck when we played him, and so the opportunity came up. He made the call, and it was like a no-brainer. How do you not take a kid with that kind of talent and love for the game, and just the players have really adapted to him. He's done a very, very nice job with our guards.
Well, he was a pretty good point guard at Cabrini. I can imagine the contribution he is making for you guys there as well. Well, Coach, I don't want to keep you too long. I know you got other things to concentrate on, so certainly we'll let you go. The team is playing certainly very well. 3 guys in double figures, 3 more guys scoring at least 8 points a game. Certainly a senior-laden squad with a bunch of underclassmen at experience as well. But thank you so much for joining us here on the show. As always, we give our guests the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be tuning in?
Well, we appreciate everything you guys do. If it wasn't for D3 Hoops, the notoriety wouldn't be coming out for basketball at our level. And I think a lot of people misinterpret the talent level of Division III. There's some unbelievable players here, and they might just not have the size of some of the big guys in the ones, but that don't mean they can't play. And so, thank you very much for everything you guys do.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more about the talent level here, and I think it certainly was shown off there in Atlanta last year as well. Coach, take care of yourself. Again, my condolences to the family, but good luck the rest of the way. Certainly enjoying watching Wolverine basketball. Didn't really get a chance to mention the CAC. We'll talk about it some other time, but certainly a much deeper conference than in the past.
Because that's another story. It's a great conference.
Oh, that's unbelievable this year.
With great coaches.
You're right.
Thank you, Dave.
Take care of yourself, Coach.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Coach Kobasa joining us here. Number 9, Wesley, 16-1. We didn't get a chance because I didn't have much time to talk with him about it. But look at the CAC this year. St. Mary's has been a perennial favorite in recent years. Wesley has certainly played good basketball. They're now on top of the conference. You have Mary Washington, who I think has made the conference what it is this year. They've returned to their old glory, at least for this season, playing very good basketball, maybe certainly better than expected. And Christopher Newport adds a whole nother dimension. Marymount is playing very good this year, despite the record. They're much more of a player than they used to be. I mean, look, they gave Wesley their only loss and battled them down the end. And, of course, on the other side of that, you also have I'm just blanking on the other team I was thinking about here quickly. Penn State Harrisburg has entered the conference and at least been a spoiler of sorts. So CAC, certainly deeper than it's been in a long time. Probably the best year the CAC has ever had. Certainly you got to go back to the heydays of the Goucher Catholics, Hoods, Hood when it first entered, but Goucher Catholic, even York, Salisbury days back in the 90s before you could find another year that compares to this. And even that doesn't compare when you at one point had 4 teams nationally ranked. So terrific year in the CAC. Going to take another break. When we come back, we're going to stay in the Mid-Atlantic region and talk women's basketball action with another team that is certainly playing good in another conference that is all kinds of wacky. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. Back with plenty more Hoopsville as we wrap up hour number 3 of 12 here on Hoopsville.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Every season starts with a hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. And you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Women's Basketball Championship, March 21st through 22nd in Stevens Point, Wisconsin, hosted by the University of Wisconsin Stevens Point. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the show. We're wrapping up the third hour of our show. We have 9 more hours after this. Hoopsville Marathon on the air, part of the Hoopsville fundraising campaign. We certainly hope you'll consider donating to the cause. I think we are, let's see, last check, 73% of the way to our goal. I'd love to hit our goal today. Doesn't mean in the next week and a half the campaign continues that we can't still take contributions. We will certainly honor those contributions and bank them and use them to improve this show. It's all about improving the show, and we certainly hope you'll consider doing so. Again, 73% of the way to the goal. Love to hit our goal and surpass it. Should mention, by the way, and we'll mention it later on, UAA men's basketball coaches banded together and kind of put up their own challenge. Not an actual challenge, but they all contributed to the show and certainly wanted us to let you all know that in case other conferences out there are interested in doing the same. Again, you can make the contributions via either our show page, either show page. We have technically 2 show pages up today for this show. You can make a contribution using the widget alongside there. We've also tweeted it out. We'll tweet it out again here coming up. If you have any questions for us or have thoughts or anything along those lines, use Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Don't forget our email address is hoopsville@d3hoops.com, and of course on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville as well. Keeping track of it all going along. We're going to stay in the Mid-Atlantic region, and we're going to jump into women's basketball action. And joining us on the Hoopsville hotline is Elizabethtown women's basketball coach Sherry Gorman. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville.
Hi, thanks. Nice to be here.
I appreciate you taking the time to join us. Team, again, 14-3 overall, 8-3 in a wacky MAC Commonwealth, which we'll get to in just a little bit. But when you mapped out the season ahead of you, knowing your non-conference, knowing your conference action, did you expect to be sitting here at 14-3?
No, I wouldn't say I did. I never like to kind of predetermine where I think we may end up. Try to take each game as it comes and prepare that way. So I don't like to be a predictor. But that being said, I felt very comfortable and confident with our team as I had seen preseason and we had gotten into practicing and so forth. I felt like we could be a contending team. Just needed to obviously put all the pieces together and then start to see how everything worked out as we went through games.
Yeah, well, it's certainly working out for you. Again, 14-3 overall. Started the season, I think that is on a 9-game winning streak. If I can do my quick math, it is a 9-game winning streak before you lost to Lebanon Valley at home in a 3-point loss. Got back on the horse, 1-2, then lost to Arcadia, which I think probably surprised most people, probably yourself included.
Right.
And then won 3 in a row, Alvernia, Stevenson, and Lycoming before losing to Messiah just last night by 1 point. Obviously, you're going to take your lumps in the conference, but I'm sure there's a couple games there you'd love to have back, and I would probably circle the January 15th game against Arcadia.
Absolutely. I think the LVC game, obviously, we lost that in overtime by 3, and there was 23 lead changes in the game. So that was just a game that was nobody could pull away from anybody, and it was just a hard-fought battle. And in those types of games, somebody's going to come out the winner and the loser, and it is what it is. So, that one I kind of feel is it's just the way the game played. Down at Arcadia, we did not come to play the first half. They really took it to us. I think we were down at one point by 17, brought it back to 12 at half. And then we kind of settled in and started to play some pretty good basketball and actually went up by 5 at one point in that game. And then obviously didn't handle a few possessions down the road or down the stretch real well and ended up losing that game. So that was definitely a wake-up call. But it also just shows you what the MAC conference is like right now. Anybody's able to beat anybody at any time, and that's kind of a little frightening at times and can also be good because you have to come to play every day. The loss last night to Messiah was probably the toughest of all the losses, to be honest, because we were up in that game by 16 or 17 at one point and had allowed that to erode away. So, again, 3 losses for a total of 5 points.
Yeah, it's certainly, at least you're in there. It's not one of those games where you walk away going, well, that just was a blowout.
No, that hasn't happened to us at all. We've been very competitive in every game. We just like to take a couple of these close games and turn them the other way. But, we've got more season left, so we'll work on that.
Of course, next up for you guys will be a road game against Lebanon Valley before you return home against Arcadia and Alvernia. Just to round it out for everybody curious, and then on the road against Widener, home against Hood, and round out the season on the road against Stevenson and Albright. Of course, that Lebanon Valley game is looming because they are a game ahead of you in the conference standings. You are in a three-way tie for second place with a Messiah and Stevenson at 8 and 3. All of you with winning records. Widener and Albright lurking behind, while many games back in the conference, still playing well. Mm-hmm. The conference has always been good. It's always been deep. The top of the conference may be better than it is this year, and that's arguably, it's just a gut feeling. But from your vantage point, this conference shakeup this year, it is a challenge night in and night out. I mean, Hood beat Lebanon Valley. Hood's in last place. Arcadia beat you guys. You've got to be ready to play every night.
You absolutely do. And really, I think, that was one thing going into the season this year. I had felt some of the teams that had been predominantly at the top of the conference the last couple of years, I felt like they had lost some players that had been there, maybe 3 or 4 year starters. And I really did feel like they may not be as dominating as they had been in the past. And I felt like some of the other teams their rosters were kind of building and getting stronger. So, I did really feel like there was not a clear-cut winner who was going to just kind of blow away from everybody, and I think you're seeing that right now. And you're seeing, a lot of teams in the conference, even if they're in the middle of the pack or whatever, they're just very, very competitive night in and night out. And I think what you're also seeing is the idea that, a lot of the top teams, each of them have been beaten by somebody who's in the middle of the pack or down, and it's been somebody different. So that just really shows you how competitive this conference is.
Yeah, are you almost surprised? I mean, I watched Lebanon Valley in person when they were at Stevenson. I've seen other teams. Are you almost surprised that teams are either playing well or teams aren't having as many good nights as they should? I mean, Lebanon Valley, when I saw them at Stevenson, just wasn't having a good night.
Yeah, and I think that's what you're seeing. I think the consistency of one team playing well every day, night in and night out, is we're kind of missing that right now.
The other thing that's rather interesting is the surprises. Stevenson's 10 and 8. They're 8 and 3 in the conference. And at one point they were in first place. They're only a game back now. Mm-hmm. I don't think anybody saw that coming. Lebanon Valley and Messiah are always good teams, but their struggles have maybe even surprised some. Has there been some surprises in that sense?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, because Stevenson obviously last year was new to the conference,
right?
And to kind of be in the second year of the conference and be where they're at is I think a credit to their program and to their staff and their players. But as I saw them play on tape, I thought Stevenson was very dangerous. I think they have a lot of weapons. I think they shoot the ball very well, and they're obviously playing very good defense. So that one, after I saw them a few times, I felt like they were going to be very competitive in the conference and where that stands. Like I said, it's very difficult to tell who's going to kind of come to play and who's not. And so really before you could look ahead at the schedule and say, okay, well, here's some really tough matchups and here's maybe some matchups that won't be so tough. But, now I think every night people are walking out to play in the MAC. It's a tough game. And
I was going to say, is there any way you can handicap this race? I mean, sure, Elizabethtown's going to win the whole thing. But is there any way you can handicap what's going to happen in this conference the rest of the way?
I think it's totally open. I mean, obviously the next few games here between how, ourselves, LVC, Stevenson, and Messiah kind of, and White, just how all those and Albright, all those teams kind of play against each other. If somebody can kind of go through that and obviously win all of those games, that's going to be a huge pull-away factor. If we kind of do what we did the first go-round, you could end up having 3 and 4 teams tie for one position.
Yeah. Of course, the pillaging or not the self-destructions, but the battling certainly could cost you guys an extra bid in the NCAA tournament, but we'll certainly see what happens along the way. You're certainly familiar with the NCAA tournament. Something about helping the team to a national championship or two. As a graduate of Elizabethtown, you've been there a number of years now. The team has been kind of up and down, but mainly not down, but just not being able to rise to the top of the conference. Now you're having that year. How rewarding is that?
Well, that's been real special for us. I mean, when we came into the program last year as our first year with our coaching staff, one of our goals was just to kind of get us back to playing at the level that we felt we could play it as a team and be a contender in the MAC and hopefully, get a bid to the tournament. That's always been the goal when we first came here, and it's nice to see that some of the hard work and some of the philosophies that we've tried to instill into the team and into the program are kind of coming to fruition now. Wasn't sure if it would come quite this quick, but I feel we feel defensively we're very, very good, and that's kind of what we're building our foundation on, and we just need to keep working on the offensive side of the ball.
Sorry, I'm doing 6 things at the same time. You got a lot of depth on this team. You've got 3 players in double figures. You got one at nearly 9 points a game. You're playing, I think, what is it, at least 8 or 9 off the bench every night. Mm-hmm. You're not afraid to go kind of into the resources and find contributions. It's resulting in nearly 15 points a game better than your opponents. You're certainly shooting better than your opponents. You're very good defensively against them, shooting wise. What's the key to this team?
Well, I think, if you look, our team, if you look at the overall size of the team, we're small. We have 11 on our roster, and when we had a season-ending injury with a player, very early in the season with a meniscus. So, we really have 10 players that are able to go out and play, and we do want to try to use them. I think the freshmen coming in this year, we feel confident in their contributions, and they've kind of given us a spark off the bench. Maybe not the same player each game, but each game somebody different has stepped up, and that's been very, very good for us and something that we need to rely on, obviously. But again, we need to give them experience to get out there, and we want to be able to give them minutes because, as you go down the stretch of the season with as hard as the games are and as much energy that you're putting out there, it's kind of important that you can use them.
Wrapping things up here with Coach Sherry Gorman of Elizabethtown. Team is playing very well, 14-3 overall. This is a team that only has 2 seniors on it, and they're 2 captains. So this team's getting a wealth of experience, especially the underclassmen. You have a number of freshmen. What's it look like? Not that I want you to talk about next year, but I mean, what does it look like for down the road?
Well, obviously, we're very comfortable and confident with our underclassmen, and like you said, they're getting a lot of experience and minutes. And I also think just the experience that they're getting being in these tight games with these teams that have been very stellar in the conference is obviously great for their experience and just running through some of those situations. We're looking heavily to our 2014 class that will be recruiting, and we're feeling comfortable and confident that we will have a very solid foundation to start from next year.
Yeah, certainly looking forward to seeing.
We'll definitely miss those seniors. The seniors have been special to us, and they've played hard and they've done well. But we've got a nice nucleus of underclassmen.
Certainly looking forward to seeing how it all plays out for you, not only this year but down the road. You do have Lebanon Valley ahead. That game certainly looms large in any way you look at it. That game, of course, on the road at their place, which is always a fun place but challenging place to play.
Sure.
Before you get into the rest of the conference action, which you'll split at home and away 3-3, how do you what's the message to the team? What are you telling them in practices? What are you telling them in the locker room as you kind of go to this final stretch of 7?
Yeah, we've kind of broken the season into 3 sections. We had that first go-round of the season where we get through all the conference game and your non-conference games, and now the second section is kind of these 9 conference games that we have, and then obviously the third section would be postseason. So at this point, we know every game is very crucial for us, and we've talked that we cannot look ahead, and it's very important that we focus on the task ahead. And we know LVC is a very big game for us. It's one we want to go in there. We want to go and play well. Obviously, we would love to go in there and get a victory on that, but we're going to concentrate and do the things that we do well, which is stick with our defense, try to be very patient and share the ball offensively, and just play our style and our way. And, you got to kind of take each night as it goes, and we're not going to look too far ahead, but we're certainly looking forward to that competition on Saturday.
Going to look forward to seeing how you guys play out the rest of the way. That is for sure. Looking forward to also how this conference shapes up. It's going to be wacky. As always, Coach, we give the final word to our guests. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be tuning in?
No, it's just a great conference. Would love for people to come out and support the MAC. It's a great conference, and if you get a chance to see the women play, they're working hard, and we would enjoy the support.
Certainly. You guys are in the fray. It's fun to watch the MAC Commonwealth this year, to say the least. Good luck the rest of the way, Coach, especially
Thank
the
you.
big game coming up here on Saturday against Lebanon Valley, and we'll talk soon, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Sherry Gorman joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline. Appreciate her taking the time to do that. We're going to take another break. When we come back, we will talk to the Women's Basketball Committee Chair, Dave Martin. Regional rankings come out in a little under 2 weeks. What can we expect from a new chair for the committee that may be pointing the committee in a different direction? If you have questions for him or any of our guests, you can use Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. You can also email us, hoopsville at d3hoops.com, or Facebook us at facebook.com/Hoopsville. Your questions, if you have them, for Dave Martin, Women's Basketball Committee Chair. When we return, you're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches. We will be back with plenty more Hoopsville when we return.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result, in my mind, is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Every season starts with a hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. And you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Women's Basketball Championship, March 21st through 22nd in Stevens Point, Wisconsin, hosted by the University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Hope you're enjoying your Thursday. We are now officially 3 hours into the 12-hour marathon. Hitting a slight wall, but it's one of those where you're going to, as a student, I'm a former student athlete, whether you're looking at me and believe it or not, trust me, I was. You get these little walls during games, and you got to push through them. You got to make the extra effort. You got to realize you're going to do it. Pace yourself a little bit. We are on to our second cup of coffee. I suspect you'll see more of these or other sodas. We will be breaking out the water here shortly, or actually will now that I think about it. Don't be surprised if we take slightly longer breaks in the coming hour or so, just to allow ourselves to breathe. Also, got to eat, and we don't want to necessarily eat in front of you, even though some woman made $9,000 a month just sitting in front of a webcam eating. Crazy talk. Don't forget to interact with us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Ask us questions or ask our guests questions. Also, Hoopsville at D3Hoops.com on your email. Facebook.com/Hoopsville as well, especially for our next guest, which is the Women's Basketball Committee Chair, Dave Martin. Before we get to that, a reminder, this whole show is because we are fundraising for Hoopsville, trying to raise funds to do more with the show. We are just limited, and to be flat out honest. This comes out of our pocket, and so we've gotten to a point where expanding the show is too difficult to do out of our own pocket. We have used our resources as best as possible as long as we have been able to, and so enough's enough in some cases. But we still will do the show, and we are 73% of the way to our goal, and we certainly hope you will consider donating to us, if not at least contributing. $10 by a number of you can make a big difference. So please at least consider it. Going to jump onto our Hoopsville hotline, and bringing into the show is Dave Martin, Women's Basketball Committee Chair for the NCAA. And first and foremost, I think this is the first time I know of, and certainly the first time on Hoopsville, that we have absolutely had the Men's Basketball Committee Chair and the Women's Basketball Committee Chair be the same person. Dave Martin was Men's Basketball Committee Chair not that long ago. Dave, we're going to call this a Hoopsville exclusive. Thanks for joining us on the show. How are things going?
Things are going well here, David. How are you doing? I was watching on my computer screen. It looks like you got a long way to go, buddy. I hope you did some training for this marathon.
I did. I slept as little as possible. And made sure to have as many hard drinks as possible. No, I'm completely kidding. No, we're doing well. I'm about to order food to have it arrive here. The 17-month-old's being watched by our wonderful babysitter upstairs. I don't think the 17-month-old actually knows I'm down here, or we'd hear her scream. So I think I'm good.
Fantastic. Well, yeah, it's funny you mentioned the me having been the men's chair and now the women's chair. I was at the NCAA convention a couple of weeks ago in San Diego, and I got an email from Mike Zapolsky. Mike is the AD at Augustana. He was on the men's committee when I was on it, and the guys on the committee with him, we called him Mr. Google because he was like a wealth of information. He was the guy that would Google everything. He sent me an email that had stated, "Congratulations, you're the first person in NCAA history to chair both the men's and women's committee." So if he said it, it's probably
It's got to be right. I mean, but it's just there aren't that many scenarios where it could possibly happen. And so certainly we welcome you to the committee. We mentioned that at the beginning of the year when we chatted with you, and I told you that I saw you show up on the national committee. You told us you were going to be a RAC member. They pushed you to national committee chair or member. And I said the second I'd heard your name on that list, I knew what was up, whether you wanted to admit it or not. That you were going to be committee chair. And it's probably for a good reason. And I said it on the air then. I'll say it again. I'll say it for a while. I have a feeling the last few years, from my personal opinion and others probably are similar in nature, that the women's committee had kind of, I don't know the right word, but had veered away from what had made them so good. Veered away from making them so good that the men tried to mimic a lot of what they do, as you know. The men changed what they did because the women seemed to be getting it right. It looked like they veered completely 180 degrees away from that. And I saw your name on the list, and it made me think, you know what? I bet they want to get back to doing it not the right way, but the way they want to do it. Have you sensed that at all from any of your conversations?
Honestly, David, that's very flattering, but no, I haven't followed the rankings and the discussions that closely the last couple of years. I don't know if what you're saying is valid. I can say this: the committee that we have, in my limited time in working with them, I'm very, very impressed with. It's a group that has tremendous integrity, and I can tell you this to a person. I know that each committee member, they want what's best for women's basketball. We've been in some discussions regarding championship sites and some other legislation that we had just recently had a discussion about. And I'm really impressed with the group. I think it's a terrific group, and all I can tell you is I'm excited to be a part of it, and I'm looking forward to working with them and moving forward.
Helped out by Pat Coleman, what I was looking for, gotten into a rut. That's perfect explanation. I'm not doubting that there's people on the committee who wanted to do the right way, but they got into a rut on how they were executing it. A Hope Calvin game, round 2 of the NCAA tournament last year. Some people even telling us they didn't even know they were conference opponents. It's just mind-blowing. But you've got a challenge on your hands. What has your message been to the rest of the national committee and thus on to the RAC on how you guys want to execute regional rankings and how you want to ultimately execute at-large bids and pair up and all that stuff?
Well, I don't know that I've had a message. You may be giving me too much credit as the chair, but I think the key, the key here and what we've talked about is we all have a desire to be consistent, and I think it's important that we look at criteria in the same way, and we want to be consistent across the country. And it's difficult sometimes from region to region, but I think the message is, and it's not coming from me, I think it's a feeling that's shared by our entire group that, let's be consistent. and let's get the best possible 64 teams that we can into the tournament. And I think that's where we're at. We had a call to train our RAC members earlier this week. We have a mock ranking on Wednesday of next week. That'll be our first actual shot at doing a ranking. That's just a mock ranking, and then we have our 3 weeks of rankings that would be released. That's February 12th, 19th, and 26th. So I like where we're at. They did something new this year. Well, I guess they did it last year. It wasn't done when I was on the men's committee, but we had a conference call for every RAC member in the country. So all the RAC members heard the same message. And I think that's really important, and I think it will make our jobs as committee members easier as we move forward. So I'm excited. I really am. I'm anxious to get back into it. Some people would call me crazy, but I loved my committee time on the men's committee, and I'm really looking forward to this. But we get cranking here next week with that mock ranking, and I'm excited to see where we go.
What's the message, as it were, for what the priorities are? I know there's no necessarily a team's SOS is more important than their win-loss, or their win-loss is more important than their SOS, or whatever it is. I mean, there's no priorities given. But that being said, your message, what's the message on consistency? What's the message on, when you look at the data, what you should be thinking?
That's a great question. And if anybody figures that out, I hope they give me a call. But no, the honestly, no piece of criteria should be weighted any heavier than another. Obviously, the place that we will start with is with win-loss percentage. Example, Misericordia right now, my women's team here at Misericordia, we have the toughest strength of schedule in the Mid-Atlantic region, but we're under 500, so that we're not going to be ranked.
Right.
Some common sense comes into play there, and I think all of our comparisons, or certainly at the end of the day, the bottom line, you've got to win games. So that's where we will start, looking at win-loss percentages. And then I think it's important that we look at the entire body of work. It's easy to get caught up in, this team beat this team head-to-head, or this team's strength of schedule is 0.04 higher than this. We've got to do a good job, I think, of looking at the entire body of work as it is and trying to make the best comparisons and the best decisions that we can make.
Talking to Dave Martin here, chair of the Women's Basketball Committee, also athletics director at Misericordia. Dave, I see some challenges coming, to be sure. I know you don't want to. There is no priority list of which is what, SOS or win-loss, but you kind of hinted at the fact that you got to look at them evenly. How much is all games count almost helping you in some senses, because you don't have to worry about the regional record, and then if you have to go break it down, the overall record? Is it helping, or is it making it more challenging because you're actually having to look at teams and their records against, especially for RACs, against opponents they're not familiar with?
David, I'll be honest with you. I'm thrilled with the direction we've gone with primary criteria. If you think back, I was on the committee when we really pushed to get a game is a game is a game. So I'm pleased with where we've gone. I think one of the difficulties in the past was when do you go to secondary criteria? We had primary criteria, secondary criteria, so it was always a struggle. Do we go to secondary to break this tie, or these two are close? And I think there was a lot of inconsistency across the country in terms of when we went to that secondary criteria. And I think with the way that the criteria has been has shifted, and the way that it's been redone, if you will, with pretty much everything being moved into primary criteria, I think it makes it easier. I think we have more information to base decisions on. I personally like what the NCAA has done in terms of that shift. They adjusted the in-region piece. Now 70% of your games have to be against in-region opponents, so that took care of that piece of it. And essentially now we're looking at win-loss against Division III opponents, which essentially is a game. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of us wanted that. I wanted that for quite a few years. So I'm happy to see the switch, and I'm anxious to see how it plays out. I think it makes it easier for us to do our rankings. I really do.
A few more challenges I see down the road for you. First and foremost, there's teams. We talked about the Hope Calvin in round number 2 last year. I mean, look at, you got Whitman and George Fox out on the West Coast in the Northwest Conference, both top 10 teams right now. Both could end up, let's just arguably say, with one loss. It's going to be 2 for one of them and 1 for the other. Let's just say best case scenario. Maybe it's no losses for one and 3 for the other. But you know what that means. I mean, you know that you've got 2 darn good teams stuck up in the Northwest. Are you getting any sense from the NCAA? And we'll talk to Dan Dutcher later. I know there's budget concerns. Is there any sense you're going to be able to free up that game and get them out of each other's way at least that first weekend? Or are you concerned you're going to have to deal with matchups like that way too early in the tournament?
Yeah, that's a great question, David. No, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not ducking the question. I don't have an answer for you. Haven't even gotten that far. I know what the situation is out there, and I know that we have some other challenges throughout the country. But it hasn't changed. The NCAA stance hasn't changed. Geography is mandated by the NCAA. So, that the minimizing the flights is still a priority. And all I can tell you is, and again, you've worked with me, and you know that we will do the absolute best that we can to have a balanced tournament and to be fair, as fair as we can be to all 64 teams. So it's a great question. I don't have an answer for you right now, but it hasn't changed.
Right.
It was made very clear to us on one of our calls that, and it's very clear in the manual that geography does matter.
Yeah, well, we'll talk to Dan Dutcher coming up as well, Vice President for Division III. I know budgetary concerns are certainly on his mind. But you don't worry, you don't have to get an answer right now, but I am on the air until 10 p.m. tonight. If you can get back to us on an answer by then, that'd be wonderful. Let me circle back on something, a good question from our friend Pat Coleman. Back to the criteria. Having been a former men's basketball coach and temporarily a former women's basketball coach, led both teams to the tournament yourself. Given the shift in criteria, what's your opinion on it as a coach?
I think it's good. And again, I'll go back to, and I hate referring back to my time as a men's committee.
Well, that's
member,
your experience. Go for it.
That's my experience, exactly. One of the things that we had tried to do was become more transparent, and you know that we wanted to share information, and the feedback that we got from coaches. If you remember, we had done a webinar, and we had our meeting at the Final Four, our NABC meetings, and what we continued to hear from coaches was we want a game is a game is a game. That people wanted that. So I think as a coach, it certainly makes scheduling a lot easier. If my coach, if Trevor wants to go play Virginia Wesleyan, he can go do that now and not be concerned with or play in a tournament down there or a tournament in Ohio or whatever the case may be. He can do that without it affecting his in-region strength of schedule, that type of thing, or it not counting as a game. I think coaches, I think it makes it easier in terms of scheduling. Again, at least from the men's perspective, going back a couple of years, it's what the majority of coaches wanted. So I would say that we're in a good place.
Wrapping things up here with Dave Martin, Athletics Director at Misericordia, who's also the chair of the Women's Basketball Committee for Division III Championship Committee. We should point out regional rankings. First ones come out on the 12th of February, followed by the 19th and then the 26th. The last one is private, and you talked about transparency. I know I asked you at the beginning of the season. I'll ask you again. What is the effort from your point of view? Because I personally have felt that the Women's Committee was the ones who were trying to hide those, among others, they weren't alone, were the ones who were trying to hide those numbers from us at the end of the year because they didn't want to be second-guessed. What's been your message to the NCAA, if you've had the opportunity to say it?
It hasn't been a discussion. I know that, again, that is a policy that was put in place, I believe, by the championships committee, that none of those final rankings have been released.
Right after the year after you were men's committee chair, they got rid of them.
Yeah, it's too bad because I know we honestly, and I'm not speaking for my remarks don't represent anybody but myself. I don't see anything wrong with releasing the final ranking. I thought in many ways it made life easier for us as a committee because, as you know, the way you get onto the board for selection is based on those regional rankings. It is what it is. The NCAA, the policy is that we will not release that final ranking, and that's where it's at.
Before we let you go, is there anything, I mean, I know you're kind of new to it all, but is there anything that's been on your priority list at least?
Well, yeah, one of the things, honestly, I don't know if it's been on my priority list, but one of the things that I've been heavily involved with, our championship, our Final Four, if you will, is going to Wisconsin Stevens Point, UW Stevens Point, and I've had the opportunity to work with Darren Montgomery and his staff. I've been on several conference calls now, and I'm excited about going to Stevens Point. Darren and his staff have done an unbelievable job. They are so organized. Never met Darren before, but I'm very impressed. He pays attention to detail. I think they are going to put on a tremendous event, and I think it's going to be great for the student athletes that end up getting there. And I'm really excited about it, and I wanted to mention that just the time and the effort and the organization that they put into to our championship, I think it's going to be a great event. So I did want to mention that. I'm excited about that, and I think they're going to just do a terrific job with it.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it, too. I know Shirley Egner was at the women's Final Four last year at Hope, and certainly wanted to learn as much as she could as they went to host that for the 1 year. So looking forward to that. By the way,
she's been very instrumental on the calls as well.
Yeah.
They've been terrific, and I really think it's going to be a first-class event.
Well, and as Pat Coleman points out, great facility as well. Certainly looking forward to it. They'll only get 1 year, but that's a whole other conversation. It has to do with getting the women back on track and all that stuff. By the way, James Wagner, our favorite SID, wants to point out Dave Martin is one of the greatest AD and committee chairs in NCAA history. His valuable resource who gets Division III and what the mission is. He said, quote him.
Wags. Thank you, Wags. You're a good man.
Quickly back to Stevens Point real quick. Did they file to host even? Do you know? Future tournaments?
You know what, David? I don't know that.
Okay.
I apologize.
No, it's fine. I was just kind of curious. I wanted to throw it out there. Cool. I got to let you go because I got tons of more guests going. I know we will have a much bigger conversation coming up here as the season progresses, but obviously when we find out who's in and who's out of the NCAA tournament. Looking forward to seeing the regional rankings. Don't be surprised if I'm bugging the hell out of you, as I normally do. As always, we give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those maybe tuning in?
Yeah, one thing I would like to say, David, we have a long-standing relationship. We go back a long way, and what you and Pat and the other folks there at D3 Hoops do, we appreciate it. It's a great service to the Division III community and to Division III basketball. I wanted to, and I'm not sure if this is appropriate, but I wanted to let you know I spoke with my powers that be, and we are going to make a $100 donation to Hoopsville to your fundraising efforts here. So let me know how I get that $100 to you. But we appreciate it, and we did want to let you know that we support you, and we wanted to support your efforts. So thank you for all you do.
Well, thank you, Coach. I appreciate the donation. Certainly appreciate it. And it means a lot, especially coming from people like yourself who I've gotten to know very well and I know mean well for Division III. So congratulations on the job. And at the same time, I commiserate with you on getting the job. Good luck as regional rankings come out here soon. And I know you and I will talk in the off air, but also we'll talk down the road as well.
Sounds good, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care of yourself.
Hey, good luck. You only have 8 more hours to go, pal.
Oh, thanks for the reminder, my man. Appreciate it. You can drive down and help out if you want. I'll still be on the air by the time you get in a car and drive down here.
I know that, but don't count on seeing me.
Yeah, I'm not holding my breath. All right, take care of yourself, sir.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Bye. Dave Martin joining us, Women's Basketball Committee Chair, Athletics Director at Misericordia. Again, apparently the only committee chair ever to be on, or the only person to ever be on committee chair on both men's and women's of any sport. So congratulations to him. I think he's got a tall task ahead of him, but I think he's the right guy for the right job, or for this job. I think he will do very, very well down the road, and certainly appreciate him coming on the air. Don't be surprised, you'll hear plenty more from him as well as we progress. Going to take a break. We're a little bit behind schedule. I have Olivet's men's basketball coach and Lynchburg's men's basketball coach we want to get into this hour, so we're going to get going and get to those guests. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. Don't forget, we will talk to the men's basketball committee chair coming up. We'll also talk to the vice president of Division III, all coming up here on this marathon show of Hoopsville. We are 3.5 hours in. We have 8.5 hours left. Tune in, tell your friends, and contribute to the Hoopsville Fundraising Project. Love to hit our goal in this show and then exceed it as we have 10 more days left of the program. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com. We'll be back with more Hoopsville right after this.
Division III schools offer academic scholarships instead of athletic scholarships. This really puts the focus that the student athlete needs to maintain that GPA.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III. A lot of people pick schools just based on the sport and don't get that experience.
Being a Division III athlete and developing my leadership skills has definitely put my name out there and helped me get more recognition on campus, but more recognition nationwide. I did win the Jostens Trophy, which is based on leadership, academics, and then how well you do on the court.
I'm also the Schwartz Scholar of my class. Schwartz Scholarship is basically a scholarship that is given to a student who's identified as a likely leader.
And the end of the day, it won't matter how they play on the field, it will matter how they do in the classroom.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.D3Hoops.com.
Every season starts with hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. And you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Men's Basketball Championship, March 21st and 22nd in Salem, Virginia, hosted by the Old Dominion Athletic Conference and the City of Salem. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the show. We are 3.5 in, 8.5 to go here on Hoopsville, part of the marathon show, part of the Hoopsville fundraising campaign. We appreciate everybody who has taken part in the campaign. Certainly appreciate everybody who has donated as well. And the reason for many donations is reason why I'm wearing a shirt right now. I'm wearing Olivet basketball T-shirt, as you can see. I want to appreciate a generous contributor for that, to give us the ability to get not only funds into the system, but also get guests onto the show, and you get to see me wearing a Hoopsville T-shirt. So welcome to that, and so thus that means welcome to Olivet. And joining us on the Hoopsville hotline is Chris Coles, the head coach at Olivet. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate being on. Really grateful to be on. And does that shirt fit you pretty good?
It fits nicely over top the other polo. It fits wonderfully. Thank you very much.
Good.
Yeah, you and I want to thank your SID as well, Jeff, helping us out with that. I certainly appreciate it. Obviously, let's be honest, not the greatest season for you guys. I know it's been a struggle. You're 3-14 at this point in time. But when you look back at the season, certainly, what are you trying to tell the team? What are you trying to give them as a message?
Well, first of all, I this is my second season at Olivet, and coming in, being hired that first year in April, you don't get a chance to really bring in a full recruiting class because a lot of the high school kids at that point had already made their mind up where they were going, and so that first year it was more getting that we were fortunate to get a transfer that was our best player last year, but he only had 1 year. And so really this year is our first full recruiting class, so we've got a lot of young players. We only have one senior on the team, and our top 9 guys are all either juniors, sophomores, and mostly freshmen. So that combined with our non-league schedule, which was incredibly tough, with our first 4 games being on the road at both Wisconsin, Platteville, and La Crosse, who are always really good D3 schools. And then Grand Valley is a D2 school in the GLIAC Conference. And then also playing Purdue Calumet, NAIA, who's very good. So having the schedule we've had, non-league, and just playing in a tough conference, MIAA, is always good. It's not a surprise that we're struggling. Obviously, we would love to be to have won more games than we have at this point, instead of being 3-14. But it's definitely we're getting better. But we've got a lot of young players, so it's the combination of all those things.
Certainly it's hard to get a recruiting class to get in there, and once you do, it's hard to have a season like this. So what's the reassuring message, if there is, I'm assuming reassuring, that you're telling these younger players, is it, hey, we're going to play through the season, we're going to learn more from this, and the future looks bright, or is there a different message? I mean,
That's exactly the message. Yeah, the future looks bright. I mean, it's got to be the message. Any other message wouldn't be worth telling them. I mean, that's exactly the message. Is that this is a process you have to go through. One of the things about Division III that I really really like is that. And I was an assistant coach Division II for 5 years, and we had full ride scholarships at that level. And one of the things that I like about D3 is that we don't. And so everything has to go through the team. There aren't a lot of kids necessarily in our conference that are basically saying, okay, I'm going to school so I can go play in Europe. A lot of them are saying, I want to get my 4-year degree and I want to play on a championship team. So with what we're trying to do with having so many young guys is basically continue to steer them in the right direction, continue to get them better so that they continue to improve, so that as time goes on, so let's just say next year with the same group of guys we have, we'll be in a much better position. It's painful to go through it, though, because you want to win now.
Yeah.
But everything has to be earned at this level, and there is no instant. All of a sudden we're just going. You got to earn that. You got to find a way to win, and it's just hard to do with a lot of young players. So it's not a surprise, but no, we're definitely very positive with the message that we're giving to them at this point.
Talking to Chris Coles here of Olivet, the men's basketball team, having a tough season, but certainly the future is bright. You played, or I should say you graduated from University of Miami, Ohio. Of course, your father is the former coach there, if anybody remembers. Charlie Coles, certainly well known in those ranks, so coaching certainly is in your blood. When you looked at this Olivet job and you knew the challenge coming in, because the team was, a 500 team pretty much every season, or worse, what was your mentality? What was your hopes and goals when taking over the program?
Well, first of all, I'm a coach because of my father. My dad was a coach all my life, and he passed away in June. But I'm a coach because of him. I mean, my whole childhood was just following him around. He was a high school coach when I was young, and he would just take me everywhere with him. And certainly that's why I'm a coach. And followed him as he coached at CMU and also Miami for many years, and that certainly is the number one reason why I'm a coach. Secondly, I had been an assistant at Saginaw Valley for 5 years, and before that I was a high school coach for many years. And once you get an opportunity after you're assistant for that long, for 5 years, I learned a lot, and you're ready for, or you feel like you're ready to be a head coach. And so Olivet's the only job I ever applied for. When I was an assistant coach at Saginaw Valley, I was fortunate enough to get it, and certainly the year before coming here, they had won 4 games, and so last year with us winning 11, I think it was kind of I think we stole a few, and so that's why the 3 wins this year that's why it looks even worse, because we won 11 last year. But simply put, I mean, I'd love to work towards. That's part of the challenge of being a coach, is to go somewhere and to put your heart and soul into something and try to make something special. Again, it's not easy. And, we're a school that has 1,200 students. Half of them are student athletes, very diverse campus. So I love that part of Olivet. It's small. Without the college being here, it would be a really small town. There's no McDonald's. There's a imitation Subway that's part of a BP across the street, but it's not a Subway that stands on its own. So it's without the school here, I don't even know if anything else would be here, but maybe a small town. But I love it here. I love it here. Great school, and just a great president. So just the opportunity to be able to work towards something and hopefully contend for a league title in the very near future. I mean, that's the challenge.
Yeah, certainly. The goal is there. You're in the MIAA. That means the Hopes. That means the Calvins.
Please don't say those names, please. Watch saying that, man.
I know,
but you got me looking all around the office now. They're not. Let me make sure Hope and Calvin aren't in the parking lot. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, there's the Albions.
Okay, that sounds a little bit better.
There's the Trines. I mean, what I was going to get at is usually this conference has been considered tough. I think in the last few years it hasn't been as tough. It has been, one team at the top and then kind of everybody else. What I mean is it might be ripe for the taking if you can get your ducks in a row. I'm not saying you're going out for a conference title next year or the year after that necessarily, but do you feel there's an opportunity for Olivet in this conference?
You know what? I do think there's an opportunity, but I go back to the film Dumb and Dumber. I'm a movie buff, and if you remember when Jim Carrey said,
"Yes, my favorite quote."
So you're saying there's a chance. Yeah, there's always a chance, but Calvin and Hope. If you go back through the history of this conference. And I may be wrong, but I'm pretty close with this figure here, and I think it's unbelievable. They have either, in men's basketball, Calvin and Hope, one of the two has either tied or won outright the league title.
Yeah.
I believe 33 of the last 34 years. Mm-hmm. So that's enough. That's enough evidence for me to know that Calvin and Hope aren't going away anytime soon. If anybody else is going to jump in this thing and consistently contend and win league titles, you're going to have to beat them. And so that's the first thing. That's not an easy thing to do. I mean, both of those schools have great facilities. They recruit incredibly well. Most of the time they do it with high school kids who basically, oftentimes those kids will maybe turn down Division II opportunities to play for Hope and Calvin. So that's a challenge in itself. The other schools in our league are very, very good as well. Adrian has been very good. They haven't had a great year this year, but the last 3 or 4 years they've been kind of knocking on the door. Albion, who finished last year and had a lot of young players, and that's kind of what I'm looking at for us, very similar to our situation this year. They were tied for first place going into last night's game. So they've completely turn it around with the same group of guys. Alma, Kalamazoo, there's teams in our league trying who we played last night and lost a tough game to. Very good coaches. The players in our league show great sportsmanship. Coaches hold their kids accountable. There's no hot dogging and stuff like that. I mean, all the kids are working hard, and so it's a very good league. And so I would disagree with you in the sense that it is right for the taking, but it's. You got to go through Hope and Calvin, number one. And then number two is there's some good basketball in this conference, and I don't know how it's been viewed nationally as far as Division III is concerned with getting into the tournament. But all I know is coming from a Division II conference to GLIAC to a Division III conference, MIAA, there's plenty of players in this conference that could easily play Division II ball in the GLIAC. So it's a very good league. So easier said than done, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. But I thought I could give you a chance because there's always a chance, Coach. There's always
That's
a
right.
chance. By the way, you're going to get some hard time from your team, from one of your players, Nicole Burford. Or you're going to get a hard time from Nicole Burford, obviously, because didn't know you were going to be on the show. She might go after you.
Our women's coach.
Yes, she might be a little
Yeah,
unhappy with you.
You know what? She's done it. You know, her motto is exactly what we'd like to do. You know, they broke our women's program broke the school record for wins last year, and now this year they've done it. And they lost a tough one last night at Hope, but they're in second, and they're fighting for a chance to go to the NCAA tournament. So this is her fourth year, and things have kind of fallen into place. She's worked extremely hard, and that's the blueprint. That's the blueprint model. The great thing about our school, because it's only 1,200 students right now, is that most of the student athletes are pretty close with each other.
Yeah.
And so you genuinely get a chance to not only do what you're doing, but also be a part of what the other sports are doing. And it's really been fun watching the last year and a half, watching Nicole, watching not only her coach, but her teams play. She's got some very talented players. And in fact, she's got one player that's shooting about 70% from the floor.
That's it.
Just having an incredible year, Stephanie Lang. So, she certainly she might give me a hard time, but it's definitely it's genuine. My support for her is very, very genuine. So.
Their team's having a really good season as well, and I'm hoping the most for you as well as we continue on with your season now and, of course, on to the future. Hey, there's always a chance. Just remember.
That's right.
As always, we give our guests the final word. Any final thoughts? Oh, hold on. Before I get to that. Oh, never mind. Any final thoughts you may have that you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
First of all, I just appreciate, being on. Certainly, I believe now, are you going all day interviewing coaches all day long?
Been on since 10 a.m. I'll be on till 10 p.m.
I think that's wonderful. I think that's incredible. I think it's a great opportunity for you to talk with coaches because coaches we're all unique and we're not perfect. We make mistakes, but certainly. To coach, you have to have a passion, and you have to be willing to give of your time, and it's not easy with your family, and you got to sacrifice. So I think it's great that you're having wonderful coaches on all day long. I think the second thing is I'd just like to say that Olivet College is a wonderful school, and I'm very, very thankful to have the opportunity to coach here. And certainly I'm working very, very hard to make sure that our program is represented in the right way. We've got wonderful kids. Even though we're not winning like we want to win this season, our student athletes are incredible. I think we've got one kid in our program that's under a 2.8 GPA. Which is incredible. I think certainly for us, we're very, very happy about that. In fact, our GPAs right now are probably higher than our scoring averages individually. So that may not be good on the court, But it is a total student athlete experience here at the D3 level. So I'm very, very proud of our athletes and our school. So again, thank you so much for having me on.
Absolutely, I appreciate you coming on the show, especially during a tough season. It means a lot to us. Good luck the rest of the way. Certainly looking forward to seeing how you guys turn around the program, and we'll talk to you soon.
There's always a chance, my man.
There's always a chance. There you go.
All right, take care.
Thank you. Coach.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Coach Chris Coles joining us from Olivet. Appreciate him taking the time to do so. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to jump down to the South region and talk Lynchburg basketball with their head coach. They're having a pretty good season this season. We'll talk to him about the ODAC and all that jazz as well. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches. We'll be back right after this.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. We're wrapping up hour number, was this 4? Yeah, hour number 4. That's a bad sign. Hour number 4 as we continue on with the show today. We are going to be on the air for 12 total hours. Got an email. Will the NYU women's coach be part of the show? Any idea during which hour? I hate to tell you, Stuart, she was just on. Hold on a second. Anyway, lots of guests still to come. Plenty to do. We got so much going on. I'm going to try and quickly get to the next guest. Don't forget, on Twitter, at D3Hoops or hashtag Hoopsville. You can also email us at hoopsville@d3hoops.com. You can also join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. We'll go back to the Hoopsville hotline. South Region, talking ODAC. And Lynchburg men's basketball coach Hillary Scott joins us. The team is 14-4 overall. Coach, you got to be thrilled with how your season's going as well.
We are, yeah. We're thrilled, but you can only get but so excited before you have to play your next one. And this league is so brutal, and it's a grind night in and night out, and you don't have much time to celebrate before you get ready for your next opponent.
Yeah, I was going to say this ODAC is bear and grin it at some point in time.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how much recruiting or scouting you do.
Right.
It's going to be a challenge no matter how you see it. You're going to get surprised by a team that you don't expect it. You're going to maybe surprise a team or surprise yourselves, I should say, in a result. Mm-hmm. You've had a few years in this conference. Yep. Is it ever do you ever get used to it?
No. I can't speak for all the other coaches in the league, but I stay up late at night trying to figure out how we're going to win the next one. And I played in this league, years and years ago. But I really believe, and you don't hear many guys who've played in the league prior, talk about how better it is now. But I just think, night in and night out, Dave, you got to be ready to play, and if you're not, you're going to get beat. And makes it for some fun games. It makes it very good for you guys because if you can string together 40 minutes, you got a chance to win a game in the league. Yeah. So makes it interesting night in and night out.
interesting night in and night out is an understatement at this point in time. You guys are 14-4 overall.
Yeah.
You're sitting a game behind in first place, sitting in second at 7-2.
Yeah.
Guilford and Randolph making ahead of you. Virginia Wesleyan a half game back of you. Eastern Mennonite is a game back. Bridgewater, Hampton Sydney, Randolph, all within striking distance. Everybody's got a winning record except for 3: Roanoke, Washington Lee, Emory and Henry. Shenandoah 3-6 in the conference, but having a good season.
Yep.
You know, it's always a dogfight. It's always a dogfight.
Yes.
But geez, this year it just seems wacky.
It does. And you know what? For a program like us that, you know, we're scratching and clawing to try to, you know, get ourselves kind of in the top half of the league and you know, knowing that you might have a chance to maybe string some games together and play well and hopefully have some success. You know, I think the other positive thing, too, Dave, is as you've seen in our league, you don't necessarily have to win your conference tournament to make the tournament and make some noise in it. And, you know, the last couple of years we've actually started talking a little bit about at-large bids and that sort of deal. And you know, I think it's a good thing to have your players think in that manner. We all want to cut down nets. You know, that last Sunday or the first Sunday in March, and but as you've seen in our league here, I think we've had 4 teams make the tournament twice here in the last 4 years, and so that makes it you know positive if you have a chance to you know string some games together and win some games. You still might have a shot at getting in that large bid at some point. You know, we finished 5th overall last year, and and the 4 teams ahead of us made the tournament. So we're close, but you know we still got a lot more basketball to play.
Sure. Talking to Hillary Scott here of Lynchburg. Team is 14-4, as we mentioned. Let's talk a little bit about your team, who's playing so well, as it were. When you look at the makeup of this squad, you know, last year there was a lot of talk that you guys were going to be right there on the cusp of doing something special. And then this year, everyone kind of reiterated that point. When you look at the makeup of this team, which has a lot of seniors on it, but certainly a lot of underclassmen as well, did you think you guys could put it together this year? Did you think you could be up there battling for the conference as you are?
Well, you never know. I mean, I felt like we had, you know, some good seniors returning, and you just never know how your young kids are going to respond. We had some freshmen play last year for us and played some good minutes, so you always hope that they're going to improve over the summer and pick things up and be a little bit more comfortable their second go-around, and they've done that this year. We're a little undersized, so I was always concerned about that. You know, will we be able to rebound the ball? We'll be able to guard the post and keep some guys off the glass, and you know, so those are all the things I was concerned about at the beginning of the year. We had 5 seniors last year, all came in my first recruiting class, and they did a really good job in terms of leadership. So you never knew how these other guys were going to respond to that once they leave. So, you know, all those things have been very positive for us throughout the year. I think one of our strong suits is our depth. You know, we play a lot of guys. We play 10, 11 guys every game, and it seems to be someone different step up and make some big shots and make some big plays for us every single game. So, you know, we've talked about making the depth a factor throughout the year, and that's got to continue for us this last 7 games of the regular season.
Talking to Hillary Scott here of his Lynchburg Hornets, who are playing good basketball, as I've said a few times now. Apparently I'm getting at that point where I'm crossing the line of punching. Leading the team is Manny Hernandez, 16.3 points a game. Alex Graves, 11.3, nearly 10 points out of Zach Burnett. Your rebounding guys, those are pretty much your big 3 as well. But you're getting other contributions. I mean, Austin Arnold certainly pouring in the points as well. Everybody's contributing on the assists. Everybody's contributing on the boards. You know, don't want to eliminate Gary Boone and Lyndon White from the conversation either. You're deep. You're full of classes there, led by a senior, second sophomore, third freshman, then a sophomore, then another senior, then back to a freshman. So you're getting contributions everywhere, and you are certainly not afraid to go deep on the bench.
Yeah, I mean that's us. We have to be that way. And Manny's leading us in scoring, and certainly I feel like he's one of the top players in the league, and he can score many different ways. But we can't rely on just him every single night, and we got to have some other guys step up and not only score for us, but rebound and guard and get guys shots and you know, just be active and play with a lot of energy. And we've gotten that really from different guys every single game. And that's, like I said, that's got to continue the rest of the way, and I think that's, makes us certainly a little different to scout when you got a bunch of guys you got to, kind of worry about. And some coaches, maybe get a little nervous because you're not too sure who's going to come step up. But, all year we found someone who's made some plays for us at certain points in the game, and I feel pretty comfortable. Hopefully that's going to happen the rest of the way.
When you look at what you've got ahead of you in conference play and this conference, obviously you all want to get to Salem to play in the tournament and give give yourself a chance in a conference that got 4 teams in the NCAA tournament. Up ahead, you've got Virginia Wesleyan at home, Hampden-Sydney on the road, Randolph-Macon on the road. Big 3 set of games for you when you look at how you got to shape up in the conference and line yourself up, and you still got a game with Guilford looming as well, and everybody else will be tough. What's your mentality with the next 3 coming? I know you're focusing on one game at a time, but if you're looking at what you guys need to do, do you have to go 3-0? Can you go 2-1? Can you afford to go 1 or 2?
This is going to sound real cliche-ish, and
I'm sure
this is going to sound real cliche-ish, and all the coaches will probably say the same thing. But we're really looking at Wesleyan. We just want to win one more, and that's really all we're focusing on. And we've done a pretty good job of that this year. I think maybe for the first time in a long time here at Lynchburg, we're paying attention to the standings and where we are and how big a game this is for us, and which is going to add hopefully to the intensity and enthusiasm of the game. But we want to focus on Saturday and see what we can do with that, and then after Saturday we'll worry about Wednesday and the next one after that. But I mean, we truly feel like every single game in this league is a grind, and it's tough, and you gotta play, and if you don't, you're going to get beat. And if you play your hardest, you're just trying to give yourself a chance to win, and it's certainly a tough one coming up on Saturday, and we're looking forward to it. It's Alumni Day here for us, and we'll hopefully have a nice little crowd here, and students are back, and all those things. So hopefully, those things will help us, play with a little energy on Saturday.
Well, hey, I appreciate you coming on the show and talking Lynchburg basketball. We'll get another take on you guys from our ODAC guys later in the show. But you got a good, tough stretch ahead of you. But honestly, any game in the ODAC is going to be tough. So I guess it's a good stretch the entire darn season.
That's right.
Love to avenge that Virginia Wesleyan loss, I know.
Yep.
And then try and get back on track. You'd love to avenge the Randolph-Macon loss, I know, too.
Absolutely.
Good luck the rest of the way. Certainly looking forward to seeing how not only you guys pan out, but certainly the conference, and hopefully we'll be down there in Salem also for the conference tournament, at least for part of it. That's our goal to take the show down there. As always, we give the final word to the coach. Any final words you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Well, Dave, I just appreciate you having me on and all the coverage, and we really appreciate all the things you do for us in Division III.
Well, thank you, Coach. I appreciate it. The show's a lot easier to do when coaches like yourself are willing to come on and talk. Good luck the rest of the way, and we'll talk to you soon, I'm sure.
Anytime. Thank you.
Thank you. Coach Hillary Scott joining us from Lynchburg. Team is 14-4 overall, again, in a really tough ODAC battle. I think he gave you a sense of that. They've got Virginia Wesleyan at home coming up on Saturday. They're then on the road to take on Hampden-Sydney next Wednesday, and then on the road at Randolph-Macon next Saturday. Wednesday, then Saturday. Tough stretch here, really a tough set of 7 because they'll play Washington Lee at home, on the road with Shenandoah, at home against Guilford and Bridgewater before they wrap up the season and head to Salem for the ODAC Championship Tournament. So good luck to Lynchburg as we progress along. We still got plenty of guests ahead. We're going to talk about brothers coaching coming up here shortly. Juniata men's basketball coach Greg Curley and then McDaniel's basketball coach Kevin Curley will join us on Hoopsville coming up in the next hour. We'll also talk to the number 2 team in the country in men's basketball, Cabrini. Coach Marcus Kahn joining us. That's all in the next hour of the show. And don't forget, at 3 o'clock Eastern, we will talk to the Vice President of Division III, Dan Dutcher. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. Also part of the Hoopsville fundraising campaign. Please consider donating to the campaign. We have added 2 new perks. 2 new perks special for today. First 5 to sign up for each perk. It is a $60 perk. It's the same as the $50 one. You get a Hoopsville t-shirt and public thank you from us. It's for $60 first 5 to sign up for that. If that sells out, we'll add another perk. Also, for $120, same perk. As the $100 level, you can get everything, including your. We'll wear your favorite school shirt and have a guest on of your choosing. That's $120. Those 2 new ones. I want to thank Ron Berger for the idea. They're now called the Tip-In and the And One. 2 new perks added to the Hoopsville campaign. Consider donating and taking advantage of those perks. You listen to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches. Follow us on Twitter at D3Hoopsville and hashtag Hoopsville. Email us at hoopsville@D3Hoops.com and Facebook at Facebook.com/Hoopsville. More Hoopsville as we enter hour number 5 coming up next.
Division III schools offer academic scholarships instead of athletic scholarships. This really puts the focus that the student athlete needs to maintain that GPA.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III. A lot of people pick schools just based on the sport and don't get that experience.
Being a Division III athlete and developing my leadership skills has definitely put my name out there and helped me get more recognition on campus, but more recognition nationwide. I did win the Jostens Trophy, which is based on leadership, academics, and then how well you do on the court.
I'm also the Schwartz Scholar of my class. Schwartz Scholarship is basically a scholarship that is given to a student who's identified as a likely leader.
At the end of the day, it won't matter how they play on the field, it will matter how they do in the classroom.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.D3Hoops.com.
Every season starts with hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. And you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Men's Basketball Championship, March 21st and 22nd in Salem, Virginia, hosted by the Old Dominion Athletic Conference and the City of Salem. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.D3Hoops.com.
And welcome back to Hoopsville as we enter hour number 5 of the Hoopsville Marathon Show here on Thursday. We hope you're enjoying the show as much as we are. If you have any questions for us, you can email us at hoopsville@d3hoops.com. That's hoopsville@d3hoops.com. You can also IM us, or no, so there's an old word for us. You can join us on email, hoopsville@d3hoops.com, Twitter @d3hoops or hashtag Hoopsville, or on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. Those are how you can interact with us. Hope you take advantage of them. I'm going to move things along here as we enter hour number 5 of 12, and joining us, we're going to talk brotherly basketball in the Mid-Atlantic region. I have talked to both of these upcoming guests individually, but I've never put them back to back. I don't think in the same day. They may be able to correct me if I am wrong. And joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline is Juniata men's basketball coach Greg Curley. Team is 12-6. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks.
Figured out, put a finger on what exactly has been going on?
I haven't. We're working at it. We have good guys and good kids that want to do well and work hard. And we've had some guys banged up. Brian Shawley was only able to play 8 minutes on Saturday. So we've had to kind of move a lineup around a little bit. And that's hurt a little. Whether it's the fact that it's their senior year too, and it's staring them in the face, and they put a lot of pressure on themselves. I think that's a little bit part of it. We lost in our conference championship game. Last 2 years. This is the same group that got us back there twice. Last year we lost in a really tough fashion, very, very tough on a last-second shot. And then I think coming into the year, we didn't think we weren't sure where we would be early. I think the 11-2 start was probably a surprise for us. And then we got into league, and we had a good win at Scranton, and then we came in and played Catholic, and either got ahead of ourselves, got a little tired. I don't know what it was, but they kind of handed it to us, and since then, and these guys have proven they can do it, and for whatever reason, we kind of got away from what we're about and what's made us successful, at least we think. And I also think the landmark is just much better. I think the league's really, really good. There's a lot of really good players. A lot of the teams kind of pressure us probably where we're not the best. So there's been some adjustments we need to make, and I'm just hoping having a chance to get through the league once and we see things that, now we have a chance to make some adjustments and get better. I don't think it's do or die on Saturday. I mean, it's just we just want to feel good about our effort and where we're going, and get some confidence back and feel good about how we're playing, and feel.
That certainly is your nucleus, as it were. You're willing to go deep on the bench as well, but it seems like those 4 or 5 are really the big nucleus, along with Pat Cassidy and Dimitri Ross. Yeah. And those 4, they're all pretty versatile guys. Jeremy is a pretty dynamic point guard. I mean, he's really made a lot of big plays for us, and carried a majority of our load as far as decision making and a lot of the scoring load. As those guys go, we go. But we got to get a little bit more help too. And I think part of what we're trying to figure out is we've gone deeper. Whether that's the way we need to play, whether we need to tighten it up, who is in that mix, who isn't in that mix, and probably the best player in the league, you're going to be in pretty good shape. And I was really impressed with Susquehanna last night. They can play 4 point guards together, which is very rare. They can all, they have a couple guys that can really stretch the floor and shoot it. And the Sellinger kid inside is a senior now. And he can really finish, and is in really good shape this year, and they're playing well. And I thought Drew is very much improved, and Goucher's improved, so it's a much better league, and I think that's part of what got us a little bit coming into the league too. And every year has a down cycle. I think ours just hit at the wrong time, and now we've got to just see if we can get the confidence back up to play our game and control some games, and I think it's going to be an interesting 3 weeks here. Wrapping things up here with Greg Curley, the head coach for Juniata. 12-6 is the team, sitting in 4th place in the conference at 3-4. You're right. I think it's going to be a fascinating finish, as it were. Of course, you guys have Scranton and Catholic ahead. I think that makes it interesting to start with. Of course, we have you on as part of our brotherly segment. Your brother, Kevin Curley, will be joining us. They're having a great season at McDaniel coming up next. I think I've asked you on the air before, and I know I've talked to you off the air before about it. What's it like to have a brother not only in the coaching realms, but relatively close?
It's great. It's somebody you can trust that knows what they're talking about. We scrimmage every year, and it's a really good scrimmage for us, for both teams. I think. I think both our programs are pretty similar. We both inherited programs that maybe not, haven't, been at the top of their leagues, and they're not, quote unquote, the Duke or North Carolinas of the ACC type places. You've got to build programs and keep working. And we probably have both the same approach, so it's good. But we've only ever had one really big fight in the middle of the scrimmage. That was at a halftime or the segment. And I think our assistant coaches looked at us like we were both nuts, and as soon as it was over, we were fine. What everybody perceived as a fight. But it's just competitive, and it's just good stuff. And, you have to ask him about that. I think he was upset because we were beating him pretty good.
Down the road, and we certainly hope you have a more success as well, as always. But You are my dark horse. I'll flat out say it. You are my dark horse in the region, so I'm rooting you guys on, to be sure. As always, we give our coach the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be tuning in?
No, I appreciate you having us on, and I appreciate you taking the time to talk with us, and we're looking forward to seeing what we can do here down the stretch. Like I said, I think there's a lot of really good basketball being played right now, and those people that are listening, I hope you get out and watch and support your local Division III school.
Absolutely. Good call on that. Thank you so much again, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do against Catholic and Scranton coming up. So we'll talk to you soon.
In intercollegiate athletics at a competitive level, but also gives them the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport and outside of the academics on the campus.
And to have opportunity to have time to join clubs and being able to play basketball, it allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Every season starts with hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. And you can experience it live at the 2014
brother coaching in the ranks, but especially so close to where you are. I mean, I know you came back from Colgate, but he's in Juniata in Pennsylvania. You're in McDaniel in Maryland. You guys aren't that far apart.
No, we're not. Probably about 3 hours. So, no, it's pretty neat. It's pretty cool. And, obviously, it gives you somebody that you can lean on, you can trust, and, kind of bounce ideas off each other. And also, he let my son go to his camp for free this summer, who's 6, so that's great.
Did he let him go there, or was there some pressure from someone in particular?
It was actually his idea. My son was 6, and that was the first basketball camp he's ever been to, and Nat was all pumped up to be able to go. And, of course, I think he's now a Juniata fan instead of a McDaniel fan, but that's okay.
Uh-oh. Have you pointed out who's winning?
No, I haven't. Trust me, Nat's got his McDaniel gear too, though.
I'm sure he's got plenty of that gear. I asked him, I don't remember if it was you or him who told me this a few years ago, that we would never see you two face off in the regular season, that you only would be scrimmages,
right?
Because even they don't go well.
Well, that's what we do, scrimmage every year. And
what was your initial thought on what you guys could potentially be?
Right. Well, last year we finished 14-11. Made the ECAC tournament, and had a chance to play Albright in that. So, and that was after starting off 1-4. So I thought we had a pretty good year, and we had a good group of guys that listen and work hard. And we had the majority of the guys coming back. We lost Tyler Rudd, who last year averaged like 15-7 for us, so that was a big loss. But going in, I mean, it's all we kind of have like an underdog mentality. Obviously the preseason polls, they picked us to finish 7th in the conference, and we kind of use that as a talking point with our guys, and we just kind of want to go out there and prove everybody wrong and play hard.
Do you feel there's confidence on the team right now, or is this you guys have just gotten the wins when you've needed to and taken advantage of opportunities?
Well, I think both. I think confidence and and I think we've taken advantage of opportunities. But I mean, like you mentioned, from the start of the year, every game we've been in, there's been pressure, because we want to do well, and obviously starting 3-3, and a lot of our games, especially in our conference, they always come down to a couple possessions. At the usually at the end of the game, and so we've been through a lot here, and fortunately we do have some guys that had a chance to experience it last year as well. So I think that's helped. But we've done pretty well, but we do have 7 games to go, which is a lot of games, and we got to just be ready every single day.
This roster is kind of a collection of different talents and experiences. You certainly have the senior leadership in Josh Smith and Evan Pupilis. Of course, many people would know Pupilis in the conference. Jimmy Cranwell as well. Then you have a couple of juniors and then a lot of sophomores and freshmen, and you're leaning on them just a little bit. They're the guys who've kind of come up with some big plays for you. They're still lurking a game out. You're tied for first with Dickinson, F&M right behind you.
Yeah.
Muhlenberg's been a nice surprise. Hopkins has been a nice surprise.
Sure.
Gettysburg, who knows? It's real surprises are Sinus getting their first conference win the other night.
Yeah.
When you look at this conference, did you expect maybe Dickinson to be back into the fold? And did you expect this to be a dogfight as it's turning out to be?
Well, it really didn't have expectations. I mean, obviously, taking a look at Dickinson the first time we played them, they're very, very talented.
Yeah.
And, I've only seen them a little bit here on film recently because we haven't played them in a long time. And we do have them coming.
Hopkins and home against Gettysburg. That's how you wrap everything up. Now that you're sitting tied for first with Dickinson, with F&M sitting a game behind, Muhlenberg and Hopkins 2 games back, has it changed your approach on the season?
No, it's not going to. I mean, the one thing that we just got to do is, hey, we've got practice tonight. Make sure we come in with focus and energy, go hard, and do the same tomorrow, and then be ready to go and try to stick to the same routine we've had here and go up to Muhlenberg and see what we can do because they're very talented. They've got two 6'10" guys. They've got Malik Killings that has just scored over 30 points the last 3 games, and it's always a tough place to play up at Muhlenberg. So we're going to have our work cut out for us.
Okay.
Well, that's all right. He's been following me for years now. That's because I'm the oldest. That's the only reason.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway.
Biggest shot across the bow today goes to Kevin Curley. Well, thanks so much. As always, I give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
No, hey, I just want to thank Hoopsville for having us on, and I know you've done a lot here for Division III basketball, and we appreciate everything you do.
Well, thank you, Coach. Appreciate the time taken to join me. Good luck the rest of the way, and we'll certainly talk to you down the road.
Sounds good. Thanks, Dave. Yep, bye.
Bye. Kevin Curley joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline. McDaniel 14-4, 9-2 in the Centennial Conference, tied with Dickinson on top. A race worth watching.
Developing my leadership skills has definitely put my name out there and helped me get more recognition on campus, but more recognition nationwide. I did win the Jostens Trophy, which is based on leadership, academics, and then how well you do on the court.
I'm also the Schwartz Scholar of my class. Schwartz Scholarship is basically a scholarship that is given to a student who's identified as a likely leader.
And the end of the day, it won't matter how they play on the field, it will matter how they do in the classroom.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II.
Association of Basketball Coaches, all part of the Hoopsville Fundraising Project, which we hope you'll consider. We added 2 new perks here today, a $60 level perk and a $120 level perk, exactly the same as the $50 and the $100 perks that we had, but they sold out of. There are 5 of each available. That's it, limited offering of those. If those sell out, we will put another perk in that's slightly higher of the same value. See if you are interested in joining us. Anyway, please consider donating. If you can't, at least share the cause for us, because we certainly would appreciate that along the way as well. That means just as much. We are wrapping up, what is this, hour number 5?
Number 2 in the country is awesome. 17-0 is awesome. Obviously, you can't ask for more than that. Not something that we planned on, not something we expected. I think you hit the nail on the head that I thought, looking through our schedule, this time of the year, I would have been happy 2 losses, maybe 3 somewhere along the way. But our guys have really stepped up to the challenge, met the challenge head on, and done a great job this year keeping it rolling.
You started the season with a game against Eastern. Then you came to the Hoopsville Classic and got past St. Mary's and beat Salisbury. You beat Scranton. All these teams factors in the region right now.
I think we've done a good job with our schedule, and we knew we had to challenge ourselves and get through it. and again, thinking that, all right, if we get knocked off once, maybe twice out of those 7 games, I think we'll still be okay regionally because of what those games would do for our strength of schedule. But being able to get through those so far without a loss has been huge for our program.
Talking to Marcus Kahn, number 2 team in the country, Cabrini Cavaliers, 17-0 on the season, and one of the reasons everybody thought you guys were going to be good was obviously Fran Rafferty over the years has been a solid player for your team, with tons of experience, obviously, but it was Walton Moss, Aaron Walton Moss, who I think everybody got excited because 2 years ago he was a transfer in during the season. That got you guys certainly that boost that got you all the way to the championship game. Last year, he's a mid-season addition for varying reasons, and certainly helps your team make a deep run in the NCAA tournament, get back to Salem.
With us, beginning on October 15th, and going through that 4 weeks of just practice, and so it's really helped. I mean, we've had to take a lot of time in the last 2 years to really kind of bring him back up to speed and wait for him to get his legs under him. This year it was just more of, hey, he's in it from the beginning. It just helped with our chemistry. It helped him, and I think you see it, by his numbers and what he's done for our team. That a couple of these games, we certainly don't win if he's not on the floor for us. And I love having him on our roster, not having to face him. And I put him up against just about anybody in the country as far as a player goes. And he is having him with us full year has been, put us in the position that we're in now, for sure.
And the other thing, was it at least a triple-double, if not 2? I know he just had one the other night, I think.
Yeah, he's had 2 out of our last 2 in the last 2 weeks. He had one last.
Some people have talked, and I don't think I'm giving anything away, but go ahead and stop Walton Moss if you can. But A.J. Picard, Fran Rafferty, John Miller, Brendan McCann are going to find a way to hurt you, even and so go ahead, try us.
Yeah, and that has been kind of getting on John Miller the other day about maybe not rebounding enough for us, thinking he could do a little bit more on the glass. And one of our coaches said, well, Coach, the problem is he's going up with Aaron for those rebounds. We're still coming away with them, but John's being challenged by Aaron now, where before, we really relied so much on John to do the bulk of our rebounding. And this year, he's got to battle with Aaron for those. So yeah. It makes life a little bit easier on everybody. I mean, I think Fran's three-point shooting really took off last year in the NCAA tournament, where he shot over 50% through the tournament. And she's shooting that for the year now, right at 50%. And I think that is a direct correlation to having Aaron on the floor, getting him the ball.
Well, that's just scary. Aaron's shooting 58% from the floor as a guy who's not necessarily taking his shots from 5 feet away. A.J. Picard shooting 51% from the floor, 48% from beyond the arc. Fran Rafferty shooting 52% from the floor, 50% from beyond the arc. John Miller shooting 74% from the floor. Your top 4 guys all hit their shots.
Yes, and and that's something obviously we work a lot on in our practices. And again, I think we have some good shooters on our roster, and what really helps is having somebody like Aaron distribute that ball, because their guy is helping, and so they're getting open shots, they're getting good shots. I would say that of that group, Picard and Rafferty probably take the most contested shots. I mean, I think that Fran has been face guarded in a lot of games, but still gets his shots off, and he's really made himself into the player that he is. I mean, just the work he's put in over the course of the 4 years here is incredible, and watching him shoot the ball, every time it leaves his hands, you think it's going in. And so that's, that again, then that in turn helps out Aaron. John Miller's shooting 74% from the field. A lot of that is dump off passes from Aaron or catching the ball, where now they think he's not a big scorer for us, so he's the guy that they leave. They're usually leaving him when he's down on the block. So I mean, we've certainly got a group of what I think are some very good basketball players playing very well together now.
Talking to Marcus Kahn, head coach of the Cabrini Cavaliers, number 2 ranked team in the D3Hoops.com top 25, even getting a first-place vote. I do know who that first-place vote is, Coach. I will tell you it's not me, and it's no disrespect. It's just not me, though I've had you number 2 sitting there for a while. You know, we talk about the conference. You know, this certainly isn't the most challenging conference. It hurts your SOS, as you know. I know that's why you go out there and schedule the best you can. Gwinnett Mercy's now 2 games behind you guys, but gave you a fight last night, and no surprise there. The second I saw that matchup, I knew that would be a tough one. And then it's Newman, Rosemont, who has certainly improved, Keystone, who maybe not playing as expected. Obviously, a coaching change there and some other things going on. Keystone's still having a decent year, but I think many people expected more out of that. Obviously, you got to keep your eye on the conference and keep playing good basketball so you don't take a bad loss. So how do you keep the team motivated?
Well, I think it's the ultimate goal for us is. And so we know that anytime we slip up, and that's the danger, is if we slip up in conference, you know, we're going to be in trouble regionally just because of that strength of schedule. And so, you know, in some other conferences, I'm sure that people can absorb an in-conference loss and be okay. You know, where we won't, and we know that. So we certainly know that's the importance of coming out every night and giving our best shot.
You've been to this tournament several times. You've been to the championship game and had a heartbreaker of a loss when Whitewater did what they did to everybody, apparently, and came roaring back again. What do you think you guys need to do? Well, let me paraphrase. Let me restate that. Last year, you went on the road for 3 tough games. I think in the championship or in the tournament banquet before the Elite Eight, one of your players, it might have been Fran, went up there and said, well, we've traveled 1,500 miles so far, and I think the committee joked that's impossible, that it would have meant 3 flights. You might have traveled 1,497. You had a lot of travel, and you made it work. You're positioning yourself to take advantage of your home court this year. Obviously, there's a lot to go, but what do you guys need to do to get back to Salem and maybe really contend, not really contend, but really get a good opportunity at a national championship?
Yeah, I think it's keep winning. You know, I think that the best thing for us, it would be to get these games at home. I mean, I think that last year that eventually did take its toll on us, with, you know, including the trip to Salem, you know, 4 weekends in a row of almost 7-hour bus trips. That'll take a toll on the team. So our job this year, our focus right now is, hey, win our games, put ourselves in a position to host beforehand, where I think we play very well here in the Nerdy Fieldhouse, and have a great record here over the last couple of years. And, you know, that would give us the best shot at moving forward. But, you know, listen, when you get to the tournament, it's all about matchups and who you play. I mean, I've been watching some games online, what nights we're not playing or coming back from a game late, catching some different games. And, you know, there are some teams that, you know, I think we match up well with. I think there's some teams that we don't match up very well with. And so it's you know, there's a lot of good ones out there. And but I guess my point is that if we're going to play some of those tougher teams, let's try to get that here at home, rather than having to travel out there to their place. And so, you know, listen, I think if we handle our business here in conference, again, we have a big game against Wesley, which I think will play a big factor in regional ranking. And as I understand it, that obviously plays a big factor in who hosts and who travels. And,
yeah.
So if we take care of our business, you know, we have done what we needed to do, and to host those games. I think we certainly have the facility to do it. We definitely have the staffing to do it. So I would hope that if we can continue to win, that you know, we'll get some of those games here in Radnor and see what happens.
Of course, you got a big game coming up on Monday. We had Wesley's men's basketball coach, Jerry Kilbasa, on earlier in the show. Obviously, you're not looking past Saturday's game with Rosemont, but this game was postponed. It's probably, I argued, the biggest game this region has seen in a very long time, especially out of the NCAA tournament in regular season action. I know you guys wanted to challenge yourselves. I know that game was a planned game that both teams wanted, but it certainly looks like it's taken on a whole nother level of intricacy I know you're not looking past Rosemont. I don't want you to break down the game necessarily, but what what is on your mind when you look at the fact it could be 2 versus 9 or better facing off on Monday in a huge, meaningful game for both teams?
Yeah, I think it's great jobs. First, after telling him he was nuts for getting into coaching, I told him I'd be glad to help him, and it was a great spot. It'd be back in his home state, so it's good. I think it is great. I think he's doing a great job for them. Obviously, working under a great coach with Coach Cabasa there and a good program, and and our guys that know AJ are really excited about having him back here in our gym to see him, and everyone's happy for him that he's obviously kept it winning, kept it going on the coaching staff.
Got to let you go, but 2 thoughts. One, got a question from former coach that you had to face who left. I think probably because he was scared of you. I just my feeling. It was Nevada Smith wants to know your opinions on who is the best dressed coach in the CSAC.
That would probably be the best dressed now that he is gone. I'll probably have to give that over to Coach Barron at Gwinnett Mercy.
That was Wags' choice, Jim. That's awesome. 2 for 2. I think you're up there in the competition.
Well, thanks. It's I got to thank my wife for that. I think laying out the shirt.
So do I. At the same time, by the way, I also think Nevada Smith's replacement's a pretty sharp dresser himself.
He's a very, very dapper man, and he had the nice Jordans to go with it on the
nice
Coach's first Cancer Day. So,
yes,
yeah. I'm not quite there yet, but
not too bad, not too shabby, as it were. There was something else I was going to ask you, and I'm completely drawing a blank now. I'm going to have to remember it here for a second. I lost it. See, this is what happens as you're rolling into hour number 6 here. Your thoughts are now become fleeting. I got a piece of paper and a pad and pen in front of me. I should start writing down a little faster. Obviously, big games up ahead, so I certainly appreciate you coming on the show and being a part of it. I will remember that question at some point in time, I'm sure, but it's escaping me now, so we'll move on. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be tuning in today?
Well, just want to thank you for allowing me the time to come on and talk about our program and the season that our guys are having, and appreciate all that you do for Division III basketball, and the fact that you're still on the phone talking and 5 hours in is great. So best of luck to you the rest of the afternoon.
Clearly it's going downhill.
It's going downhill. And, again, just thanks for having us on. And
conference and the UAA men's basketball coaches as well. Going to take a break. When we come back, Vice President for Division III at the NCAA, Dan Dutcher, joins us. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. Back after this.
Division III allows you to be able to give yourself to other things. Not even just participate in them, but really get involved with them if you want to.
There's a lot of interaction. It's not just sitting back, taking notes. You're actually doing hands-on things and better preparing yourself for your major.
Choosing a Division III school, I've had the opportunity to develop my leadership skills and to be more involved on campus.
Division III in athletics, affords students the opportunity not only to participate in
questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Email us at hoopsville@d3hoops.com. Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. Those are all the ways you can join us. I will see that our upload speed is a little slow. So it looks like there is an internet issue between us and the World Wide Web. So I'm just doing a speed test. We're not horribly bad, but we're not great. So that is probably where it is. We're supposed to be, more than 6 times the level we're getting there. So we'll keep an eye on that. Hopefully it resolves itself on its own as well. Up next, we're switching gears a little bit, but still keeping in the sense of Division III. Not necessarily just basketball, but certainly Division III on.
While obviously addressing some of the logistical issues that inevitably come up when it comes to travel, when it comes to cost, when it comes to promotions, that any championship has to face, but trying to come up with a more comprehensive way in which NCAA championships are awarded. There's an economy of scale principle, I think, involved here where Rather than trying to award bids individually, which comes with some benefits and some drawbacks, I think the attempt here was to try to do a more comprehensive awarding approach and see what kind of benefits could accrue from that approach. So this is new, and I think it represents a desire. Lots of cities that are interested. The challenge is trying to identify those cities that not only are interested but can deliver, and trying to grow that pool of potential hosts.
Talking to Dan Dutcher, Vice President for Division III at the NCAA here on Hoopsville, part of our, as we enter our 6th hour here. And we got 6 more to go. And not even done with 6 hours. It's great.
How much coffee have you consumed so far?
Not enough, Dan. I got to go make some more. Plenty. I got to somehow find a way to make some more. I got a little bit.
Leadership clearly committed to staying together as a division. We needed to recognize what it is that binds the division together, what are the values that we share, and to promote those. And really to promote them in 2 places. First and foremost, to start with promoting those on campus to our membership, to be sure that our member schools, our athletic administrators, our student athletes, our prospective student athletes and their parents understand what it means to be a member of Division III. What kind of student athlete experience are we trying to commit to as a member of Division III? You know, it's that success in the classroom first and foremost, success athletically for sure, and then an opportunity, a realistic opportunity to be a student like other students and to have a meaningful opportunity.
Aren't going to want to give up money, but what is the scenario in Division III budgeting right now?
Well, I think we are coming out of what was a very an area of budget surplus, an area where our budget was working to our advantage for a couple reasons. Number one was the prior broadcast agreement that we had with CBS included an annual escalation at about 5 to 7%. So our guaranteed budget increased by that increment every year. That was pretty much. I think it's fair to say we're going to have to go very deep and very wide and look at all of our funding commitments, look at our entire budget model, and probably make some changes. I don't think our current budget model is sustainable, given the expense projections that we're getting from our travel folks, which are that travel costs are probably going to escalate by about 8 to 10% a year moving forward. You know, with an 8 to 10% increase in travel costs and only a 2 to 3% increase in our constitutionally guaranteed budget allocation, something's got to give. So we'll begin to look at ways in which we may tighten or reallocate. We had the benefit of our division-wide survey that we conducted this time last year. It was very helpful in some rounds. You know, we're already arguably the most aggressive division when it comes to championship matchups. To the way we bracket, we fill our brackets and try to minimize travel. We already are probably the most aggressive division in trying to minimize plane flights, and I don't see that going away. But the continued challenges with the shakeup in the airline industry and mergers and acquisitions, we're still seeing more and more charter flights because of the elimination of flights as a result of mergers and acquisitions, and those charter flights are very expensive. So are there ways that we can continue to maybe get more creative in how we craft our brackets and fill those matchups to help minimize costs? That's something else.
NCAA, certainly lots you and I could talk about, and it's something we always enjoy having a conversation with it, whether it's with a microphone or whether it's with a beer. I know there's a lot of other things to hit, but is there anything else specifically that that jumps out at you as being important for Division III on this day in particular?
Yeah, Dave, I mean, the one other item that I would want to be sure to mention is the continuing efforts to review the recruiting landscape in Division III. And we had a really good, robust 2-hour-plus roundtable session on this in San Diego a couple weeks ago. But the recruiting working group's come up with about 9 initiatives that are an attempt to identify ways in a good extent about possibly allowing on-campus evaluations of prospective student-athletes to maybe obviate the need that coaches feel to go off-campus in order to conduct those evaluations. That one's getting some controversial responses, pro and con, but that's one that we continue to look at. And then finally, this idea of might we identify some periods or allow institutions to identify some downtime for coaches, whether it's a week or two around the holidays or a couple of weeks in the summer, but just to allow coaches some announced downtime where they're not off campus. Doesn't mean they couldn't continue to work on campus, but to sort of give them some time where they know that they don't have to be on the road. As you know, what you do to promote Division III, best of luck with the marathon, and I look forward to discussing these issues down the road.
Thanks. Can you get a pot of coffee sent to me?
We need to get on that. I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Well, thanks so much, sir. Take care of yourself, and we'll talk soon, I know.
Thanks, Dave. Take care.
All right, take care. Dan Dutcher joining us, and Vice President for Division III. I know we're dealing with some internet problems. I'm going to take a bit of a break here, a little bit behind getting our next guest, but I hope we can get them up quick. We're going to take a longer break than usual, so enjoy the Division III commercial coming up. We'll see if we can at least solve some of the problems or at least get to the bottom.
So great. It gives you the opportunity to get involved in so many different things and be able to still do all those things.
D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. During soccer season, the coaches, they expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time. It's your
develop like who you are as a person.
To us certain amounts of money and choose certain perks. You notice we added a couple perks today. Hopefully you'll take advantage of them. One of them was you get to have me wear your favorite school shirt. And then at the same time have a guest of your choosing on the show. Well, first and foremost, one of our guests, one of our early contributors, I think it was the very first one, was Ralph Turner. Wonderful guy down there in the Texas area. Certainly a big supporter of Division III. Even though his team, McMurray, is leaving Division III as of this year, and next year they'll be in Division II. So I reached out and said, what do you want me to wear? Who do you want me to wear? He said, well, McMurray doesn't make much sense. So this year, a lot of people talk about you and what you contributed to the sport, etc. I know it's hard for you not to take part in the goings on, as it were, but from your point of view, what's it been like to be part of that organization and those and doing what you did for so many years?
It was a great discovery, I guess I could say. And, it happened rather accidentally because it turned out I knew a couple of the guys that were over there, and I did not know at the time they were there. But some guys and I wrote a book about our reporting during the Kennedy assassination, and I made a report on it to a pretty... So we got involved, and we had a discussion one day that they had a so-called radio station on campus, which was really kind of a wired wireless type of thing. And so, well, why don't we put the games on there if they'd allow it? And we worked on that, and it worked sometime, but it was all volunteer, so it took a while to get that out. And then, lo and behold, here comes the internet, and that has been I'm really happy that I happened to come along at the time to help out in that. I'm not a technician, so I didn't do much of that, but Bruce and the other folks there, and I got the technician down and technical work down, and they've got a nice program going now with the school. And, really good building also, when we started back early, building up the school the students' participation as fans at the arena. They've even kind of emulated the Duke fans, the crazies at Duke, painting their bodies and all that. So this thing is building, and I think it really is due to that effort.
Part of the Division III landscape for a long time. You certainly know what it's like, seen the experience, I should say, of a Division III student athlete. What's your take on Division III athletes compared to the rest?
Well, I would like to see. I'll hit that. Yeah, I think it is wonderful. I mean, these guys come in, and these women, and they want to play basketball, softball, whatever they want to play. Well, there's no financial aid or scholarship based on athletic ability or skills, you know. They come in, they visit, you can then give them merit scholarships or however you want to fix it. But we've gone beyond this business of student athlete. It is a combine of great corporations, and they're making lots of money. The students are impressed that the Northwestern University students, the athletes in football, are trying to start a union. And I know there's not a lot of sympathy for unions, although I used to be a president of a union after Screen Actors Guild. But there is sometimes some things that only a union or people representing can handle with the administration. So that's something else. So that's probably not going to run. But I do think that we've got to stop this business of recruiting guys to come in and play however you want to play, take whatever you want, and because they're intense. Now, I was at University of North Texas, and we didn't have a program that was any better at that time I was there than comparable to UTD's now. Maybe not as good. And the kids would come in, and they'd say, I'm just going to go to the NBA. That's why I get Terry and just kind of edge him over. And I said, are you okay? I will be.
You got to love coaches. Coaches are great after
Charlie.
Losses.
Oh, Paro, he's so funny. And then he does such a great, after he gets over the walk across the court, if it's a loss, then he settles down and he's okay and he talks very well. He's an intelligent guy and just a wonderful person. Polly is too, the women's coach. And the other thing is they gave me an award for their Athletic Hall of Honor or something, a nice plaque for doing whatever I did. And I appreciated that so much, and it's one of my cherished events on the wall of my room. So, yeah, I've had I just really miss that program. I really miss not being with UTD, but it was really necessary to move to Durham at the time, and maybe we'll move back someday, but now they've hired a young man to do all the games at home. The next great step, as I said, I hope they can someday do all the games, entire schedule. That would be a lot of work because they do baseball and they do soccer and all these things. But what a building that would be for the entire UTD program.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to join us. I know you are well respected in the realm of Texas and, of course, at UTD. I know you were missed. But I certainly appreciate you taking the time to join us here on the show and give us your stories of Division III, especially at Texas Dallas. I always give the guest the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
If you have an athlete who really is interested in the academic part of college and really wants to work to a degree, I would suggest you look at a school like UTD. These Division III schools that don't pay the athletes to come there. They have to maintain their grades. And UTD, by the way, has had a bunch of great scholars. I mean, in the athletic program, one year, the entire athletic program had a higher grade point average than the regular students. So I would suggest if you've got a really good athlete and student, then a place like UTD is you should really check it out. They're wonderful people.
Well, very good, sir. That's well said. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to do it, and good luck enjoying the North Carolina winter weather. And
we are.
I know, and I'm sure we'll talk. We'll talk Texas Dallas basketball with Terry Butterfield here shortly.
Oh, that's good. Good old Terry. Tell him hi for me.
I will indeed. Take care of yourself, sir.
I really miss him. Thank you very much for having me.
You're welcome. Thanks for being a part of the show.
You bet.
All right,
My
take
pleasure.
care. Bill Mercer joining us, former voice of Texas Dallas. Certainly appreciate him taking the time to do that. Going to take a very quick break. By the way, seems to have solved a lot of our internet problems. So please, hope you can enjoy the rest of the show. We will continue to monitor those if they become a problem down the road. We're going to take a quick break and get Terry Butterfield on here. We're a little bit behind because of those internet problems, so we're going to try and waste as little time as possible. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches. Back after this.
Division III schools offer academic scholarships instead of athletic scholarships. This really puts the focus that the student athlete needs to maintain that GPA.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III. A lot of people pick schools just based on the sport and don't get that experience.
Being a Division III athlete and developing my leadership skills has definitely put my name out there and helped me get more recognition on campus, but more recognition nationwide. I did win the Jostens Trophy, which is based on leadership, academics, and then how well you do on the court.
I'm also the Schwartz Scholar of my class. Schwartz Scholarship is basically a scholarship that is given to a student who's identified as a likely leader.
At the end of the day, it won't matter how they play on the field, it will matter how they do in the classroom.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. We are back on the... No, I'm still going to wear this shirt. What am I doing? Welcome back. Hope everybody's enjoying the show. Sorry. Got tangled up in my headsets here. Got to fix that. If you have any questions for us, email us at hoopsville at d3hoops.com. That's hoopsville at d3hoops.com. You can also join us on Twitter at d3hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. And, of course, there's other ways to interact with us. You know how to do it, and we certainly appreciate you taking the time. It's all part of the Hoopsville Fundraising Project. We're now over 80% of the way to our goal, though we'd love to exceed our goal. I want to thank everybody who's contributed, including our good friend Larry Radloff. Thank you, sir, for your kind contribution. Go to our lots of ways. If you're watching the show, there's a widget. You can find out how you can enjoy the show more, or how you can make a contribution. We certainly hope you'll consider doing so. Feel free to go there and find out more information to contribute. Again, want to thank the Heartland Conference coaches who made a fine contribution to the program. Also want to thank all the coaches of the UAA who banded together in a bit of a challenge to everybody else to donate to the show as well. We certainly appreciate everybody's support. It really means a lot to us as we try to improve the Hoopsville experience for not only you, but certainly everybody else, and including ourselves as we try to upgrade equipment, et cetera, et cetera. We solved the internet issues, we believe, so we're going to move forward and hopefully have a good rest of the show as we come close to finishing out 6 hours. And now joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline as we continue the segment inspired by Ralph Turner. Just talked to Bill Mercer, former voice of Texas Dallas, and now we're joined by Coach Terry Butterfield from the said same program. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville.
Good afternoon from Dallas, Texas.
Yes, a wintry Dallas, Texas, I may add.
Well, there's a lot of blue sky today, but the Texans down here, they don't like cold weather, and there's a little bit of that going around.
Yeah, just a little bit. You surviving okay?
No problem. Now, you remember, I'm from the Northeast, so
I know.
Doesn't mean much
but
to
it
me
doesn't
here,
mean going down to Texas doesn't throw you off a little bit.
Well, not too much, but get a little bit of dusting down here, and everybody disappears, and I'm like, what's going on here? So us hardy folk from upstate New York, we're used to that. From about August until May, I believe.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's par for the course, as it were. Being a New England guy myself, got to talk about your team. Off to a terrific start this season, 15-1 overall. Before a slight slip up this past weekend, how do you think the season's gone?
Well, Dave, we have. I obviously had a great start. There's no denying it, and we've got a great start because we have great kids, and our kids have just risen to the occasion almost every time out, and we've been able to do good things on the road as well as at home. So obviously, we're very hopeful. It's still early yet. I'm still not trying to look forward to anything, but boy, our kids have done a good job to this point.
It's, obviously lost to Hardin-Simmons by 5 at home. Your only other loss is to Trinity, Texas by 5 on the road. So your 2 losses are combined 10 points. You still have a massive 2.5 game lead on the conference over Concordia, Texas and Hardin-Simmons right now in the ASC. What, from your vantage point, is this season going along better than expected maybe?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think our league is very good top to bottom, and there are just really talented teams throughout the conference. And you just mentioned 2 of the more talented. And I think in our league, I think anybody can get anybody else on any given night. And, most of the times when we take the floor, we've got experienced kids. They're together. We've got good chemistry, but we're not usually out running and out jumping people, and there's just some really, really strong, physically talented teams in our league. So I still think it's early to be saying too much more than that.
Certainly it's early, but you're in a very nice position where you've got a comfortable lead, at least to play with, to be able to host the conference tournament at the end of the season. You've got Sul Ross State and Howard Payne ahead of you at home. Those games featuring teams that are kind of in the middle of the conference, as it were, a little bit. Mississippi College, Louisiana College will be on the road, then home against East Texas Baptist and LeTourneau, then back on the road to finish the season against Concordia, Texas, and Mary Hardin Baylor. So certainly some challenges ahead of you guys in a very conference-dominated schedule. How have you prepared the team for what was a very different season schedule this year?
Well, you're right, Dave. Difficult. I don't know anybody else in the country. Maybe you do. I don't know anybody that's playing 22 out of their 25 games in the league. The thing is, every night's a battle. You're in league play, and after every game, somebody's moving up the ladder and somebody's moving down the ladder, and you can't afford to take a night off. You can't test things out. You got to go to war every day, and all these conference games, it's a grind, no doubt about it.
When you, the 22 of the 25 games in conference is crazy. I know I talked to Ken DeWeese at the end of last year. He wasn't looking forward to it. He's been a little bit more PC about it this time around. If you were to change this schedule, how would you change it?
Well, it's hard to say. Obviously we were in divisional play up until this year, and we've got 12 teams in our conference, and our presidents have decided that they wanted to maximize conference competition, and I understand completely. As you know, our conference is very spread out, and some of the teams on the perimeter definitely have a hard time getting games, and so obviously with 22 league games, you've only going to go get 3. I think the downside to that is that, the way we beat each other up, I think it really hurts our strength of schedule because obviously everybody's coming back to that 50% marker. Every time somebody wins, somebody's losing in our conference. It'd be nice to have more outside opportunities. We are going to lose Mississippi to Division II after this season, so that'll open up 2 more non-conference games at the present time. But, overall, I don't know, maybe as we get in with this thing, if we continue to do it this way, we'll maybe have to look at going back to divisional play, but I don't know how that's going to fly with the presidents because I think the mandate is there to really maximize conference play.
Yeah, that's certainly what I heard from Ken DeWeese as well. Let's talk about your team a little bit here. Led by Kyle Schley, 15.6 points a game. He's also averaging 8.5 rebounds a game while shooting 44% from the floor, 83% from beyond the arc, 33% from beyond the arc. I can't read. 14.5 points from Matthew Medell. He's also hauling down 4.2 rebounds, 13.1 points from Nolan Harvey. Dmitry Chernikov?
Yes, sir, Chernikov.
10.7 points a game and 5.5 rebounds. You're getting 4 good contributions from those guys. All 4 of them start. Carter Nash is contributing off the bench. Chris McGomber, depending on whether he's starting or off the bench, certainly contributing as well. How's this team gelling, and do you are they a threat, you think, this year to doing even more?
Well, I think that remains to be seen. What I think we have a very experienced team. We've got some guys that have been together for 3 or 4 years, a lot of them 4 years, and we've got nice balance. And most importantly, I think we've got great chemistry. We've just got great character kids that play hard and pull for each other. They're unselfish to a T. Sometimes I need them to be more selfish when they're in situations where they can be. But, I just like the dynamics of how we relate to each other. They enjoy the heck out of each other, enjoy being around each other. So I think there's a lot of good intangibles there, and that plays big for us. And you mentioned Kyle Schley. I think he's definitely our best player. He's multi-dimensional. He can do a lot of things for us. But I think we're getting great balance, a balance that maybe I didn't expect early on like that, but it's really playing out to be that way.
I remember watching you guys at, I believe it was John Carroll back in 2009 at the Elite Eight, knocking on the door of a Final Four in a great game against Guilford. Next year you get to the Sweet 16. The following year you make the tournament, but haven't seen you guys since. Is there an itch almost to get you guys back into the NCAA tournament?
Yeah, you're darn right there is. That's a special event, as you know.
Yeah.
That just makes you feel like $1 million being part of that whole thing. And I think that the best way for us to proceed is take care of our business every night, try to get to the point where we can host the conference tournament, go win our conference, and then we're in, and no one can take that away from us. We don't have to wait for our larges and things like that. We won 20 ball games last year, and we didn't get in. I think we won 22 the year before and didn't get in. So, yeah, when you've been on the inside of that thing and you've had a chance to progress and be a part of it, it's such a special situation that, when you miss it, you just feel left out. You feel like you're not special like you were when you were in. So I hope our guys are just really ripping and roaring to win our conference, because I want them to have that experience, particularly the 5 seniors.
I was going to say, doesn't it feel like you got to win the conference? There's no way you can rely on an at-large bid with the way the conference schedule is made.
Yeah, I really believe that. I believe that if you're waiting for someone to pick you up, if you haven't won your conference, then you're playing with fire. And I really believe that the whole impetus for us should be on getting our conference and having a chance to win that 3-day tournament.
Well, even more so the way your conference schedule is set up, it almost looks like it's almost impossible for the ASC to maybe get in that large bid with the SOS numbers the way they'll be.
Yeah, and again, I wish the committees, both regional and national, would recognize that we're in a peculiar situation here. There isn't anybody. You tell me, is there anybody else that's doing something like we're doing? Can you think of anybody?
There is, but they find ways to fix it. I mean, the MIAC's pretty big. I think they play 20 games, if I'm something along those lines. But the ODAC's big, but they go for an offset round robin. So you don't play every team in a double round robin set. You play a majority of them, but you also have a third of them, I think, that are a single game, and they change that schedule. So it's not always the same teams you only play once. That's a rotational thing, except for some rivalry stuff. So there's ways around it. I call it the ODAC model, and it seems to work for them very, very nicely.
Well, I respect that and wish we had more opportunities to showcase our teams here, because I will tell you, even though we're down here in Texas and spread out a little bit, we've got some very, very talented teams that come out of here year after year. There's some really talented kids here in Texas, and and I wish we were able to get a little bit more notoriety over time.
Mary Hardin-Baylor football has certainly changed the landscape of Division III, but especially Texas football. Not that Texas football needed much landscape change, but it changed it in the sense of Division III. How much did Mary Hardin-Baylor's appearance in the championship game in Atlanta last year change the landscape in basketball?
Well, I would like to think that it did. I mean, it's pretty special to get a team from your conference all the way to the national title game, and I think people should, stand up and take notice of that. Obviously, that was our first time getting the team that far. As you mentioned, we got to an Elite Eight and, just came up short on getting to the Final Four. So we've had some teams move along and be a part of the thing, and I'd like to think that people are recognizing that over time.
Well, hey, I appreciate you taking the time to join us on the show. Certainly fun to chat with you. It was fun to chat with Bill Mercer right beforehand to hear his take on things. I know you guys miss him there this season.
We do, Dave. Dave, Bill Mercer is a rock star down in these parts. Bill Mercer, when I first moved here and he started doing our games, I was clicking the dial around one night, and I came across the political station. What is it called, Dave? Help me here. The C-SPAN. Excuse me.
Oh, there you go. I'm like, wow, political station opens up a wide open door.
I come up along C-SPAN one night, and there's Bill Mercer giving an interview on C. And I thought, man,
wow,
if you make it on C-SPAN, you're pretty darn special. And then, as you may or may not know, he was a long-time announcer down here. He did the broadcast of the Ice Bowl between Green Bay and the Cowboys way back in the day.
Wow.
He was the first one to report on the assassination of JFK. I mean, he's a rock star, and he's the most humble, fun-loving, good person that you could ever want to meet and be around, and we do miss him terribly. We need to find a way to kidnap him out of North Carolina and bring him back here because we do miss him. He's a great, great man.
Very good. Well, good luck on the kidnapping. I'll tell the police I had no knowledge of it whatsoever.
Right.
Good luck the rest of the season, Coach. As always, we give the final word to the guest. Any final thoughts to those who may be tuning in?
My final thought would be to you and what you do for Division III basketball. Everybody knows that you guys are the beginning, the middle, and the end as a source for D3 basketball, and I think you provide a heck of a service, and I love your show. I think it has a lot of value. I think the kids that play at this level, as we all know, Dave, they don't get the notoriety that the ESPN kids get and all that stuff, and I just think what you do is such a tremendous asset to our whole basketball culture, and I want you to keep doing what you're doing and keep doing it as well as you're doing because it's fantastic. Thanks so much. I know as coach, I speak for coaches everywhere. We appreciate the heck out of it.
Well, thank you, Coach. I appreciate the kind words. Good luck the rest of the season. Hopefully we'll see you dancing in March, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you very much, Dave. You take care.
Yep, thanks. Coach Terry Butterfield joining us on Hoopsville. Going to take a quick break. We're playing catch-up a little bit here as we had to deal with some internet issues, but they're resolved, and we're going to play catch-up and kind of get back on track if we can. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, National Association of Basketball Coaches. We're going to talk to Del Curry. Yes, the Del Curry coming up here on Hoopsville.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result, in my mind, is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From eastern to occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.D3Hoops.com.
Every season starts with hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. And you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Men's Basketball Championship, March 21st and 22nd in Salem, Virginia, hosted by the Old Dominion Athletic Conference and the City of Salem. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday evening. We are now officially halfway through the Hoopsville Marathon 12-hour show as we've crossed over the 6-hour time period. Still going strong, and hope you're enjoying the show as well. Got lots to cover, so if you have any questions for us, tweet us at Hoopsville at D3Hoops.com. That's Hoopsville at D3Hoops.com. Use the hashtag Hoopsville. It was email at Hoopsville, D3Hoops.com. Twitter is D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville at Facebook at Facebook.com/Hoopsville. I'm going to take a little different tact here for a few minutes. We're going to talk to Del Curry. You may recognize the name, former NBA great, played at Virginia Tech, friend of many coaches in Division III, including our good friend Paige Moyer, and so thus he joins us on the Hoopsville hotline. Sir, welcome to Hoopsville.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming on the show. I appreciate it. Paige spoke so highly of you, and as I obviously everyone knows your career, and so I started picking his brain a little bit more as to what was so special in connection to Division III, and it's amazing. As much as you played Division I basketball and you went on to play in the NBA, you have a lot of roots with those who are involved in Division III, like a lot of the camps that take place back in Virginia.
Absolutely. I've known Charlie Moyer, Paige's father, coached me at Virginia Tech, and Paige was on my freshman team, and so I've known Paige since recruited me back in 1982. But Frankie Allen was on the staff at Virginia Tech. He's went to Roanoke, so a lot of connections. I only grew up about an hour and a half outside of Roanoke, so still have a lot of friends and family there. My wife's from Radford, so I've used to come to Roanoke camps all the time. My son Stephen and Seth grew up coming to camps at Roanoke. Paige has been running my camp in Charlotte for 20-some years, so we go way back. We're our best of friends, and it's just basketball does so many things for you on the court, but it does so much more for you off the court as well.
It is, you talk about your son, Steph Curry. It's funny to hear it said that way, not Stefan. Certainly another great. You played in the NBA, and now you're, of course, a broadcaster for the Bobcats. Your boss is one of the greats, and Michael Jordan. Your circle certainly seems to be pretty good, and then you're mixing in the Moyers of the world and everybody else. It's a deep and wide circle, is it not?
Oh, absolutely. That's what the game. It's a global game, and the friends and the relationships you form could be globally. So, I have a lot of roots back in Virginia. That's where I grew up. That's where I'm from. I went to obviously Virginia Tech, and still have a lot of friends on the campus and coaches there. So, I really love going back to the Valley and spending time. I don't get back as much as I'd like to, but fortunate for me, they love to come to Charlotte as well. So, again, I have friends all over the world that I've met and had relationships formed just because of playing a game that you grew up loving to play.
You talk about the roots and your son's working through those camps as well. What have you learned about the student athletes in Division III that either impresses you or certainly makes you think differently about those athletes?
Well, that's a great question, and a lot of those. I have camps over the summer, and I get a lot of Paige's guys and girls to work my camps, and they still the love for the game, but very intelligent, bright young student athletes. But their love for the game, how hard they work, how appreciative they are to still be able to play the game. and you got to take your hats off to people like Coach Moyer, Hillary Scott, who coaches there in Lynchburg, who played for Page. I've known him since he was in college. He worked my camps. He still comes back in the summers, even though he's a head coach at Lynchburg, and helps out. So those type relationships, but just the hard work and the really how much they still love to play the game.
Talking to Del Curry, you might know him from his NBA playing days. Certainly played with some Division III guys, or at least schools that have now become Division IIIs, the Terry Porters of the world. Of course, you played with Devin, or maybe against Devin George, who certainly got a plenty of attention. What was it like to go up against guys who maybe came from those smaller schools, not just Division III, but smaller schools in general? Were they a different type of player in the NBA, not necessarily in the skill set, but maybe more along the lines of their mentality with the game?
Mentality with the game and the effort and how hard they played. Whether it was a pickup game or just in the backyard, they competed. And again, they still had that competitive spirit and don't want to lose, want to compete. So again, the game of basketball has done a lot for us. You see guys and girls able to compete on every level, whether it's Division I to Division II or III. It's a competitive game, and I enjoy watching Page's teams at Roanoke play Hillary Scott. It's a competitive league. The coaches are very competitive, and again, the love for the game, you see it on every level.
Yeah, of course, we mentioned you're a color analyst for the Bobcats, of course, meaning you're working for Michael Jordan. I grew up in Chicago. My number ended up being, my favorite number is 23, and actually, believe it or not, it wasn't because of Jordan first. He was second. It was Sandberg first at second for the Cubs. What's it like working for Michael Jordan? He gets a bit of a bum rap sometimes, but you know him a little bit better maybe than most.
Yeah, well, actually, I work for Fox Sports South, who produces the games. But I still see Mike all the time. And the Bobcats are a much improved team. He's worked hard, and his front office people of making sure the team improves on a steady pace. Next year we turn back to the Hornets. So
Yep.
We're very excited about that. It'll be the Charlotte Hornets again. And then with the improvement of the team, the coaching staff, and the return of the name, excitement, the momentum in Charlotte and the surrounding areas is at an all-time high. We're actually on a 4-game road trip right now. I'm in L.A. Started a road trip last night by beating the Denver Nuggets, a very good team. So learning to win on the road, still have a young team, injuries, to all the things that you go through, whether you're in Division III or at the highest level in the world. But the team is improving, and with the name change, we're excited about the future.
Another interesting thing is, a lot of the new college rules in the sense of hand checking and stuff kind of came through the NBA. And so, obviously Steph and others have had to go through that. What's your take on that rule change as it's progressed through the ranks?
Well, I get asked that question a lot. When I played in the league, it was a much more physical game. I think they had a really lull in scoring a few years back, and that's when the hand checking came in to try to increase scoring. It's done that, and of course the fans want to see the ball go through the hoop. So that's why Stephen is such a popular guy. He's able to shoot the ball with range, create his own shot. So the game has changed. The game's gotten younger. It's gotten smaller, but yet it's played even more above the rim. And it's a faster game. So again, on every level, I'm sure every year, from year to year, the game changes a little bit because of the players coming in and out of the league, and it's no different in the NBA.
Another interesting dynamic is, thanks to the women adding the 10-second violation back to college basketball, there's a lot of talk about how the men's game in college is just got the slowest shot clock in all of basketball. There's a serious talk about moving it to 30 and even, according to some, down to 24 seconds. What's your thought on changing the shot clock in college basketball?
It's my first time hearing that, but I like the 30-second. I agree. I think it is 35 is what I believe what it is now. So I think that's a little too long. I like the 30-second. I think that would be just enough. I don't want to see it at the 24 second like the pros. I mean, you've really got to be skilled, and that's a different game. I think NBA and college, they should be different games. So the 30-second, maybe just what the doctor would order there. I like that idea.
What else do you take from your experience with Paige Moyer and the rest of the Division III ranks, as it were?
You know that family's big, and I grew up in a small area in Virginia, and family was always important, and people that helped you along the way. And you know, that's I think why I still have such a strong relationship with Paige, Roanoke, Coach Moyer, and that whole community, is because growing up around there and then playing there, it felt like family to me. And the support that you get as you go throughout your career is incredible, and I think that's why they've been as successful as they have.
Well, hey, thanks so much for joining us on the show. I certainly appreciate it. Paige certainly speaks very highly of you. Obviously, he was the assistant coach, as you point out, the one of the years you were playing at Virginia Tech under his father. Of course, he's now at Roanoke, and we always have a good time with him when we get down to Salem for the championship weekend. I always give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you'd love to share with anybody who may be tuning into our show today?
Well, thank you for tuning in. The game of basketball is fun on every level. Just enjoy it, appreciate the game, appreciate the student athletes, and do your best you can to give back to your community. Thanks for having me.
Hey, no problem. I think your son is having a pretty good season up there in the NBA. What do you think?
Yeah, he's going to start on the All-Star team, so we're excited about that. Getting down to New Orleans, he's worked hard. Again, growing up around the game and growing up around the best players in the world really helped him get there. But the work ethic that I see on every level, it was instilled in him. He had a dream and worked hard to meet it, and here he is starting the All-Star game.
Well, I think it was Paige Moyer's camps.
Yeah, there you go. That's where it all started. I like that.
Very good.
That's what he'd say, too.
Yeah. Well, very good, sir. Thanks so much for joining us and taking some time out of your day. Have fun the rest of the NBA season, and we'll talk soon, maybe.
Thank you. Okay, look forward to it.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Del Curry joining us here on Hoopsville. Kind of a cool interview there. We got a very nice conversation with Paige Moyer to get him on, and so we appreciate him taking the time. A little bit behind schedule, so we're going to try and catch up. We're still trying to catch up due to the technical difficulties we had in the middle of the show, but we're working on it. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk St. Vincent men's basketball, and then upcoming Steve Ulrich from the men's basketball committee will join us as well. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches. We'll be back right after this.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result, in my mind, is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Every season starts with hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. And you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Men's Basketball Championship, March 21st and 22nd in Salem, Virginia, hosted by the Old Dominion Athletic Conference and the City of Salem. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. We are midway through the 7th hour of our 12-hour marathon here on Hoopsville. certainly appreciate you taking the time to join us during the show. We know we had some internet problems earlier on. We're catching up on those issues, and certainly hope you are enjoying the show. If you have any questions for us, email us at hoopsville@d3hoops.com. That's hoopsville@d3hoops.com. You can also join us on Twitter at D3Hoopsville and hashtag Hoopsville. Of course, on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. Let's get back into the men's basketball realm. We'll jump into the Great Lakes region, and joining us on the Hoopsville hotline is St. Vincent men's basketball DP Harris. Team is 16-2 overall, having a pretty solid season. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville. Oh, hold on. Got to unmute you. We'll try that again. Welcome to Hoopsville.
Dave, thanks for having us. We're really excited about being on the show.
Oh, thank you for taking the time to join us. Team is, as we mentioned, 16-2. Of course, you're in the Great Lakes region thanks to the fact that the PAC is located there, though you're you're right in between like three regions all at once there in Latrobe, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we're in Latrobe, Pennsylvania, home of Arnold Palmer, and our campus, St. Vincent College. We host the Pittsburgh Steelers every year. So being new guys on the block coming from the NAIA into the NCAA, we're new to the Division III scene.
DP, since I am in Baltimore and a bit of a Ravens fan as well as a Bears fan, I'm going to have to end this interview. I did not know you guys hosted the Steelers. This can't happen. I'm sorry.
Oh, come on, man. Turn you into a Steeler fan.
No, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. I will fall back on my Bears and all my Bears if I have to, but no. I joke, though. I did know they were in Latrobe. Season's been an interesting one for you guys. You lost to Penn State Beaver in a non-Division III game at La Roche. You then won 4 in a row before losing to Juniata. You've not lost since. That Juniata game was November 30th. Let's see. Well, I should be able to do the math relatively simple. You were 4-2 entering that, you were 4-2 after that, so you've won 12 straight. A couple non-Division III opponents in there. Obviously, a lot of conference action in there as well. What's your take on the season? Did you think you guys could be this good at this point?
Dave, there wasn't a question that at the beginning of the season we knew we were going to be good because our problem was we lost probably one of our best players, Grant Latus, the 6'8" kid from Mount Lebanon. So we went into the Penn State Beaver game. He didn't play, and we lost by 2 points. And we had to adjust some guys, and we have them playing out of their usual spots. But we came back, and we have a pretty resilient crew, certainly with our big three, Sean Kett and Isaac Turner and Dylan Stite. Those guys really, they're phenomenal. Then we came off a break, and we went and played Juniata and lost a close one. And the thing about it, we might have wore ourselves down because we went out to California and played 2 games and then came back. But our guys have responded well. We've won 21 consecutive conference games, won our conference last year. In our conference, traditionally, I hear a lot of people say, oh, you're not ranked. Traditionally, our conference hasn't been real strong and had a good showing in the national tournament. So I can respect that. And hopefully our goal is to try to get a first-round win in the NCAA tournament here in the next few years.
Clearly, you've been watching the tweets out there in the last 24 hours. And that has been the concern. The PAC's really struggled in the NCAA tournament over the last 9, 10 some odd years. I don't remember the exact timing. It's a conference that certainly has had some teams that have, taken note of, hey, Bethany's having a good year. Thomas More is trying to have a good year. We've had some great battles in this conference, but we're waiting for that team to break through. You point out you're hoping that you can do it yourself as well. What is it going to take, do you think? Is it just one game, or does a team from the PAC need to make a deep run?
I think a team from the PAC needs to make a deep run, and certainly I'll tell you that Bethany is talented, and so is Thomas More. Basketball is getting better in our league, that is for sure. And the atmosphere certainly has improved around the league. Our commissioner has done a wonderful job. But, last year we were close to Ohio Wesleyan and could have won that game very easily. This year we're a little different team, but I agree with you wholeheartedly. A team in our league needs to have a breakthrough win in the national tournament, and in the next few years maybe get 2 teams in. But I think our conference certainly has a lot of good young coaches in there and that are passionate about the game, and certainly we're looking to make a stride to move forward in the NCAA tournament.
Talking to D.P. Harris, the men's basketball coach at St. Vincent. Appreciate him taking the time to join us. I apologize now, by the way. Did not realize you'd be following legend Del Curry when I initially put the schedule together. Let's talk about your team. This is a squad, certainly not a lot of experience. You've got one senior, got a handful of juniors, got a number of sophomores. Yet they're playing pretty darn good at this point in time. When you look at this team, does anything stand out about them in particular?
Well, I think we're real athletic. We have two seniors on our team, Dylan Stith and Isaac Turner. And those two kids are very, very good. One's averaging 21 points a game. The other one's averaging, I think, 19. We're athletic. Dylan is 6'7", 6'8". He can play 2, 3, 4, and plays the 5. And certainly Turner, who played with Austin Rivers out of Winter Park, Florida, he's certainly one of the better players in the country. He's very good. Since I've been here at St. Vincent, I've had 14 kids play overseas and one kid in the NBA, Daniel Santiago. And Isaac is a very, very special player along with Dylan. But we have some guys, Pat Jones and J.C. Howard and Benny Klemshock, who have really stepped up and answered the call. So we're pretty well-rounded. We can go deep into our bench. We like to play fast. We like to press and get the ball up and down the court. But we shoot the ball well. And, I've been here for 18 years. I've never had a team shoot the ball 50% from the field and 40% from the three, and we have an opportunity to do that this year.
That's impressive, to say the least. And this is a guy, you mentioned Isaac Turner, 20-plus points in 11 straight games, 20-plus in 14 of 18 games. This is all from your terrific assistant sports information director, Sean King. I don't have that stuff memorized. Dylan Stith leads the conference in 10 double-doubles this season. He's nearly averaging a double-double. He's a half a rebound below that mark. To say you're getting contributions from a lot of different players is probably an understatement, to say the least. You've got 4 guys in double figures, Turner, Stith, Kett, Howard. Everybody's shooting well. All 4 of those is over 48%. Kett is 59%. What's the weakness?
The weakness is ourselves, not getting satisfied. Our team can get a lot better. Right now it's funny because I'm up in my office and this is piping through the gym as they're down there foul shots. And it's our challenge is ourselves and really getting better each day and just handling the process. So our guys, we have very good kids here. They work hard every single day. I'm very lucky to be the head coach here. But our guys, we need to rebound it a little bit better. I'm sure all of the other coaches think the same thing. And, you just try to get better each day. And on any given night at this level, you can get beat. And you just have to keep your guard up.
Talking to D.P. Harris, who's apparently telling his team what to do in the coaching realm as we speak. Apparently they're listening in. I feel bad for them. I'm terribly sorry.
No, it's all right.
What did they do to earn this punishment, Coach?
Those guys, absolutely. They're on d3hoops.com. And being, like I said, an NAI guy, I don't tweet. I don't do that. So, but we have a great situation here. And we would love for you to come out one time. We have Cram the Carry. We average probably about 800 fans a night at our place, and our student section is absolutely crazy. And it's a tough place to come play. And our kids, I think that's why we've kind of come up to the top of the PAC and moving towards that national spotlight. As it's a tough place to come here and play at the Carey Center, and we're very fortunate.
It's certainly exciting to see what the Bearcats are doing this season. We talked about the breakthrough, but you got to get to the breakthrough first. Up ahead, you've got Westminster at home, then Thiel, Grove City on the road, Geneva and Bethany at home, Waynesburg and Thomas More on the road to finish out the season. You haven't lost a conference game. Obviously, you have a big target on your back. Since they're listening, this is even more appropriate. But what's the message to the team?
The message to the team is stay the course and understand the process, and just do it in St. Vincent style. You know, in the past, we've been as high as number 2 in the country when we had scholarships, and I just hope we have an opportunity to prove to people that we are good. And right now, it's very clear that there are really good teams. I think our eyes got opened up last year when we went and played Ohio Wesleyan. You know, that game was, 2-3 possessions either way. But we have work to do, and the power of youth is great, and I think we have some guys in our gym that are passionate about this game.
Appreciate you taking the time to join us here, Coach. I know we got a long way to go. Quickly looking at the conference, you're on top by a game and a half on Bethany. You're on top by 2 on Thomas More. You got to play these teams coming back the other direction. Obviously, Thomas More, you've beaten Bethany the 2 times you've seen them. Hold on.
No, once.
Once. Yeah, there they are. Third to the last game to the season. What do you expect from this conference? Can you get through this conference unscathed? Remember, the team's listening, but other people who want to know are listening too.
But, I think we can, and we're going to do our best to do that. But every night, we went to W&J last night. We were down 7 with, I think, 58 seconds to go or a minute 2 to go, and we came back and won by 3. And they had, 100 football players up in the stands on red night or something, and we broke their hearts last night. And, everybody, like you said, I understand the target, and the guys understand the target on our back. And our guys kind of relish it. I mean, it's a lot of fun to be chased and not have to, we have basically a 2-game lead, like you said. So we need everybody chasing us, and I think if we keep doing what we have been, we'll be okay.
Wrapping things up here with St. Vincent's head coach D.P. Harris. By the way, I love the picture you guys tweeted out. You are apparently is that a jersey sweater?
Oh, right now they tweeted it. No, the kid Grant Latus, he tore his MCL and ACL at the beginning of the year, and we were actually getting the pictures, the shirts framed. And right before I got on the phone, I threw it on. I mean, Grant Latus is probably one of the best kids. He's like all the other Division III kids, high academics, comes from a great family, and works his tail off. And in the first game that he gets to play, he tears his ACL, and he's out for the year. So I just threw it on as just a little rub for him. I mean, he's been sitting there cheering his team on all year, and he's one of our team captains, so I thought it would be appropriate to do. So
that's a great look.
Great look, yeah. I don't think I'm good enough to play with our guys.
Of course, you had a couple 1,000-point balls in front of you as well. I like the office. It's well decorated, traditional athletics office as well. So, when you look at what you guys have done to enter Division III, the transition was anything but smooth. How is this? How is a season like this? Oh, what's the word? What do I want to try? How a season like this? What does this mean to not only you guys, but the entire athletics department, and even bigger, the campus?
I think that we've kind of been accustomed around here, the last 12 years or whatever. I mean, we've been to Elite Eights and Sweet 16s, but the Division III, it's harder. It's 400 and some schools. It is a hard road, and when you come out of the NAIA, it's different, and it's an adjustment. But I do have to tell you that, a lot of teams struggle to make that transition. I know there's teams in our league that have struggled, but we made the adjustment pretty well. We have a commitment from, certainly our university, our athletic director, our president. So we're very fortunate. But to our campus, our guys are just like any other kid on this campus. They go to class, whether they're in chem, math.
Wait, they go to class?
Every day, man. This is a tough school. They go to class with the rest of the kids and just blend in and have a blast. And then for 2 hours a night when we come out and play, the kids let the steam off. They let the steam off so much they broke our bleachers in the back, and they have to sit on the sides right now. We got to get them fixed.
Whoa!
Yeah, we got some wild kids here. Huh?
Slow down, or get better bleachers. I don't know which.
Well, we play in a $15 million building. Those kids, remember, we're like the Steelers. We're pretty tough.
Oh, you had to go for another Steeler reference?
I hear you.
I mean, seriously?
If we win a first round game, how about I come? I actually help run Steeler training camp here.
Oh.
Win the first round game. How about you come up here and have lunch? I'll get you hooked up with Coach Tomlin, and you can come up here and have lunch with the Steelers guys and spend a day with us at camp.
I hate to tell you, a friend of mine, a very respected colleague of mine from my producing days, is the head PR guy for the Ravens. If he caught wind that I'm having lunch with Tomlin, he might send some of the players to my house.
It's great to hear that you're a passionate Ravens fan.
Well, my wife's a season ticket holder. I'd get divorced from her if I have lunch with Tomlin.
And you are pretty passionate.
Well, by default.
Yeah, that's all right.
That and the Bears, like I said. Oh, you're killing me. Listen, I'll make you a deal.
Okay.
If you guys win and I can get up there for a tournament game, I will come wearing a Ravens jersey.
Oh, that would not. Yeah, you know what? We'd love to have you. Absolutely. We'll put you right in the crowd. We'll pay for you to come up, and we'll put you right in there.
Yeah. Maybe I won't wear the Ravens jersey after all, but I'll wear something purple just in spite. By the way, since the Ravens came into existence, I believe the Steelers and Ravens have won the same amount of Super Bowls, but I could be wrong. By the way, back to basketball quickly. The transition we mentioned was rough. Going from NAIA to Division III, there could be many reasons for it. Did you expect it to be so tough and so long before you could be a player in Division III after being a power in the NAIA? Is it maybe an example of how tough it is in Division III after all, that some people just don't think it's tough and it ends up being tough?
Yes, I absolutely agree with that, Dave, because, you're used to doing business, and you got 8, 9 full scholarships, and you're recruiting a different kind of player. And then you come in, you don't have money, which one is very, very difficult. Secondly, you don't have the recruiting ties that you need in Division III. So, we just had one down year. We've won 19. We won 22. I think we won 23. We won 19. But in our first year, we were 6-19, and we had to make some adjustments. And we probably did it a little tougher than most in the adjustment period because we got rid of we didn't get rid of, we had a plan where the scholarship guys had graduated. So I think that helped us a little bit, and we took it on the chin a little bit at the beginning. But the transition really has, for the most part, gone smoothly, and now it's just business as usual. And it's been an enjoyable experience in Division III, especially the travel's a lot less, to be honest with you.
Well, hey, I appreciate you taking the time to join us. I tried to make our interview at least a little bit less bad as a transition for you. Make it a little smoother for you. Of course, pipe it in on the players. That's always a fun little note. If they're listening still, if they haven't gotten bored with us, go back to the free throw shooting, guys. It's rather important. I always give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those? And I make one caveat. You cannot root on the Steelers in this comment.
You must be reading my mind because I was going to say, let's go Steelers, but that's all right.
I've been in this business long enough.
Well, Dave, listen, it's the first time I got to talk to you, and thank you very much. I go on the website, d3hoops.com, every single day, and I listen to this show. So thanks for what you do for basketball and making the players, giving them, remember, every kid wants to play Division I basketball, and I think your show and what Division3hoops.com does gives the kids an opportunity to feel that they're big time. And really, thank you very much for the show and what you do for the game.
Well, thank you, Coach. I certainly appreciate you taking the time to be on it. It makes us be able to give that kind of platform and having coaches so willing to come on and talk and be so forthright as well about the transition from NAIA and such. So thank you so much. Good luck the rest of the way. It'd be a real shame if the Steelers decided to go somewhere else during training camp.
50 years, they're not going anywhere.
Yeah, I know. I can hope, right? I can hope. Hey, Ravens used to be at McDaniel, another Division III.
Yeah, I know. I've gone around to some of the campuses where they've, I've been down to Georgetown, Kentucky, and when the Ravens were at McDaniel, I was down there too, just to see how they operated their
Sure.
camp. A lot of tradition here. We have Rooney Towers right across the way where our players
Yeah.
live, some of them, but some of the Rooneys graduated from here. So there's a lot of tradition here with those Steelers, and certainly those Ravens-Steelers games, man.
Oh, it doesn't matter if the teams are good or bad, or one of them's really good and one of them's not that great. The games are outstanding. If there's one thing I will say, it's one of the best rivalries I've ever witnessed in person. So,
if you ever want to come up and wear your jersey and go to the Steelers game and see one in Heinz Field, you can be my guest, okay?
Okay, I'll take you up on that. Maybe we flip that around. If you want to come down to M&T, I'll make sure we got tickets.
Okay, sounds good. Thank
Awesome.
you very much.
Very good. Well, hey, take care of yourself, and we'll talk soon.
All right, thank you.
All right, DP Harris joining us from St. Vincent. Team is 16-2 right now, not in the top 25, but he even knows why. This conference has got to prove something, and I think the voters are waiting for that proof. By the way, quick shout out to my babysitter here, Lauren Costello. Thank you very much. She brought me a third cup of coffee. I appreciate her doing so. Needed it badly. She's been watching our daughter. By the way, if curious, some of the funds from our fundraiser are going towards babysitting today. That's the way we can do 12 hours of the air. Thank you so much for being a part, DP Harris. We're going to take a break. We're way behind schedule. I got to catch up here. Steve Ulrich from the Men's Basketball Committee online to come up next. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches. We'll be back with plenty more Hoopsville right after this.
Division III schools offer academic scholarships instead of athletic scholarships. This really puts the focus that the student athlete needs to maintain that GPA.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III. A lot of people pick schools just based on the sport and don't get that experience.
Being a Division III athlete and developing my leadership skills has definitely put my name out there and helped me get more recognition on campus, but more recognition nationwide. I did win the Jostens Trophy, which is based on leadership, academics, and then how well you do on the court.
I'm also the Schwartz Scholar of my class. Schwartz Scholarship is basically a scholarship that is given to a student who's identified as a likely leader.
And the end of the day, it won't matter how they play on the field, it will matter how they do in the classroom.
Every season starts with hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. And you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Men's Basketball Championship, March 21st and 22nd in Salem, Virginia, hosted by the Old Dominion Athletic Conference and the City of Salem. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. We are close to closing out hour number 7. I'll admit the last few hours have flown by. Hour number 7 here of Hoopsville. We are got 5+ more hours to go. Certainly appreciate everybody taking the time to join us. Back to quickly DP Harris. Helped to make the show a little bit more interesting with a little Ravens Steelers fun there, even noted on Twitter there by D3 Hoops. Certainly appreciate that. It's what you get through the show with, right? But we certainly appreciate that, to say the least. I'm going to try and get up there. I think they deserve us to get up there sometime in the near future, so we will do so. By the way, quickly about the fundraising campaign that this whole show is a part of. We are trying to raise our goal of $10,000. I would love to do it by the end of the show. We are 81, almost 82% of the way there. I'd love to hit our goal of 10,000 by the end of this show, so that the next 10 days is all about money we can bank and put away for rainy day fund. I want to thank the UAA men's basketball coaches who pulled together and kind of put up a challenge to everybody else of donating money. I want to thank the Heartland Conference men's basketball coaches who pulled together and gave us a nice contribution. It is very kind of everybody. I really appreciate it. There's many of you out there as well. We've added 2 perks. One of them is now called the Tip In. It's like our $50 tip. It's now our $50 contribution. It's now our $60 one. There's only 5 of them available, and actually now it's down to 3. We also added the $120 the and one perk. That is like the slam dunk. We have not claimed any of those. So if anybody's interested, please feel free to to share the information, tip, even if it's $10. We understand. We certainly appreciate any kind of contribution that you may have. We're going to jump right to the Hoopsville hotline, and now joining us on the show is patiently waiting Steve Ulrich from the Centennial Conference Commissioner. He's also the men's basketball committee for Division III. Steve, welcome to Hoopsville once again, sir.
Dave, thanks for having me. And one thing I do know is not to get in the middle of an argument between a Ravens and a Steelers fan.
No, you don't want to do that.
Don't want anywhere near that. Thanks.
No, and it usually it's usually a respectful conversation, but it can get some interesting moments. I've learned it. I entered the equation as a sports producer and became a fan after that. So it's a whole nother realm in my book. But anyway, I digress, sir. Dave Martin, your colleague on the women's side, has already been on the show, and certainly we appreciated his time. I appreciate you taking your time as well. Try and not put you too crazily into the hot seat, but we're going to put you there in some cases. Sure. First and foremost, regional rankings. First ones come out February 12th. Quirk in the calendar makes them seem late. They're not late per the fact we'll still get 3 public ones. What's the message to your committee? What's the message to the RACs at this point in time? Is you guys ready to do a mock ranking next week and then the real thing the following week?
Well, the committee, which is made up of Kevin Vandestreek at Calvin, George Barber at Greenville, Linda Bruno, the commissioner of the Skyline Conference, Brian Van Haften at Buena Vista, Bob McVean at RIT, Mike Tully at Roger Williams, and Jeff Burns, the athletic director at Randolph-Macon. We had a call on Wednesday where we really sat down and discussed what our goals were for the ranking process and what our instructions were going to be for our RACs as we move into Tuesday's first mock. We had a lot of discussion about how important we want to place an emphasis on strength of schedule. We wanted to make sure that the message that we gave to the coaches and the administrators on the RAC were the same thing. How do you look at a 15-2 team versus a 16-2 team, for example, or how does a 16-0 team with a lower strength of schedule compare to somebody who might be 15-1 with a higher one? We just wanted to make sure that the 8 of us were all very comfortable in where we felt about these issues, and we were able to pass that wisdom along to the RAC as we get ready to go next Tuesday.
When you obviously there is no perfect formula, or this would be easy and the computers could do it. I asked Dave the same question. The all games count as long as you play your 70% in region factor. Is that a factor that's made things maybe a little bit easier, or is it a little bit more challenging considering you got to look at schools that have played somebody that maybe those RACs aren't as familiar with?
I think it's been helpful I think you're right. I think it kind of goes both ways. It's been helpful in one respect, and it's a little bit challenging as we take our first look at the numbers over the last couple of weeks and try to get comfortable with them and try to make that adjustment from what 5 of us did last year as veterans coming back on the committee as opposed to what we're going to do this year. I think everyone on the committee, though, is very comfortable with a game as a game and would like to see us continue moving toward that finality, if you will.
When you talk to these committees and you line things up and you get ready, what lessons from years past do you take into account?
That's a great question, and I think one of the things we take a look at is what exactly is what's statistically significant when you look at the strength of schedule numbers. For those who follow D3 football or some of the other sports in the fall, there was a lot of consternation about how much emphasis was placed on strength of schedule, and in some cases, was there too much emphasis placed on SOS? I think there's some folks on the committee that feel that it's still important to win the game versus just play a really good team and not win. So what's statistically significant? What is the magic number? Is there a magic number that makes up the difference between 16-1 and 15-2 or something like that? And then you take a look at 2 examples that I remember from years past. Cabrini was an excellent example last year, a team that played without Aaron Walton Moss in the first semester.
Yep.
got him back in the second semester. How do you look at their performance in the first semester versus the second semester? Another team like Albertus Magnus, great season last year in a league that hasn't traditionally been strong in the Northeast region. How do you weigh them against some of the bigger leagues in the Northeast like the NESCAC and the NUMAC? So I think in that respect, it's helpful to the veterans to be able to impart a little bit of wisdom to the newcomers. But I think with Kevin, George, and Linda, they're going to bring a new and different look to the group, and I'm excited for what's coming up this month.
Don't want to dive into it too much, but obviously Linda also brings in a Division I background. How has that played out in the last few weeks and months?
Oh, she's terrific. She had a lot of experience with the Division I women's basketball selection.
Yep.
So for her to be able to shed some light on how they did it, I think it makes all of us feel a little more comfortable that a newcomer has that kind of experience. There's not as steep a learning curve in that respect. And also just the fact that at another level, this is how they do it, and we can feel comfortable that the decisions we're making are in the best interest of the Division III men's championship.
Biggest thing with the men's is the SOS. That SOS has a weighted scale on it. If no one's familiar, if you play a team on the road, it's it's weighted at a 1.25. If you play them at home, it's weighted to a 0.75. Neutral games are even 1, so it's a non-weighted factor there. Last year, we noticed everyone noticed, the statistics group at NCAA decided, listen, we're going to change the mathematics. Instead of taking the regular everybody's averages, blah, 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 this is their win-loss, and multiplying that out, they were going to take each result versus, not each result, but each team individually and weigh it out there. And we noticed that as a result, it washed out the math, for lack of a better description. It's a little more detailed than that, but it essentially washed out the weighted average. The big $1 million question that I think you've ducked me on a little bit is, has the NCAA stats crew understood that isn't helping you guys? Has it been fixed? What's the scenario with the weighted average?
We feel that it has been addressed. One of the charges that we all have as the committee members and the members of the RAC, it starts with the RAC. Each conference has a representative from their group who serves on the Regional Advisory Committee. So their first charge is to go through the numbers of the schools in their conference and to make sure that everything looks right. If there's something that jumps out at them, bring it to the chair of the Regional Committee. For example, in the Middle Atlantic, if Alan Soretti saw something in the Centennial, he would bring it to my attention. I would take it to the National Committee, and we would work with the Statistics Service to make sure everything is fixed and perfect for selection night. That's the most important thing. Of course, we want to make sure that the numbers are correct for the regional rankings leading up. We understand that. But it's most important to make sure everything is perfect for selection night. And I think we feel that that's been addressed and we're ready to go.
You feel it has? Is it one of those where once the SOS numbers come out in a week or a little under 2 weeks and our statistician guys in Division III break them down, you'll then find out?
I hope that's not the case. Like I said, I know I've delved into the numbers and I'm taking a look at them, and I have to admit I'm probably not as mathematically skilled as some of the number crunchers that enjoy Division III basketball that are on the boards. But I feel that we're in good shape right now.
I'm talking to Steve Ulrich here of the Men's Basketball Committee, of course, also commissioner of the Centennial Conference. How have things gone overall? I know we talked about waivers. I know Calvin, for example, got a waiver. Hope did not, but then they didn't really matter for Hope in the long run for varying reasons. How is obviously you guys are not in control of the waiver system on the 70% in games to count all games. How has that process gone, though, from your point of view? It certainly seems like the NCAA has had the mentality of, hey, this is the new deal. Some of you were give you an exception for this year, and that's it. Others, hey, you knew better.
That was one of the things we did talk about on the conference call on Wednesday. Try to get a sense of how many teams, how many waivers. Unfortunately, in certain situations, we weren't able to come up with an exact number. That's one of the things we're working on before we get together next week. I think last I heard, I know there were at least 2 schools that did not look like they were going to reach the 70% and had not received a waiver as of yet, but also just with their record, was not looking like they were in position to be selected. Now, certainly they could win their conference tournament, and that's one of the things we're going to stay on top of over the next few days.
When you obviously, we'll talk a lot more when regional rankings come out, and we'll talk more when you guys select your brackets. But I asked Dave this too: have you heard any renewed push to make those final regional rankings actually public?
We will get together. We know that we won't
tomorrow,
be able,
Steve.
We know we won't be able to get it done this year.
Steve,
I would love to tell you we could, and I will tell you right now that for everyone that's listening, the men's basketball committee voted 8-0 last year to release the final. We believe in the transparency. We're happy to do so. If there is such a thing as a pay grade above us with the championships committee, it is stopped with them.
Yeah.
So we will come. We will get together at our meeting in Salem, and we'll get together in Indianapolis in June, and we'll probably vote 8-0 again to make them public for next year.
Any sense of where the resistance is coming? It's got to be coming from other committees.
It is coming from other committees.
Any chance we know who?
Unfortunately, I honestly don't know the answer to that.
I'm willing to back the bus up here, Steve. Come on, I'll run them over for you.
I would love to tell you. I could point out who that is, but I just don't know.
Obviously, we had a very long conversation at the beginning of the season on Hoopsville, and I really appreciated your candor in that. It was certainly a great interview, I think, for many people out there to understand how this whole thing has evolved, especially. Has anything changed since our conversation? Have you guys had to, not head in a different direction, certainly isn't the word I'm looking for, but maybe changed a tact, have you had resistance in what you're trying to do, or have you had, has everything been receptive?
Everything's been pretty well received. I don't receive a lot of feedback. Of course, now that we're heading into the final month of the season, I'll probably hear more than I ever banked on.
Yeah.
You know how that goes, and I'm sure Dave would say the same thing from his experience on the men's side and with the women's side. But no, I think things are going along pretty smoothly right now. As I said, the thing we're most concerned about is making sure that the Regional Advisory Committee in the West has the same instructions that the Regional Advisory Committee in the Atlantic has, and that we're all being as consistent as possible when we lay all these things out. If we can get consistency over the next 2 weeks, the first mock ranking, then the first official ranking, I think I'll feel very, very comfortable heading into the final weeks.
You have essentially a young crew in the sense of understanding how to put a real bracket together. I say that because I think you had, 6 new people last year, and you had an odd bracket in the sense that, one game 1 week, one game the next week, you know what I mean? So the bracketing was very different. It wasn't as geography central. Actually, it was more geography central. You kind of had matchups you wanted to avoid. You had no right avoiding because of the way the bracket was set up last year. Of course, then you lose Terry Small and Dave DeWitt. I think you're the only one, if memory serves, who's on that committee who's actually done a full 62-team normal bracket of potted weekends. Is there any concern that, there's got to be a little growing pains there, that you got to watch out for some things that maybe you don't, that wouldn't be anticipated in a normal year?
I think there's a little trepidation there just because, as you said, I am the only one that was with the committee 2 years ago and put together the quote-unquote normal bracket. Of course, last year's experience was hopefully not once in a lifetime. That might be for another conversation at another time. But I think anytime you bring this many new people into it, it's a different experience. And I think we'll be challenged by the budgetary constraints that the division puts us under, and will we know in advance of putting the brackets together how many flights we're able to get? Are we going to be told 1 or 2? We may not know that really until the last week, and certainly all the issues that brings to putting together a bracket, I think we have to deal with. So I think it's incumbent upon me to make sure that every one of the committee members feels as comfortably as they possibly can. I mean, one of the things, we probably took a half hour just to get Kevin, George, and Linda up to speed on Wednesday, and I said, guys, any questions you have, shoot. Look, put them out there. let's make sure you feel as good as possible about this, and we'll continue to do that. And I have a lot of faith in this group. I think when the day is over, I think you guys will end up being impressed with this group.
Are you guys? Have you encouraged them to go out and talk to former committee members to understand the bracketing?
We have. I think that's important. I know. I think Kevin has been on the rack before, so he has a good taste of this. Obviously, Linda has the experience of putting the bracket together.
Yeah, but she has a different experience of putting a bracket together.
It's experience.
Let's be honest. She's allowed to fly teams in Division I.
That's right. So I think there is some experience there, and knowing the guys that I've worked with, whether it be Ken Schumann, Russ Rogers, Terry Small, Mike DeWitt, I know any of the four of those guys would bend over backwards to be helpful to the committee, just like others were to me when I came on board. So if they didn't get the message before and they're listening now, I would encourage them to reach out.
Yeah, as a friendly, no pressure, Steve. No pressure. None whatsoever, my friend. Hey, I'm going to let you go. I could talk to you for a long time about things, but I got to keep the show moving along. I know we'll be talking down the road, both on air and off air. I appreciate you taking the time to carve out some time today to chat with me. As always, we give the guests the final word. Anything you want to make sure you express to those who are tuning in?
Well, like I said, you'll have an opportunity to hear from me as we get closer to tournament time. But I want to express my thanks, just like all your other guests have, for all the work you do, Dave. And, as somebody who remembers when Division III basketball online got started.
Yeah, I wonder who started that.
Just remembering when that got started.
Maybe the guy I'm talking to.
To see how far it's come and to see where you are today and what you've done for Division III basketball and what you and Pat and Gordon and the whole gang has done. It's a tribute to all your hard work, and we're the beneficiaries of it. So hats off to you. Thanks for all your good work, and I hope you do as well in the next 5 hours as you've done in the previous hours.
Thanks, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay,
as we enter, I appreciate that. Well, hey, good luck the rest of the week with all this and the rest of the season. I will bug you accordingly, and we'll talk soon.
Looking forward to it, Dave.
All right, take care. Steve Ulrich joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline. Appreciate him taking the time to do that. One thing I'm starting to notice is my back's not liking me anymore. Well, we're going to get going here. Next up, we're going to talk Elmhurst men's basketball. Then we got a couple of top 15 women's basketball teams to talk about all in the next hour. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches. Don't forget Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Also email Hoopsville at D3Hoops.com, Facebook at Facebook.com/Hoopsville. All part of the Hoopsville fundraising campaign. We are 81% of the way to our goal. We'd like to hit our goal today, if at all possible. I don't see why we can't in the next 5 hours hit our goal. And in the next 10 days, we will exceed our goal, and then we will bank that to help improve this show and this quality. Part of the improvement to the show is the brand new computer we are using today. As we get more familiar with the computer and certainly its capabilities, we will do other things as well. We're going to take a break. When we return, we'll talk Elmhurst men's basketball. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. We'll be back with plenty more Hoopsville right after this.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Every season starts with hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. And you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Men's Basketball Championship, March 21st and 22nd in Salem, Virginia, hosted by the Old Dominion Athletic Conference and the City of Salem. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the show. We certainly are enjoying putting the show on for you guys. Plenty to talk about around Division III. If you have a question for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. You can also join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. And then, of course, email Hoopsville at D3Hoops.com. Going to get to our next guest as we have entered our number 7. Hour number 7 of 12. We got a little less than 5 hours left to go on this Hoopsville Marathon, all part of the Hoopsville Fundraising Project. Certainly hope you'll consider at least contributing to the project or at least passing it on to those who may be of interest. We're 81% of the way to the goal. I'd love to hit our goal today. We'll see if that happens. We've had a number of donations today. We certainly appreciate it. I want to thank the UAA men's basketball coaches once again for pulling together to kind of set up a challenge, as it were. Also, the Heartland Conference men's basketball coaches came together as well. We certainly appreciate them doing that. We're going to jump into the Central/Midwest region. I'm calling it the Central region on the men's side a little bit more often because next year it will be called the Central region. And joining us from the CCIW is Elmer's men's basketball coach, John Baines. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville.
Thanks for having me, Dave.
Absolutely. Appreciate you taking the time to join us. You're off to a fascinating season, and it is definitely turning into the usual CCIW. I'm trying not to use the word bloodbath, but it's darn close. You guys, 4-4 in the conference. You go and lose to Illinois Wesleyan and Wheaton. You then return the favor a couple weeks later by beating Carthage and Augustana. And then Wheaton says, well, no, thanks. We're going to beat you back again. You're stuck at 4-4 now, right in the middle of everything. Augustana's a game up on you. Wheaton, Carthage, and Illinois Wesleyan in a 3-game tie on top of the conference with Illinois Wesleyan the best record. Carnage would come to mind. Yeah. What word would you use?
I'll tell you what, it's a really tough league. I laugh whenever people come up to me and say, hey, you've got like the top 3 or 4 teams in the league. I said, well, if you can figure out who the top 3 or 4 teams in the league are, then that's even harder. I said, Augie, North Central went over to Augie, last night. And, playing at Augie, that's one of the tougher venues. And North Central comes in at 2-5 and takes one from them. I think from top to bottom, as usual, I think anybody can beat anybody in any night, and it's pretty typical right now. We got a bunch of teams kind of jammed in the middle there, and all trying to get in the conference tournament.
Yeah, I was going to say the usual coach speak comes very much clear in the CCIW, to say the least. When you look at the landscape of this conference right now, obviously Illinois Wesleyan's getting the most attention. Sure. And they're 16-3. Mm-hmm. I think some people thought Carthage would play spoiler. They're in the mix. Wheaton maybe not having a season everyone expected. Augustana maybe playing above themselves only because of how young they are.
Sure.
I think you guys have to have a conference rule to keep them from traveling because Augustana always plays well after they've done an international trip. And then you guys are right there now in the mix. Last year, it was kind of the top and the bottom. Now, and it looked like it was going to happen that this year as well. Now it seems to be merging just a little bit in the middle.
Yeah, I think, there's Wesleyan returned a lot of people, and, I think Carthage, I think everybody got a little bit better. I think that's really what it came down to. Carthage returned Malcolm Kelly, and so whenever he's got to be one of the top 3 players in the league. So you add somebody like that to the mix. so they got better. Augustana played so many freshmen and sophomores last year that I think they just got older and better. I think for us, we're playing in our top 10. We're playing 6 sophomores and 2 freshmen right now. So, I think those guys went from being freshmen to sophomores. And Milliken did the same thing. Matt at Nadelhofer down there has done a great job, and he brought in a full group of freshmen last year and played. His top 10 were all freshmen, and now they're sophomores. So I think everybody just kind of got a year older, and I think what's happened is like you said, that middle group has just gotten better, and now it's made it a little bit harder for those top teams to get a W.
Not that it necessarily concerns you, but is there concern that as a result it will hurt the CCIW's chances of at-large bids?
I think there always is that chance. I think we've always had that problem here. I played at Illinois Wesleyan, and then have coached at Elmhurst as an assistant, and now the head coach for 11 years. So I've seen the league for 15 years, and I think that's always the challenge. And the other thing we have at our conference tournament level is we only take the top 4 teams. We don't take all 8, and I think sometimes that hurts us too, because we don't have an extra win in there. Sometimes you can win that first one, win the second one, and lose in the championship. That helps your cause. Going 1-1 doesn't help your cause in the regional ranking. So, for us, I think that's always a concern.
That's an interesting point of view. I didn't think of it that way. When you look at what you have ahead of you, Milliken on the road, North Park at home, so essentially the bottom of the conference.
Sure.
And then you're rewarded with Illinois Wesleyan, Carthage, and Augustana on the road, and then North Central at home.
Yeah.
Who did you not pay off to get that schedule?
We had some like any other D3. We had some flip-flopping with some games for scheduling reasons.
Yeah.
But I'm not looking for. We start this and you kind of circle the beginning of February, and I said, we're going to have 4 out of the next 5 games on the road, and this is really going to tell us where we're really at. And I think when we go into the off season and we evaluate our program, I think this is the time where we're going to say, okay, this is we got off to a good start and we've been playing pretty well. Now this is when the rubber hits the road. What can we really do?
Yeah.
And I think this is at that time for us.
You started the season with 2 straight losses to Westminster and Greenville. I'll flat out admit that didn't look good.
No,
I'm sure
it really didn't look good.
No,
it literally did not look good.
I'm sure when you looked at it as on the tape, it didn't look good at all.
Yeah.
Of course, you weren't looking at tape either. If you were, it looked even worse. Rolled off 7 straight wins, then lost to Stephen Austin, non-Division III, then beat University of Dallas, and of course, then you started that CCIW gauntlet.
Sure.
And got things going. What have you learned from those 2 first losses of the season?
We really made some changes, and as a coach, it's really hard because you don't know what you really have. And at the Division III level, you don't get to work with your kids and, do anything like, when you're at an NEI or anything like that. So, we went into the season, and really, as a coach, I just coached the team as what I knew I'd done in the past and what was best. And after that weekend, I said, we have to not be stubborn as a coaching staff and look at how we're guarding and what we're doing and look at our personnel, because, you practice in the preseason and you have your scrimmages, but until you really take the floor and play somebody different, you don't really know what you have. And we did that, and we made some changes on how we were guarding people and some fundamental stuff. And I said there were some things that I've been doing and for 15 years that I completely changed. And so, and it was just for the betterment of our team, and it really helped. And I think the other thing it did for us is it gave some guys hope, because, when you lose 2 games to start the year, the last thing you want to hear is the coach tell you, we just got to do it better. That doesn't
Coach.
really help you too much. Yeah. And so, by changing some things, I said, hey, this might work better, and it gave some guys some hope that maybe we had a different, we could make some changes and get it going. And we won a couple close games, and then everybody started drinking the Kool-Aid. So, so it went a little bit better. But I've been really happy with the guys. I mean, I think they embrace the coaching, even after the 2 losses, I still think they believe that we could still do it. So I think that had a lot to do with it.
Let's talk about the team. You got 5 seniors, 6 seniors, something like that on this squad. So certainly a lot of experience. You're led by Kyle West, 14 points a game, 13.2 from Nick Sanford, 10.5 plus from Brian Ackerman. Those are your 3 main catalysts. Should also mention Taylor Baxter at 9.4 points a game plus. And other guys are certainly contributing, but those 4, mainly those 3, really are the cream of the bread and the butter, I should say, of your team.
Sure.
What's the dynamic there?
Yeah, we have 6 seniors. 1 actually graduated this semester, but to be honest with you, 2, Taylor and Nick are the only ones that have really played in our rotation all year long. Really, we've been playing a lot of younger guys. I mean, I would tell you 8 underclassmen for the most part in our top 10, and so the dynamic. Nick Sanford is if not the best, one of the best rebounders in the CCIW, and he's kind of been just a double guy every night, it seems like, and so he's really held us together. And Bryant and Kyle, as sophomores, really led us in scoring in the non-league. As we've kind of gotten into the conference season, Pat Coleman, our point guard, who is a sophomore, and Taylor really have made big jumps. So it's been kind of a weird one. I've played a lot of different guys. I guess maybe that's part of being a new coach, is that, there's just an ebb and flow of who you're putting in there. And we haven't had a lot of older guys in the lineup, so I think that's also part of it. So, we've played a good 14, 15 guys through the course of the year, and I'm still messing around with it, if that tells you anything. So
yeah, it tells you some interesting facts.
Yeah.
Is this a team that can make hay and get that automatic qualifier in the conference, or is it just make hay?
I think the goal for us is to get in the top half of the league. I mean, to be perfectly honest, and we're capable. I mean, we're a game out of that, and with 6 games to play, and the team in front of us, Augie, we were able to beat at our place, so we're in the mix. And I think for us, we can get in the conference tournament, and I think we would be a really tough out. I think for all the top teams, I still think we're a tough out, and I really think that that's where we're at. I'd love to get in the conference tournament, because with these young guys, I think that that's part of the growing process. If you don't get to play in the conference tournament, when you finally do get there, you don't want it to be your first time. Because I think there's just a level of preparedness that you have to have when you go to that. So that's really the goal for us, and I think that's where our players would say too. They really just want to, from where we were at last year, me taking over here, I think getting to that level would be a good goal.
If it's not you, who wins the conference?
I think Illinois Wesleyan's got the best team, I will be honest. I think they're just really well-rounded. They shoot the ball really well. The teams that, Carthage is really, I think, the wild card in that whole thing. They've got a really good player.
Mm-hmm.
They defend really well. They've got some really athletic guys. The thing that always comes into play with Carthage is their ability to rebound. They're a smaller team, and I think if they find a way to stay on the glass, they can beat anybody in the nation, really.
Sure.
Wheaton, I've been really impressed, with them. We played them last night and lost here at home in a close game. And the thing that they have is every night they have the best player on the floor in Tyler Peters, and he makes it so much easier for the other guys around him. And in basketball, more than any other sport, when you have the best player on the floor, you stand a pretty good chance of winning. So you would hate to, if you played them in the tournament, that would be really hard, because he's a completely different matchup than I think anybody has ever seen.
By the way, your point guard.
Yes.
Is he the guy who runs the website?
No, he is not. He does not. Every once in a while, people ask me about Pat Coleman and is he running everything? No, he is not. But I don't know if I'd want the guy that runs the website really running my team either. So he does a great job with the website, but we have enough trouble turning it over.
Yeah, well, no, we know it's not him, but it's funny. It's funny all the same. Hey, Coach, I appreciate you taking the time to join us, talking Elmer's basketball and, of course, the CCIW as well. As always, we give our guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Oh, no, I really appreciate, the coverage. I can't believe the coverage over the last 15 years, how much better it's gotten and how people have tuned in. And so I'm really thankful for you guys that you guys put all this stuff together because it's been great for the kids.
Well, thank you. We certainly enjoy doing it, and having guests like yourself come on the show certainly makes it easier from my point of view as well. So thanks so much. Good luck the rest of the way. I mean, really, it's only Milliken and North Park. And then it's
Illinois. Don't say that. You didn't hear that from me. Milliken.
No. I'm just saying it's only those two, and then it's Illinois Wesleyan, Carthage, Augustana, and North Central. So have fun with that schedule.
Thanks, Dave.
Take care of yourself. We'll talk soon.
Bye.
John Baines joining us from Elmhurst. Seriously, Milliken and North Park, which right now sit tied for last in the conference. And then you follow that up with Illinois Wesleyan, number 1 in the conference. Carthage and Augustana tied, second for Carthage, 4th for Augustana, and then North Central, who's right in the mix as well. We're going to take another break. When we come back, we're going to switch gears, go women's basketball, and we're going to talk to two of the top 15 teams in the country right now. Wisconsin, Oshkosh. Coach Brad Fisher, hopefully he's recovered from the double overtime loss last night. We'll also talk to George Fox's women's basketball coach, Mike Meeks. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches. Don't forget to interact with us on Twitter at D3Hoopsville and hashtag Hoopsville, and also on email, hoopsville at D3Hoops.com, and of course on Facebook at Facebook.com/Hoopsville. Back with more after this.
Division III allows you to be able to give yourself to other things. Not even just participate in them, but really get involved with them if you want to.
There's a lot of interaction. It's not just sitting back, taking notes. You're actually doing hands-on things and better preparing yourself for your major.
Choosing a Division III school, I've had the opportunity to develop my leadership skills and to be more involved on campus.
Division III in athletics, affords students the opportunity not only to participate in intercollegiate athletics at a competitive level, but also gives them the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport and outside of the academics on the campus.
And to have opportunity to have time to join clubs and being able to play basketball, it allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Every season starts with a hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. And you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Women's Basketball Championship, March 21st through 22nd in Stevens Point, Wisconsin, hosted by the University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
Welcome back to Hoopsville. Hope you don't mind standing for this segment. It's not the prettiest angle, but it works all the same. I had to take a little bit of a break, to say the least. Let's see here. Got to fix something here. There we go. Lots to cover, so if you want to interact with us, Hoopsville at D3Hoops.com. That's Hoopsville at D3Hoops.com. You can also join us on email, Hoopsville at D3Hoops.com. That's what I said. Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville, and of course on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. That's how you can interact with us, and we hope you'll enjoy doing so. We're going to jump into women's basketball and bring in the number 15 team in the country, the number 15 Oshkosh. Coach Brad Fisher joining us on the Hoopsville hotline, 16-2. Coach, welcome into Hoopsville.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate you having us on today.
Absolutely. Appreciate you taking the time. I know you took a tough loss last night that you're probably, wincing a little bit still from. It's certainly not the way you drew it up, as it were. Double overtime loss, 85-82 to La Crosse in conference action. Of course, you also lost. Your other game was to Whitewater earlier in the season in conference action as well. From your vantage point, though, how's the team done this season? How's the season gone besides those blemishes?
Yeah, we've had a great year. I mean, we came back. We had a 20-6 season last year in my first year, and we lost our top 2 scorers. We lost 4 starters, and we really only have 3 or 4 players that played any significant time last year. And one starter that was probably around high 20s in minutes. Everyone else was kind of in the high teens, and for us to come back this year with a boatload of freshmen and 4 new starters, and really the first year for us to start our rebuild, to be 16-2 and 7-2 in the WIAC, I couldn't be happier. Obviously, our timing with us talking isn't great after a double overtime loss last night, but we've done a really good job of I think getting ahead of our rebuild, and hopefully we can sustain this now and get Oshkosh back to where it's been in the past.
Well, it changes the dynamic, certainly. Now you're 2.5 games behind Whitewater, and Stevens Point is a half game behind you, with one more loss in the column on you guys. That 3-dog race is now turning into Whitewater trying to stay in front, and then you and Oshkosh, or you and Stevens Point, trying to battle out for that home court advantage that leads to the championship game.
Yeah, that's huge. And, Whitewater's experience and all their seniors, they've been the favorite. And, I've been trying to tell people we're hanging in there, but, that team has got a lot of kids that played the national championship game. And, they've had a long time to build their program and get it to where they are. And we have a ton of respect for everything they've done. And, we're trying to take the steps to get to that level. And I thought when we took the job that, it might take a little bit longer, but we've kind of thrown ourselves into the mix here the last 2 years. And, I like that we're learning to play in big games, but, obviously, we didn't put ourselves in a great spot after losing last night, and now Whitewater's really in control of the race, so both us and Stevens Point and everyone else are going to have to take our best swing at them, but we put ourselves in contention, at an early stage with our project to get ourselves back, so, I'm happy with that, and now every night's a test, so we've got to come back and answer the bell on Saturday.
Well, certainly it was a pretty good quick turnaround for you guys. 26 last season, 7-8 the year before, 12-14 the year before that. You guys rebounded quickly. What was the secret behind it?
Everyone kind of asked that, and I think our mentality when we came in is, we were going to try to do things the right way and really try to build from the ground up with our attitude and our mentality and how we were going to go about preparing for games. And I didn't expect to be 20-6 last year, and I didn't expect to be 16-2 yet this year. But, I have felt almost every game and every game we've been in here these last 2 years that if we did the right things come game time, we were going to have a chance to win. And, luckily we got off to a good start. And I think, a lot of teams will tell you that, how you get off to a start and those close games, if they can go your way, you can get your confidence going. And, we won a lot of close games early last year and kind of built some momentum. And now the momentum around our program is really positive. From a recruiting standpoint and a mentality from our returners. And once you get that positive juice kind of flowing in the right direction, it just kind of picks up steam. And we've kind of been a snowball rolling downhill a little bit and getting things going. And now we've thrown ourselves into some big games and gotten that experience that as a coach in a rebuild, if you can just get in those big games and test yourself against the best, which is a great part about playing this league, you get a pretty good measuring stick every night about where you're at across the country.
Obviously, the league's tough, but when you looked at your out-of-conference schedule, what was the mentality when you put that together?
I didn't have a ton of flexibility yet. We had some returns to do, but we played Loris, who's leading their league in the IAC right now, and and we played Simpson, who went to the Sweet 16 last year, and it was hopefully enough early to build some confidence. We finally had some home games last year. We played a ton of road games early. And I needed to build some confidence, and we really didn't know what we were going to have. We've got a freshman starting at point guard. We've got a backup freshman as the point guard, and then 7 of our really top 9 minutes kids are freshmen and sophomores. So we're going from truly the ground up here as far as experience goes. So early we tried to get some confidence, and luckily we won some games, and it just kind of rolled into the conference season, and we won a lot of close ones, and it built a ton of character. And now we've got to get into the second half and really dig in here when everyone kind of knows each other now once you've played around the league.
What's been the mentality? You knew the turnaround needed to happen. Obviously, it's been quick. But what was your first priority when you walked in the door until now?
I think just preparation and setting the level of expectation high. It's a challenge when you come into a program and you haven't recruited any of the girls and you haven't built that relationship. And they're used to losing a little bit, unfortunately, from a couple years previous. So we just tried to set the mentality of getting better every day and having high expectations for ourselves. That came from the weight room. It came from doing things on their own in the summer. All those outside things that I'm not sure I'd totally been a part of the program before. And really it was about the older kids buying in and being able to sell to their teammates that, yeah, this is what it's going to take for us to get where we want to go. And fortunately, I've been blessed to be at La Crosse and then UW Parkside, the Division II school in Wisconsin, where I've been a part of those builds. And at Parkside, we ended up in the Sweet 16. So I got a great lesson in how you get to that level. And our girls just really bought in. I tried to sell the fact that I've seen this happen, and this is what it's going to take to do it. And I think we hold them to a high level of expectation in our preparation and what they have to do outside of that hour and 45 minutes that we're together in the practice floor. And our kids have bought in, and we're already to the point where they kind of take care of themselves. We don't have to do a lot of ooh-rah-rah with our kids, and our seniors, our older kids, really do a good job of setting that level of expectation for the rest of them. And they've become that close where they don't want to let each other down, and that makes it a lot easier on a coach. We're just allowed to coach the game, and the girls kind of take care of themselves.
You have one listed senior, Sarah Stecker. She's leading the team at 12.2 points a game, hauling in 6 rebounds as well. Taylor Schmidt, a freshman, 11 points a game. Caitlin Kuhl, a junior, 10.5 points a game and 7.7 rebounds a game. Should mention back on Schmidt, by the way, 3 assists a game. Those are your big 3. You're getting contributions for plenty of others. You're willing to go deep on your bench as well. What's the glue with this team?
That's a good question. I think we play 11-player rotation, which is borderline crazy. I've never thought that could work or would work, and we've just got so many players that are so close to each other. We don't have a star player. Sarah leads us in scoring. But she probably gets a few more touches, and she's a post player. But if you go up and down our lineup, it's pretty even balance, and we've got 11 players that average double-digit minutes a game, and really what we do is everyone gets their run in the first half, hopefully two times through, and we kind of just try to get a feel of who's having a good night, who matches up well, and then we kind of try to put the puzzle together the rest of the game. And fortunately, it's worked 16 times, and 2 of them it hasn't worked quite as well, but it's helped our accountability. Our girls know that, they're going to be counted on for 10 to 12 to 15 minutes a night to play well. And if someone's not having a great night, we've got someone that can step in. And, last year we really relied on our 2 seniors to score most of their points and make our big plays. And I think it's made us tougher to defend and tougher to prepare for when you've got to put a scouting report together on 11 girls. And, again, you don't have to, your top 3 players don't have to be great every night to keep winning. And, we've had girls, that hadn't played very much 2 or 3 games that come and help us win a game, a week later. So that's taken, I think, a lot of pressure off of our players, and they've got a lot of shared responsibility because everyone really gets a piece of it.
When you look at the schedule ahead, you still have Whitewater and Stevens Point looming in a rematch, as it were, of the schedule. Platteville and Superior, who are within earshot, also ahead of you. What's the message to the team with 2 away games against River Falls and Platteville before you get into the rest of the schedule?
Well, definitely last night got our attention. So if we had any ideas that we were going to be able to walk into a gym the rest of the year and just play and win, I think that went out the door last night. Our girls, they do have a lot of respect for our league, and really our league has come down to this year of who's gotten off to a good start, who's stayed healthy, because everybody's capable. If you go around, especially when teams are at home, if you go around our league and look at the scores, you could kind of throw out records, throw out rankings. Everyone's giving each other a battle, especially when they're at home. So, now we've got to go to River Falls, who we played really well against the first time. So I know they're obviously going to make some changes to what happened the first game. But, last night got our attention if we didn't have it already. And our girls, our returners have been through some tough times in this league, so they understand it's not easy to go on the road and win games. And, we've done a pretty good job of playing with that one game at a time mentality, but there's just no rest. After we go there, we've got Platteville, who won at Stevens Point this year, and, it just keeps going down the road. And we've struggled a little bit on the road, getting off to good starts. So, our message is just we've got to try to get better. And that's really kind of, we've lost our way a little bit in that with our success this year. So we didn't know what kind of year we were going to have. So our message all year is that let's just get better today. See how good we can be at the end of the year, and then you win a bunch of games and people start talking about different goals and expectations, and we're just trying to get back to tomorrow when we come to practice. Let's get better tomorrow and be as good as we can be when we go to River Falls on Saturday.
Well, Coach, good luck the rest of the way. I mean, again, River Falls and Platteville are your next two, with River Falls coming up on Saturday on the road before you return home against Stout, Eau Claire, Whitewater, away at Stevens Point, and home against Superior. I know you want to take advantage of that stretch, to be sure. We always give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Yeah, no, I just appreciate the opportunity. Our program in the 90s was one of the top in the country.
Yeah, it was.
We're working as hard as we can to get back to that. Our SID gave me the rundown of what we've done every year, and I look back at those years with the national championship, and it's great to know it's possible here. So that's what we're working for long term, and hopefully in the short term we can just keep playing good basketball and help them get that respect back to our program.
Well, congratulations. You've certainly helped turn around the program, at least at this point. 20-6 last year, 16-2 already, and number 15 in the country. Good luck the rest of the way. We'll certainly enjoy watching the Titans as the season progresses, and maybe we'll be talking about you come March Madness.
Thanks a lot, Dave. Great job with your show today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Brad Fisher joining us here on Hoopsville. Appreciate him taking the time to do so. We're going to take another break. When we come back, continue the women's basketball conversation with a number 7 team in the country. George Fox and Coach Mike Meeks will join us to talk basketball. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches. We'll take a break and get more action here. Of course, we're in hour number 7 of 12 here on the Hoopsville Fundraising Marathon. Hope you're enjoying the show. Let us know on Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Also on email, hoopsville at D3Hoops.com, and of course, Facebook.com/Hoopsville. We'll be back after this.
Division III allows you to be able to give yourself to other things. Not even just participate in them, but really get involved with them if you want to.
There's a lot of interaction. It's not just sitting back, taking notes. You're actually doing hands-on things and better preparing yourself for your major.
Choosing a Division III school, I've had the opportunity to develop my leadership skills and to be more involved on campus.
Division III in athletics, affords students the opportunity not only to participate in intercollegiate.
It's not about yourself, it's about your team.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
I chose Cedar Crest because it's nationally ranked for its forensic science program. And then I also chose Cedar Crest because I could come here and play sports. I could be a basketball player, and then I could be a student athlete, and my teachers would understand that.
At a Division III school, you primarily student athletes.
Collegiate athletics at a competitive level, but also gives them the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport and outside of the academics on the campus.
I wanted to be really balanced. I wanted to be focused on academics and athletics and be able to do other things that I wanted to do. And I knew Division III would be able to not only let me do that, but support me in that.
You have more time for your extracurricular activities outside of school, whether it's not academics, spending time with your family, your friends, and those are things that are important to me in a college experience.
Being a Division III athlete and developing my leadership skills has definitely put my name out there and helped me get more recognition on campus, but more recognition nationwide. I did win the Jostens Trophy, which is based on leadership, academics, and then how well you do on the court.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
Division III schools offer academic scholarships instead of athletic scholarships. This really puts the focus that the student athlete needs to maintain that GPA.
I got the presidential scholarship from Case Western, which was huge for me.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school, and I carried that for my first 2 or 3 years.
I did receive academic scholarships my freshman year, and then every single year I get a little bit more because of my academics. Just being involved on campus, being an athlete, and then being a leader in so many different clubs. All those things combined kind of get me recognized.
Don't pass up a Division III school if you have the opportunity. Division III offers many experiences.
I would definitely choose Division III school because you can develop your leadership skills. I mean, basketball and academics are so important here, but you can also develop like who you are as a person.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Every season starts with a hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. And you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Women's Basketball Championship, March 21st through 22nd in Stevens Point, Wisconsin, hosted by the University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. I forgot I had not readjusted the camera after sitting down once again. Let's see if we can get that fixed for you. Pointing the wrong direction. Come here. Come here, Mr. Camera. We'll get it. Don't worry. That'll do for now. Wake it up a little bit. Welcome back to Hoopsville. It still doesn't want to focus. Let's see if that does it. Come on. It does not like us right now, folks. We'll work on the fuzziness there. Welcome into Hoopsville, everybody. We are in hour number 8. Almost finished hour number 8. Apparently this thing really doesn't like us right. There it goes. Hour number 8 of 12, and we are trudging along here on Hoopsville. Appreciate you taking the time to join us and talking Division III basketball on this day and help fundraise for the program as well. The fundraiser is up to 81%, I believe. We want to hit our goal today, if at all possible. I think we can do it. I think you can help us do it, or at least try to. So if you need any more information, we have our, it's on our pages everywhere. So, see if you can make a contribution, or at least share it with those who may be interested in making a contribution themselves. I've been talking every possible angle of Division III today, and we certainly will continue that now as we will go to our next guest, and we'll be talking George Fox basketball with Coach Mike Meeks. He'll be joining us here shortly. But if you have any questions for him or me or anybody else on our show, Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Also email hoopsville at D3Hoops.com and on Facebook at Facebook.com/Hoopsville. Let's go to that Hoopsville hotline and join Coach Mike Meeks from the number 7 George Fox team, who's 17-1 overall. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville.
Dave, thank you for having us on today and get a chance to talk about our conference and George Fox University.
Absolutely. Glad you guys could make it. You guys, your team's playing extremely well. Your only blemish is not something to really be disappointed in necessarily. You went up against another top 10 team in your conference foe in Whitman, and it was a thriller. Unfortunately, a 12-point loss. That game, of course, at home. But you got back on the horse and made quick work of Willamette and Puget Sound and then Linfield. You got to be thrilled with how the teams reacted and performed.
Yeah, this has definitely been a great season, and one of those seasons that just looking forward to come to practice every day and have an opportunity to work with the kids that we have here, and the athletes that we have are just really at a phenomenal level, and but also have a ton of respect for our league, and obviously Whitman is a great team, and as are a lot of teams in our conference. I just have so much respect for what this conference is about and the competition we get every night.
Yeah, I was going to say this conference has turned into a gem in women's basketball, to be sure. Whitman, obviously undefeated right now, top 5 team. You guys are sitting there. Whitworth's having a good season. Puget Sound has been a team that's always been in the equation. Lewis and Clark off year, but they've been in the equation over the years. Of course, you guys, not that far removed. Last year, you went undefeated in the conference. A couple years before that, you went through a stretch where you didn't lose a conference game for a couple of years. How much has changed in this conference over the years from your vantage point?
Well, this is my 4th year here, and so I just, I can tell you for what I've seen. And,
yeah.
I feel like each and every year it just continues to get stronger, and having a chance to make the national championship game in the Elite 8 the year before that, just really having a chance to compare our league in that respect is our league is awesome. I mean, they're just really night in, night out. You have to come prepared. We got great coaches and and a lot of talent throughout the league. Lewis and Clark is a great team. Like I said, UPS is a great team. Whitworth is not only having a great year, but they're a great team as well. And just each and every night, we really know that we have our work cut out. And last year's team that we had here was felt like it was a great team and a team that could make a run if we could just get into the tournament and get out of our league. And that's just how good our league is right now.
When you look at that Whitman game, for example, what does that tell you about the season? What does that tell you about where you guys sit in the conference?
Well, I think one thing about that game is, we walk away, knowing that we're going to have to play better to beat a team of that caliber, and clearly a top 10, top 5, if not a team that in Whitman that has a chance to play for a national championship, and we feel like we have the capabilities of getting to that level as well with that team, and so. There's things that we're going to have to. We're obviously going to have to hit free throws down the stretch. We're going to have to execute down the stretch better. We're going to have to play better team defense as well. And I think when you play great teams like that, it exposes things that you're going to need to get better at. And I think that's what happened that night. And we're still in a situation that we can control an opportunity to at least be co-champs of our league, but. We got a lot of other good games and tough teams to play before we get to that point.
Sure, you're going to have tough teams. I mean, it almost seems like every game in the conference is a tough one. Of course, you got Pacific Lutheran and Pacific coming up in the next week, and then Lewis and Clark, Whitman, Whitworth, Puget Sound, and Willamette.
Yep.
Is there a night off?
Really, there's not. I mean, I feel like these coaches just prepare so well, and each and every team you walk into it going, man, they have an elite player or two that can, you're going to have to guard, and kids that can hit open threes on every team or in every game, and we just have to come prepared. So, somebody asked me the other day about who we were playing in the weekend after, and I was like, right now I'm just worried about PLU right now, and they've got some great inside play and some great perimeter play, and they've showed it with some of the league wins that they have and how they've played other top teams in our league as well. So, They're just not, and I think that is, I think that's being shown in how our league is doing in their non-league schedule as well. I mean, I felt like we played a really tough schedule against some teams that were nationally ranked, and Whitman, obviously did as well, and I think our whole league did very well in non-league, and and now we got to get into our league and just know that each and every night it's going to be a battle.
When you look at this roster, this is a team that is certainly deep and talented. You have a few seniors, and certainly that leadership is there and certainly important. But what's the kind of the encompassing factor about this team? Is it its depth, or is it its senior leadership, or a combination of both?
I think that's a great question. I mean, we do have 6 kids that played in the national championship game here 2 years ago, and 2 of them are starters, and 2 of those same 2 are 4-year starters as well. So we definitely have a really good mix of experience. I think last year, was definitely a transition year. We graduated a great senior class, and Hannah Munger, who just a phenomenal career here, had some injuries off and on, and so we were able to kind of go through some of that last year, and then build some things for this year. And I really feel like all of the above. I think we've got great athleticism. I feel like we have great depth in every position, and I think we have really good team size as well. That really is, I think, really important as far as teams that making a tournament run. And so I think we have a really good combination of a lot of things. And at the end of the day, it's so much about playing your best basketball at the right time, and of course that hopefully for us will be in February and March.
I was going to say, obviously everything builds to February and hopefully builds into March. This is a team that one of your leading scorers, you've missed a number of games, in Jimmy Roos, but Megan Arnoldy?
Yep.
Justin Benner and Haley Kusick have certainly stepped up to the plate for you, but you're deep. You got a lot of players who can contribute a lot of significant points for you. Is it just that they have found a way to play as a unit, whereas sometimes you might have 1 or 2 players that are kind of the key and everybody else plays below them? This is a team that's playing as a unit more?
Well, I feel like for playoff basketball and for elite teams, I think you become so much harder to guard when you have a lot of kids that can, take up that role in any given night. And, Jamie is been, primarily coming off the bench most of the season, but, is our team leading scorer, and has really been a big part over the last 3 years. She's a junior now, and Megan's been a 4-year starter, and if you look at our scoring stats, I mean, 10.3, 10.2, 10.9.3. I mean, just kind of, we just have all these kids that can really score on any given night, and I think that's an attribute of a great team, and we definitely have that, and we have a lot of kids that can come in and just have huge games for us. Our leading rebounder comes off the bench as well, and to have a team like that in which your leading scorer and leading rebounder come off the bench is just really shows the magnitude of the depth that we have on our team right now.
Yeah, obviously you point out you're not not unfamiliar with playing in big games. Of course, that championship game, as you point out, part of that terrific season. Of course, last year 32-1, a heartbreaking loss at the hands of Illinois Wesleyan in the second weekend of the tournament. You guys have to get used to travel, that's for sure, in the NCAA tournament. What have you learned from that season where you almost won a championship to that season where last year you so tantalizingly close?
Yeah. Well, I feel like that definitely was a heartbreaker for us, but also, I think a lot of these kids are using that as motivation as well to get back to that point. And I think it's one of the challenges of the Northwest Conference is that we do have to really travel a lot and have a chance to really go out and see other teams in non-league. It's really the only way we're going to get D3 competition is to travel outside of our area. And so, we have a little chance to do that in non-league. I think a lot of these kids have had the opportunity to again, have been a part of a Elite Eight run and some great wins during that run, and then also a national championship run. And so, I feel like a lot of these kids are battle tested. I think we've got some new kids that, are definitely adding to that in a lot of ways. And, I just can't stress enough how much our league just really prepares us for that. And, if you can get through our league and really find a way to get into that tournament, I feel really strongly that, there's a lot of teams in our league that have an opportunity to really make a great run.
I talked to Dave Martin earlier, the women's basketball committee chair, and he certainly hasn't looked at it like I have, but I looked at it and went, oh boy, here we go. You got Whitman and George Fox sitting up there, best case scenario or worst case scenario. It depends on how you look at it. Right. One of them's got one loss, and one of them's got two losses. Maybe, depending on how you look at it. Best case, worst case, Whitman stays undefeated, and George Fox has two losses, or maybe three. How do you avoid them from meeting in the second round because of geography? Is it something you've even had to consider, knowing that there's a chance one of you guys is going to have to knock out the other?
Yeah, I feel like that, as you know, I mean, that's just something that our league, because of the travel, some of the travel, concepts they're using for the tournament, I think becomes a real difficult thing. And I know, the year that we made the championship run, we played Lewis and Clark in that round of 32, and it was a buzzer beater game. And I'm here to tell you, that was a great Lewis and Clark team, a team that really, if could have been split into another direction, really could have made a very deep run as well. And, I feel like our league sets up that way as well this year. It's just, and there's more. I mean, Whitworth is a great team as well. And UPS and Lewis and Clark, are teams that are playing better and are just high-level teams that could do well. And so, it obviously, presents a huge challenge that, in the past it's been really difficult as far as knowing we probably will meet in the round of 32. And not only that, but a lot of situations, if that happened, it could be a fourth game you're playing against each other, and maybe even a third game in the last 2 weeks. So it's one of those things, you're going to know each other really well, and
you are.
And it's definitely a tough thing. I mean, I think getting through that round is going to be a battle, and hopefully, again, like last year, more teams can get in and we can get split up a little bit. I think that'd be an ideal scenario.
Yeah, that would force the hands of the NCAA, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Can't put all of you in the same pod.
Yeah.
Well, in theory, you can't put all of you in the same pod. Pacific Lutheran, Pacific coming up. Again, Lewis and Clark, Whitman, Whitworth, Puget Sound, Willamette is how you finish things out. What is the message to the team?
Well, we're just taking one game at a time. We're focusing on PLU. We've got that game on Saturday, and they're a team that's taken Whitman to overtime and beat a very good Lewis and Clark team, and so there's just really not an off night, and we just are really staying focused on our goals, and that's really to do the best we can to get to our potential. And really try to keep improving each and every day and get to a point that when we're playing in March or February and hopefully into March that we're definitely playing at our best level at that point. And I think that's a goal for a lot of teams, and definitely our goal right now.
Wrapping up things here with Mike Meek, head coach at George Fox women's basketball team, number 7 in the country, 17-1 on the season. Obviously, an interesting dynamic up there. Pat Coleman wants me to make sure to let you know you're more than welcome to come to the D3Hoops.com Classic in Las Vegas.
Awesome.
If you want,
we definitely will look at that. What next year? When is the dates?
Dates are it's always, I think, the 27th through the 30th are the main playing days.
I know our men's team was there, up there playing this year, and McHugh and them said they had a great time. Just loved how everyone was treated, and definitely was a special opportunity for them.
Well, we would love to have you if you want to come. We try and bring the best there if possible. So it'd be a great opportunity for you, especially to avoid maybe some of the teams that you don't want to play necessarily, to help you boost that SOS. But honestly, would help the rest of the conference maybe get extra teams in there to play the card of the NCAA there for sure. As always, we give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Well, Dave, just really want to thank you and what you're doing for D3 and D3 Hoops, and just really enjoy listening to your show and just want to thank you for everything. I think this is just a amazing opportunity for people to really find out what's going on out there and throughout the whole nation, and just keep up the great work.
Well, thank you, Coach. I appreciate it. Nice to have someone like yourself be able to come on the show and make the job easier. Good luck the rest of the season. Obviously, you have most of your day still ahead of you. Enjoy it. Obviously, good luck the rest of the season, and good luck with the test coming back at Whitman. And we'll talk soon.
Awesome. Take care, Dave.
All right, take care.
Yeah, bye.
Mike Meek joining us from, once again, George Fox. Appreciate him taking the time to do so as well. Let's see here. We got a lot of shows still to go as we cross the 6 o'clock hour. We have officially been on the air for 8 hours, and we have 4 hours to go here on the show. Coming up, we're going to take a break, and we'll talk ODAC basketball with two guys who are traipsing around in the conference and learning a lot about it, one non-D3 guy and elsewise. We'll also hear from Pat Coleman, Hope's men's basketball coach Matt Neal, DePauw's men's basketball coach Bill Fenlon. Lenny Reich will give us an update, his thoughts on the Great Lakes. Thomas Moore's women's basketball coach Jeff Hans, FDU Florham's women's basketball coach, Immaculate's women's basketball coach. We'll get a nice surprise visit from Kenny Rice. If you don't know the name, you will by the time we are done. And we also have, we'll probably hear from Jim Wagner from the Mid-Atlantic, the sports information director at Ursinus, and maybe a couple others before we wrap up the show here. We're going to sign off for a break right now real quick. When we come back, we'll talk ODAC basketball. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches. Reminder, this is all part of the Hoopsville fundraising campaign. We've been stuck at 81% for a couple of hours here on our campaign. We would like to hit our goal of $10,000 sometime today. I think we can do it, and I certainly encourage you to consider donating to the show to help us improve the show and improve what we do for Division III athletes. So consider it, and if you do, you can find many ways to contribute on our show pages. Just look for the Indiegogo aspects of things, and you can tune in, click there, and get where you need to go. Again, 8 hours down, 4 hours to go. You're listening to Hoopsville. We'll be back after this.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result, in my mind, is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.D3Hoops.com.
Every season starts with hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. and you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Men's Basketball Championship, March 21st and 22nd in Salem, Virginia, hosted by the Old Dominion Athletic Conference and the City of Salem. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. We're trudging along as we've entered our entered our ninth hour of broadcasting. Appreciate you taking the time to join us on our marathon show here. It has certainly been fun. Talked to a lot of people, and we've been enjoying it. Certainly appreciate it, their assistance, as it were, in helping be a part of the program. Again, it's all part of the Hoopsville Fundraising Project. We're 81% of the way to our goal. I'd like to hit our goal today, if at all possible. We have 10 days left in the campaign. If we hit our goal, the fees are reduced by half, so we can keep more of our money, as it were, or your money. And at the same time, we are also able to if we get past our goal, we'll be able to do more with it. The goal was just a number we had to pick, and we're certainly a long way there, and we certainly appreciate everybody's help in getting there. We're going to talk about ODAC basketball here and change things up just a little bit. And joining us on the Hoopsville hotline are two guys who cover the ODAC for the blog, ODAccess. And I'll give them a chance to introduce themselves. Gentlemen, tell everybody who you are individually and what you're up to.
Well, I'm Sidney Helfer. I'm a College of Worcester alumnus, and I was, wanted to stay focused on D3 hoops after I graduated, and so now that I'm out of college, I figured that this project would be a good way for me to stay in touch.
Well, it makes some sense to me.
And I'm Dominic Pody. I am not a D3 alumnus, but I am a huge basketball fan, and I have a car, and I like to go to different colleges and see games. So there's good to it.
That's awesome. I love that. I have a car. Well, that works too. Guys, appreciate you coming on the show and joining me. I got fascinated with your blog that you guys have been putting together, and everybody wants to know more about that. I certainly do. What was the impetus? I mean, Sidney, you talk about being a Worcester grad. First off, I'm amazed you're allowed to cover the ODAC and not be forced to cover the NCAC. But, what was the impetus for you, Sidney? What was the impetus for you, Dominic, being a non-D3 guy?
You want to start us off?
Well, I really enjoyed all my time at Worcester, and my time specifically as a student fan in Timken Gym, and I love the atmosphere and the sense of campus community that developed around February and March, trying to urge the Scots over the hump to a national championship, maybe this year. And I just wanted to stay connected to that, and being in Virginia as we are, the ODAC was the easiest avenue for me to stay connected to it, and it's a fabulous conference to cover.
Yeah, I mean, building off that a little bit, we had a conversation last year. I was a writer for the Mid-Majority, which covers sort of the lower rungs of Division I. One of the big things we do there is travel to basketball games. Their tagline is, a website about actual basketball games. And so we try to go and see the games and sort of cover them in a way different from your traditional newswire recaps, sort of get a sense of the arena, the players, the fans. And when Sidney told me that the ODAC was sort of centrally located around Charlottesville, Virginia, where we are, it seemed like a perfect opportunity to sort of take that down and experience Division III basketball. I had never seen a Division III game before the first game we attended this year, and it's been really eye-opening experience for me. I mean, the passion of the fans, the intensity of the players, it's all been really interesting and really surprising to cover.
I got to ask then, what is the surprising factor for you?
To be honest, it's really been the high level of basketball you see at Division III. I think it's not so much that people sort of look down on Division III if you don't know about it. It's really just people don't know about it. They don't really understand what the what the basketball is. And you hear, you think about players not getting scholarships and things like that, and you sort of think that you're going to get a lesser quality of basketball, and that's absolutely not been the case. I mean, we've seen very high-level basketball throughout the season.
Sydney, have you had to almost teach Dominic a few things about the division?
Constantly.
I've been trying to throw in tidbits of knowledge about like the history of certain teams in the ODAC and their successes in national tournament play, and how the national selection works, to the extent that I'm at all an expert on that. And so like we're looking forward to the regional rankings being released in the next.
You might be. I don't know if this is going to be able to easily explain to your brethren there.
He's been trying to all season, so I think I have somewhat of a grasp on it.
We'll re-educate you as soon as they come out and you don't understand why somebody's in some spot. You've gotten the chance to go around to a lot of the great places in the ODAC and see some of the good teams, but really some of the cool locations of games. I realize every experience is probably dramatically different. Any fond memories so far as you're probably halfway through the campaign?
Well, we went our trip to Greensboro for the game at Guilford. It's one of our longer trips from Charlottesville, that and Emory and Henry, and we did some of the touristy food related things that Greensboro has to offer, but the Greensboro Arena, I forget the name of their gym, but it's a very impressive facility, and the basketball game was competitive part of the way. Emory and Henry, who they were playing, was obviously overmatched, but it was a very good experience in North Carolina.
Yeah, we've had some good coverage of a lot of the games. We've seen a lot of really interesting games. When Bridgewater took down Virginia Wesleyan, that was a big game. We had a chance to interview Washington and Lee player Jim Etling, who plays while dealing with the condition of epilepsy, which was a fascinating person to talk to. So we've had a chance to see a lot of different interesting places, and also meet a lot of interesting people along the way.
How have you been received by everybody?
Incredibly warmly. We've received offers from a number of schools to sit in the press area during Hampden-Sydney's tip-off tournament. It was one of the earlier games that we covered, and the assistant SID there, Scott Harris, was incredibly enthusiastic about receiving us and giving us a seat in the crow's nest to watch the game. It was a great experience. We've had that kind of reception everywhere we've gone in the ODAC so far.
Oh,
and we'd be remiss. Sorry,
go ahead.
We'd be a little remiss if we didn't point out Guilford as well. They happened to notice us tweeting about the game, and they called us over and said, "Hey, why don't you sit next to the coach and at the press table and take some pictures?" That was fun. That was a good experience.
That's outstanding. Don't share all his secrets, though.
We won't.
When you look at this conference from your guys' points of view, I mean, I know that this conference is one of the toughest in the country, and it's certainly really crazy. Guilford's on top, along with Randolph-Macon. Lynchburg's a game back with the same overall record. Virginia Wesleyan's in the mix. Eastern Mennonite has played a factor. Hampden-Sydney hasn't played as well as I think a lot of people thought they would. What's your take on this conference and all the games you've taken in, both in person and probably online?
Yeah, it's a fantastic conference, as Sydney mentioned earlier. I believe when you had when we were talking to Washington and Lee coach Adam Hutchinson, and I believe Hillary Scott, the coach at Lynchburg, said something on your program earlier today. It's really a great conference from top to bottom. It's always competitive, and we've seen a lot of really good schools. And I think, take Hampden-Sydney as a test case. They played fantastic out of conference, and you look at them in conference now; they're under 500.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, shows the strength of the ODAC and the quality of basketball we've seen.
Yeah, I think the ODAC has the quality of teams to have another year as a 4-bid league. I think the top four teams there in the conference have all put on an excellent showing both in and out of conference, and if they continue the momentum that they've had going through conference play, going into the tournament in Salem, I think they've got the potential to take the 4 teams again to the national tournament.
I know, obviously the coaches understand how good the conference is. I don't know how much you've talked to players, but if you have, do they give you do they seem to have a sense of how really good the conference is, especially compared to a lot of them in Division III?
Well, we haven't talked to a whole lot of players, but it really does seem like they get the sense of really how strong the league is, absolutely.
When you guys, what are your future travel plans in the sense of the next week or two?
Well, our next game is at Eastern Mennonite. They're the only team that we yet to see in person, so we're looking forward to that. And we've got trips to Emory and Henry and Shenandoah coming up after that, and then we're going to finish things off at Randolph-Macon for their rivalry game against Hampton-Sydney, which should be a great environment. We highlighted that when we were starting the planning process, so we were very careful to be sure to get to Ashland for that one.
Yeah, no, that's a must. That's an absolute must. Anything you're now looking for in particular, now that you've seen a lot of these teams in action and seen some of these facilities, are you now kind of gearing yourself and looking for anything in particular or any particular storylines?
Well, we've tried to stay away a little bit from the sort of narratives that you see throughout the sports world, but I would say definitely something we're really looking forward to is when these rankings come out, seeing how the teams that we've experienced, how they compare, and how the NCAA believes they compare to the teams throughout the country.
Have you talked to Randolph-Macon's athletics director as of yet? Because he's on the national committee.
No, we haven't had a chance to speak with him yet.
He's head of the South Region RAC. It'd be interesting to get his take on things a little bit. I assume you guys will probably be at the conference championship tournament in Salem?
Absolutely.
That's the plan, and we're also hoping to get to at least one campus site first round game for the tournament if we are able when those sites are finally determined.
Dominic, have we turned you into a Division III fan?
Absolutely. It's really great basketball. I've really enjoyed it.
I'm assuming it's much better than Division I now, right?
Oh, easily.
Loaded question. Absolutely loaded question. By the way, Pat Coleman points out Shenandoah is a little bit of like a little bandbox. It's a great atmosphere. You guys certainly should like. Thanks for joining me, guys. I really appreciate it. Certainly been enjoying reading your blogs and kind of living the ODAC through you guys just a little bit. I may make it down for Salem for the ODAC tournament as well. If I do so, I'll make sure to say hi. We always give our guests the final word. Either you guys or both of you want any final thoughts with those who may be tuning in?
I just want to thank you for all the work you put into Hoopsville, and especially today, and you're entering is this the 8th hour?
We've finished 8. We're in our 9th of 12.
It just exemplifies the amount of work you put into this. I really enjoy the show when I watch, and I just enjoy everything about D3Hoops.com and the coverage they provide.
Yeah, and on a similar note, I just want to thank the people that we've had a chance to speak with, especially the athletics administrators at the schools you've been to. And Dave, I'd like to thank your coffee maker for keeping you going so long.
Yeah, I don't need any more caffeine technically for the sleep issues, but I'm going to need more caffeine if I want to get through the next couple hours. I might have to order up one more cup. Thanks so much, guys, for coming on the show. I certainly appreciate it. Have fun the rest of the way, especially that Randolph-Macon Hampton-Sydney game. That's a classic no matter what the records are. And we'll look forward to reading more of your blogs as we go along.
Appreciate it, Dave.
Thanks for having us.
All right, guys, take care.
You too.
Dominic Bodie and Sydney Helfer joining us from the ODAC Project. Certainly appreciate them taking the time to do so. Certainly fun to read their stuff and get their take on Division III. We're going to take another quick break here. Coming up, Pat Coleman's going to come in and join us for a little bit of time as well. We're going to make another push, though I am, of the Hoopsville Fundraising Project. I hope you guys will consider considering us for a donation, as it were. We certainly would appreciate it if you could. Remember, we got a lot of different perks out there that you can try and take advantage of to enjoy the show. So go to them. There's 2 widgets on either of our show pages. We've tweeted out information for sure as well. We certainly hope you'll enjoy it. And we hope you will encourage others to maybe participate as well. We're going to take a break. Like I said, Pat Coleman will be coming up on the other side here in just a bit. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches. Any questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville and hashtag Hoopsville. You can also join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. And, of course, on... well, those are the main ways. You see them at the bottom of the screen. We'll be back with more Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches right after this.
It's not about yourself. It's about your team.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
I chose Cedar Crest because it's nationally ranked for its forensic science program. And then I also chose Cedar Crest because I could come here and play sports. I could be a basketball player, and then I could be a student athlete, and my teachers would understand that.
At a Division III school, you primarily a student athlete, so the school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
There's more to them than being a student athlete. They're a club president, they're a student in the classroom, so it's a well-rounded experience.
Division III school was the best opportunity for me to have both the highest academic challenges and some of the very highest athletic challenges too.
So that's why D3 Athletics is so great. It gives you the opportunity to get involved in so many different things and be able to still do all those things.
D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. During soccer season, the coaches, they expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time. It's your time to go explore different things and really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
Division III in athletics, affords students the opportunity not only to participate in intercollegiate athletics at a competitive level, but also gives them the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport and outside of the academics on the campus.
I wanted to be really balanced. I wanted to be focused on academics and athletics and be able to do other things that I wanted to do. And I knew Division III would be able to not only let me do that, but support me in that.
You have more time for your extracurricular activities outside of school, whether it's not academics, spending time with your family, your friends, and those are things that are important to me in a college experience.
Being a Division III athlete and developing my leadership skills has definitely put my name out there and helped me get more recognition on campus, but more recognition nationwide. I did win the Jostens Trophy, which is based on leadership, academics, and then how well you do on the court.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
Division III schools offer academic scholarships instead of athletic scholarships. This really puts the focus that the student athlete needs to maintain that GPA.
I got the presidential scholarship from Case Western, which was huge for me.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school, and I carried that for my first 2 or 3 years.
I did receive academic scholarships my freshman year, and then every single year I get a little bit more because of my academics. Just being involved on campus, being an athlete, and then being a leader in so many different clubs. All those things combined kind of get me recognized.
Don't pass up a Division III school if you have the opportunity. Division III offers many experiences.
I would definitely choose Division III school because you can develop your leadership skills. I mean, basketball and academics are so important here, but you can also develop who you are as a person.
got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. We are in midway through our 9th hour on the air. Sorry, my headphone jack keeps screwing up here. There we go. And midway through our 9th hour, wrapping that up, and we will get into the get it through our 12 hours here. We're almost coming up on our normal show. Almost coming up on our normal show, our normal 7 to 9 show. But clearly we're way past that point. If you got any questions for us, Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville, email hoopsville at d3hoops.com. Facebook is facebook.com/Hoopsville. That's how you can interact with us. Certainly plenty of ways to do that. If you have any questions, don't shy away. The more questions from you, the easier it is. All part of the Hoopsville campaign as well, we should point out. Appreciate all of you who have donated so far. Want to get past that goal tonight. I don't know if it's going to happen. We're stuck at 81% for a while now, and certainly would love to get more help in that regard. We're going to go, speaking of more help, to the bullpen. And joining me on the Hoopsville hotline is D3Hoops.com editor-in-chief Pat Coleman. Pat, welcome to the show, sir, though I know you've been tuning in most of the time.
Thanks a lot. I'm a right-hander. I could probably give you about 3 1/3 innings today, at least once and a half through the lineup. So, yeah. And I would recommend, too, before we go any further, you've had way too much coffee, and you need to switch to nice, cold water. That's what's going to wake you up.
I've actually had 2 bottles. I'm starting my 3rd.
All right. Well, if you have to hit the men's room, I could probably carry you for a minute there, too. But
I've timed my breaks very nicely so far.
There you go. Well, we get through the next half hour, it should be all right. And then you're on the down slope. You could just almost drool and Harry carry your way through the final few hours there.
Hi. I might actually have to pull a beer out for that. A good one, though.
Valentine or something like that?
Yeah, no. I'm not pulling out any old style either. Hey, we're at that point in the season where things get really interesting, only because the window for opportunity starts shrinking drastically. Individual losses at the wrong time can just submarine a season. You can kind of weather the storm early on, but we're now hitting that point now. Regional rankings come out in less than 2 weeks. You're now looking at the NCAA tournament, seeing how you're positioned, and the pressure ratchets up. This is always the fun part of the season, as it were.
It is. It was interesting when Tom Curl from Plattsburgh said 75 hours ago about how he's got 9 games left and 18 practices. Yeah. That really kind of brings it home for you, doesn't it? And even though because the calendar was so late this year, even though Selection Sunday isn't even until actually in March, we still don't have a whole heck of a lot of season left at this point. So there's a lot of jam-packed stuff yet to come, and we're going to have some great basketball. This is the great time of year. This is from about that 3rd week of January, when absolutely everybody is finally back on campus. A lot of conferences, you hit the turn. You've been through the conference one time. Now you come around and you play the other half of the conference schedule, and things begin to get really hairy because, you've got teams that have seen you once in person. They've seen you on tape 4 or 5 times, if not more than that, and a lot of unexpected things start happening.
Yeah, and that's the thing is things get more challenging, things get more tricky. Sorry, I was my other cup of coffee. Just hand it to me, Lauren. My other cup of coffee has arrived. I gotta love Lauren. My babies are terrific. She's going into the business, by the way.
The radio business, or the coffee business,
the TV business,
business,
I should say,
okay.
the broadcasting business. But she's terrific with the kids, and she's been on yeoman's work. You think I'm doing hard work? She's been playing with my 17-month-old all day, and then the rambunctious 4-year-old came home at 4:30. I think my daughter just heard me for the first time today, and now realizes the gig is up.
I think the Oberlin reference you threw in there was nice too.
Which one?
the yeoman's work.
Oh, thank you.
I just try to slide that past us. Well done.
And when you look at how the dynamic of Division III has changed, the evolution of selections to the NCAA tournament, the evolution of even the regional rankings, evolution of how people have thought, it's come a long way, and I would argue a short period of time.
Wow. So you had me thinking back to not just the 16 years ago when we started, but of course you and I followed regional rankings and had NCAA tournament things to follow for several years before that too, didn't we? So to go from that pretty cool 64-team tournament, although when you not particularly. I was regionally balanced by numbers, but not by size. When a quarter of the East region or a quarter of the Atlantic region qualifies for the tournament, and then 8 teams out of the Midwest or 8 teams out of the Northeast qualified, the same thing. It wasn't really balanced that way. But to go to where we have, at least we have a national selection in some cases, even though we don't have a national bracket. Division III basketball has certainly come a heck of a long way in just the, in the 2000s, and then, hopefully over the course of the last couple of years, maybe we've seen some things that will continue to propel us forward and kind of bring another new surge of great things in Division III.
And obviously the scope has changed. Everybody, you talk about the regional side. I mean, when I first covered, you thought mainly regional, and you went, oh, by the way, there's the national scope. It certainly turned more national. And really, I think the fascinating thing for me this year has been the top 25. There have been a number of teams. A number of things have happened. When I'm doing my men's top 25 poll, and I even look at the top 25 poll, the spread of teams now into other regions. We used to get a lot of teams in the South, a lot of teams in the Northeast, a lot of teams in the Midwest/West. We'll count the WIAC because they're moving next year. And then there was a few other spots for everybody else. But on the men's side, especially, even on the women's side, you're starting to see other regions start to get these teams that are become national players, and it's changed the landscape in that mindset too.
What do you think of the Capital Athletic Conference? Just first of all, how that group has evolved over the last 10 years or so, the last 6 or 7 years since the landmark formed and took a couple of CAC teams, and the CAC has kind of remade itself now into a 10-team league. And at one point, 4 of those teams were ranked, they, obviously just 3 at the moment. But Wesley, who you wouldn't have thought much of as a basketball program in the mid-'90s, is looking like the best team in that league now. 3 teams with legitimate top, 2 solidly in the top 25, a third one right there at the 25th spot, and Christopher Newport, which is had a good year in its first year in the league, even if they are 5-4 in the conference. That's endemic of some of the things that have changed. The MAC Commonwealth, which when we started this was a Lebanon Valley League and a Widener League, is now a Messiah League or a Stevenson League, a school that practically didn't even have men when we first started doing this. So it's definitely a big, I don't want to say seismic shift, but a turn of events in that region. In the Great Lakes, there are 4 top 25 teams from the Great Lakes, but they're all from the NCAC, and that's going to change after this week. But to think of a year where we had more NCAC teams than the MIAA and OAC put together, when those 2 conferences dominated Division III basketball in that region for most of the last decade. It's just you get to the point where I could go on like this for the next 24 minutes if you really want me to, but about the Atlantic, where Rowan was dominant, where Trenton State / College in New Jersey was dominant, and now nobody's dominant, right? SUNY Purchase, which may have been a 2-year school for all I can remember when we started this, is maybe the best team in that region now. It's just the good thing is that we've been doing this for almost the lifetime of college freshmen at this point.
Easy, easy.
Well, but think of it though. In a couple years, Dave,
No, I know.
No, this is a good thing.
Oh, I know. It's just weird.
In a couple of years, we'll get to the point where an incoming college freshman will have been, D3hoops.com will have been there that person's entire lifetime.
Yeah, that's a fascinating thought. It's just mind-blowing in some cases. When you look at the landscape, too, I mean, conferences have become powers that we didn't even talk about. I mean, we've had individual teams out of the Northwest in women's basketball, but now they've become where you expect 2 or 3 of them to be in the conversation. The ODAC, I think, has always been good, but now it's become a factor. You mentioned the CAC. I mean, I'll freely admit, when I saw the landscape changing there, I went, well, the CAC's average to begin with. I don't know what this is going to do. Well, single-handedly, I think Mary Washington has been the reason that the conference in the Mid-Atlantic as a whole has changed. Just this season, I mean, because they're playing so well. It's fascinating to see this year. Is there anybody who's flat-out shocked you this year?
Shocked me, shoot.
Or just very surprised?
A couple of teams that have come out of nowhere, at the very least. The first 2 that come to mind are on the women's side. NYU had that horrible couple of down years where they have 3 years in a row below 500, which is kind of inconceivable for them. 3-11 in the conference, 2-12 in the conference each of the last 2 years, and they're 15-1. 4-1 in the conference, and granted, they've played most of the tough games at home, and their one loss is a decent-looking loss at WashU.
Yeah.
And NYU is really tough to beat at home, especially on Friday night in that conference. But that's a team that's really bounced back. We could have easily considered after last year that the Randolph-Macon women might be done. Carol LaHaye has been there for forever, and they were 14-12 a couple years ago. They were 6-21 last year, and they come out of the gate really strong. And they've cooled off a little bit, but they're still 13-5 and 6-3 in the league. And one of those losses is to a D2 school at that. So, that's a couple of pretty surprising teams there. To think on the men's side, you've already mentioned Mary Washington, which was a 500 team last year, basically at 14-13. They're on pace. Well, not on pace. They're looking like they're basically a lock to win 20 games for the first time since ... I don't have that number.
I want to say it's early 2000s.
Yeah, before. Previous to our tracking, anyway.
Yeah.
Didn't really see Brockport State coming out like this, coming off of 3 years in a row where they won 15 games. They've already won 15 games this year. And remember, they started off the season having no home games until January 14th. So they played a lot of neutral games, but they played a lot of road games in that time as well. So those are the kind of out of nowhere kind of teams that come to mind when I think about what's happened so far this year.
Yeah, certainly good points all around. Another one that surprises me, there's a 4-way tie for the NCAC right now.
Yep.
I think because, I knew Worcester was going to be good. I knew Wittenberg would probably be good. When I talked to Coach Mike DeWitt at the beginning of the season with Ohio Wesleyan, he thought, they're predicting us third. We're not the third best team in this conference. And I didn't expect DePaul to make their run. So the race for the NCAC is fascinating, and it's changed all in the last 10 days, essentially.
And it's not gonna resolve itself anytime soon, right?
No.
But that's a league that had been a 2-team league. It's a Worcester-Wittenberg conference for most of our existence, right?
Yeah.
Other than the occasional Ohio Wesleyan, this is a good positive step forward for that league. Ohio Wesleyan coming up, making its runs over the past couple years, and then DePaul, after struggling a little bit after transitioning from the SCAC to the NCAC, putting things together a little bit right now.
I said it earlier in the show, Cabrini versus Wesley on Monday.
Yeah.
Probably the biggest game this region has seen in years, not counting the NCAA tournament. And even counting the NCAA tournament.
Well, this is, it's a matchup of 2 top 10 teams. And again, if this game had been played when it was scheduled.
Yeah, I know.
It was.
Was it 2 weeks ago?
That was a good-looking game then, but it is a fantastic-looking game right now. And, now it is smack dab in the middle of everybody's conference schedule. There aren't too many big interconference matchups yet to happen. So that's going to be a great game on Monday night.
Yeah, it's going to be a terrific game. Maybe even trying to get myself there. I know Gordon is going to be there, and others in the region may make the trip as well.
We'll have that broadcast on the front page of D3Hoops.com.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That is, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm hoping I can get there. We'll see. I'm trying to run through the top 25s quickly in my head. I mean, it's nice to see WashU back up there, but DePaul women, they might lose this decade.
Sometime in the decade, probably.
Somebody, you got to figure.
They're not Mount Union football, right?
Well, even they lose on occasion.
Not only in the championship game.
Yeah,
apparently.
That's true. Yeah. That's true.
But the thing about them is, they continue to be crushingly dominant, and they were already head, shoulders, and torso above everybody in that league last year.
Yeah.
So it's not a surprise that they continue to do so this year, even after graduating a point guard and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But they're still, they beat WashU by 12. They beat Ithaca by 18. Those are the two best teams that they've played. If without the WashU game, we might have reason to doubt them, but they handled WashU, and the question again will be like the question we had with them last year: does beating up all these teams and not being tested a whole lot hurt them come tournament time? It really didn't last year.
By the way, if anybody notices, a strange person has walked in behind me. Chris Taher, producer extraordinaire, has walked into the studios to help me out finish the last.
Chris who?
Taher, the producer extraordinaire.
Chris who?
Chris who. Very nice.
Be the producer?
Yeah. He's joined me to help out the rest of the show.
That's good, because you're
I'm gonna need it,
man.
I'm gonna need it. Hey, another team that I think is quietly just changed things, and I don't mean because they are being quiet. I think just because no one really maybe understood the dynamic. We'll talk to Jeff Hans here coming up with Thomas More, but they've had 6 100-point games this season, a handful more that have come close to 100. 5 in the last 6 games have been 100, and they're dismantling their opponents in the pack.
That's like the DePaul NCAC situation on steroids, isn't it? Obviously, when you bring in a player of Division I, well, not of Division I caliber, when Sydney Moss actually played successfully at Division I.
She played at Florida, was on the rookie team, I think, for the SEAC or SEC. You hear me slide into the D3 reference there?
Yeah, well done. But a kid like that could come to Division III and expect to just kind of walk out and dominate and not necessarily have to work hard, and would generally would struggle because of it. That's clearly not the case here, and this is the kind of thing that Thomas More as a program needs to get them to push them over the top a little bit. They've had many great regular seasons before and have struggled when it gets to the round of 16 and that sort of thing. Now clearly they're in a position where they have a lot more talent than they have before, so it's a question of still maybe breaking through and getting to that next level, getting to the final weekend, but at the very least if they end up in the top, where are they now? Are they 6? They're 5. Okay,
yeah,
so
5.
they're already in the top 5. If they finish the regular season in the top 5, they'll definitely have earned it. So we'll see how that translates down the stretch. But they've been a fantastic program, and I actually. You know what? I don't know if I finished sending that email, but
I've been down that road.
You mentioned. Where's my drafts? Looks like I did send it. You mentioned Coach Adds, and I was remarking to him via email earlier this afternoon that I would love to be able to get out and see him play, but it is so hideously expensive to fly to Cincinnati.
Just a little bit, not an easy airport. Of course, Sydney Moss, as you point out, completely has changed the dynamic of that team. And I think what's interesting is it's not like it's just her. She's not the one-man band. She's getting her team involved.
Well, and her team is involving her unselfishly too, right?
Exactly.
when you think of we saw them when we see them at the Classic or at the D3 Hoops Classic a couple years ago, right?
Yep.
And Devin Beasley was one of the big names for them.
Yes.
She had a game a couple weeks ago where she scored no points but had 18 assists.
Whew.
Yeah, they don't need her to score so much anymore, clearly.
Jeez, no.
And she is dominating in the ways that they have her play in the game.
Of their 18 games, 12 of them have been over 90 points.
Yeah, it's nuts. And I'm not sure what else to say about it. I feel bad for Teal and for Westminster and for Grove City and for Bethany and for Chatham, all who have seen Thomas More score over 100 and have lost by more than 50.
Yeah. The scary part is that they've already were dominating the conference. They have had one conference loss in the last 4 seasons.
Yep.
3 if you count the previous 2 seasons. I mean, they were already destroying this conference, and now they're just annihilating them.
3 conference losses in the last 6.5 seasons.
Yeah. That's just mind-blowing, to say the least. You get a lot of questions about teams making the top 25, not making the top 25. I watched you have your little conversation on Twitter yesterday with somebody, and I think a head coach saw that conversation as well. We talked to earlier, but
we can talk about that if you like. I have.
I mean, it goes without saying. What I want to transition into is sometimes understanding how a team does. We've had it in the conversation with NJAC teams on the men's side. We were having the conversation with St. Vincent in the PAC on the men's side. But that being said, it's hard to get into the top 25 when you look great in conference play, but you'd never back it up in postseason play, meaning what was the conference really worth? Albertus Magnus has had to fight that a little bit. SUNY Purchase has had to fight that a little bit. But when I look at the 2 top 25s, there's still teams who are getting attention now who you would normally never see in the top 25 because the voters are starting to notice. St. Mary's of Minnesota, with their win over St. Thomas, certainly notwithstanding, helping that cause, as it were. You've got I'm trying to find the other team I couldn't find here a minute ago. Oh, you mentioned Brockport State jumping into the top 25 and now moving up to number 20.
Well, and Brockport at least has had success in the past. For St. Mary's, and for Olivet on the women's side, this is really
there was the other
unprecedented for them. St. Mary's beat the Tommies by 2 down in Winona, so they've got to come back up to play on the 8th, which is a Saturday afternoon, at St. Thomas. But at the very least, St. Mary's has done well. It's a conference where you only get to play 3 non-conference games all season. It's a huge league with a double round robin. They've got a win against a WIAC school. They have a win against North Central, and a win against a UMAC school. That's the entirety of their non-conference slate. But when you beat a proven commodity like St. Thomas, that gets people's attention, and they're 16-1. And last year they were 22-5. And kind of always on the cusp of, I was always on the cusp of voting for them, and they didn't quite, get over the top. They got swept by St. Thomas, or 2 out of 3. They got swept by Concordia Moorhead. This year, again, doing it a little bit better. And it's an interesting story, too. Mandy Pearson, who's the head coach there, was a successful player, a star player at Concordia Moorhead, which is at the geographic opposite of that league. That's about a 5-hour drive apart. That's about as far as you can get and still stay in the MIAC. But that's where she is, and they've had a great couple of years here. They're going to be looking at back-to-back 20-win season, which for St. Mary's in either men's or women's basketball is pretty impressive.
By the way, quick note, we finally broke our scoreless streak, as it were. Went 2 hours plus without a donation to the cause, but now we've gotten our first donation.
Yay.
So we're off the snide, a little bit higher now, still 81% of our goal, I believe.
82?
82. No, there it is. I finally got the refresh to work. So we'd love to hit our goal, everybody, tonight. We've only got 3 hours and 9 minutes, 8 or less. So come on.
Don't forget to tell them about the tote bags and the coffee mugs.
Yes,
right?
Yeah, literally, it's like public television. There are ways to donate and get different perks. We added a couple today to try and entice you to join. We hope you'll consider doing so. It's actually fun putting one of these together because that's literally what I thought about. I'm like, oh, so it's like putting a public television perk together. Okay, I can do that. And so, yeah, if you donate enough, you can get a Hoopsville T-shirt. If you donate even more, I'll wear a T-shirt of your school's choosing, plus get your coach on the air, and so on and so forth. Pat, you'll appreciate this. I don't know if you heard me say it earlier. I actually have debated about making it a really crazy perk, be the Hoopsville Jinx perk. I will wear your school shirt and get your opponent on the air if you're hoping that you can win the game via just the jinx.
Well, I think actually, to be honest with you, from talking with one of the fans a couple days ago, there may be someone who's already trying to line up to do that, maybe in an Amherst Williams kind of way.
I already saw it. Yeah, already saw it. It's already been come through fruition, and I've been getting text messages, or messages of some kind. Somewhere on my computer, I got a message regarding that, and I did chuckle. I think it was, can't wait to see Coach Maker on the show while you wear Amherst's colors.
There you go.
I do have an Amherst shirt, so we'll save the tassel there. That's already taken care of. I just got to see if Coach Maker will be up for it.
This is fun. When you first started talking about doing this show, let alone forget about the 24-hour craziness. But
that was my summer's idea.
Yeah, that was not.
Thank you. I'm going to say something that he probably has never heard on air. Thank you, Frank Rossi, going, hey, why don't you just ratchet it down to 12?
There you go. Yeah. Yeah, much more sane that way.
Mm-hmm.
But, this is sort of fun stuff that we can do. You talked about it earlier. We're talking with people on the show who you wouldn't necessarily always have an opportunity to talk about. And would we necessarily talk to a coach of a team that's really struggling the way one of your guests was earlier today? I wasn't going to name names, but okay, sure.
Well, he was flat out honest about it.
So we might not always do that, but this gives you the opportunity to do so and gives you the opportunity to wake up the West Coast or whatever,
Yeah, no, absolutely. And honestly, I'll freely admit, we haven't gotten as many as we wanted to get on. We haven't been able to get as many conferences as we hoped to. Didn't get as West Coast as much as I want to, but that just puts the impetus now on me to cover those in the next few weeks, and that's the advantage to it in some senses. We now know what we missed, and we can go concentrate on, so it'll work out nicely. I know you got to get going here in a few minutes, so we'll wrap things up. I know we'll talk plenty more down the road. Anything of note as we kind of cross the 5-week threshold here and look? I mean, well, really, 4 weeks from Sunday, we're going to be talking about who's in and who's out of the NCAA tournament.
Whoa.
Yeah, how about that for you?
Yeah. That's a good question, to be honest with you. I think what's interesting this year is, in the last few years, we've had kind of figured out where the break line is, what it really takes to get into the tournament in terms of regional record and strength of schedule and that sort of thing. It's been relatively easy to figure out where the bubble goes and where the end is. And this year, with every game counting, every Division III game counting, and counting in strength of schedule, we have to kind of recalibrate those things, don't we, a little bit? So it's going to be an interesting process. It'll be an interesting selection morning or selection night before, as we try to figure out where the new norms are, and the committee is going to have to figure out where things change too for them over the course of the next few weeks. So I think that's what's most interesting to me. What I'm most looking forward to is we don't have to have this conversation anymore about what, this particular game didn't count because it was out of region. You know? Now, the only games that don't count are the ones that shouldn't. Should we really have a Division III championship selection based on how you played against somebody not in Division III? No. No, I don't think so. I don't think we need to have that game count. And so now that's the only thing that doesn't count, and everything that should count counts.
Well, and if you don't have, a quick question before I let you go. If you haven't gotten the job done of getting the 70% of your games in region, then we can talk about games not counting, but that's because it wasn't that the mileage didn't work in your favor. It's because you just didn't get what was done. And you pointed out something on the boards I find fascinating. It isn't a factor necessarily this year because it was resolved, but Hope men did put in, and we'll talk to them shortly, for a waiver because they weren't going to get to the 70%. Did not get it, and one of the reasons, well, the two reasons were fascinating. One, and the argument from the championships committee. Remember, this is not the actual men's and women's basketball championship committee that select teams. This is the level above them, the overall championships committee. They said, hey, you got enough games in your region you can go get, and second of all, you're a little tardy trying to get this taken care of.
Yeah, I think the teams have had years and years and years and years to adjust to this schedule. And you just, if you want to play in Division III, you need to play Division III schools, and you need to have some respect for the rules and the scheduling guidelines that are given to you. I don't know what else to say. It's nice to be able to play all of your local NAIA rivals, but that's just not the way that we need to, if you want to compete for the Division III championship, you should do it against Division III schools. That's my take. And one other thing on that, before we go, I really thought that for Calvin, especially over the last 3 or 4 years, there have been instances where, because they have played so many non-Division III games, that has cost them. I think that they've they're a bubble team that's missed on the bubble several times over the course of the last few years in this selection scenario, and I don't know if it's because the committee just drew a line in the sand necessarily, or if it just didn't work out for them because they didn't have as many data points, because they didn't have as many D3 games. But I think it cost them, to be honest with you, on a couple occasions. So I was kind of glad to see the committee, in this case, the championships committee, stand up for the rules and explicitly state so that was why. Where we haven't always been able to get that feedback from them because the men's basketball committee is not in a position to say, well, this is why we didn't put this team in.
Well, and Calvin, this year, last year we talked about it. If they didn't win their conference tournament, there was a legitimate chance that they weren't going to make the NCAA tournament because their resume wasn't that strong because they had so many non-Division III games. And furthermore, they did get a bye this year, but I looked at their teams. They were one team short of getting a waiver. Thank you. One team short of getting that 70%, and I don't think it was from a lack of trying. If you look at
I'm all in favor of granting waivers this year.
Yeah, absolutely, no problem.
Teams one more year to figure it out if necessary. And if you're Finlandia, or UC Santa Cruz, then you may qualify for waivers ad infinitum, and that doesn't bother me either. But for everybody else who has a conference and has 12 to 14 to 16 games already scheduled for you that are in region, the burden is not very high on you to go out and find the rest of those games.
By the way, we are pretty sure that the ASC will never have a problem with with a bye.
Well, but they keep losing teams. So,
yeah, I know. Eventually they may. You never know. Hey, Pat, I appreciate it. I know you got to get going. I know the winter weather up there has been frightful, and so we'll let you go so you get on to your other destination. We'll talk more about this with Hope's men's basketball coach coming up here, Matt Neal. Any final thoughts with those who may be tuning in, sir?
I hope you stay awake. I hope you stay coherent.
Awake, yes. Coherent, can't promise you.
I know. Those are two
very different
but important things for this. So kudos to you for getting through the first 9
Yes, we're at 9
hours
now. Yep.
And 3 to go. So, 4.5 shows down and 1.5 to go.
Wow, that's an interesting way of saying it. Yeah, good point. Thanks, sir, for joining me. I appreciate it. I know, and the support you give me all day long. Certainly appreciate that. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and you and I obviously will talk soon, and we'll get you on the air sometime down the road as well.
Yeah, I think you know where to find me.
Yeah, I think I know.
All right,
sir. Take care.
Yep.
Bye. Pat Coleman joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline. Appreciate him taking the time to do so. Yes, that is producer extraordinaire, Chris Tarr. Hey, Chris, you got a nice computer back there now. How you like my setup? We're going to take a break. I got to get Chris up to speed, and we will get going. Men's basketball coach from Hope, Matt Neal, will be on the air, followed by DePaul. Men's basketball coach Bill Fenlon. We'll talk to Lenny Reich out of the Great Lakes. Thomas Moore, women's basketball coach Jeff Hans. FDU Florham, women's basketball coach. Immacula's women's basketball coach, all ahead. Kenny Rice of MMA broadcasting fame. Of course, NBC broadcasting fame. He'll be joining us as well. We'll also hear from Wags, maybe throw in a couple others as we close out the show here on Hoopsville. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, plenty more Hoopsville, of course, talking Hope men's basketball as well. We'll be back with more Hoopsville right after this.
Division III schools offer academic scholarships instead of athletic scholarships. This really puts the focus that the student athlete needs to maintain that GPA.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III. A lot of people pick schools just based on the sport and don't get that experience.
Being a Division III athlete and developing my leadership skills has definitely put my name out there and helped me get more recognition on campus, but more recognition nationwide. I did win the Jostens Trophy, which is based on leadership, academics, and then how well you do on the court.
I'm also the Schwartz Scholar of my class. Schwartz Scholarship is basically a scholarship that is given to a student who's identified as a likely leader.
And the end of the day, it won't matter how they play on the field, it will matter how they do in the classroom.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Every season starts with hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. And you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Men's Basketball Championship, March 21st and 22nd in Salem, Virginia, hosted by the Old Dominion Athletic Conference and the City of Salem. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
Division III allows you to be able to give yourself to other things. Not even just participate in them, but really get involved with them if you want to.
There's a lot of interaction. It's not just sitting back, taking notes. You're actually doing hands-on things and better preparing yourself for your major.
Choosing a Division III school, I've had the opportunity to develop my leadership skills and to be more involved on campus.
Division III in athletics, affords students the opportunity not only to participate in intercollegiate athletics at a competitive level, but also gives them the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport and outside of the academics on the campus.
And to have opportunity to have time to join clubs and being able to play basketball, it allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Oh, sorry for the pregnant pause, everybody. Welcome back to Hoopsville as we continue on with the show here as we are into hour number 10. We're 9 hours down, hour number 10 on the way of our 12 of the marathon show here. Certainly appreciate it. Ooh, I almost forgot something. Hold on a second. Forgot that we got another guest with a T-shirt. So where is that T-shirt? Is the question. There it is. So if you donated to the show, you got the chance to have me wear your favorite school's T-shirt or any shirt, and also talk to your coach of choice. And we have the next installment of that today. And I am now pulling on a Hope shirt because, gosh darn it, I actually own one after going to the Women's Final Four. And joining us on the Hoopsville hotline as a result is their men's basketball coach, Matt Neal, because the person who donated, who is a friend of both his program and my program, wanted to make sure I talked to him while wearing a Hope t-shirt. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville.
Hey, good day. How are you guys?
We're doing well, Coach. Pacing ourselves. How are you doing?
Hour number 10, huh?
Yeah, we're entering 10. 9 down so far.
Hey, that is awesome. I'm so privileged to be on your program. Thanks for asking me to be a part of it, and thank you to our donor who wanted to have Hope College represented on the Hoopsville program. We really are grateful for the opportunity.
Absolutely. Appreciate you taking the time to join us. I know it's been an up and down season for you guys. Tough start to the season, losing 4 of 5, including a bit of a who's who of a gauntlet there. Whitewater, Stevens Point, and Wheaton. You got the win over Carthage, got the win over Lake Forest, and Illinois Wesleyan, and it unceremoniously gave you another loss. So you started the season was at 3 and 5, but you played well since. Let's talk about the beginning. That's one heck of a gauntlet.
Well, I think you got to play the best to be the best, and that's something that we really were taking some pride in, the fact that we could go over to Whitewater, play with Pat Miller's squad, and really, with about 8 minutes to go, be ahead 61-60 with a group that holds 9 freshmen and sophomores on our squad. Then the very next night, turn around and go up to play Bob Semling's group up at Stevens Point and play with them basically for about 30 of the 40 minutes again, and end up losing. But I think that the schedule was tough, yes, and I've taken heat about it, but that's okay. I still think that our guys grew up a lot during that time, and to play against Mike's group down at Wheaton, and then, of course, the Illinois Wesleyan guys, and playing Bosco's team and getting a pretty decisive win over Carthage when we were in that CCIW MIAA challenge was good for us. But, it's a good start as far as teaching our young guys how hard they have to play and how long they have to play that hard. And I thought that we rose to the occasion. Sure, it would have been nice to. I thought we played Wesleyan really tough at home and ended up losing by 8, but we had whittled the thing down, and I thought that we were in a good position, but we were in a little foul trouble. But again, I would not do it any differently, to be honest with you.
No.
Next year we do the same thing again, except now we have everybody coming to our place, and
there you go.
That'll be a good thing.
Absolutely. And there's nothing wrong with challenging yourself with that. I just it's an interesting gauntlet, but certainly one I agree with you. You got to take on, especially when the conference maybe not as deep as it has been in recent years. And nothing against you guys or Calvin, but it's usually both of you two playing really good basketball, and then everybody else. But recently, in the last couple of years, it's been one or the other.
Right, and I think that's been that way for a while, and I mean, it's no fault of anybody in our conference. No. Everybody's working their tail off, But I think that, again, we need to be able to prove that we can play with people outside of our conference, and I think that we've shown we can compete. We didn't get some wins in some cases, but I do feel that we progressed in a huge way. We were playing without guys early on with a couple of seniors. We had guy coming back from soccer, my son Grant, and then Caleb Byers was hurt, and those are 2 seniors that never saw the floor again in those Wisconsin trips. And I think that what's going to happen is that we continue to grow, and obviously sign of a young team is you're going to have a terrific win against your rival at their place, like we had against Calvin, and then the next time we played down at Albion, we weren't very sharp, and so. Again, the progression is hopefully such that we feel like we're teaching every day and getting better. And I think that we can say that at last night's win against Adrian was a decisive win, and we came back today and really worked hard, and we're better today than we were yesterday. So that's what you hope for from a young team.
Of course, apparently Kalamazoo, you're not allowed to play them. The weather gods have refused twice before.
Tell me about that. How crazy is that?
I mean, the weather's been wacky, but that Kalamazoo game has just been circled, I think, by Mother Nature. Postponed on the 25th, postponed on the 27th. You'll try again on February 3rd. Let's just circle that down as postponed.
Hey, don't, I'm going to tell you right now, David, don't say that, because right now it is snowing so badly.
Oh,
here
I know.
now, and
I
driving
know.
home from the DeVos, I couldn't see. It was that bad. So, we're praying that we don't have to deal with any more cancellations, and I don't think we will. But I will tell you that the choices to cancel our games were the right ones.
Sure.
Just to put the safety of all of our players at the forefront of our thinking was absolutely the right thing to do. So
No, yeah, and we certainly don't want those games forced for any particular reason, no matter how important or not important they are. If that was a Calvin scenario, same deal. Doesn't matter. Postpone the game for safety. This team coach has got, 4 seniors on it, but a lot of sophomores. You got one junior, then a lot of sophomores. So. And interesting enough, they're the ones leading the way. Alex, is it Edison? Edson. See, I can't. My eyes are failing me as we've into the 10th hour here. 13.1 points a game. Same with Ben Gardner, the other sophomore. Both of them hauling down over 4.5 rebounds. The senior, Nate. See, my eyes are failing.
Nate Van Arendonk.
I'm just going to let you say it.
That's a good Dutch name, David.
Oh,
I mean, it's Nate Van Arendonk. It's kind of like McHugh, I mean, it's one of those.
It's one of those. I agree with you. And of course, he's right from the area, so good of him to stick with the Dutch. He's got 10 points a game. You're getting 7+ points from a sophomore in Brooke Benson and a junior in Corey McMahon. You're getting what I'm getting at is you're getting contributions from guys who aren't necessarily the leaders of the team.
Well, and I think that's a sign of a good team. I mean, I think that everybody kind of adjusts to what their role might be. I mean, we have some great seniors who I think are good leaders, and they're doing a terrific job with that. And I think that again, a good team finds a way to do what they need to do to win. And we've rolled some games lately, and are playing with some intensity and some fire that we need. And last night in our game, our starters weren't particularly clicking. The game was close, and we were kind of staying with Adrian, and they were staying with us. And then we brought our second wave of guys in and extended the lead and ran those guys for about 7 minutes or so, and they did a terrific job. And then brought our guys back in to start the second half and continued to build that lead even more. And I think that's the important part with a team. The role identification on any given night.
Yep.
Any guy is going to be called upon, and you don't know who it's going to be. But as we were talking about mental toughness today at the end of practice, one of the guys said, mental toughness to me is just being ready to go when you're called on. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the case. I've challenged our boys that. They feel like we could be in the top 5% of the country physically, but I just challenge them to make sure that we're there mentally as well. Because when we get those two things working together, that's when we become a really, really competitive team. And I'm proud of these guys. They've had to grow together, and they've done a really good job of that.
Talking to Matt Neal, head coach for Hope men's basketball team, is as we mentioned, 11-6 overall in the conference. They are 5-1, half game behind Calvin. Darn Kalamazoo is rearing its head there, and then they have a half game lead on Albion, a game and a half on Trine. And then Kalamazoo sitting down there below. Of course, coming up, they've got a game at Trine, and then followed by maybe Kalamazoo, and then Calvin at home. Of course, that Calvin game is the big rivalry game. You guys have already played. Calvin beat you guys. You beat Calvin, I should say, by 8 points, and that was at Calvin. They want to exact revenge. I know you're not looking past Trine, but there's something special about the Hope-Calvin rivalry. I would even argue it makes Duke, North Carolina seem average, and I'm not knocking Duke, North Carolina. It's an awesome rivalry, but you guys, you take this rivalry to a whole nother level.
Well, it's really special. I think that the way that the whole college scene developed with Hope and Calvin, with the split of the Reformed Church to now having the Christian Reformed Church and the Reformed Church. Even though I will say that in this day and age there's a lot of reconciliation being attempted across the country, which is nice to see those two denominations come folded back together. But it began then, and the crazy thing is that is that Kevin Vanderstreek and I are good friends, and we talk to each other often. And in fact, when we're out recruiting the same kids, we sit together, and it's rather unique, I would say. But yet I think our fans sometimes don't realize that it is our job, and sometimes they take that whole rivalry thing to a whole different level. And I mean, they think it's pretty funny to just throw some jabs here and there, and Kevin and I kind of look at each other like, wow, whatever you want to think is fine, but it's a terrific rivalry, two terrific institutions who stand for a lot of high-level academia, but also high-level athletics, and I think that we've been able to facilitate that by the way we compete. A lot of these guys compete against each other in high school. Some may even be teammates and split and go different ways. But it's fun. I mean, we had 4,800, I think, at the Van Noord on Calvin's campus. And
that's almost a sellout, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly, and of course, every time we play at our place, we're going to sell out that game, and it'll be rocking at the DeVos come Wednesday. But right now, I will tell you that our first and foremost thought is on Saturday down at Trine, and then to pick up that KZoo game on Monday, and then be concerned about the Calvin game on Wednesday.
Exactly.
But I think if you were throwing out Duke, North Carolina, I think that's a phenomenal rivalry, and I would say that as ESPN voted, some years ago, that this is the fourth best rivalry in America, all divisions, and I would agree. I think it's athletes playing the game for the fun of it. Nobody's on a scholarship, and everybody is just playing because they love to play, and it's pretty intense. And I'd invite anybody to come and witness this for the first time, because it's quite remarkable in itself.
We got to convince ESPN Game Day to realize to show up to one of your gyms for that rivalry game, because they would get
wouldn't that be fun?
That'd be awesome, and you'd get a crowd.
Well, I think it'd be a great opportunity. I mean, it'd be neat for ESPN to showcase that when the game is on a Saturday, and to be able to be on campus and be able to get some of the excitement and the fire with the home team, especially with being on their campus. And I think it would be a lot of fun, and I think next year would be the perfect time when we have the Saturday home game.
There you go. Perfect. Well thought. I was going to say, and if they do it, I'd be there. Thanks to this fundraiser, that's the reason we would want to do these things. We want to go to these events and be part of them. We would go to that. I mean, and if ESPN were to do that, I'd jump on a plane in a heartbeat.
Well, absolutely.
It makes...
we had 650 tickets for students the other night, and we're conducting practice at 3:30 in the afternoon, and tickets went on sale, I think, at 5, and there were kids in the gym starting at about 2 o'clock, and they were weaving in and out of the seats in the DeVos Fieldhouse while I got practice going on, and my guys are looking around like, Coach, what is up with this? We have 700 students waiting to get tickets, and they sold out. So, that's a good thing, and our Duke crew will be rocking the house, and again, I think that most people think they know the rivalry, but they don't.
No, they don't know the rivalry.
It's quite amazing.
And I don't know the rivalry, and I'm sitting here in Baltimore. I've been to Hope. I was there for the women's Final Four last year. You get a sense of it with the banners hanging and how Calvin fans react. And I went over to Van Noord and saw it. I get it. I think there's a rivalry there with what they built at Van Noord. But, I get that sense, but I haven't seen it. And that's the biggest difference. And I completely agree with you. Before I let you go, I do want to ask you this. With the new way they're doing all games count if you get 70% of your games in region. I know you guys applied for a waiver, were denied, but it's null and void now. I think you picked up a game that would that helped you get over the percentage anyway. But the reasons they gave were fascinating, and I wanted to get your point of view on it. The first reason, and by the way, again, to emphasize to anybody who may be tuning in, this wasn't a decision by the Division III Men's Basketball Championship Committee. This was the overall championships committee for the NCAA for everything. They said you've got enough games in region that you can tackle, and you guys were late getting this waiver in. I just curious on your take on that moving forward with scheduling.
Well, I'm already set for next year's schedule. We've got all our in-region games taken care of, and I think that's the difficulty is trying to convince people to come play us, and
Sure.
so what we have to do is we have to get out and play people, and that's why we're traveling and playing some teams. But next year we go to Worcester and play in a tournament at Worcester. Next year we have Mount Union coming to our place.
Awesome.
We have Ohio Wesleyan coming to our place, and we're just trying to bridge some gaps with the OAC and North Coast teams down in Ohio, which there are all kinds of Division IIIs. Though if they were to come play us, they're going to drive by about 9 of them before they get to Holland, Michigan.
Yeah, true.
And and that becomes a little bit of a difficulty. I could show you the emails, the hundreds of emails I sent out to people that I was trying to get people to play us, and that it is what it is, and so if people decline, then you go to another alternative. And as far as applying for the waiver, we were kind of instructed, and the person that intimated to us the fact that hey, it's just kind of a cookie cutter thing. You apply, you get it, no big deal. Well, we of course were denied, and thank goodness we were able to secure something down at Thomas More when we played center, and we played Thomas More. And
Yeah.
those were great in-region games for us. Good for us to play teams we've never played.
Yes.
And I think again, we are looking to expand our horizons a little bit, play teams that we haven't normally played, but yet I want to play top level competitive teams.
Yeah.
And I think that now eventually I think what you're going to see is Division III is Division III, and that Carthage game will count as an in-region game. The Wisconsin games will count as in-region games because down the road, I think that's where we're headed. And is that right? Absolutely, it's right. I mean, Division III is Division III in my book, and I think that eventually we'll get to that. The hard part is when you start to see teams, and we have to do some things regionally. But I will tell you this, that this is my 4th year. We made the tournament the first 2 years, and we played teams from out of region.
Yeah.
And I mean that's how it goes. And the first year we'd go down to Augie and play at Augustana, and the second year when we were that 27-2 team, we ended up hosting, but we brought teams in out of the Midwest actually, and here we are in the Great Lakes. So I think that it is what it is, and you have to continually try to battle these scheduling woes, and that's what we're trying to do. So we're already done with next year, and continue to look forward to 15-16.
Well, you and I have chatted. You have an open invitation to the Hoopsville National Invitational Classic as well.
You betcha. We're looking at that maybe not next year, but the following. That'd be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. We would love to have you, and we promise you to give you a competition you're looking forward to. So, to help you with your mentality of playing new teams and certainly spreading your horizons, we'd love to have you. So, open invitation. Let us know when it can work out.
All right.
At the same time, let us know when you end up ever playing Kalamazoo this year.
You just tune into that website. You'll see
I'm going to be watching that game on the 3rd like a hawk.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna be it's that nemesis that's out there.
Yeah.
We're wondering if we're ever going to be able to take care of it. But Eric Google, the new coach down there, has done a great job, and we're looking forward to playing these kids. And we were really, really focused. I'll tell you, the hardest thing was to go from a walkthrough on a Saturday morning to a full-fledged practice on Saturday. Holy cow!
I'm sure the team loved you.
Oh my word! I think even one of them who was my blood didn't love me a whole lot that day. I mean, it was pretty tough.
Oh, just got word we don't have a game. All right, sprints.
Yeah, exactly. I know. Isn't that something?
Yeah, I wouldn't like you too much either.
Oh my goodness.
Coach, thanks so much for joining us. I really do appreciate it. Love your point of view on things as well. Good luck the rest of the way. It's a battle for the conference. Hopefully, it's going to come down to that automatic bid, I know. So good luck on getting that. Good luck with your Kalamazoo game. Good luck with your Calvin game and the rest. And we'll look forward to chatting with you down the road. As always, we give our coach the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Well, I just think that again, we're absolutely privileged to be a part of what you have going on here, and I think that Division III is the purest sense of the sport right now, that where our kids are playing because they love it, and we balance being great students, great men, and being able to be great athletes as well. So thanks for the support. We appreciate it. I again want to thank our donor who contributed so that I might be able to be on the program, and very, very grateful for the opportunity, and wish everybody well. We're going to finish strong. Remember, we always say it's where you finish, not where you begin, and that's what we're hoping to do here at Hope.
Very good. Well, thank you, Coach. Appreciate the time you gave us, and we will talk to you soon, we hope.
All right. Take care, David.
All
Bye-bye.
right, take care. Matt Neal joining us from Hope College. Team is 11-6 overall. Want to thank our donor who wanted to remain anonymous. I am wearing, as you can see, a Hope T-shirt. I got Calvin fans probably yelling and screaming right now. But there's an easy way to do it. If you want me to wear a Calvin shirt, I will wear a Calvin shirt if you donate enough money to do so, and I will get your Calvin coach on as well. Thank you so much for joining us, Coach Matt Neal, and we'll move on. Coming up, we're going to talk to DePaul men's basketball coach Bill Fenlon. We will also talk with Lenny Reich from the Great Lakes region. A little bit behind time. We'll try and catch up here as we speak. Remember, this is all part of the Hoopsville Fundraising Project. Thank you for being a part of that if you have made a donation. If not, at least share the word if you could. We're going to take a break. When we come back, DePaul men's basketball, one of the 4 teams tied atop the NCAC. Talk about a battle. We'll be back with more Hoopsville right after this.
Division III allows you to be able to give yourself to other things, not even just participate in them, but really get involved with them if you want to.
There's a lot of interaction. It's not just sitting back, taking notes. You're actually doing hands-on things and better preparing yourself for your major.
Choosing a Division III school, I've had the opportunity to develop my leadership skills and to be more involved on campus.
Division III in athletics, affords students the opportunity not only to participate in intercollegiate athletics at a competitive level, but also gives them the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport and outside of the academics on the campus.
And to have opportunity to have time to join clubs and being able to play basketball, it allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Division III schools offer academic scholarships instead of athletic scholarships. This really puts the focus that the student athlete needs to maintain that GPA.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III. A lot of people pick schools just based on the sport and don't get that experience.
Being a Division III athlete and developing my leadership skills has definitely put my name out there and helped me get more recognition on campus, but more recognition nationwide. I did win the Jostens Trophy, which is based on leadership, academics, and then how well you do on the court.
I'm also the Schwartz Scholar of my class. Schwartz Scholarship is basically a scholarship that is given to a student who's identified as a likely leader.
And the end of the day, it won't matter how they play on the field, it will matter how they do in the classroom.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Sorry about that. Bathroom break took longer than expected. That's what happens when you are 10.5 hours into the show. No, 9.5 hours into the show. Losing track, but we're still going. 10 a.m. is when we went on the air. We're still going, and we'll be on the air until 10 p.m. All part of the Hoopsville Fundraising Project. If you have questions for us or any of our guests, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Email us at hoopsville@d3hoops.com or Facebook us at facebook.com/Hoopsville. Don't forget about the Hoopsville Fundraising Project. We are 82% of the way to the goal. I would love to hit the goal in the next 2.5 hours. Our goal is $10,000. I'd love to hit that before we end the show in 2.5 hours. We certainly appreciate it if you could help us with that effort. You can find out more information. We'll tweet out more information here shortly as well. Let's get right back to the Hoopsville hotline, get moving along here as we're a little bit behind, and joining us is the number 23 team in the country. To the DePaul is 14-4, and Coach Bill Fenlon joins us on the show. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville.
Thanks. How are you?
I'm doing okay. We're pacing ourselves.
You hanging in there?
Yeah, I'm hanging in there. Yeah.
That's why I was trying to get an earlier time, just because I wanted to get to you before you were completely punchy.
I got punchy after the first hour. Are you kidding? The reality hit, and I went, "Whoa, wait a minute."
I listened to a little bit of your talk with Matt. It wasn't too bad, so you're hanging in there, okay?
Thank you. Now you've set me up for failure. I'm going to fall apart here now. Hey, listen, you guys. I wouldn't say you've come out of nowhere, but you kind of snuck up on everybody, nationally especially. You had a who's who of a gauntlet in the last couple of weeks. In the last 5 games, you played Wittenberg, Ohio Wesleyan, Worcester, Wabash, Worcester, and Denison. Of course, 3 of those being on top of the conference. You come out 4-1 against the big 3, 3-1, or 2-1, I should say. And now there's a 4-way tie atop the NCAC. I think when people looked at this conference, they thought this would be Worcester, Wittenberg, and then everybody else. And now it's Ohio Wesleyan, Worcester, Wittenberg, and yourselves. What a crazy couple of weeks.
Well, I think that people who pay attention to it, they're always thinking Worcester and Wittenberg because that's how it's always been. And those things. I don't expect that's gonna change. We're just trying to challenge. We're pretty new to the league. This is our 3rd year in the league, and I feel like we've competed well against those teams. Every time we've had the opportunity. We've got a core group of players that have been improving over the last couple of years, and we weren't picked really high in the league, but I thought if we were able to get some things going chemistry wise and get some improvement from some guys that had some experience, that we could be a team that would have a chance to challenge, and that's what we're talking about. I mean, the most exciting thing in college basketball is being a team that's alive in February in a conference championship race. So we got a little help last night from Ohio Wesleyan, which put us all in a 4-way tie. And at the same time, that doesn't happen if we don't go on the road and get the job done at Denison. So it's a really tough. It's a really tough league, top to bottom, and you've got to be ready to go every night.
Oh, absolutely. I think what's interesting, Coach, is you guys start off the season with 4 wins. The most notable of that group was the win over North Central, and then you went the next 4. You losing 3. WashU got you guys. Worcester got you, and it wasn't close. Even Rose Holman tripped you up middle of December. You take a nice trip down to Tampa. And beat Drew and Kalamazoo, but they were tough, tight battles. So I would say, looking as an outsider in, I'm going, okay, DePauw's having an average season. Sure, they got a winning record, but they're battling it out. Then you got into conference play, and luckily you kind of got a not an easy stretch. I certainly don't want to say that and diminish these teams, but Allegheny, Hiram, and Kenyon weren't exactly the biggest challenge. And then you hit Wittenberg. So you were able to get on a roll, as it were, before you got into the really tough part of your conference action. Did that help?
Well, I think what helped was we were in some games that we didn't necessarily play great in and found some ways to win. I think you have to go back a year to kind of think about a little bit about who we were and are. We were 16-10 last year. Had a pretty good year. Not great, but solid. But 8 of those 10 losses were by 4 or less and in 4 of those, we had the lead on the last possession of the game. So, you're talking about a year record-wise that was pretty good. Could have been great if you get a bounce or two here or there. And I think that what's happened this year with a little more experience is those games that, they're winnable games for you. They're games that come down to the last four minutes or so.
Yeah.
We've found ways to have success in those games where maybe we didn't a year ago, and I think that's the deal. And then as far as the team is concerned, we started the season. The kid who's probably played the best for us all year blew out an ankle in a scrimmage right before we started. So didn't play in the first 4 games. And was just kind of, I think WashU was the first game that he played in, and we really, we were up at halftime. We really, that game came down to the last 4 minutes, and they made some plays, and we didn't. And then the game at Worcester, it took another 4 or 5 weeks for Tommy Furnitz to kind of get back into shape and be able to do some of the things that we thought he could do. And since then, the last 10 games, he's been a monster. He's at a double in 9 of the last 10 games. He's averaging, almost 15 points a game and almost 11 rebounds a game.
Yeah.
So he's really gotten us going. I mean, he's putting up some numbers that are really impressive. And as a guy who's, I've been doing this a while, and he's from one year to the next maybe the most improved player that we've had here. So that part of it has been a little bit disjointed, and then the last 3 games we've played without a guy who was our leading scorer early in the season, and we'll have him back this weekend. So I think there are some games that we've really clicked and played well. The Wittenberg game, for example, I thought we played really well against Worcester here at home. And then there's some games that maybe we weren't firing on all cylinders, but also found some ways to win the basketball game. So that that's what you're hoping for, especially in conference play. I mean, you can look at the scores all the way up and down our league, and some of the teams that don't have great records in the league have played the top teams extremely close.
Yeah.
And, that's how it's going to be the rest of the year.
Yeah, you mentioned coming into the league a few years ago, and certainly not welcomed on the women's side. We'll talk about that in a minute, but on the men's side, you guys have taken a little while to acclimate yourself, for lack of a better description. 7-9 in conference your first year, 9-7 the second year. I can't remember what you guys. 8-2 currently.
We're actually 9-2.
9-2. Yeah, we got a little.
Who's counting?
There's a little quirkiness with our. I'm literally looking at one that says 9-2, and right next to it says 8-2. It's just a quirk with our new website. So you've acclimated yourself well. You've certainly changed the conversation in the conference. What are you hearing around the conference about you guys?
Oh, I don't know. I don't even talk. I don't talk to any of those guys. So
I highly doubt that.
No, we've got some pretty good collegiality in the league, and you know how it is during the season. You just kind of get into your own little.
Oh, absolutely.
I call it the bunker, and you just get in the bunker and you try to take care of your own business, and you try to keep your players focused on what they need to be able to do next to have success, and I do think that we got up to a little bit of a slow start in the league. This is our 3rd year, but I think some of that is just how your team. The team can be a little bit cyclical, right? You lose guys, and the year before we got in the league, I think we won 19 or 20 games, and we got to the finals of the SCAC tournament and didn't get an at-large bid, but we were a pretty good basketball team, and then we lost some guys, and we kind of had to take a step backward, just in terms of experience and personnel, and had to retool a little bit, and it took us a couple years to get back where we feel like we can compete for a conference championship. So, it's exciting to be in this position. It could go away pretty quickly if if your players don't stay focused and you're not ready to go in a league that's as tough as this. So what other people think about us, I don't know. I don't know that everyone was doing backflips when they heard we were getting it in the league, but we're here and we're probably not going anywhere. So we're gonna swing away at it like we've always.
Well, we know they're not doing backflips on the women's side. I got to ask, the women's team goes out there and wins a national championship, going undefeated last year. They may lose sometime this decade as they continue to play well. From your vantage point, what's that experience like?
Well, it's really impressive. First of all, our programs are really close. I've got a great working relationship with Coach Huffman and a lot of respect for her as a colleague and a friend. And anytime you watch people make the sort of commitment that these kids make and the coaches make, and show the sort of resilience that they have. I mean, they've got a pretty big target on their back every single night, and they have a great team spirit about them. They have a great ability to stay focused on the task at hand and play each game like it's the most important game of the year. Coach does a great job of keeping those kids tuned in on the moment. And we travel with them. We spend a lot of time with them. They're a great group of kids and really committed. And it's fun to be part of a small part of what they're doing in terms of being able to support them.
I got to ask you before we let you go. You're as one person put it on Twitter, you're the up 3 less than 10 seconds foul guy. You have a wonderful breakdown of what you do in that scenario. If you're leading by 3, the other team's got the ball less than 10 seconds to play, foul them before they take a shot mentality. And what's fascinating about what you've written up, and I've skimmed through it because honestly I haven't had time to sit
too
down.
Long for you?
Well, no, it's not too long. It's just every time I go to read it, I don't have the time I want. But what I always draw myself to is the end is where you broke it down, and obviously with help from you mentioned one of the professors at DePaul with the mathematics of what to do and what the scenarios are beyond that and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I almost want to say you thought this thing a little too much.
No, I haven't. I've thought it through exactly as much as you need to. and then what that does is once you've done that, you never have to think about it again.
Yeah,
that's
true.
My point is, like, a lot of guys want to let the situation dictate what they're going to. I mean, my whole point is, and the reason I got to this was, I got beat like that a few times. Got beat like that 3 times. Oh. And after the 3rd time, somebody makes a 3 with time running out, the game goes to overtime, and then you lose in overtime when you're up by 3.
Right.
And the 3rd time, I'm like, I said,
Enough.
Wait a minute, I gotta take a look at this. And I broke it down, and you're right, I did break it down pretty far. But
yeah, you did.
At the same time, my conclusion is that it's not a situational thing. It's a numbers thing.
Yeah.
And when you break the numbers down, one of the things I say in the article is a lot of the things that you do in coaching, a lot of the decisions that you make, they are gut decisions. But I don't think this is a gut decision. I think this is a numbers decision. I think that if you get a technical foul, you don't put your 40% free throw shooter at the line. You put your 80% free throw shooter at the line. And I think when you break these percentages down, they're clear cut enough that it's obvious that you should foul in that situation. And if you take that out of it, like a lot of guys want to go, if they have better rebounders than us, we're not going to foul because they might offensive rebound the free throw. And I think it tweaks the numbers a little bit, but not enough. Because the truth of it is, one of my conclusions is that I think there's a 1 in 5, a 20% chance that you're going to get you're going to get tied if you don't foul and let people shoot a three. Watch games in those situations when guys are coming down and the other team's not going to foul. The shots that you can get inside of 5 seconds are unbelievable, and so it's more like about a 1 in 40 chance that you're going to get beat the other way. And I don't think
I'm sorry, what did you say, Coach?
I said I just don't think the numbers are arguable. 1 in 5 is 1 in 40. You got to take the 1 in 5 every time.
Yeah, sure. No, it makes sense to me.
You go to the horse. You ever go to the horse track?
Yeah, I have. Had to cover some big races at the local track. Yeah.
Well, you're betting on horses that have 5-1 odds. And those are the odds of a guy tying you with a 3. Why would you let him do that?
I'd love to know how many people have stolen your idea, literally.
Well, a lot of it's kind of went viral. The thing is,
yeah, it has.
Did this before it became quite as big a deal, and it's probably 10, 12 years ago now, and it just kind of got spread around in coaching circles. And then they did a thing in SI.com because Brad Stevens, when he was the Butler, is a former player of mine.
Exactly.
And I have talked about this a long time, and you may or may not remember that they fouled Michigan State up 3 in the national semifinals in Indianapolis.
Oh yeah.
And ended up rebounding the intentional missed free throw and won. And I'll tell you what, I've never been more nervous in a game in my life.
Please work. Please work.
Yeah, well, it's not. The thing that I always read is, it's not a guarantee, right?
You're right.
It's just an interpretation of what the numbers are. But I got to tell you, I was pretty relieved when it worked.
Yeah, I can imagine. By the way, I did want to ask you that before we left. Brad Stevens goes on to fame at Butler, and now he's a head coach at the Celtics, which is outstanding for a Division III person any way you look at it. A, what were your thoughts when you found out he was getting the job? B, did you know before the media found out and it was official? And C, when are you getting an assistant coaching job?
Well, let's see. A,
what was your thoughts when you found out?
Well, the whole thing is, it was surreal enough when the guy goes to the final game 2 years in a row.
Yeah, true.
Right. So, that part of it, I had been kind of getting used to the fact that, he was doing crazy stuff. and I did not know before the media knew. In fact, I was in New York City helping my son move, and my phone started blowing up, and it's just, it's crazy. So this is right around the 4th of July.
Yep.
And then I came home, and you're getting what that's July's a big time for recruiting events and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, I've been doing this a while, so I know a lot of folks, and everybody wants to talk about it. And finally, I just came up with my pat line became, I really don't know what happened. All I know is I wish I would have been nicer to him.
That's outstanding. So I'm guessing no assistant coaching job down the road then.
Well, no, I'm just kidding. Maybe someday he'll just want to, take on a wise old guy and stick him in the corner office and ask him what he thinks every now and then. We'll see. That's not something that I'm aspiring to, but he's a great guy. I almost called him a kid, but he's a guy, brilliant coach. Just as the things that he's achieved in his short career at this point are just, they're mind-boggling to me, and obviously I'm really proud of him. All the folks at DePaul are really proud of him. We're very excited for his success.
Absolutely, and I'm just waiting for that scenario in the playoffs where he fouls somebody with less than 10 seconds left.
One of the things that he told me is he thinks that the scenario changes a little bit because you can get the ball at half court.
Oh, absolutely.
Like that. So it is a little bit different, but these guys can all shoot it a lot deeper too.
Yeah,
so
they're a little bit better, as it were.
I think you still got to foul.
Hey, I really appreciate you coming on the show, Coach. Love talking to you. Going to watch this NCAC race with fascination the rest of the way. Good luck. I know, I mean, you still got Wittenberg and Ohio Wesleyan ahead of you on the schedule, so this will be fun to watch.
Well, we got a lot of things coming up, and we're hoping to hang around.
Well, I'm looking forward to watching you guys hang around. Good luck the rest of the way. We always give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Well, we appreciate all the hard work that you guys do for us. It really means a lot. It's an exciting time of year. February, college basketball. If there's any players out there listening, the thing that I'm trying to keep our guys focused on is, you want to be serious, but you want to keep having fun.
That's true. I like that. Have fun because it's basketball and it's the whole idea, but you got to be serious because you got to get a job at hand as well.
Yeah.
Coach,
because winning's more fun.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. If you're serious and you win, then it's more fun. Good point. That's your next one you got to write up. Thanks so much, Coach. Appreciate it, and we'll talk to you soon.
My pleasure. Okay, take care.
Yep. Bill Fenlon joining us from DePaul. Really appreciate him talking. Great conversations there with Hope and DePaul there. Coach Matt Neal and Coach Bill Fenlon. Appreciate them taking the time to join us here on the show. We're not going to take a break on to the next guest because we're running behind, and I got a producer now, so I can make this work. Joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline is our favorite sports information director from the Great Lakes region. Of course, now there's about 6 Great Lake region SIDs who are angry at me. Joining us on the show is Lenny Reich. First and foremost, sir, welcome back to Hoopsville.
Just tell them that I had to pay you off to say something like that. So, or they can visit Salem like I visit on occasion, and they can get that payback in.
Yeah, so. There you go. By the way, the picture I have of you just does not do you justice anymore, sir.
Easy now.
No, I meant that in a complimentary way.
Oh, thanks. Well, if we could, if we go back, well, luckily we don't have anything back in time from the early, from when this show started. We don't have any pictures of me.
It's true. Luckily, but the picture doesn't do the justice of the full-on bald look you're pulling off, which I love, by the way. When I saw you in Salem, it took me a second. I'm like, whoa, Lenny, how you doing, buddy? And then second of all, I think one of the last times we had you on the air, you were talking about leaving Mount Union. Of course, you were back. You aren't going to be announcing any departures on today's show, will you?
No, not announcing any departures. No, just glad to be at Mount Union. Glad to be part of the Great Lakes and part of Hoopsville. And like I said, I think I was around on the very early beginnings of this show. And it's those of us that have been in this business old enough to remember D3 basketball online, and then the hard work that Pat did to start D3hoops.com, and then obviously you and Jared and Pat Cummings, and I'm sure I'll forget all kinds of guys.
You're going old school, sir.
Well, I will admit a little cheat, a little trick that I don't know if SIDs will want me unveiling this trick, but it's really a cool thing if you were around or old enough before the internet. There's a neat website called the Wayback Machine that if you go to web.archive.org and you type in any web address, you can go back and look at snapshots of those websites from the entire history of that site. So you can go back. So, there's some great pictures of the Dave McHugh Jinx shirt from back in Hoopsville days, because you can go back and find anything. Obviously what we all warn our student athletes about is that things on the internet, never seem to go away. Well, now there is a way to go back and find those things. And, so even today, getting ready for the show, I was going back through and looking at some of those old, D3 basketball online and D3 hoop sites and when things were getting going. And it was a great trip back down memory lane with a lot of great people and a lot of great memories of Division III basketball. And like I said, this show has been a real testament to that. It's been great. I'm sure like a lot of people like me have been tuning in and out all day and at our desks or wherever we were going and hearing different coaches, some coaches that, are younger than Hoopsville, I guess, or became coaches after Hoopsville had already started, and others that have been around for a long time. And I think it's like I said, it's a great testament to you, and obviously the passion that you have to have cultivated this from the very early beginnings, and like I said, I'm thrilled that I've been a very, very small piece of that puzzle over the years.
Well,
so.
you've been a fun part of that puzzle, sir. I've certainly enjoyed having you on the show, and I'm going to give you the opportunity here as we kind of continue our Great Lakes conversation. By the way, I should mention there's a pile of T-shirts behind me. The Jinx.
Oh, none in purple, none in purple, or
Not that I'm aware of, but there is the Jinx shirt back there.
Well, yeah.
I know exactly where it is. I can see it.
Well, with this fundraising you're doing, we'll get you to Alliance not during the fall when we tend to have a lot more.
Wait, there's something going on in the fall?
Of the country, you can come in the wintertime during basketball season and see our great arena and our great setup that we have.
I want to get to each region per se, or somewhere in each region. And see, so I want to get up into New England and like the Massachusetts area and see a bunch of games. I want to get, I want to take a tour de force, as it were, through Texas and California. Ohio is on that list for me. Illinois, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and that the point of the whole fundraiser is so we can do that. Because let's be honest, I can't afford to do this out of my own pocket.
Well, and you've already had some, from our region, you've already had some great coaches and schools represented that have such a great, basketball atmosphere. Obviously, our place in the fall is on the bucket list of a lot of Division III fans, and obviously we're hoping we can get that way in the winter and other seasons. But to be at Hope and Calvin, that I've been fortunate enough to be at a Wittenberg-Worcester game, to be in those sites, to be at Baldwin Wallace years ago when they were hosting a Elite Eight game, to be at Wilmington, during the NCAA tournament, those kind of things. We're very fortunate. Obviously, in the Great Lakes, we have such a dearth of Division III members and have a lot of and very accessible, easy to get to a lot of schools, and so there's the ability to see some great atmospheres and some great basketball. Even last night, I called a game at John Carroll last night, and another fantastic place to be able to go and watch basketball.
I've actually been there and saw John Carroll play in the Sweet 16, and Heidelberg was sitting in the Sweet 16. I was lining up for an Elite Eight game, and both Texas Dallas and Guilford changed those plans. That Elite game was a rather quiet one at John Carroll that day. Hey, I'm going to give you dealer's choice, sir. What do you want to talk about out of this region?
I don't know. I mean, you've had, obviously, I heard earlier today, you've had, St. Vincent on from the PAC, and so I know you're going to have Coach Hands on here in a little bit talking about the PAC women. So it looks like you've got the PAC covered. I was looking at that NCAC race just before you had Coach Hamlin on, and if I was handicapping that race,
good luck.
Which team might be in the driver's seat? It might only be Wittenberg in the fact that they still have meetings with all three of the other teams involved on their schedule. They're the only one that gets to play all three of them. So I guess as far as controlling their own destiny, they're in the best shape of eliminating tiebreakers and those kind of things. And I don't even want to start guessing what the NCAC tiebreakers would be for such massive, if four teams finish tied and all kinds of things like that.
That's where there's a commissioner going, okay, listen, we have a plan, but it's so freaking complicated.
Well, I would have to. You'd have to have Carrie Alexander, the commissioner, on, and Brett Beelhart, the assistant commissioner. Brett one time did a virtual online coin flip in baseball. And so I don't know if it gets to that. If he went on like YouTube and flipped a coin that had team names on it. I mean, it was
that's outstanding.
It was quite an experience in base. That was in baseball, but obviously I can't imagine what would happen if they get to that in basketball. But I guess the conferences, obviously my own conference, the Ohio Athletic Conference, hasn't. I don't think you've had any OAC guests on yet today. So
no.
I guess we could start there. On the men's side, Mount Union's at the top of the standings, 9-1. They have a half game lead against Marietta. Yeah, it was probably Mount Union's won one conference title in the last probably 40 years, and that was in 1997. And so Mount Union probably the latest in a year in quite a while that they've been leading the OAC. And so it's definitely a great environment. They beat Marietta and Wilmington both at home the first half of conference season a couple weeks ago. They will have to go on the road to both those places the last week of the season, and those are, Marietta is a half game back. Wilmington is 8-3, and so those three teams right now appear to be tough. But as you well know, this conference sometimes has a habit of tossing some surprises into the schedule.
Well, and what's interesting is the usual juggernaut of this conference, at least in years past, not recently, but in years past. John Carroll, 11-7, 5-6. They haven't been a factor in a few years. Heidelberg, we mentioned, was in that Sweet 16 game. Really hasn't been a factor since then.
Well, they had a coaching change and actually now two coaching changes since that team. So
right, true. Baldwin Wallace, was in the conversation in the last few years for multiple reasons. They're 9-9. So it's really interesting how the OAC is almost flipped on its head.
Yeah, and BW was the team picked to win the conference in the coaches poll, and they're 5-6 in the conference right now. So but this conference is so grueling on the road, and Mount Union, they will have to go on the road a couple times in the second half. They have a game similar. When I heard you talking to Coach Neal about Kalamazoo, Mount Union had a game canceled 3 consecutive days trying to make it up this past weekend against Heidelberg, and so that game's going to get played in a couple weeks, and so there'll be kind of an odd, half game scenario in the standings, at least till close to the end of the season, till Mount Union and Heidelberg can get their matchup in. But Capital, the only team to knock off Mount Union, and that was in another makeup game last Monday. And they're Capital 6-5. They come to Mount Union this weekend, and so they're still on the fringes. Them and Ohio Northern are still on the edge where they've got enough games to get back in this thing. I guess the other Great Lakes Region Conference that I don't think I've heard too much about today is the AMCC, I know of, and on the men's side, that's Hilbert and Penn State Barron. Penn State Barron, a team that's made the NCAA tournament multiple times on the men's side, and a good team. Played it. I think they got to Worcester last year and at a pod there, and did some things there. They're in second, only a half game behind Hilbert. And on the women's side, La Roche, who's been in the tournament now a couple times. It's the La Roche women at 10-1, and then Medaille at 9-2. So it's the AMCC. I know has not had tremendous amount of postseason success over its time, but and of course they've been kind of a conference. I know you've talked about this in the past. How next year the regions are going to line up, men and women's and everything else. Well, the AMCC, which is mostly Western Pennsylvania, Western New York schools, has been kind of always tossed around between kind of East, Mid-Atlantic, Great Lakes. They've been kind of tossed around, and now from this point forward, they're going to be in the Great Lakes going forward, and I think that'll help be a little more consistent as far as those type of things.
Fascinating. I like how the regions are finally lining up too. It's something we've had to do.
All going to be called the same names. All going to line up.
Yeah, we're just gonna. We're gonna have a central region that includes the WIAC on the men's side. Well, good, because the women's made more sense that way. The Great Lakes is going to have more teams in it. I mean, that's the other thing, is it balances out some of the regions. The East and the Atlantic will at least get the balance out just a little bit more, taking some from the Mid-Atlantic. The Northeast, there's nothing you can do about it. Not enough teams cross over. So, well needed. And, of course, the AMCC is already sitting in there as we speak. Any other things pop out at you before we let you go, sir?
Well, I think definitely the interesting thing on the women's side as things go forward will be what's going to happen if everything holds and you're trying to make a pod. You realize there could be a pod with DePaul and Thomas More and probably a Calvin all lining up maybe in the same pod. I mean,
for the second weekend.
Yeah, well, that could be but technically it could even be in the first weekend because of how close those teams all are. They're not in the same conference.
Yeah.
I mean, now granted, I think it'd be great to see a Thomas More DePaul game or those kind of things, but I mean, I think you've definitely got an incredible region on the women's side. That it'll be interesting to see how the women's committee, whether they try and split those pods, whether they try and do some things to get a little creative, I guess, to try and separate some of those teams a little bit.
And that's the key. The last few years they've been in a rut, and we had the conversation with somebody who said I didn't realize Hope Calvin were in the same conference when they lined them up for a second round game last year. Don't remember who that person was, but I think when Pat asked the question with Gordon and I standing there, if you didn't see Gordon and I take a step backward, we were doing our best not to show it. New committee chair with experience on the men's side, I think changes everything. I hope they are smart enough to split up as much as we can. And your Mount Union women, right there in the fray. And, certainly, though, you're right. It's DePaul, Calvin, and Thomas More right now who are just blowing people away.
Yeah, John Carroll's been a great story on the women's side.
Oh yeah, John Carroll, right?
OAC with a first year coach, Kelly Marone, and she, obviously has John Carroll right there. Ohio Northern, a team that was preseason nationally ranked, still just a couple games back, and then BW and Capital, who seem to be there on the women's side almost every year. Of course, they have two very long tenured head coaches that have had a tremendous amount of success, and they're both one game back as well. So it's a lot of the same stuff in the OAC as far as the women's side goes. But yeah, it's just been an incredible year. It's hard to believe there's only just a couple weeks left. It's really flown through things.
Absolutely. Hey, I got to get you on more often. You breeze through a region very nicely. I like that.
Well, I have a little bit of practice.
Yeah, I know. Just a wee bit, as they say. Hey, thanks so much for coming on the show.
I'm honored to be invited. Like I said, I think it's just a great testament to everything. Those of us that have been in this division for just a few years, this is just great to see the platform, and like I said, just see how this show has really grown and expanded, and how people have really embraced it, and you deserve a lot of credit yourself and a lot of the people that have done work on it. But it's just been incredible, and I can't tell you enough good things. And I hope fundraising project goes forward, and you're able to really do some of the things that I know you and I have talked about privately, of things that you've always wanted to do with this. And like I said, couldn't be more thrilled for you.
Thank you, Lenny. I really appreciate that. I was going to say, any final thoughts? I don't know if you want to finish on that or any other.
Well, and I would say, and you've always been great to SIDs in general, and I think SIDs have done a fantastic job. And I'm fortunate right now to be in a leadership position with those in Division III, and I think the SIDs have really helped. Obviously they're the foundation that have built both the D3 sports network as far as websites and those things, and I think those guys and gals have done such a great job, and lineup coaches and those kind of things, and it's great to hear coaches recognize them for their efforts and the things they've been able to do. So it's like I said, it's just I think this day, like I said, it's just almost been like a holiday and a celebration of D3 and Division III basketball, and like I said, couldn't think of a better group of guys to do it, and I think it's been a lot of fun, and I hope you do it again sometime.
You know what? I hate to say it because it's a taxing on me, and I'm not going to fully appreciate that till tonight or tomorrow morning. But I wouldn't mind doing this every year. I think it's a good way of showcasing Division III as well. Thanks for being a part of the broadcast, my friend.
No problem. I appreciate it, and good luck.
Awesome. Take care of yourself. And by the way, I love working with all you SIDs. It's actually, when you get the good ones, it's always fun to work, and you are one of the good ones, sir.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Take care of yourself.
You too.
Lenny Wright joining us from Mount Union, Sports Information Director, giving us a Great Lakes report. We're a little bit behind schedule, so we're going to take a break. Chris can take the call so I can get a bite to eat. We'll get everybody lined up. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. Of course, you can join us on Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville, on email, hoopsville@D3Hoops.com, or Facebook, facebook.com/Hoopsville. Don't forget, you can also join us or be part of the fundraising campaign. If you're watching us on D3 Hoopsville's website, there's a widget there. If you're watching us on the specific show page, there's a widget there. Click on it. Consider donating, or at least passing on the word about it. I would love to get to our goal of $10,000 tonight raised, which means the next 10 days will just be extra gravy for us. So please consider doing so. I am quickly looking up at where we're sitting right now. We are 82% of the way there. Make it 83% of the way there. Got another contribution I missed. 83% of the way there. 17 more percent. Let's go. Come on. Help us out. Do better with this show. We hit the goal. Three things happen. One, we know you appreciate us, and we certainly thank you for that. Second of all, we can do more with the show. If we exceed the goal, we can do ton more with the goal with this show in so many ways, and we will bank the money and make it work for as long as possible. And third, our fees for the website where we're doing this program through are cut in half. We get to keep more of our money. Instead of losing X amount, we'll only lose Y, and that's a big important thing as well. I've got to take a break. We got to get back on track. Coming up next, we're going to talk women's basketball with two of the top teams in the country. Thomas More with Coach Jeff Hans, FDU Florham with Coach Mark Mitchell, and then we'll even talk Immaculata women's basketball coach before we have some fun in the final hour. Some quick hitters. We'll talk to Kenny Rice, who's a big Division III fan. We'll also talk, looks like we're lining up Rusty Egan out of the Northeast. Maybe we'll hopefully get James Wagner out of the Mid-Atlantic. Even get our good friend Coach C, Coach Chris Pisotsky on the show, and maybe even Gordon Mann. A ton of hard hitters, and maybe as crazy as it sounds, since we've gone 12 hours at that point, we might go into overtime. But we'll get back to that later. We're going to take a break. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, National Association of Basketball Coaches. Appreciate your time joining us on the show. We are rolling through into our 11th hour. We've gotten 10 hours down, 2 hours to go. We'll be back with more Hoopsville right after this.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.D3Hoops.com.
Every season starts with a hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. And you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Women's Basketball Championship, March 21st through 22nd in Stevens Point, Wisconsin, hosted by the University of Wisconsin Stevens Point. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.D3Hoops.com.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. We are in hour number 11. We've been on the air for 10 hours and 45 minutes. We have 10 hours, 15 minutes. We have 1 hour and 45 minutes left to go on schedule. We've been on the air since 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We are going off the air at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Maybe. Lots to cover. It's all part of the Hoopsville Fundraising Project. We please ask you to help contribute to this show. We can do better things than just having me standing in front of a camera with still shots and phones. We want to travel with this show. We want to make it even more special than it already is, as we've heard wonderful things from people about what this show means to them. We certainly appreciate it. It's very humbling. Very, very humbling. And a little bit emotional for me. And guys like Chris coming in after a full day of work to help me out, certainly appreciate that as well. He's also got kids to worry about, and I got kids, and I haven't even seen them today. Well, I saw my son. He woke me up this morning to make sure I was up and going. Well, let's get back. Let's keep things moving as we're running behind. And I want to talk some women's basketball. There's some good women's basketball teams out there, and joining us on a Hoopsville hotline is one of them. Jeff Hans from the number 5 Thomas More team, who is 18-0 and blitzkrieging their conference opponents right now. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville.
Thanks, Dave. I appreciate it.
This is I talked to Sydney Moss earlier this season, one of the early shows. Fascinating story. Incredible student athlete, in my opinion. Chose to leave Division I, where she was a rookie on the rookie team for the SEC at Florida, to go Division III, get closer to home. All the right reasons. And it seems to me she's not one of those players who comes in and dominates a team and you got to stop her and then she's got the rest of the team. From what I'm looking at, and please correct me if I'm not wrong, but I look at the stats and I look at the games, it's scary how she is not that mantelpiece necessarily, because everybody else has gotten better, and you're a really good core in just that first year with her.
Yeah, her coming in knowing a lot of our players because of being local,
right?
Just like most of our team was a big positive for our program. And when she stepped on the floor right from the beginning, she just fit in, and everything seems to flow. And the program has been established for quite a few years, and she's kind of like that icing on the cake right now, that we know there's that one person that can go out and get us a basket or get us a stop whenever we need to, and if she can't, then Sydney Wainscott makes a shot. Jenny Burgoyne's having a great year right now, and she can score inside at any time.
I got to ask you, when you heard that she was interested in transferring out of Florida and probably coming to your region and your team, what was your first reaction?
Honestly, it was a little bit of a shock because I've known Sydney through just team camps and watching her play so much on the AAU circuit in high school recruiting, and but once everything started happening, got the release and started talking to her, I knew it could be special. And she, like you said earlier, she was doing it for the right reason, and she's a great young lady. She had a great semester in the classroom, that's what it's all about. And so it's exciting for our program and the community. The students are out in full force, and the crowds have been good at Thomas More, so we're excited about things.
You point out, you guys have lost, Pat Coleman and I were talking earlier, you've lost 3 conference games in 6 years. You've always dominated the PAC. Now you're annihilating them. 5 of the last 6 games have been over 100 points. I think I counted up, I'm going to have to do it again. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of your 18 games have been 90 points or more for your offense. I'm sure it's not that you keep the pedal down the entire time. You're just playing that good. How much, this is a team that lost, has taken some hard losses in the NCAA tournament. How much has that experience kind of embodied you guys, if that's the right word, into this season?
Our seniors, we have 3 of them. Devin Beasley, Mariah Corey, and Katie Kitchen came back for her 5th year, have had some tough breaks in NCAA, like you said. So, they know those 3 are leading us right now, and they know what to expect through the conference here, and, that we can't let up, and that every day, we're together 6 days a week, and we know that every day is a challenge, and we have to try to work to get better and, just try to get ready for a run, if possible, in the conference tournament and then NCAA if we can make it that far.
Well, you took a tough loss against Carthage in the first round last year. Your second loss of the season. You took a tough loss to Illinois Wesleyan in the second round the year before that. Not that I'm trying to make you deal with all this. I'm just trying to remind the fans. 2 years ago or 3 years ago, you got to the Sweet 16 and took your first loss of the season against Wash U. It's certainly been tough. That can be the kind of thing that can really take a team down. It can just like, oh, come on, we're just never going to be able to make this work. How have you spun it?
Well, we've tried to spend it. Number one, we've never been past the Sweet 16. I mean, we've been there 4 times,
right,
in our program's history. So, and it'd be new to everybody. But we try to spend it as just keep working, keep going, and see what we can do as a group. I mean, it's a new team. We're 27-2 last year. Like I said, lost to Calvin in overtime at our Costello Classic early in the season in November, and then didn't lose again till Carthage. But that was last year. This is this year.
Yeah.
It's a new year. It's a new team. We got new pieces.
Yeah.
We lost 2 good seniors last year, and we've added some good freshmen to the mix, and then we added Sydney Moss to the transfer in there as well, which is, like I said, always nice. But Jenny Burgoyne is healthy. Katie came back, and we're getting good play from a lot of players. So it's just try to keep things moving forward.
Sure. Talking to Jeff Hands of the number 5 Thomas More Saints women's basketball team coach, and Sydney Moss leading the team, 26.1 points a game, 7.9 rebounds. I think the 3.0 assists per game certainly jumps out at me. Burgoyne, Jenny Burgoyne, the junior, 16.5 points a game. Katie Kitchen, the senior. By the way, I love that name, Katie Kitchen. That's an announcer's dream right there. 11.5 points a game. By the way, Burgoyne, 5.5 rebounds a game. Those are your big 3. Wayne Scott, should mention her. She's nearly 10 points a game. Huber, almost 7 points a game. Those are all underclassmen. Kitchen's the only one in that group that I've mentioned as a senior. You're going also deep on your bench for obvious reasons. You're winning games pretty handily. Is there almost a concern that those big blowout wins can have an opposite effect?
That's been a lot of talk, not only with our team, a little bit more with our team, but a lot more around the community. And but again, we try to get better. Those guys go up against each other every day. We split up the top 10 every now and then, and let them go against each other, and then put them together when it's time to get ready for games. So that Sydney Moss is going against Jenny Burgoyne. Alexis Santa Maria, another post player, is going against Jenny Burgoyne every day. So it can help us out in both ways. And Dave, not the one that you mentioned, one of our seniors, Devin Beasley. She's not scoring. You went through our top scorers there, but she just broke our program's all-time assist record, and actually last night set the single season assist record already in 18 games.
Wow.
So I mean, she's having a tremendous senior year as well.
Well, and Pat mentioned it earlier. We see all you guys at the D3Hoops.com Classic in Vegas. She's the one who's the point scorer. She's the one you guys are leaning on for offensive production. Now, 0 points, 18 assists, because you have that many weapons, and she doesn't have to be the go-to person.
No, and she's thriving in that role right now. And she's the transformation of Devin, and like you said, being the scoring point guard, or however you want to call her, at that time, to now just being a distributor and running the offense. It's been fun to watch.
She's averaging 9 assists a game. It's amazing.
Yeah.
The only other question I would have: you guys are winning so easily. Obviously, you want to keep your eye on it and focused on what's at hand. You still have Waynesburg and Geneva on the road, W&J Westminster at home, Teal and Bethany on the road, and then finish up with St. Vincent coming home. How do you keep them still focused at the task at hand when games are sometimes seemingly out of reach early?
We just worry about us. We just talk about us getting better as a player in practice. Talk about us getting better as a player, as a team in practice and in games. I mean, it doesn't matter whether we're practicing or we're playing somebody. We're trying to do what we're supposed to do and do it the best of our abilities, so that we can be the best team at the end of the season and see what happens from there. What
you've been through the last few years of experience in the NCAA tournament, certainly running into some very good teams in women's basketball, the WashUs, the Carthages, et cetera. You've seen the best. Is this team now positioned in the sense of talent, in the sense of experience, fortitude, whatever you want to call it. Is this team well equipped to make an NCAA tournament run? Because you're probably going to run into those teams.
I think we have a chance. I think it's we have the personnel and the talent to help us be in a position to play well enough at that time. And you know, David, it all depends on the draw.
Oh, absolutely.
We were up in Whitewater last year.
Yeah, right.
And playing a very good Carthage team. I mean, it's the NCAA tournament, and it's a great atmosphere. And we didn't play well at the end, and lost to a very good Carthage team. Yeah. So things have got to fall right from that standpoint. But I think from a talent standpoint and maturity standpoint, I think this group is ready to take it to another level.
Well, it's certainly impressive what you guys have done and your team has done. And by the way, back to the Sydney Moss interview we had near the beginning of the season. Very well spoken, very humble student athlete. Enjoyed that chat with her. Mm-hmm. I can see why the team has thrived around her as her not necessarily, I don't mean not being the number one, but when you got 3 assists a game plus you're dishing out 26 points, it means you're a real team player, and that's really great to see for your team. I got to let you go, but as always, we give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be tuning in?
I just want to probably say the same sentiments that a lot of other coaches and people that you had on today. Just thank you guys for everything that you do. You and Pat, it's tremendous, the coverage that you give our programs and our student athletes. We can't say thanks enough for all that you guys do.
Well, thanks so much for being on it. It makes the show a lot easier to do when guests like yourself are willing to come on. We will talk to you somewhere down the road, and good luck the rest of the season, Coach.
Thanks, Dave. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Take care. Jeff Hans joining us from number 5, Thomas More. Jeff Hans, I should say. Number 5, Thomas More. Team is clicking along at 18-0. It'll be amazing to see if anybody comes close to them the rest of the conference schedule. Their next big test, let's be honest, maybe the NCAA tournament, and that will be interesting to see how they respond to that test. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk to the number 9 team in the country, FDU Florham, and Coach Mark Mitchell will join us here on the show. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and the National Association of Basketball Coaches. Don't forget to tweet us. Don't forget to contribute to the show. We've had 3 contributors in the last 15 minutes. Certainly appreciate that. Quick update on the fundraiser before we jump out. We are up to 85%, 15% of the way there, folks. Come on. We're almost there. Let's get over the hump tonight. And that means the next 10 days is just what we call gravy. Thanks so much for your contributions. We're going to take a break. You're watching Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the NABC. Back after this.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Every season starts with a hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. And you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Women's Basketball Championship, March 21st through 22nd in Stevens Point, Wisconsin, hosted by the University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. I think we're on the air. We're still going along, folks. We are exactly 10 hours and 30 minutes into this marathon show with 90 minutes left to go at least before we are off the air. Chris Taher, producer extraordinaire, makes a return visit tonight to help me out. The lovely wife is sitting behind camera, rooting us on. I suspect the kids must be in bed at this point in time. My son's the only one who's seen me today. The daughter went, I think he's here. We are rolling along on this marathon. If you want to interact with us, do it via Twitter, email, or Facebook at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Also on email, hoopsville at d3hoops.com, facebook.com /Hoopsville as well. We're a little bit behind time, so I'm going to try and pick up the pace. Been saying that for a little while here, getting in a bit of a rut. But we'll get back on track. We're going to talk and continue our conversation on women's basketball and some of the top teams in the country. And joining us now on the Hoopsville Hotline, the number 9 team in the country currently ranked, and that is FDU Florham's Mark Mitchell. Coach, welcome to Hoopsville, sir.
Hey, Dave. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. Glad you could make it, especially glad you're available this evening. 17-0 on the season.
Actually, we're 18-0, Dave.
Sorry.
Yeah, we played 2 games out in Puerto Rico, and that's not. We played the University of Puerto Rico Bayamon, a Division II team. So we're actually 18-0.
I don't know how I missed that. You are 18-0, so there we go. We fixed it on the graphic. 18-0 and number 9 FDU Florham. Coach, I would say it's kind of more of the same. This is a team that certainly has been playing well over the years. This is a team that I don't think I'm overly shocked to see you playing as well as you guys are playing. Of course, last year, technically in the Mid-Atlantic, you'll go to the Atlantic region. For you guys, a much better fit, just geographics. It has nothing to do with you fitting into any schedule or anything per se. This is a team last year 24-4. The year before that 13-13 and 9-16. So my point basically being is, program's turned around and it looks like it's going to stay here for a while. What's your take on it?
Yeah, we've put together some nice pieces to the puzzle. We just have a great bunch of kids who buy into what we're trying to do, and they care for each other, they play for each other, and it's a lot of fun.
I dare ask, what's the secret?
Well, I think it's just the chemistry. It's the kind of kids that we brought into the program. Twins from Trenton, New Jersey. Those 2 kids are really fun-loving kids and like to have fun, and it kind of rubs off on everyone else, and we just have a blast with each other.
You're in the Freedom Conference, the MAC Freedom Conference. You got a 1-game lead on Eastern, who's 10-7 overall, but 6-1 in conference, and then you've got a 3-game lead on DeSales, Delaware Valley. Misericordia 4 games back. Those teams have all been in the conversation at one time or another, but right now it's you guys in Eastern. Of course, you have a win on Eastern already, a couple games back, 76-58. That's how you have that 1-game lead. Is this a team that can, I dare say, finish the season undefeated in the conference and maybe undefeated overall as well, or are we biting off more than I should be chewing?
We have a chance. I mean, it's really up to what we're going to do and our focus and our approach to each and every game. So if we stay on track, stay focused, I believe that we can finish up undefeated. But Delaware Valley, Eastern, those are some tough teams that we're going to have to contend with.
You got a team that is, well balanced, I would say. You have 2 seniors. You have a whole mess of juniors. a couple sophomores and freshmen, so more balance in the sense of you've got this squad around for next year, for sure. You're led by Kira Dayan, 15.2 points a game, 8 rebounds a game, shooting 47%. Rachel Groom, 12 points a game and shooting 61% from the floor, which is outstanding. She's also hauling down 7 rebounds a game. 10 points a game from, is it Shalette?
Yeah,
Shalette Brown. And then, of course, Kara Dayan is contributing nearly 10 points a game. You got a lot of weapons on this squad. You certainly have a lot of inside presence, to be sure. And you're dominating games so far this season. Is there a weakness?
Yeah, we have a weakness. Absolutely. We missed 13 free throws last night.
Well, yeah.
I'm not happy with the way we're shooting free throws. I believe we're 65% from the line as a team. We leave a lot of points at the line, and that's not going to get it done in the NCAA tournament. Also, rebounding, I think that's major. I think that we need to get much better rebounding the basketball.
Out-rebounding your opponents by 10, but I always hear coaches say they want to fix rebounding and they want to fix turnovers, so I can certainly understand that, to be sure. Of course, your turnover ratio is half of what your opponent is. That's just ridiculous. You guys are dominating on the defensive side of the ball, to be sure. You're in your 5th season at the helm here. You really turned this program around, to be sure. What has been the motto to help that turnaround?
Well, it's been a collective effort. You know, myself, my assistant coach, Jessica Cavaco, we really get out in recruiting, on the recruiting trails. We have a new assistant coach this year, Michael Williams, who's a very, very young, hungry, wants to get out and recruit as well. So it's really just getting the right type of kids in, family-oriented kids and things like that. And understanding that, the big picture, a lot of kids come out of high school, they're the best player on their basketball team, and then they come into a college environment, and then they got to adjust, and say, okay, there's 5 other kids that was the best player on their team in high school as well. So just getting them all to sacrifice a little bit and play for each other, I think that's probably the key to our LSU's success.
Is there, you sit in a conference that we know well. You're in the Mid-Atlantic region, which is full of good women's basketball teams. Is there? You still have that mentality? You got to win to get in. You don't want to risk the Pool B or the Pool C option.
Yeah, we want to win. We want to win every game. We're just really not happy with the way we ended the season last year against Widener in the NCAA tournament, and a lot of our kids just been focused on that. Kyra, the All-American Kyra, she's really focused, and just the rest of us are as well. I mean, I got a text message from Kyra on July 17th, and it said national championship, and her and her sister Kyra in the gym somewhere at 10:30 at night, getting up shots, working on their game. So we're focused. We just want to get to that tournament and have a better showing than we did last season.
I was going to say, you guys lost in the first round to Widener down in D.C. I think it was at Catholic, right? What do you take from that game, that experience? You get to the NCAA tournament, you're one and done. What do you take from that experience when you move forward into this season? Is it something you keep fresh on the minds of the players as motivation, or is it one of those where we got to move on and we forget about it? I mean, how are you using it?
Yeah, we don't want to forget about it. I bring it up often to my players. It just kind of burns in us. So the moment I feel like we're getting a little out of whack, I'll mention Widener, and then everybody straightens up again because that was a painful loss for us. We thought we played much better, but we just didn't get it done. And hats off to Widener. Tyra played fantastic. Our point guard, Jalissa Lewis, played fantastic in that game. But, Kara didn't show up that day, and Leanne Lively went 0 for 8. And so these 2 young ladies, Kara and Leanne, coming back this year, and they're playing fantastic for us. So it's in their minds, and we want to just have a much better showing this year.
Talking here with Coach Mark Mitchell of FDU Florham, whose team is 18-0 on the season, certainly playing really good basketball. Looking forward to doing more with that, as it were, and certainly improve upon things. You guys technically shift the Atlantic next year, but when you come down to scheduling, what's been the mentality now that you've had this success, but also the unfortunate, early dismissal last year? What are you focused on when you schedule next year and the years after?
We want to schedule a little tougher opponents just to challenge us. So I'm actually looking for 2 games right now. So if anybody's listening, give me a call. We're looking for 2 games for next season. But we want to get a little tougher. We want to be challenged, and we want to play against top 25 teams so we can get ready for postseason.
Sure. Certainly makes sense to me. Coach, I appreciate you taking the time to join us. Certainly looking forward to seeing how you guys do as you progress down the road, especially in conference play. I know you've got a big target on your back. Of course, Misericordia and Manhattanville on the road coming up. As always, we give our coaches the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Well, I just want to thank you guys for having us on. Everyone from the FDU community, thanks for all your support. And we look forward to continuing the rest of the season. And you mentioned the target on our back. We kind of changed that, and we're targeting everyone else. So we're really trying to go after others right now. So that's our focus right now. But thanks a lot, Dave. Thanks so much for having us.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming on the show, Coach. Good luck, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mark Mitchell joining us here on Hoopsville. Appreciate him taking the time to do so. Fascinating team to watch there in the top 10. We'll see how they do the rest of the way. Going to take another break. When we come back, we'll continue our women's basketball conversation. Immaculata women's basketball coach will be joining us, talking about her team and how they're playing as well. Again, don't forget the Hoopsville fundraiser. We are 15% of the way there, and would certainly love to continue on. I'm double checking we haven't gained. We're 85% of the way to the goal. We'd love to hit the goal in the next hour and 18 minutes. We need 15% more to get there, and then our fees are cut in half, and we can start really putting the money to good use. So please help us out. There's a couple new featured perks, and there's a new one coming for one person. For one person, if they can claim it in time. We will announce that in the last hour of the show. One person gets a chance at the perk. You know what? We may even say it's only available tonight. Maybe only available tonight. I don't know if we'll take it to just the first person who takes it, period. We might make it only tonight. We'll have that announcement coming up. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches. We'll be back with Immaculata women's basketball coach right after this.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
I've discovered in myself, a newfound ability to overcome adversity at all different angles.
At a Division III school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result in my mind is you just become a very well-rounded person.
Before I came into college, I didn't really think I'd be able to balance so much. It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With a D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. The coaches expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time to really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
By balancing all of my interests, basketball, my leadership skills, and academics, I'm able to better prioritize my life and to manage it.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.D3Hoops.com.
Every season starts with a hope and a dream to play for the ultimate title, to become NCAA national champions. and you can experience it live at the 2014 NCAA Division III Women's Basketball Championship, March 21st through 22nd in Stevens Point, Wisconsin, hosted by the University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point. Affordable tickets now available. Visit ncaa.com/tickets today and make a date with champions.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. We are on the air, closing in on the final hour of the show. Final hour of the show! I can only be excited because at 10 a.m. this morning we went on the air. And we're approaching 8:45 p.m. Eastern Time. And we are almost there. I have avoided being completely punchy, but I cannot promise you we won't get there again. Our numbers of live viewers are climbing. Thank you. We had, I think our peak was nearly 60 live. I want to see that broken, too. We got a special perk coming up we will announce at the top of the next segment that's available for tonight only. It's an outstanding perk. Outstanding perk. I'm telling you, it's outstanding. And I suspect we will be breaking out the beer here soon because the water's been delicious, so is the coffee. But the last hour is going to be fun, so we're going to break out the good stuff. And in honor of our friends in the Northeast, I suspect it'll be something out of Sam, but we'll see. Don't forget, you can join us on Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Don't forget on email, hoopsville at d3hoops.com. Facebook, facebook.com/Hoopsville. What else am I forgetting here? Don't forget the fundraising campaign. That's what we would really love to do. We'd love to hit our goal of $10,000 tonight so that the next 10 days is just extra. It's something we can bank and do more with. The goal also allows us to get past a certain point where we get to keep more money. The Indiegogo website that we have has a certain percentage that they take for operational costs. If we get past our goal, they take half of what they're taking now. So we get money back. We get to keep more money. Please, if you're so kind, contribute. If you can't, share it with those who can or were maybe interested. As you can tell from our show, we do not have sponsors. We do not have advertisers. We are completely on our own with help from the NABC, which helped get us a new computer, and D3Hoops.com. And so we appreciate any support you can give us or others may be able to give us. However it works, we are humbly thankful for you. I am humbly saying we are 15% of the way to the goal. We need $1,500 more. And we will get the goal tonight. And that would be awesome to finish this 12-hour show by hitting that $1,500 tonight. It'd be great. If there are people out there, the UAA men's basketball coaches all banded together and each contributed X amount of money almost as a challenge to everybody else. The Heartland Conference men's basketball coaches today came together and gave a big donation. I thank all of you. Friends of ours have given us big donations. It's wonderful. But if you can only afford $10, if there's 20 of you who can afford $10, that's a significant chunk of change in our world, and we appreciate it. That $10 we can stretch a really long way. We appreciate any support you may be able to give you. We're going to jump back to the Hoopsville Hotline, continue our women's basketball conversation, and joined by Coach Patricia Cantonero. Oh, he's going to screw it up. Immaculata 14-4. Coach, my brain is so fried that I forgot what Chris told me a moment ago. Can you please say your last name so I don't screw it up more times tonight?
Sure. Hi, Dave. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
It's Patty Cantorino.
Cantorino. Very good. Welcome to the show. Certainly appreciate you coming on and joining us. 14-4 on the season, if memory serves correctly, if I have my graphics correct as well. You got to be thrilled with how this team's playing this year.
We're super excited with how they're playing. Yes, they're giving us 110% every night, and we're just really proud of them.
Again, 9-0 in the conference. The conference being the CSAC. And what I think jumps out at me is Cabrini's women's team has certainly been one of those teams at the top of the conference that I always catch notice of. But when I've been watching the last couple of weeks, I'm like, geez, Immaculata is staying up there. Now you got a half-game lead on Cabrini because they have 9-1 and you're 9-0. Newman's lurking behind you guys at 8-3 in the conference, but it's really you two right now. And what's key is you've got a win, I think. No, you haven't. I can't read a schedule. You have not played Cabrini.
No, we play them in 2 weeks.
Right, I see that. So you're only playing them once this year.
We do. We switched our schedule around, so it'll rotate every year. You play twice.
Okay. So you're doing the ODAC model, I call it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're thrilled with how this team's played. Your losses are to DeSales, Ursinus, Moravian, and Haverford. Maybe some of them not losses you probably wanted to take. What's been the message to the team all season long?
We were real disappointed with the way our season ended last year. So we knew when we came in this year we were going to take it one game at a time, prepare for each game, and do our best going into that game, knowing everything we possibly can about that team and what we need to do to beat them. And they bought into that from day one. They come in every day, work super hard, and are preparing for that one game. They're not looking ahead. We set goals for ourselves, but they take it one game at a time.
I'm the kind of guy who's going to look a little further out on you. I'm warning you now. But certainly the one game at a time is the right approach, and it's what everybody's approach is. You just beat Rosemont 63-58 in a tough battle after losing to Haverford in non-conference play 60-53. You've got Newman coming up here on Saturday at home. How important is that Newman game to keep the momentum going?
Well, the Newman game is going to be a tough one for us. They're playing really good basketball right now. So we're really preparing for them. We're fortunate that we will be playing them at home, but, when we play Newman, it's always a battle to the end with both teams. Both teams play hard, and, Frank does a great job preparing them for their games.
It's certainly fun to watch you guys play. I've caught a little bit of it when I can. Let's talk about the team just a little bit. This is a pretty junior-laden squad. You have one senior. You have a whole mess of juniors, kind of like FDU Florham, who we just got done talking to. And you're led by mainly those juniors, to be sure. Sarah Smith, 15.1 points a game. Allison Zimney, is second on the team. She's, of course, a junior as well, 10.2. 10.1 out of Brittany Merkel. And Merkel is also a junior on this squad. I need to confirm that. Yeah, there it is. My eyesight shot, Coach. Nearly 10 points out of Adriana Ski.
Shasha.
Ooh, I like that.
That's a great name.
That is an awesome name. 10 points a game pretty much for her as well. So you got four weapons necessarily, and that's not to take anything away from Mackie Fitzgerald, who's contributing quite a few points and playing well and starting. Lindsey Crass is also playing well off the bench. But you got those four weapons up there at the top. They're shooting well. I mean, geez, Smith shooting 51% from the floor. They're rebounding well. Is there a flaw with this team?
Well, we're small. I heard a coach say earlier with rebounding, we do struggle on the boards because we're small. We start one big and four guards. So we like to think we're pretty fast, but we definitely are small, and we struggle on the boards a little bit. So I would say that's probably our biggest weakness right now.
I was going to say you're only out rebounding your opponents by about one rebound a game, while outscoring your opponents by nearly 20. When you're a small squad, I've been meaning to ask coaches this, and now that it's in my head while talking to you, what do you work on if you're a small squad to try and fix the rebounding disparity, at least in the height? What is the strategy in that sense? Obviously, blocking out's one thing, but I mean, what's the strategy of trying to solve the rebounding edge?
We just work on crashing the boards. It's something we spend a lot of time on every day at practice. Like most coaches, every drill is a game-like situation. So we just make sure we have them all going in and crashing the boards and putting a body on them. And, sometimes we hope they're coming over our back because we're so small.
I was going to say, are you getting maybe a few penalties against the opponent that are working in your advantage?
Yeah, we're getting a few calls there when they clear them out right. But, we work on that every day because we aren't as big as some of our opponents.
When you look at this conference, obviously Cabrini's a big threat because they've been on top for a while. Of course, you guys were 9-16 last year. You were 15-12 the year before that, 19-9 the year before that. So you kind of went on a downward spiral. You're back up at 14-4. How important is that for the conference? How important is that for you guys in the school?
Well, our coaches in our conference do a really good job recruiting, and teams like Newman, Centenary, Cabrini, Marywood, Glenwood, they're all at the top, and we were there, and we struggled a little bit, but we did whatever it took to get back to where we needed to be, and our students have done a great job, not just on the floor but also in the classroom. So our administration's super supportive of athletics, and they're very happy that we're back winning and playing well right now.
I'm sorry, brain freeze doing 6 things again. I apologize, Coach. What's the campus response is what I wanted to get at. What's the campus response for you guys? I mean, are you guys being rallied behind? Is the atmosphere kind of ratcheting up as you continue to win?
Oh, yes. Our students, I was walking down the hall the other day, and I heard one of the boys going into the fitness center, and he said, "Oh, yeah, we're 8-0. So, you walk past the dining room, and the kids are all cheering for you and, congratulating you. So our women's team is a great group of women. They do a lot together, and they do a lot of stuff on and off campus, community service-wise. So they're very well known on campus. So they do get a lot of support from all the students as they support, the other programs too. So we're lucky in that sense that we get a lot of support from all our other coaches and teams, and also from the faculty and administration. The sisters, the IHMs, they love those the Mighty Macs. So they're always at the game cheering them on too.
Yeah, the Mighty Macs, by the way, I love that moniker. That's terrific. You're also athletics director at this school. I gotta ask, that's you're balancing a lot. Do you ever find that both is almost too much to handle, or are you thriving in this?
I went to Immaculata, and I truly love it. It's a great place to work. I consider myself very lucky to have both of these positions. Some days it is hard, but I'm lucky to work with such a great staff who are all there to help me get through the season, handling other little things that may come up. So it does get to be a bit much sometimes, but I'm very fortunate to work with such great people.
It's amazing to see people who are both athletic directors and head coaches. I certainly tip my hat to all of you, especially when you're having such a successful season. I can understand if your priorities sway a little bit more towards the team than anything else. You've got Newman at home, then Centenary of New Jersey on the road, 2 more at home against Marywood and Cabrini. That Cabrini game, obviously huge. Keystone on the road, then Cairn at home, and Gwinnett Mercy on the road to finish out the season. That's a lot of basketball games still to play before you even get into conference action. What's the message to the team as you guys refocus for the last 7?
Well, we say we have to get better every day. We can't get comfortable. We have to come in and we have to learn something new every day, and we have to get better every day. And that's what we're trying to do.
Well, certainly congratulations on a terrific season. Glad to see the turnaround, as it were. We would love to keep watching you guys and maybe see you dancing in March as well. We always give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be tuning in?
Dave, I just want to say thanks for all you do for women's basketball and, for all that you do for our student athletes. And I really do appreciate, you had some phenomenal coaches on today, and I'm really lucky to have been a part of it. So I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Well, thank you, Coach. It's easier to do the show when coaches like yourself are willing to come on. I apologize for the brain farts in the middle of the segment. Yeah. But good luck the rest of the season, and hopefully, like I said, we'll talking to you in March.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Have a great night.
Thank you, you too. Immaculata women's basketball coach Patricia Cantanero. Team's playing well, 14-4 overall, 9-0 in the conference. Right now, having the lead with Cabrini a game back by a loss. Big Cabrini game coming up on February 12th. We'll see how that all plays out. We're going to have fun the next hour, folks. We're going to have fun. We're going to have Kenny Rice on the show. You might not know who Kenny Rice is by name, but you will know him by face and reputation. He's a friend of Division III, to be sure, and covers some of the big sports for MMA and, of course, NBC as well. We'll also hear from the following: James Wagner, our friend Wags, we call him Wags, Rusty Egan, and Coach Pisatsky. That's who we will hear from tonight. We are hoping to have a little bit of fun in the next hour. We're going to sign off for a break. We'll get some celebratory drinks as we get ready to wrap up the last hour of Hoopsville and slide in some fun guests along the way. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com, the National Association of Basketball Coaches. Here's your challenge, everybody, as we get ready to go to break and hit the last hour of this show. This show is less than $1,500 away from hitting our goal of $10,000 in our campaign. Yes, there's 10 days left. Wouldn't it be cool, though, if we hit that goal in the last hour? Plenty of perks, including a special one we will be posting up there shortly that's available only while we're on the air. You're listening to Hoopsville. We'll be back with more Hoopsville coming up. Forgive us for a little bit of a break here before we get Kenny Rice on the air, but nonetheless, we'll have some fun. You're listening to Hoopsville. Be back after this.
It's not about yourself. It's about your team.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
I chose Cedar Crest because it's nationally ranked for its forensic science program. And then I also chose Cedar Crest because I could come here and play sports. I could be a basketball player, and then I could be a student athlete, and my teachers would understand that.
At a Division III school, you primarily a student athlete, so the school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual. The end result, in my mind, is you just become a very well-rounded person.
I know sports is important, but having the academic part along with it is a big plus.
There's more to them than being a student athlete. They're a club president, they're a student in the classroom, so it's a well-rounded experience.
Division III school was the best opportunity for me to have both the highest academic challenges and some of the very highest athletic challenges too.
So that's why D3 Athletics is so great. It gives you the opportunity to get involved in so many different things and be able to still do all those things.
D3 school, there's a lot of time for other opportunities. During soccer season, the coaches, they expect a lot of you during soccer, but after soccer, that's your own personal time. It's your time to go explore different things and really find out who you are and other opportunities that you can pursue.
Division III in athletics, affords students the opportunity not only to participate in intercollegiate athletics at a competitive level, but also gives them the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport and outside of the academics on the campus.
I wanted to be really balanced. I wanted to be focused on academics and athletics and be able to do other things that I wanted to do. And I knew Division III would be able to not only let me do that, but support me in that.
You have more time for your extracurricular activities outside of school, whether it's not academics, spending time with your family, your friends, and those are things that are important to me in a college experience.
Being a Division III athlete and developing my leadership skills has definitely put my name out there and helped me get more recognition on campus, but more recognition nationwide. I did win the Jostens Trophy, which is based on leadership, academics, and then how well you do on the court.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
Division III schools offer academic scholarships instead of athletic scholarships. This really puts the focus that the student athlete needs to maintain that GPA.
I got the presidential scholarship from Case Western, which was huge for me.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school, and I carried that for my first 2 or 3 years.
I did receive academic scholarships my freshman year, and then every single year I get a little bit more because of my academics. Just being involved on campus, being an athlete, and then being a leader in so many different clubs. All those things combined kind of get me recognized.
Don't pass up a Division III school if you have the opportunity. Division III offers many experiences.
I would definitely choose Division III school because you can develop your leadership skills. I mean, basketball and academics are so important here, but you can also develop who you are as a person.
got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Oh, yeah. Getting ready to hit the air. I don't have a picture up. Hold on. There we are. Welcome into the final hour of the Hoopsville Marathon. The final hour of the Hoopsville Marathon. If you're just tuning in, you missed 11 hours. Where have you been? Where have you been? Welcome to Hoopsville, everybody. We are breaking out the celebratories. I'm not afraid to say who I'm drinking because, Garnet, we don't have any sponsors, so who cares? Maybe they'll appreciate it of it. I am going to start a little bit early. Celebrate maybe too soon. This is a Victory Winter Cheers. It's a wheat ale. Going to enjoy that. I got another one special here for when Rusty comes on the show. Chris, by the way, back there having a Sam Adams. That's how we're celebrating the last hour of this show. We have Kenny Rice getting up on the line here. And we got a couple other guys who are going to join us on the show. Cannot wait to finish this show out. Plenty more to cover. And I know there's lots of you tuning in, and I so appreciate it. Here's your goal should you choose to accept it, and you will accept it. We want to hit our goal here on the show of the fundraiser. We are, let's check, make sure it hasn't changed. Still, a little under $1,500 left to hit our goal tonight. Yes, the campaign goes for 10 more days. Yes, we can, raise more than our goal. The goal is important because it tells us what you think of the show. The goal is important because we can do more with the show. If we go past the goal, it goes even better for the show. And furthermore, if we hit our goal, we get to cut the fees that we have this website, taking for operational costs in half. It's huge. It's very important for us. Yes, we can hit the goal on February 9th if we want to, but why wait till then? Let's do it tonight. Come on, help us out. Chris Pisotsky pointing out that Victory, the brewski I am having close to Immaculata. I should have pulled it out for the last segment when I was having their head coach on here. This hour is going to be nothing but fun. I've decided, forget it. We're just going to have fun. And so to start the fun, we're going back to a D3 fan of ours. I haven't talked to him for a while. I think he's been trying to avoid me. Saw him a couple years ago. He is absolutely one of the best. And we now go to the Hoopsville hotline. And Kenny Rice of MMA fame and NBC sports broadcasting joins us. Kenny, it's been way too long, my friend.
Dave, but you just don't slow down, man. Congratulations on this. This is incredible. You've been going forever.
I know, it feels like forever, I assure you. It really, really does. I appreciate it. Did you, just shamelessly, have you tuned in for any of it?
Yes.
Wow. Well, thank you.
Check it out. I knew I was going to be on, and so I thought I better check some of this out.
Well, I appreciate
just in case. I mean, everybody needs, you might have had to bring in a replacement, but not you. Way to go. Not you.
There's nobody I've got in the area. Chris doesn't want to take over the show. First off, it's been a while since we talked. We saw each other in Transylvania a couple years back. You were wonderful to come on the show. Of course, we saw each other earlier that year in Las Vegas. I know you are a busy man, so taking the time to join us here this evening, I certainly appreciate it. And we're celebrating with some brewskis, so I raise my glass to you. I got to ask, because you're from Kentucky, you went to the University of Kentucky, obviously in the same mile down the street from Transylvania, but why have you gotten hooked into Division III in whatever capacity it is?
Well, I tell you, I began the whole announcing career here in Lexington. I actually began at a radio station, a small-town radio station. Then I came to Lexington. And, I just have appreciation of good basketball. I mean, when I came here, there were some good NAIA programs in the country. At that time when I came, Transylvania was a good Division II program. And Center was Division III. I remember when they went to the Final Four. We had Ohio Valley Conference teams that are mid-majors. Morehead State had some nice runs. Eastern Kentucky had a great football program when it was still 1AA. So the whole point of all this is, Dave, that to me, I always appreciate a good game. And I have great respect for people that can play and coach at the level, Division I through Division III. It takes talent. My friend Brian Lane, my good friend who coaches at Transy, we often laugh at people that will send in requests, hey, take a look at my kid. he can't play at Kentucky, but he can play at Transy. And guess what? They try to come there, or they'll look at him and they don't even have a clue. Just talent that it takes to play college basketball. Period. And I just like Division III because I think it's still the purest form. Everybody's going there. They're going for a degree, or at least they're attempting to get a degree. And it's not about what they're going to be doing or all these delusions that they'll be playing in the pros. And to me, it's just what it should be about. You're playing basketball for the real love of it.
I got to see you at all these games, obviously following your friend Brian Lane at Transylvania. I know you take in as much as you can. You're obviously busy as well, but I got to ask shamelessly, you've got the ins with the right peoples in some cases. Have you ever tried to make the argument that this level needs a little bit more of a notoriety?
Well, I think the biggest thing is always going to be, it's kind of like what you're doing now. It's always going to come down to money. It's going to come down to sponsors. And, which is kind of interesting because I worked for some people who went to Williams College and went to Amherst and Washington U, and then a friend that went to Colorado College. So it isn't like people are familiar with Division III out there. I just think that for whatever reason, I've made a pitch to a couple of people that I know that we should get more into Division III, but they don't listen to me. I'm a mere foot soldier in that network army. You know that, Dave. I just show up and do what they tell me to do. If they send me somewhere, I show up and call a ball game or a fight or a horse race.
Hey, I love watching you, by the way, and everything you do. The MMA stuff is fascinating, but then to see the juxtaposition of seeing you cover horse racing is always fun for me as a sports broadcaster and a producer myself. I feel like you're pulling a hamstring sometimes in shifting gears.
I love that, though. I really do. That's probably why I like Division III so much. I appreciate variety, and I like different places and people and going around. It was funny. My producer was walking with me down in the Bahamas. We did the Battle for Atlantis, and I did some of the games for Access TV. As you know, I do the MMA for them, and I did some of the games for NBC Sports Network. So the producers are walking with me, and truly within about not that this happens often, I mean, it rarely does, but occasionally somebody sees me and puts a face with the sport together. In about a 10-minute period, I had somebody ask me about horse racing, about mixed martial arts, and about college basketball, and about boxing. So I had 4 different people come up to me from 4 different sports. That's why nobody really knows me. See, they can't say, "Oh, that's the guy that just does football." Or that I'm like the chameleon. I just pop in. I'm doing MMA show tomorrow night, and then I'm doing St. Louis basketball on Saturday. We got a game on Saturday, George Mason in St. Louis. So they'll just say, "Hey, there's that guy that shows up."
I love chatting with you. I love getting into your head a little bit. Certainly did not do enough of it in Vegas, but I loved, we were weather delayed in Transylvania, and you joined me for a halftime, and I certainly loved chatting with you. Do you search out sports? Do you search out games wherever you may be at that time?
Yeah. Like if I'm there and there's an extra day or something, and there's a game, I'll go watch it. If somebody says, "Hey, there's a pretty good high school kid that's playing over here," I'll go watch the game. I enjoy it. I like it. I appreciate it. In a very limited high school basketball career, I appreciate the nuances of the sport and what it takes. I mean, basketball is my favorite. That's what I lean to, even though there are other sports. But we've talked before about this. I love the Monon Bell game. And I'm not sure if the Paul women are going to lose this year, by the way.
I don't think they're going to lose this decade, Kenny.
I saw the poll, and I almost voted on the poll, but I didn't know which one to vote for. But the Paul Wabash, that's been fun for us. And the only reason we did it is because Mark Cuban went to the game when he was going to IU. He thought it was a great thing, and that's how Access TV got involved with it, because our boss appreciated the game. And that's how we wound up doing the Monon Bell each year.
And it's awesome that you guys do that, and it's those little nuances that I certainly love so much about it as well. We got to get a little bit more of those games going on. You and I should powwow about how to solve that. And by the way, I don't think DePaul is going to lose this decade at the rate they're going at this point in time. When you talk to Brian Lane, when you talk to other people in the realm of Division III, do you talk X's and O's or do you talk experience?
Well, we'll talk a little bit of both. We'll talk. I don't. With Brian, such a good coach, and our friendship goes back to his father as well, Don, who's in the NAIA Hall of Fame, and I covered him when I was doing local TV. I covered him extensively when he was the head coach at Transy, and when Brian was playing there. So I talk a little X's and O's, but I respect that these guys are drawing them up. But we do talk about certain things, and I talked to a few other coaches. Not always Division III level, but just about recruiting of kids and, some of the kids, the expectations and how tough it is on any level to get kids sometimes to come to a program or to buy into something. I think it's a little tougher for some at Division III just because I would say everybody at Division III had aspirations at one time, let's face it. Everybody want to be in Division I. I want to be on national TV, and I can understand that. And I think I really think there's a few kids. A good friend of mine, his nephew was the kind of guy that was trying to walk on, stayed about walking on to a couple of Division I schools, and had been invited to walk on. He wound up going to play Division III and had the best time of his life, and had a solid career. And I think that there's a lot of people out there that that get it, that it should be a fun experience. College should be, and basketball should be, and you can be a really good player and have a lot of fun, and you don't necessarily have to play for Stevens Point. You can play at a lot of other schools, and you don't have to play for the best. You can play for some schools and enjoy yourself. And I think that's been the greatest thing about Division III for me. That's why I like to go to the Transy games. I just think it's there's a freshness about walking in the gym. And the fans are not as many, but they're out there cheering. And, you've been there, Dave. You've experienced it. They're into it. They're knowledgeable. And they have an appreciation of how good you have to be to play at a college level. I don't care if when people want to break down all the different, the speed. Yeah, the speed and the height factor, that's always the biggest, no matter what sport you're playing as you go down the ladder. But I appreciate the purity of the Division III basketball.
Well, hey, I appreciate your point of view, especially coming from a D1 experience, granted right next door to a D3 school as well. I don't want to take too much of your time. I really appreciate you coming on, especially so late in my mind because I've been on for so many hours.
You don't know what month it is. You've been on so long.
No, I think the championship game must be tomorrow. It's got to be tomorrow by the amount of hours. We got to be playing a championship tomorrow. There's no way we still got 4 more weeks of regular season and then another 3 weeks of tournament action. Let's see. What did I want to cover? Hey, are you going to Sochi?
No.
Okay.
It did not. I was almost going to cover curling. That was the sport that I was almost going to cover, and it would have been fun.
Yeah.
But, as it worked out, it's tough because contractually I have the obligation for the weekly MMA show.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, I've got 5 more basketball games for NBC Sports Network. And it was really just trying to rearrange all these 2 schedules. It was tough to do. So I will not be going to Sochi, but I will be watching. I'll be watching some of it. I don't pretend I watch every Olympic, summer or winter. I watch certain things. And I will say I watch some of the curling.
I like curling.
I don't want to be the guy, but I mean, let's face it, that is the one sport you watch where you kind of think, hey, if I could ever do one Olympic sport.
You're right.
But that's, but I don't want to be that snob because let's face it, you have to have a skill level. I don't know enough to appreciate the skill level, but it is a heck of a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's definitely the ones. Quickly, what's the one winter sport you think is the craziest? I'm torn between skeleton and ski jumping.
Well, that's ski jumping. I'd say that would be the one.
Yeah.
It always goes back to when I was a boy. When I was a little kid, Jim McHugh, that thrill of victory, I had to defeat the poor guy that always was going off that thing. When I was little, I thought, man, why doesn't he just learn by now? He's falling every week I've watched it.
Well, and they go faster and further now. I've been right there at the launch point. In Holmenkollen, Norway, right next to in Oslo. I've been right there at the launch point of their hill. They're nuts. Wow. They're absolutely nuts.
It's fascinating to me. I know there's some line there between fearless and crazy, and they sure are right on it. It's
yes.
But I tell you what, I've gotten into this whole thing with this. the skateboarders that are all doing the snowboarding thing.
Yeah.
I don't know much about it. I really don't know even how they judge it. I don't know the names of all the things, all the twists, and what I could, the 360s, 180s. I get. I don't know the rest of it, but I do like to watch them. So I have caught on. I kind of watch that more than any of the winter sports. I think that and downhill skiing.
Are you coming to Baltimore for the Preakness?
I will be in Baltimore for the Preakness. We start back. Let's see. I think the Florida Derby will be the first one. We got the Florida Derby and Santa Anita Derby and the Wood Memorial. I'm trying to think. We got about 4 races leading up to the Kentucky Derby that NBC has, and then of course we jump into the Derby, Preakness, and Belmont. So yeah, I'll be in Baltimore. I always enjoy coming up there.
We got to catch up, sir.
I would love to, and by that time maybe you'll be fully rested.
Maybe.
This is tough.
No promise.
This is tough. I did when I did the local sports. I used to do the Jerry Lewis Muscular Dystrophy Telethon, and that's tough. But you're a young, strong guy. See, I'm too old, Dave. Couldn't do this now.
Kenny,
I couldn't do a telethon.
You're way too nice, sir. Way too nice.
I couldn't do a telethon now.
Hey, listen, I really appreciate you coming on. Fun to chat with you. We do have to catch up when you come through the area or when I'm in your area or whatever. Let's stay in touch. I always give my guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Well, David, really seriously, it's a pleasure to be with you. I enjoy. I follow because I obviously can't get all the scores and travel a lot. But seriously, I look up d3hoops.com and keep up with that quite a bit. And that's honestly how I know how Cabrini and Amherst and Worcester are doing, and Stevens Point and some of those teams. So I really always enjoy keeping up with that. And naturally, being biased here to my friend and living here in town, I'm waiting for Transy team to mature, so Transylvania will pop back up in that top 20.
They got to put more than 38 points up against Rose-Hulman.
I can't even talk about it. I know Brian Lane can't talk about it. I knew it was going to be a young team. He told me that the first year. He said, man, they're really young. I don't know how they're going to come together, but they have kind of redefined young. They really are, and I know it's kind of a frustrating year. But there's been moments. There's been, honestly, when they played Kentucky in the exhibition game, and I'm not delusional, and nobody's delusional here, okay? But they came out, and they really had like almost a swagger to them that was kind of fun to watch. You knew they were going to be in the game for a few minutes,
right.
And I think it kind of caught Kentucky off that, hey, look at these guys. We're their tallest guy is within 7 inches of Kentucky's front line, but they're playing them. They're playing them with a swagger.
Yeah.
And I think that Trancy's lost a little bit of confidence. But Brian, he's done such a great job with really. He built the program from D3 when they first switched over.
Yep.
So I have total confidence that we'll be talking a year from now that they'll be back in the top 25.
Okay, I'll keep your word on that.
And tell him I said that, would you please? I told him I'd say something.
I will.
Tonight.
By the way, you should mention Brian Lane and the rest of the coaches in the Heartland Conference made a wonderful contribution to the program. So I also want to thank Brian Lane and the rest of those coaches as well. So, hey, Kenny, thanks so much for being a part of this show. We really do appreciate it. I will stay in touch with you and hopefully catch up when you're in Baltimore, if not sooner. And take care of yourself, okay, sir?
Dave, congratulations, man. Always a pleasure to be with you, and way to go. Like I say, you're what an athletic feat this is that you are putting on tonight. And trust me, anybody sit around and try to talk for 28 hours or whatever you're doing, it's amazing.
Yeah.
So keep it up.
Well, thanks. Thank you. Take care of yourself, sir.
Thanks, man.
Kenny Wright's joining us here on Hoopsville. Chris, I'm going to ad-lib on you. Give our good friend Wags here a call. His number right here on the email. Don't be afraid to look over the shoulder. We're at that point of the hour where we just have some fun with it. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com. The National Association of Basketball Coaches is going to keep on rolling here. Join us on Twitter at D3Hoopsville. Use the 610 number. D3 Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Email Hoopsville at D3Hoops.com. Facebook.com/Hoopsville. We're going to do some fast-hitting time. I have a feeling we're going to go into overtime a little bit here. Going to get Wags on the phone. We're going to get Rusty Egan on the phone. We're going to get Coach Chris Pisotsky on the phone as well. All coming up here on the show. Apparently nobody we're going to get stuck at the $1,500 limit for the rest of the night the way it's going. We have one special perk now up. It's called Burgers and Basketball. One person has a chance to grab this perk. Just one person. You'll get a dinner for two at Mr. Barkley's Burger Cottage in Boston, the famed one, featured on Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives, featured on WPI interviews on several occasions. You will also get a Hoopsville t-shirt and all the recognition that goes along with it. One person gets to claim this. $100, you get it. The meal alone is half that price. The t-shirt's another third of that, or a quarter of that. Come on, $100, folks, and you can get Burgers and Basketball. Great burgers and food. You'll get 2 burgers, 2 large, or something with the fries, I forgot, and you'll get 2 fraps. Of course, if anybody's not familiar with what a frap is, it's New England's version, or New England's word for a milkshake. You'll get that. Come on, Burgers and Basketball. Come on, folks. It's perfect. Let's go right back to the Hoopsville hotline, because I know our good friend Wags is sitting on there. James Wagner, Sports Information Director from Ursinus. And Wags, I know you sent me a nice picture, but I went with the one from the D3Hoops.com Classic in Las Vegas. Sir, welcome to Hoopsville.
Thank you, buddy. I'm proud to announce that tonight Ursinus College set a new attendance record for women's basketball game against their game with Bryn Mawr with 1,726 fans.
Holy cow, sir! Against Bryn Mawr?
Well, I'm lying. I'm about 1,725 short, but I just thought I'd preface.
I was going to say, there are so many problems with that. The fact that it was, it's against Bryn Mawr.
No, we at one point when we started the game, we had 5 people in the stands, and I think our men's lacrosse team filtered in, and then our baseball team filtered in. So it was a barn burner of a game, 79-22, and our women snapped a losing streak. So now I am free and clear and enjoying. I've been listening all day, by the way. I've been listening on and off to your show. In the background, and my students are kind of wondering what's going on. I'm explaining to them about Hoopsville and everything else. So one of my main assistants came in, and he was talking about, well, first of all, I have to say something. The Hood coach, when I was listening to him back an hour or whatever hour you had him on, he sounded exactly like Bum Phillips, and I'm like, is Bum Phillips the coach at Hood? But, I mean, it's just been great to listen to all these coaches all day.
Well, it's been fun to have you on the show here, sir. I know we had to push you off from earlier. I appreciate you taking the time to join us. By the way,
not a problem.
You'll appreciate this. Apparently, Nancy Funk will never do a Hoopsville interview again.
Really?
Since we have had her on the show, they have lost 3 straight.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, it's that kiss of death when you're tops in the Centennial Conference in February. Funny things start to happen. It happened to Swarthmore last year. They were in the driver's seat, and all of a sudden, in those last 2 weeks, it just comes down. So it doesn't pay to be in the number 1 spot as you go into the conference tournament.
Absolutely agree with you. But she clearly, I got a message from our good friend Jill Olson who said, yep, she's never going to appear on Hoopsville again. I went to say hi to her at the McDaniel game, but someone cut her off. I decided, I'm just going to leave her alone.
Right.
She had already lost 1 at that point, and then saw her lose 2, and then tonight she lost another one. They have not been playing good basketball whatsoever in that McDaniel game. They were completely destroyed in. By the way, Pat Coleman, I think, hanging around as well, by the way. So, sir, you've been listening to the show. Any thoughts you'd like to share?
Well, I mean, it was, I think this is one of the best things, Dave. I know you've been on the air, and people get to realize it's hard to do 12 hours straight of just talking. I mean, I used to do doubleheader broadcasts in basketball and be tired after 4 hours, and you're doing six more of that. It's just been great to hear all the different coaches from around the country and programs that I don't really get a chance to pay attention to. Like, I really enjoyed you talking to the guy from Texas Dallas. I mean, that guy sounded like he'd been there for a very long time in the history of you think of Texas, you think of University of Texas, Texas Tech, Texas A&M, and there's like 17 of those. You don't think of Texas Dallas, and just to hear the stories about their athletes, I mean, that was great.
Yeah, and that's what I love about this show, to be completely honest. I love having coaches on who just are so fun to talk with. I love having guests like yourself, Lenny Reich. We'll have Rusty Egan on here shortly. Obviously Pat Coleman. and Dave Martin and these guys who just love to talk about what everybody's passionate about, and I really appreciate that because it makes my world a whole lot easier. By the way, our good friend Jeff Henson from Olivet now tuning in because he doesn't want to miss your segment along with Rusty's. I got a funny joke with Rusty coming up. He sent me his new profile picture.
Well, the funny thing about Rusty is there's a picture from my brother's wedding a couple of years ago in Houston, and I took a picture. Someone had sent me this picture, and I looked at it, and I sent it to Rusty. I'm like, I think we're brothers because it looked exactly like him, and it's like there's no doubt in my mind that then Rusty's been a really good friend. I met him my first year here when WPI came down to play in our pod when Ursinus was in the national tournament.
Yeah.
And,
when was that? Like a whole generation ago? Just kidding.
That
Go
was
ahead.
2008, my first year, and I'm a big fan of WPI and what they do, and their pep band especially. I think they're one of the best pep bands in Division III, if not the best one. And I mean, they're great. And what Coach Bartley does up there is in being consistent. It's great. And I always follow WPI and what they do in the New England area.
Hey, Rusty put a challenge out to you. Did you see it on Twitter?
I did not. I've actually just been getting back in my office after our women's basketball game. I'll have to check it out a little bit.
You had to fight through the thousands of fans who showed up. Let's see here. I can't find it now. Oh, it's in there somewhere. He mentioned you. We threw together a special perk, $100 for the Bartley Burger Dinner for Two, plus a Hoopsville T-shirt. Basketball and burgers, or burgers and basketball, whatever I called it. It's only available to one person. Someone's got to take it up. I mean, come on. It's an awesome opportunity and a really good burger place. And so per that, he had brought something to my attention. So I'm not positive what it was. It was something about some tavern, throwing some tavern in there.
Oh, the Trap Tavern. It's the main tavern here in Collegeville that we frequent after games and where our staff goes. And I actually did stop there right after our men's basketball team won, and it was good to celebrate. I know you're celebrating with some adult beverages. I did a little too much on Tuesday night after our win, and when you finally win to go 3-15, you deserve to celebrate yourself. And just the next day, just sitting in my office like, oh man, I'm 35 years old. I can't do that anymore.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you. Totally appreciate that. So, give me your take on the Mid-Atlantic region, sir.
Well, I looking around the different teams in the region, obviously you talked over with Marcus Scott from Cabrini. What Cabrini is doing right now is amazing. They're hitting on all cylinders as they get close to the end of the 1/3 of the season and being undefeated. Of course, I'm looking forward to their big game with Wesley on Monday night. Of course, beating Gwen and Mercy last night. That's a tough game for them to win that one. In a team that I keep talking about in the Colonial States Athletic Conference, in addition to Gwen and Mercy and what John Barron does, what Bobby Hughes does at Rosemont with that program. My good friend Ryan Tozer started the program a few years ago, and Bobby had taken over in the last couple of years, and what he's done with that program and kept that program going has been phenomenal. He's a great coach, and he'll do well going on down the line. The Mid-Atlantic Conference, I keep in contact with the Commonwealth teams, and obviously what Messiah has been doing. I saw a little bit of Messiah in their opening weekend. We were out there for their tournament, what they have been doing, and I know one team that I was supposed to have a good year has been struggling. It's been Arcadia, and Coach Scott will right the ship there as well. And, of course, what Lebanon Valley has done. And I'm interested to see what E-Town's going to do when they move to the Landmark next year. A strong program. And Landmark's a great conference. Alma Mater, Susquehanna, Frank Marcinek, who I grew up, watching Coach going to his basketball camps 25 years ago, who's been there, has kept the Crusaders doing well, and with, of course, Moravian and Goucher and all that. And finally, circling back to my conference to Centennial, obviously Alan Soretti, what he's done at Dickinson, and Coach Curley. I keep getting the Curleys backwards because I know one's at Juniata and one's at
Greg's at Juniata, Kevin's at McDaniel,
and Kevin's at McDaniel. What Kevin has done with his team, they're having a great year. I mean, they came here and blew the doors off us 97-60, and they had 97 points with 4 minutes to go. I mean, they just shot the lights out, and what they've been doing has been great. And of course, F&M is always hanging around, and they had a low-scoring affair with Gettysburg the other night, and but still F&M's the tradition with the Diplomats, and what they've done. So it's going to be interesting to see the final third of the season as we get into February, what happens in all these conferences. Obviously, Cabrini in the driver's seat, I think, in the eastern half of this Eastern Division. I would assume that if they get past Wesley, that they probably will not lose a game and go undefeated going into the NCAA tournament. And the only knock that, and you said it during the interview, is their strength of schedule has not been great, but they've been going out and finding teams to beat, like the Scrantons and all that, and coming down to your classic and playing down there, playing some teams down there, that helps them a little bit. I'm kind of interested to see what happens in our conference with Dickinson and McDaniels that goes down to the wire. And, of course, in the Mid-Atlantic Conference, if Messiah can keep hold of what they're doing. So it's going to be a great final third of the season. Unfortunately, here in Collegeville, we won't be a part of that. We are struggling at 3-15, but Coach Kevin Small and Assistant Dennis Stanton will right the ship. Coming up in the next couple of years, we'll be okay. It's just one of those things where it's like you can't believe what is going on and what is happening, one thing after another. And now our kids haven't quit. We've got great seniors. They're just working hard every day. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more games starting Saturday with Gettysburg, and we're just going to go out and play those 7 and see what happens.
Connor Flegel calls you a blast. This should be, you are awesome, and this will be a blast.
Oh yeah, this will be great. I mean, the last 7 games, starting with Gettysburg on Saturday, this is going to be great. And we get Swarthmore down there on Wednesday, and then we go to Dickinson, and of course, always everybody waits for the F&M Ursinus game, which is coming up on the 12th. So it's going to be a blast to final 1/3 of the season. And I enjoy. I mean, I live 10 minutes, 15 minutes away from Cabrini, so come regional time, I'm probably going to be over there helping those guys out and just seeing what I can do to help. And basketball is great in the city of Philadelphia. I'm the MC of the Small College Basketball Association, so I get to hear, 20-some-odd teams, 2 in Divisions 2 and Division 3, what's going on around Philadelphia in this great town. I mean, it'd be great to have the Hoopsville Classic in the Palestra one year. I mean, just the mecca of college basketball, the world's most historic gymnasium.
You're going to have to talk to Stevenson about that, sir.
Yeah, I know. And Stevens has facilities. Do they still have that? Do they bring the inflatable Mustang indoors?
No, they don't bring it indoors.
That thing, and I'm like, oh my gosh! I'm like, can we get one of those at our place? And I'm like, no. I mean, we're gonna find an inflatable bear somewhere. I mean, come on.
There is no way we can fit that inside the building. That is only for outside stuff. By the way, quickly, I just noticed we sold out of the championship perk.
Ooh.
We sold out of the championship perk. It's amazing. We've sold out of the offensive rebound, the slam dunk, and the championship. Just amazing.
I feel like I'm on the Jerry Lewis telethon. Like you're bringing out the stars at the end. Rusty, myself, Kenny Rice is like when Jerry Lewis would bring out like Dino and Frank Sinatra towards the end. And you could get a flashing tote board in the background.
Yeah, no, I should have
taped the 1 on the background. Then one year when they hit $1 million, they only had 6 digits. They had to tape a 1 on.
If any of my friends at Channel 2 are watching, and I highly doubt they are, but if they are, I need the scrolling sign for me, because that would have been awesome tonight. We could have programmed that. Chris could have run that, giving us a total of how much we've raised so far for this campaign. By the way, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, we're still stuck at just under $1,500 to try and raise by the end of the night. I don't think we're going to hit our goal here.
Well, you think about my picture of the lovely South Point Arena. They actually had the Jerry Lewis telethon there. I think one of his last years they had it in that arena. And I keep bugging my wife. I'm like, I'm going to take you out there one year. And she goes, oh, yeah, I want to sit down and watch you work while you work basketball. So sweetheart, the casino is like 2 minutes away, and there's a pool, and it's actually a little bit warm in Las Vegas in December. So, it's any team out there that's looking for somewhere to go, I highly suggest to going to Las Vegas. It's a great time. The South Point people do a great job. It's a great hotel, and Sports Tours does a great job, and it's a fun experience for your kids to see, play some good basketball. I mean, I still remember the Transylvania-Laverne game.
Oh,
that was such a great game. I mean,
it's been topped. Stevens Point Whitman was outstanding, but I agree with you. That was a good game.
That was one of the best games. I mean, the way that that Laverne team, from California worked. I mean, Transylvania. I mean, Coach Lane, the historic program, what he's done. I mean, that team, Laverne, just played their butts off for 40 minutes. I mean, it was amazing.
Yeah, it was awesome. Stevens Point Whitman, though, I called that game this year. It was one of the best games I've been a part of. Just outstanding basketball. I bet there is a good chance, and by the way, your friends are starting to blow up Twitter here. Lenny Reich, Ohio Northern has inflatable polar bear head in gym and at football. Keep rolling, Wags.
Lenny and his 47 Division III championships at Mount Union, I have to actually get out to Mount Union one of these years. I've always thought Mount Union was like on the other side of Cleveland. It is. It's on the side closest to Pennsylvania, so it's only a 5.5-hour drive from Collegeville, you know?
I've gotten out there to John Carroll. I just hadn't gotten to Mount Union yet, so it's on my to-do list. It's on my bucket list, especially if we raise enough money and I can spend it to go on trips. I'm probably going to get going because Rusty's probably eagerly waiting. I know Coach Pisotsky's ready to bust my you-know-whats. Any thoughts you want to share before I sign you off? It can be crazy as you want, sir. This is the fun hour of the show.
Well, it's funny. I've been listening to your promo about we have more fans in Division I and more teams in Division II, and if someone had gotten their way 7 years ago, could you imagine what it would have been like if there had been a Division IV? I mean, where would we be? But Division III is where it's at. I've decided to make my home in Division III. I've had chances to move back to Division II and head up to Division I. But I love Ursinus. I love Division III. We've got a great group of coaches here, and helping out with you guys on Hoopsville and D3 Hoops and back home on what you guys do. And this is where it's at. I mean, D3 football, D3 whatever. I mean, it's as Kenny Rice said, it's the purest form of athletics. And I don't know what's going to happen with the NCAA in the next couple of years. I hope there is an NCAA in the next couple of years.
There will be, just in a different.
It'll be, but it'll be, whether it be whittled down to just us in Division II or whatever. But I think that, if I had a son who was talented enough to play basketball, was 18 years old, and was looking for somewhere to go to college, I'd send him to Division III. Where it's funny. You're here to get an education, but at the same time, you're here to have some fun. And we have a great bunch of groups of athletes here at Ursinus, and it's great. I mean, I bring my son's 5 years old now, and I bring him at night back here when I have to work, and he gets to sit in the cafeteria, and all the kids come up and say hi to him, and he loves it. So, I love Hoopsville. I love what you guys do. I know that it's been a long day, but if you have a chance, if anybody listening to the show, you haven't donated, please do. I mean, this is a great platform for Division III athletics and Division III men's and women's basketball. And you've made it this far. You've got another 35 minutes or so to go, unless you go overtime.
No, we're going overtime. I promise.
We're going overtime.
Yeah. Rusty's coming up next. I got Coach Pisotsky coming after that. We're going to hit a little overtime here. Why ruin a Hoopsville tradition just because we went 12 hours?
I know, right?
I mean, the funny thing is I haven't ranted yet.
No.
Probably because I don't have...
Did you find that Uppsala T-shirt, by the way? There's got to be one out there.
There's got to be, yeah.
People who don't know who Uppsala is, Uppsala used to be a school in East Orange, New Jersey. They were in the MAC for a long time, and actually I have the family portrait in my office of the Mid-Atlantic Conference and of all the teams, and Uppsala's on there. And when I went to Susquehanna in 1997, they had whited out Uppsala, and I'm like, what's this Uppsala school? And they're like, well, that's a long story. So, I mean...
if there's one, I will wear it for you, sir.
All right.
If there's one, I will wear it for you. Hey, Bud, I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for coming on the show.
Anytime, Dave.
We will talk soon, I know, and we'll raise a glass sometime soon, I know.
Absolutely.
All right, buddy. Take care of yourself.
Right. Thanks, sir.
All right. See ya. Wags, Sports Information Director at Ursinus. Gotta love my SID. There are some awesome SIDs in Division III, folks. We only talk to a very small percentage of them. Lenny's up there in that group. Wags is up there on that group. And the next guy on the Hoopsville hotline is on that group. Rusty Egan, WPI's SID. And Rusty, we put your profile picture. You have looked buff, my friend.
You know what? I give up a little soda around New Year's, and look what happens, bro.
That is outstanding. How was George Clooney in the Ocean's movies?
You know what? We really agreed that we weren't going to talk about what it was to work with each other that way. We need to keep the secrets inside, Dave. That's how it is in Hollywood.
The best part is the picture I'm about to transition to of you is the look you probably have if you actually saw that as you in the mirror.
Probably.
What?
Yeah, probably is.
What?
But
No
I'd like to
way.
Thank you. I think Wag stole all my good material. Not happy. He was. I mean, how am I supposed to top that? You might have Coleman on after me. I mean, how am I supposed to do that?
No, we got Pisotsky coming up after you. Coleman's already been on the show. I don't think he's available for another late night dip.
Okay, well, I got some great stats for you.
All right, hold on. First off, I want to let's talk about the perk. Okay, let's go with the perk first. Huh?
Well, as you know, you've been very nice to have our men's basketball coach Chris Bartley on a few
He's
times.
outstanding.
He is very well. I'm just imagine having an office 2 doors down from him. You're entertained all the time. I tried to get him to come on to do impressions of all the NUMAC basketball coaches, but he would not pull the trigger on that one. Now, that would have been a great fundraiser. But that's
absolutely.
Story.
Wait, sorry. I was telling Chris something. What were you saying was the fundraiser idea?
I was trying to get him to do all the impressions he can do of a New England basketball coach.
Oh, come on!
He will never do that publicly. He's a great. He is very entertaining at staff meetings as well too.
I can imagine. Okay, for you, what you need to do is record it and send it to me so I can air it.
I wouldn't do that to Coach Bartley.
Dang!
He'd probably cut me off from Bartley's Burgers.
That's probably a fair point. I didn't think of that. All right, so that's a good sacrifice you don't want to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're supposed to be naming a burger for me, but I don't think that's going to happen. But,
yeah, come on. I'm very disappointed this has not happened.
Well,
do I have to come up there and raise holy heck?
Because we have more important things.
Yes.
And Chris and I were talking about a great idea, and we're able to get a meal at Bartley's Burgers for your next $100 donation.
Yes.
And burgers there are outstanding. Wall Street Journal, I believe, and Boston Globe is named it America's best burgers. Go on the website if you can read out if you want to just Google Mr. Bartley's Burger Cottage. It's actually in Cambridge, home of MIT and Harvard, not in Boston, right across the river.
Yeah, I put Boston just to make it easier for everybody.
And it is a outstanding burger, and they have just themed burgers. Dabbling in sports and politics, and the menu itself, you'll spend 5 or 10 minutes just laughing, looking at the menu of the different types of burgers. We'll throw in some fries and some fraps, as we say here in New England. It's just a really, really good milkshake, and you're already halfway there, probably with the value of the meal and the wonderful Hoopsville shirt that you're going to get out of it.
I am. I'm throwing in the shirt. It's important. The shirt is the important part of it, so you got to get that. I'm tweeting out that you're on the show. Sorry for my distraction.
No, not a problem. I wanted to share with you some stats.
Yeah, okay, go. Fire.
Just one simple stat. In your 12-hour shift, according to U.S. Census, there have been 5,400 childbirths during your 12-hour show today.
Yeah, how many of the fathers were listening in? That's what I want to know.
I did an entire day of work. I got emergency dental work done. I drove 2 hours for a memorial service and took the most wild and non-listening 3-year-old in the world to a mommy and me gymnastics class. So that's all outside of my normal job responsibilities, and that's still I started after you got on, and I got done before you got off. Now,
actually, that's sad.
I mean, that's how much you've done today. The commercials, love the commercials, and as Wax said, my favorite, the Southwestern University of New England, the Hope to Calvin.
You like that?
Right after that, I love that commercial. Right after that, I'm going to poke a little fun at my friends at the NCAA Division III Final Four ad. It's a great ad. It's a great ad, but I've heard.
I think I know where you're going with this. Which ad? The championship ones or the D3 ones?
The championship team to purchase tickets. Okay, I've heard it about 14 times. And at the end, it mentioned that affordable seats are now available. Well, which got me thinking about the non-affordable seats.
At a D3 event, there's non-affordable seats.
So if they're selling non-affordable seats, can I get some information about that? My buddy Steve Sargent and I are planning, and I know we are getting ready to host our conference, swimming and diving championship.
Yes.
I've spent countless hours in meetings for that. I can only imagine what it takes to host
it's
these
unreal.
national tournaments. Good luck to everybody at Stevens Point. I know they will do a great job, but I do want to get the information about the non-affordable.
Non-affordable. I understand. You want to know what the box seats cost?
Yes.
Yeah.
And earlier today, you had a student-athlete from Birmingham Southern. If you had anybody else, I'm sorry, I missed it.
No, that was the only one, unfortunately, today.
But Dave loved the student-athlete presence on the show, and that brings me to my final point. Congrats to all the student-athletes. You allow us as the guests a lot of times to have the final say. Everybody thanks you. I'm obviously going to thank you and everybody else. But you know what? If it's up to the student-athletes, we wouldn't have a job.
Absolutely agree.
They're fantastic, and congratulations, all divisions, all the student-athletes today, the academic, all district today. Especially,
yeah, I saw those tweets today.
especially, and I try to count it. I'm sorry if I missed anybody. 93 in Division III, and even more to our NUNAC athletes from Clark, Springfield, Smith, and Wellesley, and WACPA, which is our Worcester area members in Nichols, Worcester State, and Clark. So congratulations to those student athletes.
Yes, absolutely. Good call on that. I saw the tweets coming out, but I was so focused on what I was doing, I really wasn't paying attention to what that might have been. By the way, sir, I have finished the Victory Brew out in the Philadelphia area for winter cheers, and I am starting one that is specifically in your honor.
Dave, you have it wrong. I'm a Philadelphia guy originally. I'm waiting for
I understand.
the here.
I understand.
And the new Victory Brewing has just moved, I believe, from Downingtown, Pennsylvania, to my parents' town of Parksburg, Pennsylvania. So
well, this still says Downington, so I'll trust you. But here's why I'm honoring you. By the way, Chris is having the Sam Adams. Or did you stay with the Sam? No, you went with the... Oh, beautiful. He went with a Star Hill Double Bock. It's delicious. Anyway...
And where's my picture? My old picture's back.
Oh, I'm sorry. In honor of you, I will go back to your new buff self, Mr. Rusty Brad Pitt Egan.
I look like I just been booked. Oh, and by the way, the 5,400 childbirth, but oddly enough, no Justin Bieber arrest.
Oh, come on. The guy's slacking on us.
Yeah, I know. I actually thought the number would be a little bit higher.
Yeah, seriously. All right, so... this is also in honor of our friend Steve Peed, who I believe is the athletics director at the furthest eastern Division III school in the country. I know that because I'm from Maine.
I'm going to guess Maine Maritime?
Maine Maritime.
Yep.
I am going to be enjoying now Thunder Hole Ale from the Bar Harbor Brewing Company. You can only buy this in Maine. Not available anywhere else.
I was married in the state of Maine.
Where?
In Booth Bay Harbor.
Oh, beautiful area, sir.
Beautiful, yep.
Beautiful area. So anyway, and this is also in honor of our next guest when we're done with you, Coach Chris Basotsky, who just got back from a trip to down east Maine, essentially. Did not go to a D3 school, but he had to fly in and out of Bangor, so I commiserate with the man as I tip back this Thunderhole Ale. Rusty, thank you so much for being on the air. I don't think we're going to...
It's almost like being in my office.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to sell the perk tonight. I was going to say it was only going to be available for the show, but you know what? Is it okay with you if we just keep it up till someone takes it?
We are going to extend it. You know what? There's a lot of people got to come to MIT. A lot of WPI fans. WPI, MIT, great rivalry. That game's February 12th. Maybe a WPI fan will grab it. Maybe just a fan of New England college basketball. And I'm sure you have probably 2 more Hoopsville shows to go here. Probably not 12 hours here, but perhaps we'll find a taker.
I'm hoping we do. If I have to stay on the air to get a taker, it's going to be a bloodbath. So let's not do that. Hey, Rusty, great having you on the show. We got to have you more often. Certainly appreciate it. With the money we're raising with the show, I can travel maybe a little bit. I want to take a trip. Charlie Brock has told me to come up there to Springfield. Of course, I just realized Charlie said he'd be on the show, and I forgot.
Wait. We got to play them on Saturday at our place. And a little small. Charlie's son is a senior at WPI and works in the factory with us. So it'll be his final game at WPI watching his dad play. So we are excited about that on Saturday.
I totally forgot Charlie. He's going to kill me.
He's probably inventing new rules to basketball as we speak.
Probably is. But I want to come up to see you guys. I want to come up and see Springfield and all the New England schools in action. So this is part of this fundraiser so we can do that kind of stuff and bring Hoopsville on the road with us. Thanks so much, sir. You look great as your imitation of Brad Pitt. Final word goes to you, sir.
I already did it. Thank you to you. Thank you to everybody else, but particularly thank you to student athletes who we probably wouldn't be employed if it wasn't for them.
That's a fair point. By the way, I'm employed? Oh, right.
Whoops.
No, I'm kidding. I do work with the student athletes. They're wonderful and certainly appreciate it. Thanks. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of the evening and a good rest of the season. We'll talk soon.
Hey, Dave, you got about 8 more minutes. I'm sure you're going to go to overtime. Great job. Very entertaining today.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Rusty. Take care. Rusty Egan, WPI SID, good friend of the programs. Charlie's going to kill me. I'm really hoping. You know what, Chris? We're going to cold call him. I hope to God he doesn't kill me. Numbers right here. Coach Basotsky, just wait, because if this doesn't work out, we're going to call you. Here's the Chris, if you don't mind. You're doing yeoman's work. I appreciate it. I can't repeat the number because that'd be not fun to him. You know what I mean. Actually, you know what? We'll do it this way. Hold on. Ready? Ready? We're going to do a little mute session here. All right, ready? Hopefully we get Coach Coach Pisotski, hold tight, buddy. If I don't have Brock, I'm coming to you. I can't believe I told Brock we would call him 40 minutes. So we've had our first blunder of the night, and it's in the last hour. You know what? In the long scheme of things, I'm not going to hate myself for you.
Not too bad. The final
this is awesome. I think we got. This is great. I'm being bailed out as we speak by the great Charlie Brock. Well, we'll get him on the show here momentarily. Again, folks, we're wrapping up the show. We're supposed to do 12 hours. We're going to go into overtime because you know why? We always go into overtime. It's a Hoopsville tradition. Why would we not do it on the 12 hours show? Chris, are we good to go? Oh, this is so cool. Bailing me out because I screwed up. Charlie Brock, head coach at Springfield men's basketball. Coach, thank you so much. How are you, sir? Coach? Oh, yeah, there we go. Coach! We'll try again. Coach? Talk, sir?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got him. Yes.
There we go.
Sorry for screwing up, sir.
I'm right here.
Yeah, very good. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Sorry for screwing up and not calling sooner.
Oh, that's no worries. I was being a little facetious. You know, I go to bed somewhere between 9 and 12, depending on my age and what went on during the day.
Well, I hope we didn't wake you.
No, you did not wake me.
You are a good man to join us on the show as we wrap things up here. First and foremost, I want to publicly thank, as I have many times, the National Association of Basketball Coaches, you, Paige Moyer, Gary Stewart at Stevenson, and everybody else who may not be officially on a board at the NABC but support the Hoopsville show. I certainly appreciate it.
Yeah, we do, and Dave, we absolutely are all over it. So I'm glad we can do something for you, and I'm glad you're doing something. And I hope that the campaign you're doing works out. I think I just sent out an email to my guys in the NUMAC. I got a response from Chris Bartley like immediately. So obviously he has nothing to do other than be on his email, except have a couple of kids, which I think he does. And we're there for you, and if it doesn't happen tonight, it'll happen during the next couple of days.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. It's kind of you guys. Do you want to talk about your season?
We really had a fun time. We graduated 5 guys. We graduated 45 points. We had no idea what was going to happen coming in. Added 2 JC kids and a freshman and a bunch of good sophomores, and it's just been a really enjoyable deal. We had a great game with Emerson last night, and they're very good. Had 23 assists on 25 baskets. Something I'll be off on the statistics. You got to talk to Rusty. He knows that stuff better than I do. But we just, it's been a nice team, and it's been a good year, and our league is very, 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 very good.
The fascinating thing has been the league, Coach. WPI is up there with a 2-game lead. It's a 2-way tie with you guys in Springfield. Babson is playing really good and sitting a game behind you. Emerson has certainly made waves. This is a fun conference this year.
Very good conference. We go to WPI Saturday. It'll be a good game. They absolutely lit us up the first time around. Babson had a tough loss last night. It was an upset. It was, it's one of those that's not them, but some upset was waiting to happen. So it's an interesting league. We'll see what happens. We don't play a whole lot of games in our league, so you lose one and it's tough. And if you win a couple, it makes a big difference.
Are you surprised at how well WPI is playing, considering they lost one of their best players at the beginning of the season?
Yes, and they
they do things. They do what they do very, very well. That's the best way I can play it. Cole does his job. They're really well coached, and they do what they do very, very well.
How about Babson? How about a nice little surprise from them?
They've got some added players to their roster that have made them a lot better. They're very good, and I don't know what's up. They've lost one of their kind of crucial players with a kid named Dean, who's not been playing the last couple of games. That might be a factor how they're going to do in the end. But they're really good. I mean, we went to their place and won an overtime game that was a very fortunate win. So they're very good.
Let's talk a little bit about your team. You always, the last couple of years, you've been right there in the fray. It's certainly been fun to watch. This is a team that, 12-4, 5-2 in the conference. Your losses, Hampton-Sydney, doesn't look bad. Williams, by 5, looks awesome. WPI, as you point out, a game that they just kind of took it to you guys. MIT by just a few points. I mean, you've been in every single one of these battles. A couple bounces of the ball, and we're not talking 14-4. We might be talking 16-2. It's got to feel good as a head coach.
Yep, we're good. I think we're good. We've just got to continue to get better. The old name of the Springfield College teams in the 1800s was the Stubby Christians, and that's what we are. We are not long. We are not big. We aren't going to beat anybody on the glass. We have to fight for the little things we can get and shoot the ball well and be effective offensively. And for the most part, we've done it. I think we're in the top 5 in the nation assists, and maybe the top 5 in the nation field goal percentage. In most of our games, we've taken very, very good shots, made them, and shared the ball.
I'm looking at your percentages. 51% or 50.4% from the floor, 39.5% from beyond the arc. You're outscoring your opponents by 13. You're led by 2 seniors. Robbie Burke, 13.5 points, 7.5 rebounds. Sean Martin, 4.2 rebounds. Tim Swanson is a 0.1 rebound away from averaging a double-double. And you're even getting, Alex, is that Gartzka?
Yeah.
Garska,
Yep.
11.3 points a game, 8.8 from Nick. I'm not even going to try, Coach.
It's a very interesting deal, Dave. That's 2 junior college kids added to the roster, a freshman and a bunch of juniors that grew up. And here we go, and we got 1 senior. Robbie's line last night was incredible, 15, 15, and 6 assists. I mean, it's just, it's hard to describe that. You can't make it up. You can't. It just is what it is.
Well, it's certainly, you guys are having a great season. I'm love watching it. I told Rusty Egan a minute ago that I want to come to New England. You and I have talked about this. I want to come to New England and see games in action, and hopefully this fundraiser can help me do that. You guys are stop number 1, to be honest, because I'd love to be at the Hall of Fame as well.
Well, you need to go to the birthplace of basketball.
That's right, exactly. I mean, it'd be nuts if I'm not. So I appreciate you coming on the show, and I appreciate the support the NABC has always given this show. It really does mean a lot to me.
And we will continue.
Well, thank you, and I'm looking forward to seeing you guys down the road. I don't want to take more of your time because it's late, and you probably have more important things to do, like sleep, which I haven't figured out yet. But as always, we give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in, sir?
No, just great show, Dave. What you do is awesome, and doing a kind of thing like today all day. Division III basketball, promoting it is awesome. I just want to put in a little kudo for the Division III committee and all they go through in doing the rankings and doing the final selection. All that. I went through it. I've been there. Great guys that I've known over the years have been there. You talked about Dave Martin earlier and Pat Cunningham, and just great people involved in those situations. Just putting a kudo in for those guys that put all their time in for the good of the game.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. Well said. Thank you so much, Coach. I know I'll see you in Salem.
I'll see you there.
Take care of yourself, okay?
See you, Dave. Thanks.
Charlie Brock, Springfield head coach. One more caller, I believe, and we will wrap this show up as we are 3 minutes into overtime. Chris, can you see my monitor if I show it to you, sir? There we go. It's, whoops, it moved on me. It's right there. One more guest. Our good friend Chris Pisotsky, Coach C, will join us. Ironically enough, Coach, I do not have a picture of you. I could pillage from your Facebook page, but I don't think you'd like that too much. I'd probably pick the worst picture possible. But he will join us here shortly. We'll talk to him to wrap up the show. We are into overtime. There we go. Final guest on its way. Coming shortly, everybody. We will wrap up this show. I'll say all the formal stuff later. But hey, we are, believe it or not, 4.5 weeks away. We're talking about who's qualified for the NCAA tournament and who's going to be maybe missing out. 4 weeks from Sunday is the final day of the regular season. 4 weeks from Monday, we find out who's in the NCAA tournament. There's a ton of basketball between now and then, and it is thrilling every single minute of the way. Absolutely thrilling. And so please stay with D3Hoops.com. Stay with us on Hoopsville. We are on the air 7 to 9 normally, 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time, Sundays and Thursdays. 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time, Sundays and Thursdays. Though this Sunday we'll be on the air 1 to 3. You think I'm nuts to go up against the Super Bowl? I want to see the game at least halfway. So hopefully... nope. That's him. That might be him. Go ahead and just pick, yeah. The one time we get the phone to ring back on us. Anyway, 1 to 3 this Sunday. 1 to 3 this Sunday. And then 7 to 9 normal times the rest of the way. Don't forget, we'll have a special show at Hoopsville Selection Sunday, also Monday matchup. We're looking at maybe going down to the ODAC Championship Tournament. Not sure the exact details on that. We're still ironing them out because there's so much to deal with. But we will cross that bridge when we come to it, and we'll certainly announce it on our Twitter page at D3Hoopsville using the hashtag Hoopsville. Email hoopsville@d3hoops.com. Facebook.com/Hoopsville as well. Fundraising project appears is stuck at $1,500 for the rest of the night to hit our goal. We got 10 days to hit our goal. I hope we hit it. Because the fees change, and I love to go past it, to be honest with you. Love to go past it. We got that special perk, burgers and basketball. Apparently, Coach Seabro hung up on us. We'll try it again. One person has a chance to grab this perk. It'll be a dinner for two at Mr. Bartley's Burger College. I said in Boston. It's actually in Cambridge, along with a Hoopsville T-shirt and all the other recognitions. We also have a new one, the tip-in and the and one. Please check those out. The championship has sold out. The slam dunk has sold out, and so has the offensive rebound, but you hope you'll consider the rest. Let's go to the Hoopsville hotline, and Coach Pisotsky, Coach C, joins us. Coach, I know you've been listening the most of the night. Day? Hello? Are we having trouble with...
Amazing.
There he is. What? Sorry, you got cut off. Say again?
Coach, it's been an amazing 12 hours. I have to admit, I took an hour and a half off. I went and coached my son's basketball team tonight.
Weak.
A 29-18 win, the Blazing Bananas.
I saw that.
Medford Lakes tonight.
I saw that tweet, sir. Very impressive.
Hey, listen, the first thing I want to say is anybody who wants to come drink with me, it's a $50 donation to Hoopsville, and I'll take care of your drinks all night.
Wow, sir. Should I put that officially on the perk board?
You can absolutely put that on the perk board. We can do it if you're in the Mid-Atlantic region. We can do it at Braddock's Tavern in Medford, New Jersey.
Ooh.
Or if you're on the Pennsylvania side, we can do it at Pinocchio's Pizza in Media, Pennsylvania. It's a $50 donation. I will wear your team's jersey.
Wow.
You can take a picture of me wearing it, and I will buy your drinks all night long.
Holy cow, Coach.
Unfortunately, Charlie Brock is not. We have to take him out, though. I can't afford his bar tab.
You're hysterical. I hope he's not listening because he might throttle you now.
Well, if he is listening, I'll get a phone call in a few minutes. But I did put together. I mean, there's an email here. I'm not sure I can. Most of the words that are in it about you not calling him, I really can't say.
Oh, tell me he did not do that.
there's head, but the first part of head I can't use, and there's loser, but the first part
you're
is
making
loser.
it up. Now I know you're making it up. Now I know you're making it up.
Anyway, here's what I want to say: is this is an amazing thing you're doing tonight. To have Patty Canarino on from the Mighty Macs, and just an amazing story of what they've done with the CSAC this year to turn the CSAC upside down. Usually, that's when Mercy's conference to win, and to have the Mighty Macs back on top the year after that movie premieres is a tremendous thing for Division III. When you look, from East Coast to West Coast, Division III men's basketball this year, the most competitive I've ever seen it. Yeah, we've got 2, 3, 4 teams with no losses so far, but I'm particularly terrified of some of the teams that have a couple of losses and have played particularly difficult schedules. Let's say Wesley goes into Cabrini this week and loses. I don't want to play Wesley any time between now and March 22nd.
Oh, I agree with you.
They're a terrifying team to me. If you look further west, Ohio Wesleyan, I don't want to get anywhere near Ohio Wesleyan at this point in the year.
Yeah, they're scary.
Illinois Wesleyan, a terribly scary team with amazing talent in still the most difficult conference in Division III basketball. And then you've got the WIAC, where just about anybody can come out of that conference. They're going to get 2 teams, I'm pretty sure. If they don't get 2 teams, there ought to be a national investigation of that guy who's run that Division III men's basketball thing. He may not know what he's doing.
You know that guy pretty well, sir.
And on the women's side, my God, who gave Dave Martin the keys to the Cadillac? Are we kidding? Are you kidding me?
I think those who want it changed, sir. I think for the better.
Well,
hold on a second. I know it's been cold in this region of the country. I know it's been colder in other regions of the country. But I want to point out, and I know Frank Rossi is tuning in, so I'm going to say this carefully. I believe officially hell has frozen over. Because you officially...
say it carefully, because he could kill you.
No, because he's going to get this. Hell officially froze over because Mr. Chris Pisotsky uttered the words women's basketball in the same sentence and then continued to converse about it.
I have to say that the last time I was allowed on this show, I did follow Rusty Egan. I can't tell you how happy I am that Rusty is now a follower of me on Twitter. It has really made my life complete that Rusty is a follower. But I have tried to study up on women's basketball. And all of the misogynist things I've said about them over the years, I have to apologize for, because I have seen a couple of games this year, and what Patty is doing is unbelievable at Immaculata. And I just have to call that out. She might have been your best interview of the day. You let her go. She did her thing. You mispronounced her name at least 9 times.
I know. I apologize for that.
Anyway, the beer that I'm recommending this week, if you're in Maine, is Marshall Wharf Brewing.
Never heard of it.
Belfast.
Okay.
It's in Belfast, right on the water. I would recommend it. Here's the other thing. If you're looking at geography, Bowdoin's going to have to play somebody.
Besides their conference?
Well, they're going to come out of their conference, don't you think?
I would think at this point, yeah. I can't imagine they aren't.
I need to mention a word that hasn't been mentioned in 12 and almost plus hours. Grinnell may come out of their conference.
You know what? Here's the deal. Here's the deal. There's a deal with this. If after mentioned team does make it to the postseason, and I'm talking NCAA, I will talk about them and say their name.
All right, here, I've seen them play this year. I saw them play at Cornell a couple of weeks ago. They're an average team with average talent and below average coaching, running a great system.
Say that one more time. That was interesting. What'd you say?
They're an average team with average talent, below average coaching, running an interesting system.
Okay. I like how you put that. Okay, interesting.
And
but again, I don't disagree with you. But I'm not going to say their name and talk about them seriously until they come out of and make the NCAA tournament.
and I'm just going to validate you for a minute, which might be the first time since 1999 that I've validated you. The teams that beat them are the teams that play them in the conference and have decent talent. And when you look at the teams that they play outside of conference, it's a pathetic excuse for a non-conference schedule.
Yeah.
And, when you look at people who have been criticized for the non-conference schedule, I'm a Cabrini grad. I coached at Cabrini, played there. Marcus Kahn was criticized for his non-conference schedule. He went out and scheduled the best people he could find this year.
Yep.
And to this point, he's beaten them, and I give them a lot of credit so far. I'm going to be there Monday night. We'll see what happens Monday night. It's the best Middle Atlantic game in 15 years.
I agree with you. I said it. It's the best game, especially ranking-wise, we have seen, especially the time of year, not an NCAA tournament event, but even better than that I have seen in a long time.
Yeah, and I think that the winner of that game really defines what the Middle Atlantic region is for this year. Still, there's a lot of scary teams that I wouldn't want to play this year. I certainly... if you're looking at the teams that are going to come out of the CAC, somebody is going to come out of there that can beat somebody in the first round. I'm not sure that Franklin and Marshall can't go and win the Centennial this year.
Really? They put up 38 points against Gettysburg the other night.
But Gettysburg, Gettysburg is always doing that kind of thing. You have to take Gettysburg out of the equation every year. We all go, oh, geez, there was.
I have taken them. I have, but you only put up 38 points.
Right, but that's their system.
They have 10 players.
We just took Grinnell out of the system because they have a system that perverts basketball. I'm going to tell you on the other end of it, and it's in a much more, Charlie Brock, Springfield, the history of basketball kind of way of doing things. The way that Gettysburg does things is not exactly the way the rest of us play basketball.
Oh, I don't disagree. But you got to talk about getting them past Dickinson. You got to get past McDaniel, teams that they have not done well against. Yes, they beat Dickinson, but they've also had other results against them.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dickinson is the class of that league. I also think that, and I will tell you that this is hard for me to say.
I know.
The Franklin and Marshall coach is the best coach in that league.
Nobody else has the track record he has, and certainly nobody gets the most out of his players like he does.
And I love Kevin Small. He's done some great things at Ursinus, but there's never been a clinker year at Franklin and Marshall. There's never been a 3 or 4 or 5 win year.
That's true.
So
That's true.
I have to look at Franklin and Marshall and say, oh gosh, the guys can scare some people. And I think as much as, over the years I've maligned the Pac, this might be the year a Pac team scares some people. You had, the St. Vince guy on early. Those guys are scary.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that.
There's a lot of teams, if I was, Marcus Kahn, or if I was coaching, Stevens Point, or I was at Oglethorpe or Texas State, that I would be scared of playing in my regional rounds,
Yeah.
This is an amazing year for college basketball.
Yeah.
The Division III level really, we talk about parity in the NFL and all that kind of thing, and it's a horrible, mealy-mouthed way of approaching making money. In Division III, it's about parity on the basis of recruitment. The coaches go out there and they recruit the best players that they can get to come to their school. And those kids have to go out and get 2.5, 3.0, and do it at their level. And I think it's an amazing thing for, you and Pat and Chris. Hey, Chris, wave to me back there. For you guys to be doing these things, to do such amazing work for the players who are out there is just tremendous. You all right there?
Hold on, sir.
Sorry, I got a very important phone call I had to take there. I was listening to you in the other ear. I apologize for that. I'll explain it in just a second.
So So what I was saying was, this is an amazing thing for Division III basketball to have guys like you and Pat Coleman and Rusty and Gordon and all of these people who have put their lives and their families and their fortunes into Division III basketball to support the players who have been out there is an amazing thing. I go places and, I get, the opportunity to broadcast games and to talk about, when back in the day I was Coach C on the boards. I don't post much anymore, but I'll tell you that the interest in Division III basketball is much heavier than it's ever been. The people who are tuning into all of the video that's out there, and you can watch video across the country. You had coaches 10 times today talk about watching video. That wasn't done, when I was coaching and when I was playing. It's amazing how much you and Pat have brought to this, and I really appreciate. And I just have to call out, all of the things, all of the sacrifices that you and your wife and your family have put up with over the years, and Pat and his family have put up with over the years to be able to support Division III basketball. You've had the all-stars of the game on today, and it's been tremendous. And if you don't get to 10,000, I'm going to keep you on all night long.
Well,
we're just going to stay here.
Well, I've got good news for you.
Yeah? Tell me about it.
We hit 10,000.
That's the best news I've heard all day. And I only put $60 in, guys.
Yeah, you got a T-shirt coming your way. I'm not going to say who the person was who lifted us over because I'm not sure it's public.
This reminds me of the first year that Pat took over D3 Hoops from.
Yeah, it is visible. I apologize. It is visible. So people will probably.
So who is it? Tell us.
Probably people will recognize the email address just by the last name. It's my parents.
Well, Dave, you have done an amazing thing for Division III basketball. All the time you spent supporting Goucher, the CAC first, and then later the Mid-Atlantic region, and now the nation as really the face of Division III basketball. You and Pat have done such amazing work. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that you have allowed me to come on tonight. I've had so much fun on this show in the past. It's been great to broadcast with you at the Final Four. And I'm looking forward to doing it again and again and again. We get to tell the stories of the kids who just play because they love to play, and the coaches who just coach because they love to coach. And the things that you do for Division III athletics, you and Pat are just absolute superstars. If there's a Division III Hall of Fame somewhere someday, my guess is it'll be in Illinois at Illinois Wesleyan. Q will build it with his State Farm money. I think you guys are the first two in, and I really appreciate everything that you've done for me, for my sport, and for all the people who have played and coached since I had the opportunity to.
Thanks. By the way, the phone call I was taking was that. And so I apologize for leaving you in the lurch there for a moment.
Not at all. And I will get up to see your folks in Maine this summer, I promise.
Well, hey, let them know. They'll love the visitors, and you get a lobster meal if you want to go. I appreciate you coming on the show, Coach, because I always love getting your insight on things. And I love broadcasting with you. We got to get you out to the Hoopsville Classic. You just got to gear up on women's basketball, because you're going to have to call some of their games.
I'm doing better. I know the names of some of the players. I mean, I think the 10-second rule is going to be a great thing for
it's awesome.
Basketball.
It's awesome.
If you look at how much the rules changes have meant Division III this year, where free throw shooting and defensive positioning and all the basics about Division III basketball have been brought back to the fore by the NCAA, saying, by the way, guys have to play by the way we wrote the rules, not the way you think we interpreted the rules. And I'm really looking forward to a straight-up tournament drawn the right way with the best teams in the right pods this year instead of having to worry about who plays when, where, and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think we're definitely heading in the right direction, to be sure. I'd love to get your take on the hand check rule. I love it.
The hand check, I do enjoy it. I think it is forcing teams to play basketball the way it's supposed to be played. And honestly, it's the way basketball has been played in most of the country for a long time. There's only been a small part of the country, and you and I live in it, where hand checking has been aggressively allowed for a long period of time.
Yeah.
And it's basically the New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore area has allowed aggressive hand checking. The rest of the country has said you cannot put your hands on players who are making offensive plays away from the basket. And, I think that what's been done this year by the NCAA is to say that you have to move your feet, make good defensive positions, and it's actually made the zone that much more interesting.
Oh, yeah.
It's forced coaches to work a lot harder and forced players to work a lot harder in the same way. We've seen it, it's most evident at Division I level where you can see teams like North Carolina who don't shoot well this year struggling because they can't play the traditional kind of bruising defense that they're used to. At the same time, at the Division III level, it really is forcing teams to put their best shooters on the floor instead of worrying about, whether they can brutalize players out away from the basket.
Yeah, I agree with you. And it's something you'll appreciate. I was at a Goucher game early in the season, and I think they were in man. They could have been in zone, but there was a skip pass across the top of the key to the far wing. And a guy caught the ball and then took off for the basket. Defender was late coming over, contacted him, kind of held him up. Exactly the detail they don't want. The whistle was blown, and I was mostly expecting that Coach Trevino would light into the refs for the call. And there was a bit of quiet, and all of a sudden I heard him yell at the player, "You know the rule. You cannot do that. Stop it. Get in better position." And immediately thought to myself, he gets it.
Well, and Coach Trevino, one of the great Division III coaches, he has had so much success over the years. I'm very, very happy to say that he played us when I was a Cabrini coach in there. He played us in one of our toughest games, beat us down there. Tremendous coach, tremendous recruiter over the years, a great program. The other person I want to call out tonight is a Division III alum, Mike Lonergan, who is just doing amazing things now at George Washington. Won a national title at Catholic University. When I was at Cabrini, we beat him in our building. He went on a couple of years later to win a national championship. I'm telling you, I don't want to play that. If I'm any Division I team, I do not want to play Mike Lonergan's George Washington team this year. I feel so good for him and for all of the other guys, from Bo Ryan on down, who have graduated from the Division III coaching ranks and are doing amazing things, on TV every Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's fun to watch, and those guys are fun. I wanted to make an effort to get them on today's show, but I really also wanted to focus on Division III. We'll make an effort to get those guys on future shows, to be sure.
Let me say one more thing, Dave.
By the way,
your wife Ann is a saint.
Yes, she is.
And for those of you who don't know, Dave is a devoting father who is, has kids probably hiding just off camera right now.
They're actually in bed.
Well, that's good because we are in overtime and it's 10:30 Eastern, so they should be in bed. But I just, I want to call out that Ann is one of those people behind the scenes in Division III basketball who makes it possible for people like Dave and Pat to provide the coverage that you guys expect at this point. Kate Coleman, out there in Minnesota, who's put up with so much for so long, is just an amazing person as well. I just want to thank all the people behind the scenes over the years who have made this enterprise possible.
I agree with you entirely, sir. The behind the scenes, like Chris Taher right behind me, doing yeoman's work tonight to help me get through the rest of this show and finish. I know he wishes very much so that we would wrap up the show so he can go home. But I appreciate his support as well. And I thank you for your kind words tonight. I can't wait to see you sometime soon. Thank you.
This reminds me very much of the night that we were broadcasting the Division III Hoops, D3 Hoops live from Salem in the hotel room because we were not available down below on the pine. So we had to take long breaks because it took us a lot longer to get the beverages back up from the pine room to the hotel room.
I remember that well, sir. That was good times.
That was you, me, Rossi. Where is Rossi? Is he working out right now?
I don't know. He is tuning in because here's the deal. He said he would pay $100 to the show or to the fundraiser. Which, by the way,
he's a lawyer. He's got more than $100.
Well, hold on.
There's
a bigger story here. By the way, I should mention we've hit our goal. It doesn't mean our campaign's over. We still got 10 more days. We can add to this campaign as much as we want to. Our fees now have been cut in half. That's what is so important.
Tremendous.
We get to keep more of the money. But he said he would pay $100 to the thing if he would meet you up for drinks if you pay for his tab all night. So he doubled up the $50 you offered. And then he had told me a few weeks ago that if you would talk women's basketball, he would make it $250. And you talked women's basketball tonight, sir. So now I got to see what he's willing to give.
Well, I talk women's basketball tonight, and I will tell you that it is to my detriment that I did not understand the value of women's basketball to Division III before the last few years. It's an amazing thing. I admit my failure in that area. Frank, hey, listen, come on, buddy, bring the $250, and I'll put more up on top of that.
Wow.
The last thing I want to say is I want to thank the people who were my mentors in Division III. Dave Martin, who you had on earlier, first national chair of both the men's and women's committees. Absolutely the face of Division III basketball. Dan Dutcher does a great job. I appreciate everything he does from the NCAA. C. Allen Rowe, who coached for over 35 years at Widener University, and I was his graduate assistant. I appreciate everything he did for me to get me into the Division III game. Joe Kelly, Mike Keeley, and John Zeke, who coached for over 25 years at Cabrini, to over 700 wins, over 500 wins, over a 700 winning percentage. I really appreciate everything that they did to teach me about being a good person, a good man, and a good player.
Well, I echo your sentiments because we've enjoyed having you on the air and having your point of view. And so if it's not for them, we wouldn't have you either. So we are well into overtime, and I should wrap up the show. So thanks for coming on.
You should, because I've been talking a long time. I will see you down the road.
Definitely.
Salem?
Definitely. You coming?
I'm coming.
Awesome. I would love to have you.
Well, I can't wait to see JJ and Harvey down there, and we'll have a good time.
Yes. By the way, Frank says he's in for $250, but he wants drinks.
I got to buy him drinks. He's doing the $250. I got to buy him drinks.
Yeah, he wants you to buy drinks like you offered on the $50.
Okay, then I need to see him, all bulked up with the big He-Man muscles on Facebook tonight.
All right, Frank, here's the deal. He's retorting you. He'll do it, but he needs a picture of you all buffed up on Facebook tonight. I'm not saying he's stalking you, but it sounds like he's stalking you.
Dave, thanks to you. Thanks to Pat. Thanks to Ann. Thanks to Kate.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Coach. Take care of yourself.
Thank you. See you soon.
See ya. Coach Chris Pisotsky joining us here on Hoopsville. We are over the goal. We met the goal. I want to thank my family in particular for that. Way too kind, to say the least. I also want to say thank you to Chris Taher, who is here past his bedtime. Chris, thank you very much for your help, my friend. I could not have gotten through the last however many hours you've been here. I think we're approaching 4. I'll thank my family and certainly the kids who have not seen me today. The son woke me up, but the kids didn't see me. The daughter didn't see me at all. Thank to my babysitter. This is going to sound strange, but Lauren Costello, thank you very much for your help today. Very much appreciative of that. Thank absolutely every one of our guests. And let's see if we can do it. I got a whiteboard, and I got a few I got to add off the top of my head. So here we go. Thank you to Hartwick's Missy West, Rutgers Newark's Joe Lochran, Hood's Tom Dickman, Plattsburgh's Tom Curl, and the contributor that helped us get him on the air, Jerry Abrams. Vassar's Candace Brown, NYU's Lauren Hall Gregory, Birmingham Southern's senior forward Griffin Schapp, Wesley's Gary Kolbasa, Elizabethtown's Sherry Gorman, Dave Martin from Misericordia and Women's Basketball Committee Chair, Olivet's Chris Coles, Lynchburg's Hillary Scott, Juniata's Greg Curley, McDaniel's Kevin Curley, Cabrini's Marcus Cotton, Division III Vice President for Division III, NCAA Vice President for Division III, Dan Dutcher. Bill Mercer, who used to call Texas-Dallas games. Texas-Dallas head coach Terry Butterfield. Del Curry. I said Del Curry, the father of Stephon Curry. Awesome having him on the show. Thank you, Paige Moyer, for setting that up. St. Vincent's D.P. Harris. Steve Ulrich, Centennial Conference Committee Commissioner and the Men's Basketball Committee Chair. Elmhurst's John Baines. University of Wisconsin Oshkosh's Brad Fisher, George Fox's Mike Meek, the Odaxis guys, Dominic Pody, and I'm forgetting the other one. I apologize, guys. I really do apologize. Pat Coleman, Hope's Matt Neal, DePauw's Bill Fenlon, Lenny Reich from the Great Lakes, Thomas Moore's Jeff Hans, FDU Florum's Mark Mitchell, Immaculata's, you know what? I'm not going to screw up her name. Chris, can you throw it in for me? I'll give you a bonus. Cantorino. Patricia Cantorino, thank you. Kenny Rice, sports broadcaster, awesome having him on. James Wagner, Rusty Egan, Coach Piskotsky, and of course Charlie Brock. Thank you all for being on the show. We'll do a total of that. I think that's close to 40 guests. We were on the air for more than 12 and a half hours as part of the Hoopsville fundraising campaign, but more importantly, about Division III athletes and, of course, basketball players. There's a reason we do this. There's a reason we're passionate about this. We love these guys and girls. They play wonderful basketball. They play wonderful sports. They're students first. There's a reason that the Jostens Award in basketball is so prestigious. It not only recognizes what you do on the court, recognizes what you do off the court and in the classroom. The Gallardi Trophy in football. These are important awards and important distinctions for these athletes, and I certainly want to applaud them because if, as Rusty Egan, Chris, who said it? If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be doing this. We wouldn't be doing this. It's absolutely terrific, and I want to thank everybody for making this show absolutely awesome. I didn't think I could make it, and it's been a fun ride all the way through. Tip my glass to everybody. Thank you so much. You know what? I might do this every year because you know why? It's a focus on Division III athletes. It is a focus on these coaches and these players who do such good work, and we certainly enjoy it. We may do this every year. We may do a fundraiser, though we don't need to do it as big a scale, but we might do a fundraiser because we can do more with this, and I will use this money like you would not believe. New computer, new studio setup if we can. It may not all happen by the end of this basketball season, but it will happen in the off season. We will certainly travel to more locations. We will do more because of you. We have 10 days left in this campaign. We can still make more if you choose to give it to us, and we certainly appreciate it. There are perks available. Take advantage of them. We'd be happy to take you up on offers that you may have. Thank you so much to everybody. We have had, let's see, a total of 90 contributors to this campaign. How about the next goal be 100? We got a couple great perks on there. Take advantage of them if you get the opportunity. Again, thank you to all my guests. Thank you, Chris, for helping me out. Thank you to my wife. Thank you to my family. Thank you to Pat Coleman and his wife and his family. Thank you to Gordon Mann, his wife, etc. I really appreciate it. This was an awesome show. More fun than I actually thought I could have on it, but we're not doing it for at least another year. forget it. We will be back on the air. Yeah, we'll be back on the air Sunday, 1 to 3 p.m. Eastern time ahead of the Super Bowl. It'll be our Super Show. We will certainly have fun with that. Then back to our normally regularly scheduled programming. Thursdays and Sundays, 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern time. We are 4.5 weeks away from talking about who's in and who's out of the NCAA tournament. Plenty to talk about, so tune in here to Hoopsville. Follow us on Twitter at D3Hoopsville and hashtag Hoopsville. Follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. And of course, ask us questions or suggest guests or whatever via email, hoopsville@d3hoops.com. Thank you very much to d3hoops.com and especially the National Association of Basketball Coaches and every coach out there who has contributed to the Hoopsville Fundraising Project. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Good night after 12 hours and 38 minutes on the air. Have a great one, and we'll see you back here Sunday. Have us be your pregame to the Super Bowl. Good night, everybody.